Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon Wyman here, one of my writers, in this case Katie. Thank you, Katie. Has written me a script, The Bizarre Phenomenon of Spontaneous Human Combustion. Is it real or is it a myth? Wasn't there like an X-Files about this? Or like a CSI or something, and there was like a burned body and they were like, but there's no marks anywhere. And I think it was CSI, and then they come across like a totally reasonable explanation. People don't just catch on fire. Right? I mean, I'm open to this one. Maybe there's some science there. Maybe there's some cool examples. Let's just jump in. I didn't give my inevitable demise too much thought as a child, but when I did, I presumed I would go out in one of three pretty specific ways. Number one, death by swallowing gum. I don't remember who told me this, but I was pretty certain as a kid that if you swallowed chewing gum or bubble gum, you would die. What the f***? No one's ever told me this. It was always like, oh, if you swallow that, it'll be in your tummy for like 7 years. That's what everyone said, and that turned out to not be true at all. People swallow gum all the time. Nowadays, if I'm in a pinch, I'll swallow gum, because I know I'm going to poo it out real soon. It's not I've got like years and years of gum in my tummy. I feel like tummy is quite a childish word for it, isn't it? That's what I call, like, I've got 2 kids, and it's like, in your tum-tum.
Sensational.
I suppose I should say stomach, but I kind of mean the whole system. Intestinal tract and all. Why I continued to merrily chomp on Hubba Bubba in orbit when I knew I was dancing with the devil on a very slippery slope, I have no idea. Can you imagine if that was true? No one. If every piece of chewing gum had like a little arsenic thing inside. Arsenic? Is that what kills you? Cyanide. Cyanide. I mean, arsenic does kill you as well, right? But not like, it's not like a suicide pill. There'd just be a tiny little suicide pill in there. And if you accidentally swallow that gum, death. Instant death. No one would be chewing that gum no matter how good it tastes. Orbit would have a real marketing nightmare. I think I thought it would somehow settle over my windpipe or something, but anyway, cue blind panic when I accidentally swallowed a piece while on holiday with my grandparents. I spent a couple of minutes in floods of tears because I'd never see my parents again. About 30 seconds feeling relieved that I was in fact still alive, and the rest of my life forgetting all about it. Number 2, the IRA. Okay. Like, I'm a bit too, I think in the last episode I recorded, Katie said that she was, I think, 7 or 8 years older than me, perhaps. And the IRA, like the terrorist bombings in like London and stuff, where they put bombs in bins, I think I was really too young to understand this, but if I was a few years older, I think I probably would have got it. Living quite near London in the 80s and 90s, I was vaguely aware of terrorist bombings happening not too far from my home, so getting blown up by the IRA was always a low-level threat on my radar. Every time a bomb went off, it would kind of be scary for a while. I'd be reluctant to go outside, even to the nearest park, to take the dog for a walk, as it had a bin in it that I thought could house a deadly explosive. Yeah, the bin bombs was a big thing. I definitely remembered that. And then they made these fat bins, which apparently, if someone just like, because they'd just put a bomb inside a bin and then wait for it to go off on a timer or whatever, they built these like bomb-proof bins, which were these massive things that apparently could contain a bomb, which is kind of cool. Must have been a hassle for the trash people. They gotta open up bomb bins every day. I even briefly considered sleeping with a knife under my pillow. How this would protect me from the IRA, I had no idea, and luckily I was more worried about accidentally hurting myself in the night, so I never went through with this plan. Then, after a while, probably like a day or two in actuality, I decided that I couldn't live my young life in fear anymore, so F you IRA, I was going to take my dog for a walk. Also, my dad probably just told me to take the dog out, and being an obedient child, I did what I was told. You're like, sure, Dad, I'll take the dog to the park, even though I know I'm going to my death by that dog bin with a bomb inside it, Dad.
Boom!
Number 3, spontaneous human combustion. If you know, you know. As a child, I had many a book from charity shops or local fates about paranormal, supernatural, and unexplained things, but there was one particular image that has stayed in my memory from the instant I saw it. A shoe, a leg, and nothing above it apart from ashes. The unfortunate occupant of the only lightly damaged room had apparently been a victim of spontaneous human combustion, where a person could basically go up in flames at any time. Katie, you and I worried about really different things when we were kids. I don't think I really worried. I'm trying to think back now on things. I worried about drowning, I think. I was really afraid of deep water as a kid. I didn't even want to go in the deep end of the pool. And I don't know, I'm a good swimmer. And so I don't really know why I worried about that. But I definitely didn't have these in-depth thoughts about the IRA or like terrorist bombings or spontaneous human combustion. I did think about death, I guess. but not like the specifics of how it would happen. So, what we're trying to figure out today is this a real thing? Was I justifiably worried about it happening to me? Or are there other more reasonable explanations to be found? Also, do not Google this if you don't want to see some pretty disturbing images. Luckily, my retinas were burned away many years ago, so I could handle it, but maybe don't go looking if you're just about to eat. Okay, let's get to the burning questions. Yeah, the you sometimes see on Google Images, like where that filter, the safe search filter hasn't worked or whatever. I've seen some, and I'm like, I don't like thinking about it. I don't like, I don't know how, and I still think about it to this day. I somehow saw bodies after an airplane crash. Like, there was a big airplane crash, and then there was like the wreckage, and I don't know, like, that is something I never wanted to see, and it was years and years ago, and I still think about it. F*** you, Google. I mean, sorry, Business Daddy, but can you sort that out? What is spontaneous human combustion anyway? If you've never heard of this or aren't quite sure what we're going on about, here's a bit more information. Spontaneous human combustion is a rare but documented phenomenon. Okay, with approximately 200 examples of it in the last 300 years or so. Okay, that's not, I mean, it's not very many, but it's not none. It's basically where a person will suddenly catch fire for no apparent reason, with no apparent outside sources, hence the spontaneous part. The body of the person will burn at such a high and intense temperature that they're soon reduced to a pile of ash, although creepily, unburned lower legs and hands are often found at the scene. I mean, we've got a lot of energy in us, right? I remember doing a video a while ago which described how much calories the different human body parts had. I don't know why I made that video. It seems a little bit disturbing, doesn't it? But there's obviously a lot of energy in us, but we need to get pretty hot to burn that. Nearby furnishings and other items often remain unburned, and there's not a trace of any accelerant or external source of the fire. While it's popped up in literature from time to time as a way to create a slightly ridiculous character death, spontaneous human combustion as a real thing is an idea that has refused to totally die off in our cultural consciousness. The coroner in Ireland gave a ruling of spontaneous human combustion as recently as 2011. Really? Coroners are like scientists. Okay, let's go. So let's take a look at some famous examples of victims of spontaneous human combustion and see if we can learn anything more about why it might occur. I'm increasingly open to this one. Let's see what happens.
And here we go.
Apparently, the earliest documented example of someone going up in flames for no obvious reason comes from Italy around 1470. A knight called Paulinus Vorstius. God, people back in the day had sick names, didn't they? Like, I just feel like if my middle name was Maximus, I'd be better. Just at everything. Simon Maximus Whistler. Maybe I should add that. Should I add that put on my ID?
Yes, queen! Yes, queen! Yes, queen! Yes, queen!
I think you could do that without even, like, officially getting your name changed, because you just fill in the form. You just put, what's your middle name? Like, I've mentioned this before. My student's ID, throughout my entire time at university, had my middle name as Legend, because on that first day of induction, they just had a big form. And instead of writing my real middle name, I just wrote Legend in there.
Legendary.
And because no one's even questioning it, because no one's looking at it. It just goes into a computer and it prints it out. And no one ever questions that. So the whole time it just said that. And I'd tell people that it was true. And that's that. Okay, so this knight dude was drinking wine with his parents when all of a sudden he started belching fire. If this wasn't bad enough, he then burst into flames in front of them. Yikes. Scooting forward a few centuries, we find another Italian victim, Countess Cornelia Zangari Bandi. Born in March 1731, the Countess went to bed, and when her maid came to wake her the next morning, she found nothing but a pile of ash where her mistress used to be. Actually, that's not quite correct. As well as the pile of ash, there were also both legs complete with stockings intact below the knees, 3 fingers, and the front of the Countess's skull. Holy shit. The Countess had a bad time. And listen to this part of the translated report from Reverend Joseph Bianchini about the state of the Countess's room. The whole furniture, as well as the bed, was spread over with moist and ash-colour soot, which had penetrated into the chest of drawers, even to foul the linens. Oh no, not the linens!
Oh, no.
Oh no, the Countess's linen, she's gonna be so upset. Oh wait, no. No, it's her ash, isn't it, on the linens? Nay, the soot was also gone into a neighbouring kitchen and hung on the walls, movables and utensils of it. From the pantry, a piece of bread covered with that soot and brown black was given to several dogs, all of which refused to eat it. In the room above it was moreover taken notice that from the lower part of the windows trickled down a greasy, loathsome, yellowish liquor, and thereabout they smelled like a stink without knowing of what, and saw the soot fly around. Oh my god, people in the past. Were you just stringing random words together and hoping that it made sense? Because that is the hardest thing to read I've ever read. It was remarkable that the floor of the chamber was so thick smeared with a gluish moisture that it could not be taken off, and the stink spread more and more through the other chambers. Also, people in the past, are you just randomly capitalizing words? What's going on? Gross. The gluish moisture, by the way, was the melted remains of the Countess. So loathsome, that sticky glue. The Countess's body. One of the most famous recent examples attached to the theory of spontaneous human combustion is that of Florida resident Mary Reeser. In July 1951, after having a social evening the night before, Mary did not answer the door when a telegram was delivered to her. Her landlady went to check on her and found that the front knob to her apartment was very hot. Worried about her tenants being trapped in a burning home, she got help to break down the door. Inside, they found the charred remains of Mary Reeser and a fire-damaged chair, but the rest of the apartment had got off pretty lightly. According to the landlady, Mrs. Carpenter, quote, Mrs. Reeser's £170 had been reduced to less than £10 of charred material. Only her left foot remained intact, still wearing a slipper, burnt off at the ankle, but otherwise undamaged. Also found were her liver. Oh my god. Now fused to a lump of vertebrae. Oh my god. Dude. Oh. And stranger still, her skull shrunk to the size of a baseball by the intense heat. No way. A skull can shrink in intense heat? That's crazy. Official lab reports stated that there were, quote, no signs of oxidizing chemicals, petroleum hydrocarbons, or other substances used to initiate or accelerate combustion. But there's plenty of fat in us, right? And fat's very energy dense. Like, if I'm cooking a steak and there's fat in the pan and I'm using a blowtorch to sear my steak a little bit, that fat can catch on fire. That seems reasonable. But whether it can burn to such a heat to burn bone? I mean, that's really hot. The circumstances and state of the body seemed to flummox the police, who contacted the FBI to investigate further. As well as asking for specific tests on various bits of evidence, Chief of Police J.R. Riot ends the request by saying, quote, we also request any information or theories that could explain how a human body could be so destroyed and the fire confined to such a small area and so little damage done to the structure of the building and the furniture in the room, not even scorched or damaged by smoke. The FBI did do an investigation into the death, and while they agreed that no accelerants or other evidence of a fire starting could be found, they recorded that the fire likely started from an external source and therefore was not a case of so-called spontaneous human combustion. Eventually, Mary Reese's cause of death was given as accidental. Okay. So, I feel like there's got to be a spark, right? Your body's probably not very good at creating enough heat to cause spontaneous, a spontaneous spark, right? Although I feel like we could definitely do it. Like if we got two bones and started rubbing bones together, that's going to get pretty hot, right? And we've got bones inside us. So what if there was a joint that was rubbing in a weird way or something, and you were doing a lot of work with it? That's going to create a lot of friction that could potentially create enough heat to set some fat on fire. Maybe? That's probably well off base, isn't it? But maybe.
Smart.
It doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Another famous case was that of the Pennsylvanian Dr. John Irving Bentley. In December 1966, a man popped round to see Dr. Bentley's meter, and as the 92-year-old was getting on a bit, he said that the meter reader could let himself in. Down in the basement, the man found a pile of ash, could smell something kind of sweet, and could see a light blue smoke. A bit worried, he went upstairs to check on Dr. Bentley and found only Dr. Bentley's right lower leg with slipper attached. Oh my lord, how quickly did this guy burn? When the meter person comes to my house, they're in it for 30 seconds. They're like, hello, they look at the meter, they scan it with some device, and then they leave. How quickly did old Dr. John die? Burn entirety. There was also his walking frame and a hole in the floor. It seems that Dr. Bentley had burned up with such intensity that the fire burned a hole through the floor. The ash in the basement was the cremated remains of the doctor. While it seemed likely that he had set himself alight because he was a pipe smoker, his pipe was actually found in the room next door. Well, maybe he had more than one pipe My granddad had many pipes. I never met him because he died. Probably because he smoked too many pipes. Nah, he died of like some heart condition or something. But my nan had for ages just this like pipe rack, and it was full of different pipes and stuff that he must have smoked. Like a legend. Although it probably wasn't that bright of an idea to smoke if he had a heart condition, did he? Wasn't it? He was a doctor as well. Oh, God. I'm fairly sure it's a picture of the remains of Dr. Bentley that I saw in that book of mine, but I couldn't find a picture online that exactly matched what I thought my memory was. Believe me, I looked at a lot of images that come up for spontaneous human combustion, and wasn't 100% sure if I was in fact remembering the image I'd seen correctly, but this was probably the closest one. Yeah, if you've thought of an image that you saw in your childhood, and you've thought about that, like many times over the years, you're never going to be able to identify that image if you see it again, because you've thought about it so many times that it's changed, like loads of times. You're not going to be able to do it, like with much degree of certainty. One example that was witnessed by someone else happened to be poor Jeannie Saffin in September 1982. While the 61-year-old was sitting in a chair at home in Edmonton, England, her father and brother-in-law witnessed her suddenly burst into flame. While they managed to put it out and get her to a hospital, she died a few days later from conditions arising from her burns. This case is held up as a major example of spontaneous human combustion, as Jeannie was reported to have sparks flashing from her eyes. Her clothes were unburned, and there was no external heat source anywhere near to where she was sitting. Isn't another thing that could potentially cause this? I don't know if it's the case today, but didn't people back in the day, or I mean even today maybe, use like gels, or creams that are flammable? Like they're petroleum-based jellies and stuff. I mean, it's right there in the title. And if you're like rubbing that over your body for like skincare or whatever, you're kind of just rubbing petrol all over your body, aren't you? Which seems a bit risky. The recent example from Ireland, where the coroner gave a verdict of spontaneous human combustion, happened in Galway in December 2010. 76-year-old Michael Flaherty, or possibly Faherty, was found burned to a crisp in his home with no other damage to the room apart from the floor and ceiling directly above and below him. He was lying on his back with his head near a fireplace. A fireplace, you say? Aha! However, thorough investigation of it by fire officers determined that this was not the cause of death. No traces of accelerant or evidence of foul play were found, leading the coroner, Kieran McLaughlin, to record the surprise verdict, quote, "This fire was thoroughly investigated, and I'm left with the conclusion that this fits into the category of spontaneous human combustion, for which there is no adequate explanation." Mate, you can also just like, dunno, somehow we go on fire. You don't... Or just go for it, whatever, I don't mind. Seems to me that he spontaneously human combusted. How it happens, no idea. Some adequate explanations. Come on, people, there must be some reason why these people have gone up in flames. So let's just think about this. If spontaneous human combustion was a real possibility that could happen to practically anybody at any time, why doesn't it happen more often? There have been around 200 reported cases, but a lot of these are pretty anecdotal or have been tacked on, even though the cause of death might have been something else. Although, to play devil's advocate for a second, there are some examples that don't make the tally, as a coroner decided that spontaneous human combustion, or SHC as we'll refer to it, just wasn't a believable explanation. How many more examples would there be of bodies inexplicably bursting into flames if coroners were a bit more open-minded? I have no idea, but my research indicated that at least a couple more could be thrown onto the pile. Still not exactly statistically probably a thing that's going to happen to anyone. I also saw somewhere that if it were possible for humans to spontaneously combust, i.e. catch fire with no external source, then surely there would be the possibility for animals to do it too. And we never see that happening. And there are lots of animals around. I mean, think of all the ants you see. Have you ever seen one go out in a blaze of glory that wasn't induced by a magnifying glass? Surely someone somewhere would have witnessed just one animal self-cremating at some point in time. Not don't all call out at once. Yeah, that's totally fair. That is a really good counterpoint to this. And I'm like quite into this one. I'm like, this seems like a thing. I hope there's a cool scientific explanation why people catch on fire. But it's like, yeah, why aren't all the animals doing it? And maybe it's just people just getting burned by Doesn't that seem more likely? Although, what is causing, like, for it to be such a thorough burning? How does that happen? So anyway, there's no doubt that all these people did in fact catch fire, and their bodies ended up burning a crazy amount, like way more than they should. So let's look at some of the reasons people have thought of over the years to explain how a person's body might set itself on fire. Going way back, one of the common explanations for SHC given was that it was divine, or maybe even supernatural intervention. Wait, That's... For a moment, I was like, did Katie say scientific reasons? No. She just said reasons. So we can still be like, it's God! God did it! You know, old Johnny Briggs was being a mean old miser, so the Lord doth strike him down and reduced him to a pile of ashes with one leg sticking out. Classic Briggs deserved it. Let's face it, if this was a way of striking down evildoers, it probably would be happening a bit more frequently, and to people who are actually known to be evil, rather than just a few random pensioners minding their own business at home. Supernatural or divine intervention aside, is there something going on internally in our bodies that could, in fact, cause us to combust? It's a pretty scary thought, as who knows what's bubbling away inside there. We produce gases, that's true, so is there a chance these gases could somehow ignite and cause us to go up like a Roman candle? You may have witnessed people lighting their farts, for example. Heck, you may even have done it yourself. I thankfully have never been a witness to this tomfoolery, but I do know that it's definitely possible. Yeah, I've never done it myself. I have seen people do it. Yeah, but no, I'm good. Like, one of my fears, I don't know if this is actually a justified thing, is like, and this is also another thing that I was told when I was a kid, and I have no idea if it's true, like, thinking about it, is if you light something on fire, like, I did this until I found out this other thing, like, we'd all light our deodorant cans on fire. So you'd, like, spray it, and then you'd light it, it'd be like a giant flamethrower, you'd scare the shit out of people with it. But then I heard that it can, like, suck back into the can. So you'll be, like, holding it, and then it'll whoosh back into the can and blow the whole thing up in a crazy explosion. And I just always believed that that was possible. And now I'm realizing that's probably not possible, right? So I believed with the farts that if you lit your fart, it could get sucked back inside and blow you up from the inside. It's not really possible, is it? There be methane, oxygen, and hydrogen in your farts, which, if introduced to a source like a cigarette lighter, can briefly be set alight. It's not a great idea to do this, by the way. I just don't think the victims of the so-called SHC were sitting around flagrantly lighting farts in the privacy of their own homes, and it all got way out of hand. Yeah, usually because it's like, well, I was at dinner with my parents, or we were having family dinner, and then I caught on fire. It's like, were you lighting your farts at family dinner? It's like, bruh, it's not a frat house. No. Here's a scary side note, though. In Japan in 2016, a woman was having laser treatment on her cervix. What the is that? I mean, not what cervix is, but laser treatment on it. When a fire started, causing her to get burned. The hospital said that all of their equipment was in working order and blamed the woman for farting, which led to the laser igniting a fire which quickly spread to other material in the operating room. How unlucky was she? I bet people fart all the time, especially in uncomfortable or nerve-wracking situations such as being in an operating room. This is something usually performed under local anesthetics, and maybe she didn't have that much control over the situation. Also, I personally suffer from nervous toot syndrome, NTS, which is something I totally made up, and now it's a real issue. If something's about to happen that I'm a bit worried or nervous about, well, expect a little smell from my general direction. I don't fart when I'm nervous. I just fart all the time. I've probably had a fart during this episode. I'm on some drugs, like statins to keep my cholesterol low because it's too high. And they make me farty. I take another drug. Not like a drug, but it's like this little, it's like wind pills or whatever, just to make me less windy. You're welcome for that, TMI. Usually I can get away with it, but I've just remembered at university I did a weekly radio show, which I was nervous about. Shout out to Just a Phase on URB. Okie dokie. I wish I'd done that. I always regret not doing that. I'm not sure why I didn't, like, do the radio shows at university, like university radio. I think I'd have loved that, and I just, for some reason, never signed up to it. I did, like, drama and acting club and stuff, but I never signed up to a radio. I think I'd really enjoyed radio. This is kind of what I do, in a weird way. There were also at least 2 other people in the very small studio at the time, but luckily we were all friends, so I didn't die of shame every time that happened. Sorry, Katrina. If it was dudes, like, I'll be on a trip with a mate of mine and we'll just be in the car and I'll just let one rip. And if I'm in the driver's seat, I'll hold the windows, like, you know, from the driver's control panel so that they can't, like, wind them down. We're just on the highway, people opening doors and shit. I'll be like, no, child lock's engaged, man. You're not getting out of this one. Okay, so maybe it's not farts causing SHC, but what about the buildup of gases or some sort of internal reaction? It's not plausible. Over half of the body is made up of water, meaning that a fire is not going to be able to start inside you, no matter how many bean burritos you might have eaten. Okay, so look, my watery rubbing bones together thing isn't causing fires. And if we're talking methane buildup, why aren't cows bursting into flame all over the place? There is one theory that maybe a tiny particle called a pyrotron could be the culprit. In a 1995 book called Ablaze, The Mysterious Fires of Spontaneous Human Combustion, what an attention-grabbing title by the way, author Larry Arnold posits that a tiny energy unit called a pyrotron is all around us all the time, but occasionally fuses with human atoms within the body, causing a chain reaction capable of totally burning up a human being in the blink of an eye. All I'm thinking is like, bro, I've never heard of a pyrotron before. It sounds very sciencey, but it sounds like something you might just have made up. Let's see. Before you get all alarmed, there is no evidence for the existence of this pyrotron, and even if there were, it would presumably have happened a lot more often and in front of actual witnesses over the course of history. Wait, I thought there were actual witnesses. Haven't we had cases where people are like, yeah, no, it happened to my mum. It happened to this dude. Or are these kind of like, oh, well, I walked in and it already happened. So is there actually any? It was all so far kind of like, I wasn't directly there sort of situations, right? So, what else is flammable and we come into contact with all the time? How about alcohol? In literary examples especially, it seems that the victims of SHC were generally drinkers, if not full-blown alcoholics. So, does a long period of heavy drinking somehow saturate your cells and make your entire body more likely to catch fire? No, that's not how alcohol works, whether by internal combustion or via an outside source. Not exactly. Drinking alcohol by itself does not cause one to become more flammable. Even if you're saturated in ethanol, it would just burn off, not reduce you to a pile of ashes. One of the earliest founders of organic chemistry, Justus von Liebig. It's unfortunate if you're a scientist and your name is Liebig. Experimented with whether the human body was flammable all the way back in 1851. His conclusion? No, it's not. Anatomical specimens were usually preserved in solutions of 70% ethanol, but when he tried setting them on fire, the ethanol eventually burned off, but the tissues weren't really burnt in any significant way. In a piece by Brian J. Ford for The Microscope, titled Solving the Mystery of Spontaneous Human Combustion, Ford also states that Justus von Liebig, quote, injected ethanol into rats over a prolonged period before trying to set them on fire, but found that even the rats didn't burn. Well, I guess that proves that. Also, what a psycho. Is that what you're doing up this? Injecting rats with ethanol, and then I'm going to set them on fire. Bro, are you a scientist or a sadist? Holy sh**. Alright, I think we've explained that it's unlikely, if not impossible, that a human being can just catch fire spontaneously, i.e. without the introduction of an external source. Putting that aside for the moment, let's now focus on what happens during so-called spontaneous human combustion, i.e. the fact that a body is reduced to ashes in a short space of time, with the exception of the lower legs and sometimes the hands. How is this possible? Does it happen so fast that the victim has no time to get help? Why is it localized to a body while much of the surrounding room remains intact? Are there commonalities between victims that we can point to help with our explanation? What has kept mediocre actor Keanu Reeves on the A-list of late? That's so harsh.
Wow. That is brutal.
That's so harsh, because Keanu Reeves is such a good guy, and I'm not going to comment on his acting, but that's really mean. The answer that covers all these questions is the Wick effect. Hope you got it, Simon. Yes. I don't particularly enjoy the John Wick movies. I'm not sure why. Like, I went to see one, I was just like, not particularly enthralled by it. And I like action movies. Like, I like stupid action movies. Like, I'm a big fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger, so, I mean, stupid action movies are like his thing, and they're great. Except for Terminator, which is a brilliant film. It's not stupid in any way. Yeah, but I don't know why I didn't like John Wick. Anyway, let's move on to the Wick effect. I like your joke as well, Katie. Well done. The Wick effect. Scientists' favorite rebuttal or explanation for the phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion is something called the Wick effect. You might be thinking of a candle wick, and you're correct. You know how a candle burns slowly for extended periods of time, the wick giving the flame something to feed on and the wax melting due to the heat of the flame? Well, given the right circumstances, that's what can happen to a human body. Basically, the Wick effect is when a human body is ignited somehow, with the clothing catching on fire first. If the person remains immobile for whatever reason, the fire will start burning the body, melting the body's fat, and this serves as more fuel for the fire, eventually turning the body to nothing more than ash and maybe a lot of melted fat. This process could take several hours, but could be sped up if there is accelerant on the clothing such as gasoline or spilled spirits, or if the victim has a higher body fat ratio. Overall, the effect of the human candle is a long, slow burn. Okay, so that's human combustion. The only thing we're arguing about is spontaneous here, like what starts the fire. And I'm totally happy to say that it's like not the bones drumming together or whatever stupid idea that I came up with. But it's like, okay, so someone lit a cigarette. Cool. And then the human combustion can still happen with this Wick effect thing. In Brian J. Ford's piece for Microscope, he also suggests that it's actually naturally occurring acetone that is the main culprit in the burning process. Experiments conducted with pig abdomens soaked in acetone and set alight provided an almost immediate fireball, with results mirroring those found in SHC victims, and evidence of a blue flame also reported by some witnesses. While you might be familiar with acetone as nail polish remover, it's also present all over the place, and we breathe it out all the time as fat breaks down in our body. Oh, there you go. I learned something today. Pregnancy may increase acetone levels in the body, and higher amounts may be present in people with diabetes, people who drink alcohol, people on various diets, and people who are just a bit run down. Okay. Acetone can also ignite super easily, even at room temperature. In fact, it has a flash point of minus 17.8 degrees Celsius, that's 0 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it can basically start a fire in an igloo, never mind in your regular furnished home. In case you've been wondering, a crematorium reaches temperatures of over 980 degrees centigrade or 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit to reduce a body to ash in a couple of hours. Whoa, does it take that long? That's crazy. Body temperatures reached during a Wick effect burning aren't quite so high, but the bodies are generally burning for several hours, if not overnight. Yeah, so the ones of it being someone alive and then just like wrapped up in flame and then gone. I'm pretty super skeptical about that, especially when it doesn't cause any damage to the surrounding place, because you're gonna need there's gonna be a crazy amount of energy given off. Fire also prefers to burn upward rather than laterally, which explains why there isn't much damage to other items in the room, even if they're quite near to the victim. Yeah, with a slow burn, sure. Once the fire has consumed the human fuel, it goes out, leaving damage above and below the victim and to whatever the person was sitting on, but rarely traveling to other areas. Think about it. Unless it's a raging inferno with a lot of highly inflammable things next to it, you can get pretty close to a normal fire without fear, unless you have nervous toot syndrome, I guess. So how close have you stood to a fire to toast marshmallows, throw stuff in it, or whatever? Most of the time, the fire stays where it is, and it's actually quite hard to keep alight. Experiments have been done to confirm this Wick effect. Because pigs' bodies are quite close to humans, they are usually first in line to be burned on the pyre in the name of debunking spontaneous human combustion. I'm not against animal testing and all this stuff, and it's like I know we need to test on mice and all of that stuff, but it's like, why are we killing this pig? Oh, well, we're just gonna see if we can spontaneously combust it. It's just a bit unnecessary, isn't it? Can't we use it for bacon or something? It honestly sounds like these people just wanted to have a bit of a hog roast, doesn't it? It's like, what should we do? Well, let's just roast it up. Didn't work, so I guess we're just gonna have to roast this one and then have a delicious lunch. Yes, chaps? In a test for the BBC's QED program in 1998, a dead pig was wrapped in a blanket and set on fire in a furnished room. It actually took a while to get the pig to ignite, but it was left to burn for several hours before being put out. I bet that spelled good. The remains of the pig were comparable to victims of SHC. In the main part of the body was nothing but ash, but the trotters also remained. Also, not much else in the room was damaged apart from a melted TV. So, let's talk about those remaining limbs, the things that haunt anyone who's seen a photo of SHC, never mind actually seeing it in real life. This would be the legs. There are quite a few different photos of SHC victims online, and in every one you can see at least one leg or foot completely untouched. So, how is this possible? Well, there are a couple of things going on here. As previously stated, fire burns upwards, so if it starts in the middle of the body somewhere, by the time it's reached the top, all the useful body fat has been consumed. Typically, people's legs don't have as much fat, and hands and feet especially are just skin and bone, not giving the fire anything to feed on. Also, it could be that as the fire burns through the legs higher up, the lower legs drop off, becoming the only unidentifiable sign that a human was ever there. That's up. That's so dark suddenly. Can we link most of the cases with several common factors that can help us explain this phenomenon better? Why? Yes, we can. Oh, we're decoding this. And I went into this being like, I'm open to it. And now I'm like, it's getting decoded so hard. Most of the reported cases occur in people older, let's say 60 plus. Most of the cases happened when the victim was alone in their own home or room. Most of the victims were not paragons of a healthy lifestyle, having been known smokers, having been witnessed having a tipple the night before, or with known medical conditions. In most cases, the victim does not appear to have actively sought help. In many cases, an external fire source was near the victim, such as a fire in the fireplace, a cigarette lighter, matches, etc. Exactly. Spontaneous. No. There needs to be an ignition source. Let's decode a little further. We can explain all these SHC cases by saying that an external ignition source, whether that be a cigarette, open fire, even a spark from static electricity, caused the victim to catch fire, and due to their immobility and other conditions such as body fat content, clothing material, etc., they eventually became the aforementioned grisly human candle. But why wouldn't they be running around beating those flames out like a mad person? Well, maybe they were already dead, or at least unconscious. I mean, think about it. An elderly woman sits down in her favorite chair with a nighttime cigarette, has a stroke or a heart attack, and drops the cigarette and turns into a human candle. There's nothing left to autopsy, so the cause of death cannot be determined. Even if the person is still alive, or when the burning starts, the rising smoke and flames would soon render them unconscious or dead pretty fast. And this is all extremely reasonable. So why did that Irish coroner, why was he like spontaneous human combustion? Why not just say human combustion, probably caused by a dropped cigarette or a spark from static electricity, something, not spontaneous. Decoding SHC. Alright, we had some examples of SHC at the beginning of the episode. Let's get further info on them in case you were holding out that they were genuinely inexplicable mysteries. We'll start with a fire-breathing knight, Polonus Vorstius. Yeah, this was also ages ago, and people in the past were really bad at writing down history and stuff, so I'm pretty happy to kind of write this one off anyway. You're also breathing fire. Come on, he's not a dragon. Don't be silly. Old Maximus here. Well, this happened so long ago that we can't exactly rely on the story to be accurate. Exactly. Also, it didn't even appear anywhere until around 1614, nearly 200 years later. So yeah, not exactly a contemporary account. How about the 18th century Countess Cornelia Zangari? She left quite a gross mess for a maid to clean up, if you recall. Oh yes, the spoiled linens. Oh no. There were candles in her room, and she had reportedly felt dull and heavy earlier that evening. Her bed cover was thrown back, so she may have felt unwell, got up in the night and passed out or died, coming into contact with a lit candle on the way down and slowly melting all night long. In the case of Mary Resser, no accelerants were found, and the strange circumstances of a cremated body with not much damage to the rest of the apartment caused the chief police to call the FBI. There were blankets and stacks of newspapers near Mary that remained untouched. Paint on the wall behind her was not damaged. Ball lightning was thrown into the mix as a possible cause of death, but it's never been considered that likely. Wait, I thought ball lightning wasn't a thing. Ball lightning is a real thing! Okay, never mind.
Okay.
But it only happens very rarely, and there was no evidence that it had entered Mary's apartment, as the window would have been broken. What the f*** is ball lightning? Is entering apartments through breaking windows? What the f***? Gotta do a video about that. Also, investigators found no evidence of faulty or fried electrics or anything that may have started the fire, but it's actually quite easily explained if you take the landlady's report into account. Okay, then let's go. Pansy Carpenter popped in to see Mary Reeser on the evening before her body was discovered. She said that Mary had told her she was a bit upset over something and had taken 2 Seconal tablets. Don't know what that is. I guess it's about to be explained in the next sentence, isn't it? Why do I even say these things? This is a sleep medication, and Mary also apparently said that she might take 2 more later. So basically, she was going to pretty much go out cold. Fucking hell. So what are you up to tonight? You're going to take 4 sleeping pill tablets and pass out cold, brother. Like, Jesus, just go to sleep. I know. Haha. Some people struggle to sleep. Don't be a dick. Yes, okay. Don't take 4 sleeping pills, though. Don't get addicted to that. She was also wearing a nightgown made of rayon. During the FBI investigation, they found something that they thought was probably the melted remains of a cigarette lighter. There we go. So Mary had been smoking, dozed off, and dropped the lit cigarette on her nightgown. Rayon burns slightly slower than cotton, so this would have been perfect conditions for the Wick effect to take place. Jesus, there's another reason not to take 4 sleeping pills, and have a cigarette, or just in general, because you'll be burning to death and you won't even wake up. That's terrifying. Don't take that many sleeping pills. Always take enough sleeping pills that you can be like, in an emergency, be like, oh, okay, I'll just get out of here. Dr. John Bentley was next on the list. He was a known pipe smoker, and while his pipe was found in a different room to his body, it's not impossible that he got lit embers on his clothes without immediately realizing. Maybe he had dozed off while smoking in bed, and he woke up to find himself alight. He left the room, but before being overcome by smoke, going into shock, falling, or coincidentally dying from another cause. He also would usually have matches on him somewhere, so these would have contributed to the fire. Regarding Jeannie Saffin, she had witnesses to a supposed spontaneous human combustion episode. Okay, that's the witnessed one. Okay. Her brother-in-law and father claimed that there was no heat or fire sources anywhere near her, and that her clothes were mysteriously unburned. This tidbit comes from a book called The Entrancing Flame by John Hamer. However, it was related by Jeannie's brother-in-law over a decade after the event, so sounds super reliable. That was sarcasm, by the way. Really? In a written report made at the time of her death, her brother-in-law had stated that her clothes were definitely burnt. Okay, well, that is a more reliable contemporary report right there. Police responding to the scene also reported removing burnt clothing. While the source of the fire has never been definitively proven, Jeannie's father was a pipe smoker, and apparently a window near Jeannie was open. If a lit ember had landed on her clothing, the breeze could have fed it, and her nylon outfit would have gone up, causing severe burns. Clothes are not flammable these days, right? Like, if we get an ember on our clothes, they're not going to suddenly catch on fire. We sorted that out, right? Like beds and stuff and couches. They've all got to meet these, like, fire codes. And, like, cigarettes. If you drop a cigarette now, it doesn't burn stuff, right? Because they changed how cigarettes work or something to stop house fires, which is why there aren't that many house fires. Although, an apartment down my street caught fire. There was I'm always like, there's not that many fires, and I suppose the only fire I've ever seen or been aware of near to me, except when my parents... When I was a kid, we had this big hedge all the way around the border of the property. So the house like sat in the middle, and then there was this big hedge that would go all the way around. Like, maybe it was just on like the bottom side of the garden, but it caught fire when I was a kid. I barely remember it. It was just like a story told years later. And the fire brigade had to come around to put out this hedge which had caught on fire. It was like some really super hot summer and everything was super dry or something. And yeah, and they let me use a fire hose, which I don't remember, but apparently I enjoyed. There we go. Fun aside, Simon. Let's move on.
Next.
While she was 61 years old, Jeannie had the mental age of a child, so she may not have been able to respond quickly enough to her situation to understand what was happening until it was too late. She also didn't display the traditional characteristics of SHC, as there wasn't enough time for the Wick effect to take place. A police officer on the scene, however, thought that SHC could be the reason for her catching fire, and her family then brought this up with the coroner. The policeman said that maybe it was spontaneous human combustion. And the coroner will be like, yes, and that's why he's a policeman. And I'm a coroner. How did that go? He probably didn't say that because it would make him look like a total penis. But let's see. He was a no-nonsense sort of guy, however, and said, I sympathise with you, but I cannot put down SHC because there is no such thing. I will have to put down misadventure or open verdict. He ended up going with misadventure. That is how I want to die. Misadventure. Like, what happened to him? Misadventure. Or like the other one, horseplay. He was just around and died. I imagine that's what the parkour guys get, right? You know when they fall off the building, what happened to him? Misadventure. Horseplay. Jeannie's brother-in-law also stated that her father's pipe was unlit and had fresh tobacco in it, presumably to discount this as a source for the fire. If it had fresh tobacco in it, though, doesn't that mean that it had been smoking it before? Maybe the men knew very well the source of the blaze and just felt so guilty that they tried to plaster blame onto pseudo-scientific explanation of SHC. Yeah, sadly possible, isn't it? Now on to the most recently called case of SHC, Michael Flaherty. I mean, surely the fire in the fireplace is the smoking gun here, so to speak. I don't know how the coroner investigators managed to rule it out, and there are a number of ways in which the man could have set himself alight. Maybe he tried to retrieve something that accidentally fell in. Maybe some burning coal or wood fell out. Maybe he accidentally fell or passed very close to the fire, then regained consciousness and moved further away, only to collapse again. All incredibly reasonable explanations which the police and coroner just didn't seem to consider for some bizarre reason, dudes. If there was some physical connection between his body and the fire, it would probably have been burned up, leaving no obvious trace. Or maybe he just set himself alight with a cigarette after having a medical episode. Spontaneous human combustion. Should I be worried? If you're still concerned about the possibility of SHC happening to you, let's go through a quick checklist. Are you over the age of 60? This appears to happen to older people more frequently. Do you live alone? This is probably a biggie, as I'm sure many more cases of SHC would have cropped up if a friend or family member hadn't been around to quickly help extinguish an accidental clothing fire. Do you smoke or have an open fireplace? The good news for me, no, no, and no. If you answered no to all 3 questions, congratulations, you have a 0% chance of dying from spontaneous human combustion in your home. Actually, if you answered yes to any of the questions, you also have a 0% chance of dying of spontaneous human combustion in your home. I also think that smoke detectors could probably help a lot of so-called SHC cases in their tracks, as neighbours may be alerted earlier in the proceedings. Most of the famous cases covered happened in an era before smoke detectors were the norm. As I grew up, the threat of SHC receded from my mind, and indeed I no longer believe it is a valid cause of death. Plus, I currently live in the USA, so I've got far more things to worry about than my innards suddenly combusting. Harsh. Basically, flammable clothing plus external ignition source plus lack of movement from the victim can equal the Wick effect, with an almost totally burned up body apart from some practically untouched extremities. I feel like the biggest takeaway from the episode today is don't smoke. So let's wrap up with a quote from forensic pathologist Roger Bard, who says, "The reality is that people combust, but not spontaneously." What a relief, thanks Roger. Spontaneous human combustion. One less thing to worry about. Yeah, kind of like I said, I started this one kind of thing. Maybe this is a thing. But no, human combustion is a thing. There's just nothing spontaneous about it. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode things, ghost passengers, the haunted taxi cabs of Japan. If you're new to the show, welcome. This is a skeptical show. Did I tell this story before? I always wanted to call, or I thought about calling this channel like Skeptic something or other, you know, like this. But then I felt that word's got such negative connotations, even though that's clearly what I am. It's sort of a skeptic show where we look at things through a bit of a skeptical lens. You're probably not new here, so I'm explaining this for about 4 new people who are watching. Hello guys, thanks for being here. If this is your first episode, we're not off to a storming start, are we? The format of the show is Danny. One of my writers has written me a script. I've never read this before. I've never heard of ghost taxi cabs. Probably because they're not real.
Stop, baby, stop. It's not real. It's fake, okay?
Just jump in, shall we? Thank you, Danny. It's hard not to take offense when you feel that you're engaging in pleasant conversation with a stranger only to find out they make a suspiciously swift exit as soon as you turn your back for a second to pick up another cocktail sausage. I hate this sort of thing, where you're at some like party or whatever, or some event, and there's like, you're just talking to someone and then you just end up and you're just like, I don't know, I like people. I'm quite an extroverted person. Like, I'll just go and chat and have a little bit of a convo with someone.
Hey.
But there's some times where you're just like, I just don't want to do this. I just don't want to... Oh, hello.
A little longer than a few minutes.
It only happens to be about 3 times a week, 4 max. What? See, I've gone on a ramble and got a delivery since, about talking to someone and then they turn their back. I don't know, I'm like, oh great, they've left. It evolves into a bigger problem when the disappearing stranger was meant to be your taxi passenger and they vanished into thin air before paying their fare. But what was the Japanese city of... Oh god, Ishinomaki. But why was the Japanese city of Ishinomaki recently struck by an epidemic of ghost taxi passengers who didn't realize they were dead before climbing into the cab? Can the other reports of mysterious ghostly visitors and disturbing spirit possessions in the local area be put down to pranks, hallucinations, or something else buried far deeper within the beliefs and culture of a largely non-religious nation? And how did one of the deadliest natural disasters in Japanese history lead to further haunting consequences in which families apparently lost relatives who had died many, many years ago? Danny, what are you talking about? I'm already lost. There's a disaster, there's ghosts, there's taxis. Danny, what's happening? Stay seated, and I'll get the meter running. I would never have fancied being a late-night taxi driver in the UK. It's one thing dealing with the general public in the harsh glare of sunlight when most customers are still reasonably sober, but it's quite another to deal with them on Saturday night when they're pissed out of their heads and prone to either starting a fight or vomiting in the glove compartment. Yeah, dude. Fortunately, somehow... I've never thrown up in a taxi. At least that I remember. But I'm pretty sure I never have. But surely this must happen all the time. Because, I don't know, the number of times I've been like, hey, let's go home, and get in a taxi. And then you're really drunk. And I don't get travel sick. Okay, that's not true. I get terribly travel sick on boats for some reason. But cars, I'm fine. But people get travel sick and people get drunk sick. And then combine those. It's like, surely this must happen all... Like, if you're a taxi driver on a Saturday night, isn't it kind of a guarantee that at least 1 or 2 people are going to throw up in your taxi? It sounds horrible. I always tried to be polite and cheerful to the troubled taxi drivers in my neighborhood, and I only ever got thrown out of the vehicle once. I've also never been thrown out of a taxi. After a boozy night, at least, it's always one of those things you got to caveat, as far as I can remember, because I've definitely taken taxi journeys and been like, how did I get home last night? I'm in bed, wow! Oh, God. After a boozy night out, I was sitting in the backseat and smoking a cigarette. Either you're really drunk, Daddy, or this is in the past. Whilst attempting to flick the ash out of the window, but I didn't quite realise the window was shut. And so I was effectively just stubbing out the cigarette on the glass. I have thrown up in a car, not a taxi, but I don't know, I must have been like 16 or 17. And one of my mates, we were coming home from the pub, and I was particularly off my face. And, my mate's parents were dropping me off at home, being like, the boys have had a bit too much to drink. And yeah, I threw up inside their car, and it was like a new... I think it was a Range Rover. I was like, there's windows open. Oh, the window's not open. I'm sorry. Oh, God, I sound like a right alcoholic. It has been a very long time since I've been that drunk. As sparks started buzzing across the interior like a cloud of angry fireflies, the driver got all grumpy and told me in no uncertain terms that my journey was over. Ah, Danny, what are you doing smoking inside a taxi? When was that last? I can't remember that being legal in my lifetime. And I know Danny's a bit older than me, but wow, when was that? It never happened again. In contrast, I can remember one acquaintance of mine who used to be a taxi driver's nightmare. His party trick was to wait until the taxi had arrived at the destination and then quickly scarper without paying. Oh, that's the worst though. What? That's like you've not had too much to drink. That's like you're a... It wasn't a very well thought out trick though. The taxi driver usually just had to get out and follow the guy to his own front door and then collect the fare. I did once ask the guy why he didn't at least ask the taxi driver to drop him off a few blocks away from his own house, that it wasn't immediately obvious where he lived. The guy looked at me like I was an idiot and responded that he wasn't prepared to walk the last stretch on foot after he'd gone all the trouble of booking a bloody taxi. Of course. How silly of me. However, whilst the life of a British taxi driver may have been challenging, it perhaps pales in comparison to the challenges faced by a taxi driver in Ishinomaki in the 2010s, when a typical deceased passenger would ask to be taken to a location that no longer existed before blinking out of sight from the rearview mirror. Well, if you're a taxi driver, someone gets in the car and it's like, take me to John's house. And it's like, well, mate, John's house doesn't exist anymore. And you're like, okay. So that's it. End of conversation. Like, you're not driving around forever, are you? What's going on? But before we embark on this strange journey, we first need to remember the tragic events of 2011, which led to so many of the usual destination points getting wiped completely from them. It started with an earthquake, centered in the Pacific Ocean around 45 miles east of Tohoku. The undersea megathrust earthquake. Jesus, megathrust sounds like it's a megathrust earthquake. People are going to die. You know it. It's called a megathrust. It's either death or something sexual.
What?
And it shook the earth for a full 6 minutes. The 9.1 magnitude earthquake was the most powerful since records began in 1900 and the largest to ever hit Japan. The force of the earthquake triggered a terrifying tsunami which traveled up to 6 miles inland in many places. The waves hit speeds of more than 435 miles per hour and reached heights of 133 feet, destroying everything in their path. And just when you thought Japan was having an already pretty bad day, the tsunami then triggered a cooling system failure in the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, which led to the meltdown of 3 of the plant's reactors, releasing radiation into the atmosphere. Yeah, I remember watching this on the news and while this was happening, and it was like the Japanese people were giving like a press conference or whatever. It was like, we're quite concerned about the tsunami's effect on a nuclear power station to the north. We're sure everything's fine. And then I remember watching that being like, it's not fine, is it? It's not going to be fine. This sounds like bad news. And then it was. The subsequent contaminated danger zone spread over a total of 12 miles and saw 150,000 citizens evacuated from their homes. The cleanup operation continues to this day. Tens of thousands of homes were destroyed by the tsunami in a single day, along with schools, hospitals, roads, and railways. The World Bank estimated that the total economic cost was in the region of $235 billion, making it the most expensive disaster in history. That is an extraordinary amount of money. That's an impact on a GDP, that amount of money. But it was the cost of human life that will never be forgotten as Japan faced its heaviest death toll since the dropping of the atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The Tohoku disaster claims 19,759 lives, with an additional 2,553 people still officially missing. And today, well over 200,000 citizens are still living in makeshift temporary accommodation after their homes were destroyed. That was a bad disaster. I'm recording this just after the earthquakes hit Turkey and Syria, and maybe a couple of weeks, week and a half after, and 50,000 people are confirmed dead already. That's an extraordinary, terrible disaster. Although, the one that always strikes me as people just don't seem to be quite aware of how disastrous it was the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami, which killed 250,000 people, which is just... I mean, you look at this, the Japanese tsunami, and you think, yeah, and the 2004 one, they're in the same ballpark. They're not. That other one killed nearly 15 times as many people. 12 times as many people. It's just it was just an incredible disaster. One of the, and I mean, I know it feels a little bit tasteless to rank disasters, but it always just surprises me. People just don't seem to remember just how bad that one was. One of the hardest hit areas was the city of Ishinomaki in the Miyagi Prefecture. The coastal city, surrounded by mountains and rivers, is known for its commercial fishing, but is often regarded as a forgotten backwater of Japan that hasn't progressed at quite the same pace as the majority of the nation. Sounds kind of nice, to be honest, like a little fishing village out there where time forgots. They don't have Instagram. I mean, they probably do. It's probably full of people with Instagram taking pictures of this little Japanese fishing village, isn't it? Oh, God. Sometimes I just want to go and live in the woods like that Unabomber dude. I mean, live in the woods without making of all the bombs and stuff. Just, chilling out there, away from the internet and everything like that. And I know that's kind of counterintuitive, because obviously what I do is I make a living on the internet. But sometimes you're just like, it's all a bit too much, isn't it? Can't we just go live in the forest and chop down trees and make a wood thing? And my family be like, no, what are you talking about? We don't want to do that. Are you insane?
Why are you crazy?
And it's like, no, I've just really recently been really enjoying this little piece of writing called Industrial Society and Its Future. The locals have something of a reputation for not making a fuss, not voicing their minds, and not speaking up for themselves. It may be an undeserved reputation rooted in ignorant stereotyping, but a typical citizen of Ishinomaki is often perhaps unkindly described as reluctant to express their true feelings, preferring instead to keep a lid on their emotions and quietly get on with their lives without making a song or a dance about everything. This little Japanese village and the UK. Stiff upper lip. Even the most emotionally reserved person in the world would have had a hard time keeping a stiff upper lip following the impact of the disaster on Ishinomaki. Nearly half of the entire city was flooded, 29,000 people lost their homes, and well over 3,000 residents were killed, including 74 young children who weren't evacuated quickly enough from the small local village school. We'll return to the story of Akawa Primary School a little bit later on. But whilst the events of that tragic day are still likely to haunt Japan far into the future as a gradual rebuilding of a battered region continues today, a haunting of a more specific kind was to plague the city of Ishinomaki throughout the next decade, when it appeared that some of the many victims of the disaster were still trying to get a ride home. Ghostly activity of many different forms and spectres was first reported within the first few months of the disaster, and the most widely reported was that of phantom taxi passengers who were never likely to offer much in the way of a tip. But the reported strange activity rumbled ominously onwards for several more years, actually growing in intensity rather than quietly fading away. And it wasn't until 2016 that a sociology student decided that the specific cases of the phantom taxi passengers warranted a detailed investigation. Dr. Kiyoshi Kanabishi is a senior professor of sociology at the Tohoku Gakuin University. I'm sorry, Japanese people, but I'm not trying that hard. I'm attempting. I'm not looking up at it or anything. The pronunciations, I mean. I know I'm butchering them all. It's okay. Don't worry about it. He strongly encourages every student to come up with an original topic for their senior thesis. One such female student by the name of Yuka Kudu came up with a paper called The Awakened Spiritual Earthquake Studies, for which she spent a whole year traveling to Ishinomaki almost every day to track down local taxi drivers who may have picked up passengers from another plane. She apparently spoke to well over 100 taxi drivers throughout the course of the year, and always kicked things off with the opening question, did you have any unusual experiences after the disaster? I like that it's sociology people researching this, because if it was, you know, Ghost Hunters or the History Channel or whoever, you'd be like, oh god, we're about to be in for a whole lot of nonsense. But when it's sociology, you know they're going to be looking at the underlying causes for people actually seeing these things, like stress and all of this stuff. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the taxi drivers were less than forthcoming. In fact, many of them seemed upset that they were being asked such a question, whilst others turned outright angry and told Yuka where to get off. But 7 taxi drivers were ultimately coaxed into opening up to Yuka, and although their independent experiences were separated by miles and months, their stories were remarkably similar. Perhaps the most eerie tale was that of a taxi driver who claims to have picked up a young woman from the transport station who was wearing an unseasonal winter coat. After climbing into the back of the cab, the young woman asked the driver to take her to the Minamihama district, a fairly small area outside of the central city. The driver found this to be a baffling request. He wouldn't have batted an eyelid a few years earlier, but the issue was now that most of this district had been wiped out by the disaster, leaving little more than a barren shell. He asked the passenger if she was sure she wanted to be taken to such a desolate place, pointing out that there was nothing there anymore. There was a long, haunting pause before the passenger spoke again, this time in a trembling voice, and she now appeared in a state of confusion as she quietly wailed, "Have I died?" When the driver turned around, the woman had disappeared. Yuka heard other similar stories in which the drivers actually started up their meters and made the full trip before realizing that something wasn't quite right. In one example, the passenger asked to be taken to the local mountain park, but refused to verbally elaborate on his request, simply pointing desperately forwards whenever prompted for directions. After the driver reached the destination and turned around for payment, the passenger had vanished. On another occasion, a taxi driver had taken a passenger to a residential address, but discovered on arrival that the house had been reduced to rubble during the disaster. The bewildered driver turned around and asked the passenger if he was sure he'd got the right address, but he realized that he was now talking to himself. These feel like ghost stories. I want some evidence. I'm so skeptical.
What fucking evidence do you have?
Let's carry on. The stories from all 7 drivers contained subtle differences, but they all shared startlingly similar themes. The passengers were always young, they were always wearing winter clothing, and often appeared to be drenched even though it was a hot, sunny day. And they always disappeared into thin air after requesting to be taken to a place that no longer existed in the aftermath of Tohoku Disaster. The implication would seem to be that these young passengers were victims of the disaster, still wearing their drenched clothing and still trying to get back home safely without fully realizing that they'd already perished. And this begs the question, why did it take a whole year for Yuka to interview just 7 taxi drivers? Yeah, it feels like, okay, she went out to interview most of them, and she's like, look how many it is, 7 of them. It's like, yeah, but how many did you ask? And how many just told you to go away, or didn't have any experience at all? I hope her thesis contained something else of note, otherwise it sounds like she was just taking the piss. Apparently she graduated with flying colours though, so I guess there's hope for us all. Another question pops into my mind. Why were these traveling ghosts only ever bothered about catching a taxi? Why weren't any of them spotted in trying to catch a bus or a train or riding a bike or driving their own car? Why weren't any of them observed just wandering out of the greengrocer's holding a fresh cabbage? I suppose the reason could be that you don't hear too many ghost stories relating to buses and bicycles and cabbages, whereas the concept of phantom taxi passengers feels more like a modern take on the old urban legend of the vanishing hitchhiker, which could have inspired or influenced the taxi drivers in some way. That seems likely. I don't know the vanishing hitchhiker though. I assume it's got something to do with a vanishing hitchhiker. I feel like this is one of those things where it's like there's just rumors going around with the taxi drivers, and there's like ghost stories, and then one of them's like, yeah, that happened to me too. And you're like, the other guys are like, really? And he's like, yeah, definitely. And then someone else is like, yeah, me 3. And these, like, just legends and ghost stories spread, because that's what ghost stories do. The oldest version of the European tale stretched back hundreds of years. Oh, we're going to learn about the vanishing hitchhiker. That's nice. A traveler on horseback would kindly pick up passengers, scrounging a lift to the next town, only for the strangely silent passenger to mysteriously disappear before the journey was complete, often leaving behind a personal item such as a scarf or a purse to indicate that the whole thing hadn't just been a vivid hallucination or a bad acid trip. As the years rolled on, the horses and wagons of old evolved into cars and taxis, but the general theme of the story remained the same, and was often told around campfires and pub tables as a true story. One of the most famous versions involves a driver picking up a mysterious young girl on a highway who asks to be taken home. But upon arriving at the address, the girl has disappeared, and the relatives at home tell the driver that the girl died in a tragic accident many years ago. Oh, I've heard that one. That's an urban legend that I'm familiar with. This is just the Japanese version of that, and it's sort of a modern urban legend, like the people having their kidneys removed and waking up in the bathtub full of ice, which apparently has never happened, despite all the urban legends about it. Another twist to the tale, which became particularly popular during the 20th century, was the addition of a double prophecy element into the mix, one of which becomes true during the course of the story, adding weight to the other prediction of an upcoming major global event. So, for example, a lone hitchhiker or taxi passenger is unable to pay the driver in money, but they offer a tantalizing glimpse into the future instead. Oh my god, that sounds real. Shortly before vanishing from sight, they tell the driver that he'll find a dead body in his car by the end of the day, and that the second coming of Jesus is imminent. What? Oh my god. Like, how is there going to be a dead body in my taxi by the end of the day? How's that going to happen? Later that same day, on his way home, the driver witnesses a terrible car accident and takes it upon himself to rush a seriously injured victim to hospital, but the victim dies on the back seat before they reach their destination, fulfilling the first prophecy. The seriously spooked driver then starts going to church in preparation for the comeback of Jesus. Again, variations on this tale of the vanishing prophet were often presented as true stories designed to send chills up the spines of listeners and convince them that an earth-shattering event was just around the corner, such as a global pandemic, the outbreak of the Third World War, or a new Simon Whistler channel dedicated to fancy dress costumes for pet cats. I mean, we'll get there eventually.
You'll see. Just wait till we're there.
These urban ghost stories have always proven to be particularly popular in Japan, where homebrewed spin-offs have evolved over the years, including the tale of a driverless phantom taxi which cruised the late-night streets surrounding the Imperial Palace in 1931. Anyone unfortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the ghost cab would be dead within 2 days. So, there does appear to be a long-established relationship between taxis and ghosts, and it's a relationship which is very much alive and kicking in Japan. In fact, taxi ghost stores are a thriving industry in Japan, offering paying punters the opportunity to hitch a cab to some of the country's most haunted spots and hear the accompanying chilling stories firsthand from the drivers who experience ghostly visitations from beyond the grave. Bearing all of this in mind, it could be the case that some Japanese taxi drivers are just expected to have at least one ghost story in them, just as every professional stunt performer is expected to share at least one story in which they broke every bone in their body after accidentally setting themselves on fire and falling through a plate of glass. It goes with the territory. However, the sociology student Yuka Kudo believes that the taxi drivers might have been telling the truth. Yeah, telling the truth, like, obviously there's no ghosts, because ghosts aren't real, but they could be traumatized from this horrific event that happened. She says, young people feel strong chagrin at their deaths when they cannot meet the people they love. As they want to convey their bitterness, they may have chosen taxis as a medium to do so. Wait, what? What? I thought we weren't ghost hunters. You're a sociology student. Do some science. Why are you a medium? This is some mega. You got flying colors? You just making shit up. It's like, oh yeah, how's that happen? Ghosts. First class degree. What is this nonsense? What are you talking about? You've disappointed me greatly.
Stupid.
The university professor, Dr. Kiyoshi Kanabishi, has made it clear that he doesn't believe in ghosts. Good man, but noted the Yuka study included physical records which supported the claims of the drivers to some degree. Oh, she did she? Let's see about that. Whenever these drivers started the meter, they immediately became responsible for the fare. If a passenger disappears into a puff of smoke without paying, the driver then has to cover the total cost racked up on the meter out of his own pocket. Well, of course he does. He's the he has to pay for the costs of the taxi. Oh wait, do they work for like a taxi company and then he has to pay it? That's some Who came up with that? That is a move by a company right there. You can see why they do it, but it's very. How about just, I don't know, like I've mentioned it a few times, capitalism, fine, but don't be a. This is a very move. All this is recorded on the driver's logs, and these physical records appear to corroborate the stories. Whenever a driver claimed to have taken a ghost passenger to a location that no longer existed, the date and time matched up with a log entry which confirmed that an unpaid fare was covered by the driver. If they were playing pranks, it was costing them. But these logs hardly count as concrete proof, and it could be argued that there's a fundamental problem with the whole thesis. None of these taxi drivers are named, and so there's no opportunity for any kind of follow-up interviews or further investigation. A brutal skeptic might even go so far as to say that you could just made up the whole thing to impress the professor with the original topic that he was pestering her to come up with, and she spent most of the year relaxing down in the outdoor hot spring spa. That's remarkably specific, Danny. Yeah, someone might say that, obviously. It wouldn't be us, but someone might draw that conclusion that she just made this shit up, maybe. Someone's making stuff up somewhere because ghosts are not real. Besides, if an infestation of dead spirits really had descended into the taxi ranks of Ishinamaki, why had nobody thought to install video cameras into the taxis to catch out the fair, dodging, cadaverous culprits? Yeah, don't they have cameras? Surely taxis have security cameras in them. Sure, like, if you've got one of those dash cameras, wouldn't you just twist it around and just be like, watch the passengers? Aren't you more likely to have trouble with passengers as a taxi driver than you are to have with driving? Also, why not just have two? Just have one facing forward and one facing backwards. And people would be like, I don't like being filmed. It's like, okay, get out of the taxi then, get another taxi. Surely they have cameras these days for safety and, like, making sure people pay.
Cut the cameras. Dead ass.
Shuffling off this mortal coil is no excuse in my book for scampering when it's time to foot the bill. Dead or alive, it's sheer bad manners. Oh, pull back up for another second, though. In the very same year Yuka submitted her thesis, press reports from around the world got into a frenzy when they suggested that a taxi ghost had indeed been caught on camera. Not on camera inside the actual taxi, but on CCTV footage monitoring an unnamed taxi rank somewhere in Japan. The black and white footage, which quickly went viral, shows a man heading towards a white cab and climbing inside the vehicle, but he's followed by an eerie shadow shape, which also seems to pass through the taxi's doors. That just sounds like an artifact on the video. It seems as if neither the driver nor the male passenger is aware of the third presence hitching a ride. Some have suggested that if you zoom in and squint really hard, then you can then start making things up in your own overheated imagination. The dark shape looks not entirely dissimilar to a hunched, ghostly, long-haired woman in a black robe with a hood. The newspapers running the story typically went with a headline along the lines of, "Is this the long-awaited proof that tsunami taxi ghosts exist?" No. Well, I'm going to stick my neck out on this one and say that no, it's not. We know very little about the exact source and location of the recording, and it's more than likely that the grainy, low-quality footage has been digitally edited and not even in a particularly compelling way. I would at least had the ghostly, hunched woman give a cheeky thumbs up to the camera as she sneaks into the back of the taxi. It's almost certainly an unconvincing prank, but is that true of the whole saga of the tsunami taxi ghosts in general? All we have to go on so far is a thesis that includes contributions and physical logs from anonymous taxi drivers. But for what it's worth, I don't think anyone was pissing about here. We often hear wacky tales from individuals who claim to have been abducted by UFOs and anally probed by aliens from the planet Flutterwinkle, and they're usually dismissed as fictional nonsense made up by people who are desperate for attention. And we often hear slightly implausible stories from recently bereaved family members who are convinced that their drunk Uncle Jack sent them a message from the afterlife in the form of an empty bottle of White Lightning cider blowing about the graveyard during the funeral service. But I don't think anyone was seeking attention in this case. Quite the opposite, in fact, as the vast majority of taxi drivers approached by Yuka didn't want to talk about it. And I believe the thesis to be a genuine study which featured contributions from real people who were hardly in the mood for playing games. Alright then, Danny, how do you explain it? But before we move on to the reasons why, it's important to note that this ghostly activity wasn't exclusively kicking off in the taxi ranks. Richard Lloyd Parry is a British journalist and editor of the Tokyo-based The Times of London paper, and he's lived in Japan for over 20 years and reported extensively on the Tohoku Disaster. Wait, there's a paper in Tokyo called The Times of London. Okay.
Wow.
In 2017, he wrote a book entitled Ghosts of the Tsunami, for which he spent a great deal of time traveling around Tohoku and talking to survivors of the tragedy. Despite the title, the scope of the book wasn't exclusively limited to ghosts of the spiritual kind. It also encompassed the spectre still hanging over the community in the face of perceived political failures, bureaucratic mistakes, unanswered questions, cover-ups, and occasional baffling decisions made when the crisis first struck. Yeah, because he's a journalist. This sounds like a really good book that's talking about the aftermath of a major disaster and the effects it has on society, rather than, oh, there's ghosts in taxis! It's like the quality stuff. Not what we do on this channel where we talk about ghosts in taxis. Just accidentally all over my own channel there, aren't I? The most upsetting example of the latter relates to the total of 75 children who died whilst in school on the day of the disaster, and the fact that 74 of those were all from the same little Okawa primary school in Ishinomaki. The school had been made aware of the arrival of the tsunami. There were even regular warnings being yelled through loudspeakers on passing trucks, urging everyone to evacuate to higher ground immediately, as the whole area was about to get consumed. Yet the school responded by keeping everyone inside for a full 45 minutes before finally deciding to make a move that came far too late, resulting in the deaths of 74 children, along with 10 teachers. What are you doing just sitting there and waiting for the tsunami to come? You know it's coming. There's no early warning system. It's remarkable that we have the technology to do that. Why are you ignoring it? The authorities initially seemed hesitant to even address this and preferred to brush it under the carpet, hoping that nobody would bring it up again. It wasn't such an outlandish hope in a nation where people still cling on to the historical notion that anyone who dares to question the official doctrine is just dismissed as a nuisance hell-bent on stirring up trouble. That wasn't our role this time, though. Following rare scenes of bereaved Japanese parents speaking their minds to local officials at public meetings and demanding answers for the inexplicable actions of the school, the families of 23 of the children sued Ishinomaki City and Miyagi Prefecture in a case that rumbled on for a couple of years. The presiding judge of the district court ultimately found the school to be responsible for the deaths and ordered the city and prefecture to pay compensation totaling the equivalent of just under $13 million, which is not that much. How many children was it? 75 children, 13 million divided 75 ways, basically. That's not that much money. Although it's the story that forms the beating heart of Richard Lloyd Parry's book on the lingering ghosts of Japan's historical state-centered ideology, he also takes the time to explore the more traditional breed of spooky ghost when he pops into a traveling monk cafe on a tour of Tohoku. Reverend Taiyo Kaneda is a Zen Buddhist priest who usually struts his monkey stuff in a temple located around 30 miles outside of the Tohoku coast. He was kept very busy in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, overseeing hundreds of funerals within a matter of weeks. But he later became concerned that the people left behind to grieve were in just as much of a need of his services as the victims that he was laying to rest. Probably more so, because I don't want to be morbid about it, but once you're dead, you don't really need anything else. You're dead. It's like you don't care about anything. And the people who are left behind are the ones that need more help. Reverend Kaneda explains that public displays of grief don't generally go down very well in Japan, and bereaved citizens are usually expected to bottle up their feelings rather than express them. Japanese and British culture, sometimes surprisingly similar. But the Reverend was worried that the survivors of the disaster were becoming overwhelmed with this pent-up grief and were in need of an outlet to express it. To that end, he set up a group called Cafe de Monku, which traveled around the local countryside armed with tea and biscuits and listening ears. The idea was to encourage citizens to sit down with Reverend Kaneda and his fellow priests in a relaxed and non-judgmental environment and share their painful experiences and feelings on the disaster. This is a really nice thing to do. Visitors to the mobile monk cafe were finally given an opportunity to voice the feelings that they had felt inclined to bury for so long. They talked of loss and heartbreak. They talked of the turmoil of the present and the anxieties for the future. And they talked of ghosts. It seemed as if many survivors of the Tohoku disaster had a ghostly encounter to share, and not all of them were taxi drivers. One guy in Kurihara claimed that he could no longer go out in the rain as he saw the faces of the victims in puddles. There were sightings of ghosts queuing patiently in places where there used to be shops before they were swept away in the tsunami. A fire station in Tagajo reported that they had been continually receiving emergency calls to houses that had been flattened in the disaster. The calls only stopped after the firefighters drove to the ruins and prayed for the dead. All right then. And the Reverend heard several similar stories of a female ghost haunting a refugee community in Onagawa. Apparently, this uninvited guest would knock on doors of the temporary accommodation and make herself at home with a nice cup of tea, despite being dead, a trivial matter which she did not seem to be aware of. After she had finished off her tea and said goodbyes, it was claimed that she always left behind a small puddle of seawater on the cushion on which she had been perched. I'm presuming that the hosts made absolutely sure that it was seawater, otherwise I can think of a far simpler explanation for this wandering spirit. One of the most disturbing cases that Reverend Kaneda had to deal with involved the apparent possession of a builder whose real name was not divulged, but whom the Reverend referred to as Takashi Ono. Takashi had taken a walk down to the beach to survey the devastation of the tsunami, but he didn't quite seem to be the same guy when he returned to the family home for dinner that evening. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if that was what my day was, I'd be like, holy Like, that would be on my mind. For the next 3 days, he started grunting like a wild animal and rolling around in the mud. He started licking the furniture. He started screaming and snarling at his family and total strangers alike, barking out phrases such as, "Drop dead. Everyone else is dead, so die. Everything must die and be lost." It sounds like this guy had a psychotic break. And he spent every night writhing around in his bed whilst wailing that something was falling on top of him. He needs to see a doctor ASAP. Jesus. Takashi was eventually persuaded by his family to chill out with a cup of tea down at the Café de Munku, where Reverend Kaneda came to the conclusion that Takashi was under the possession of both human and animal spirits who had perished in the disaster. Quite bizarrely, the Reverend put this possession down to the flippant eating of an ice cream. Mate, what is going on? This guy doesn't need you. He needs some sort of drugs and treatment and stuff. He doesn't need to, hear your ice cream. No offense. I feel bad on you because I really think that your tea and biscuits talking about people with their grief and stuff is something that is incredibly valuable. But you've got to draw a line when it's clear that someone needs medical intervention, don't you? Come on. When Takashi had first visited the beach to survey the wreckage, he had been holding an ice cream in his hand, and this may have been considered a tad disrespectful by the dead, who had been channeling their resentment at being dead through the body of Takashi. I get what they mean. If someone came to visit my grave in the hopefully distant future, I don't want them to start nose-bagging a giant packet of Monster Munch or sucking on a lollipop. Fortunately, Takashi's problems were quickly resolved. See, that's the interesting thing, Danny. With the whole dead thing, it's like, yeah, but I'm dead, so I literally couldn't care. If someone took a on my grave, it'd be like, well, I mean, it's like, I'd rather they didn't now, but I won't care, because I'll be dead. So look, the funky monk splashed a bit of holy water on his head and recited a few Buddhist sutras. Nice one, Reverend. Many more survivors of the Tohoku disaster had an otherworldly tale to tell, whether that be a ghost story or a ghost sighting or a ghost visitor who leaves damp spots on the furniture or all that old chessment, a demonic possession provoked by the flippant eating of an ice cream. But there's still little in the way of cold hard facts, and when I say little, I mean, well, absolutely nothing at all. We may have ventured beyond the taxi ranks, but we're still not getting any real names or compelling evidence. I'm not suggesting either Reverend Taiyo Kaneda or respected award-winning journalist Richard Lloyd Parry is just making stuff up, but we're essentially still talking about ghost stories being told around a campfire, albeit these ghost stories are being told in broad daylight with cups of tea and a decent selection of biscuits. I don't think they're making stuff up, and I think the Reverend believes in the stuff that, he's the ice cream possession and all of this stuff. I happen to think it's utter nonsense, but I don't think he doesn't believe it. And I think the journalist guy, he's just reporting on the stories that he heard. That's fine. That's what journalists do. Okay. But what was it about this particular disaster that inspired so many ghost stories? I don't know, the huge death toll, perhaps? The trauma to the population? Many of them only taking shape years after the event. Was it something to do with the nature of the disaster or the culture and beliefs of the people affected? And could this only have happened in Japan? Japan's a refreshingly non-religious nation. According to global polls, Japan is one of the least religious countries on Earth and has little time for religious affiliation or ritual. I happen to live in one of the others. Czech Republic's one of the least religious countries on Earth, if not the least religious. I think it might be number one for least religiousness. It's nice. That makes them sound like my kind of godless people, even if we're all destined to burn in hell for the rest of eternity. Yeah, I'll take the risk, because hell's not real.
What fresh hell is this?
After all, it's got to be a healthier and more effective alternative to living your life by the rules of outdated, potty scripture written thousands of years ago. Instead, the people of Japan can navigate their way through life using science and facts and logic and reason and common bloody sense, right? Well, you'd think so. Yeah, that's another thing. Here, Czech, it might be one of the least religious countries in the world. But, I don't know, my mother-in-law believes in, crystal healing and all that kind of her dog got ball cancer, and she's like, yeah, I've got this cancer healing music that I play to him, and I think it's shrinking. And I'm like, just have it chopped off. And I mean, they did have it chopped off, and they had an operation scheduled and stuff, but it was a month away or whatever. So she bought him all this super expensive drugs, which I just googled and just turned out to be a total scam, just because she believes in all this woo-woo stuff and crystal balls and all that shit. And just because you don't believe in religion doesn't mean you don't believe in all this spiritual nonsense. Unfortunately, the truth is that many people of Japan have cast aside religion in favor of superstition and spiritual traditions, exactly, and also religion. Okay. The two main organized religions of Japan, Buddhism and Shinto, may appear on the surface to have little impact or influence on modern Japanese life. It's reported that only 3% of Japanese citizens identify as Shinto, which might seem as if it's hardly worth mentioning. It's about the same percentage as people who used to identify as Jedi on British census forms, making it the fourth most popular religion of 2001 in the UK. That's amazing. But it's still, I think I remember filling out the census, or my parents doing it. I can't remember if they did, but it was just like writing Jedi on there because it was what everyone was doing at the time. I remember this. It was like a big movement to get Jedi as an official religion. I didn't even like Star Wars, but I was into that. But it's a bit of a misleading stat. A Japanese citizen is only likely to identify as Shinto if they belong to an organized Shinto sect. But this overlooks the fact that a massive chunk of the Japanese population still follows Shinto traditions and observes Shinto rituals, even if they're not fully signed up members with a badge and a t-shirt and a quarterly newsletter. I feel like this is quite similar to the UK in a way. Like here, no one goes to church and no one says they're religious. But in the UK, you'd be like, are you religious? And be like, yeah, I'm religious. I'm like Church of England or whatever the default religion is. And it's like, do you go to church? Like, nah. And what about God? Well, I mean... maybe. But the default answer would be, yeah, sure, I'm religious. But you're not, are you? There's no real universal agreement on whether Shinto is even a religion at all, or if it's more of a kind of custom or tradition or way of life. We'd be here all day if we delved too heavily into Shinto, but it's of particular relevance here to look at the Shinto perception of the relationship between life and death, and why perhaps Japan is a natural stomping ground for ghosts emerging from folklore. Most religions tend to suggest that the moment of death you get a first-class ticket to either the good place or the bad place, depending on how many elderly ladies you helped cross a busy road. But the Shinto tradition suggests that a recently deceased person still has a long journey to make across the earthly plane before getting allowed into the afterlife, and it's up to the family to help secure a peaceful passage. This can only be achieved by holding a proper funeral and regularly visiting and praying at the grave until the wandering spirit finally crosses over to join its ancestors. I'm not sure how the family is notified when this happens, but let's not worry about that for now. The point is that if these rituals aren't properly carried out during this period of purgatory, the wandering spirit is at risk of becoming a ghost, or at least the Japanese version of a ghost known as a yurei, which is destined to haunt the locals until either the rituals are completed or a conflict which still ties the spirit to the earthly plane is resolved. On top of that, if the yurei died under particularly unpleasant circumstances, for example, the person died prematurely or was murdered or committed suicide, they are more likely to evolve into a gaki, a kind of hungry ghost consumed by bitterness and rage who will exact its revenge by going around causing mayhem and mischief, knocking shit over, possessing flippant ice cream eaters, and generally behaving like a bit of a knob. This is all relevant because of the nature and aftermath of Tohoku Disaster and the fact that the whole religion was relatively slow to develop in comparison with the rest of Japan, so the citizens are considered more likely to cling fiercely to these old spiritual traditions. It was felt that the young victims of the tsunami weren't ready to die, and that this cruel injustice brewed up simmering resentment amongst the young dead, which would block the path to their ancestors. It was a fear intensified by the fact that it took a while to recover the bodies from the disaster, and even when the majority of the bodies were found, there wasn't always the time or resources to go through all of the traditional funeral rituals. Local crematoriums had been hit by a lack of power in the aftermath of the nuclear plant disaster, which caused further issues and delays during a crisis in which there were thousands of bodies to deal with. Instead of the usual cremation before burial, many of the bodies were simply buried in mass graves without service, which caused further anguish to survivors who felt that they couldn't pay their respects to their loved ones or help secure a safe passageway to the next chapter of the Book of Eternity. As if all of this wasn't tragic enough, there was also a strong feeling that survivors hadn't just lost the victims of the disaster, they had also lost their ancestors who died years and years earlier. American religious scholar Herman Ooms observes, "It has always made perfect sense in Japan, as far back as history goes, to treat the dead as more alive than we do, even to the extent that death becomes a variant, not a negation of life." The writer and journalist Richard Lloyd Parry puts it more bluntly, the dead in Japan are not as dead as they are in other countries. There certainly appears to be less of an obvious barrier between the living and the dead in Japan. Of course, it's common around the world to regularly pay respects and attend to gravestones of departed loved ones, but the followers of Shinto can take this to a whole other level. As well as making offerings at the public shrines of ancestors who died centuries ago, the Japanese are also more likely to reserve a spot at home for the recently deceased in the form of an altar or butsudan. These home home shrines of lacquer and gilt are usually lavishly decorated with beautiful carvings and filled with personal photographs, letters, and the favorite possessions of the deceased. That's kind of nice. It's like a little memory box sort of thing, place to remember the person who died and kind of keep their memories alive, which I find that's a really nice thing to do. And it feels as if the deceased are enjoying a continuation of existence in the home and are still very much treated as part of the living family. If your new girlfriend from Tohoku suddenly asks you if you'd like to meet her grandparents, just be aware that you might end up exchanging pleasantries with a cabinet. Is that true? Do they really refer to it like that? That would be a bit weird. However, this cult of the ancestors was itself to receive a tremendous blow during the Tohoku disaster. Not only did the tsunami claim lives, but it also destroyed temples, memorial books, cemetery vaults, and thousands of homes containing such altars and memorial tablets and family photographs. What we're all going through here, in a very long-winded way, but interesting, Danny, I'm not criticizing, is the Japanese people are super primed to believe in ghosts, and that if the dead are not properly buried and all of this stuff, then they're more likely to come back and haunt. So it kind of sets you up psychologically to be expecting ghosts to be around. Combine that with societal stresses, and boom, people seeing things that aren't there because ghosts aren't real, no matter what Shinto says. In a way, it felt as if the dead had died again. Family members had now permanently lost the history of some of their older ancestors, and along with the strong daily connection with the more recently departed, who had been swept away in the destruction of the family home. All this led to some unusual solutions on how to keep in contact with lost family members who hadn't been given a proper funeral service or whose shrine, along with all of their possessions, had been taken by the tsunami. One idea, which popped up in the coastal city of Otsuchi, was known as the Call of the Wild. This is essentially a non-working telephone booth slapped on top of a hill overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Visitors are encouraged to step inside, pick up the receiver, and send a verbal message to their loved ones, which will be carried across the wind. The choice of location is significant. Otsuchi lost over 800 lives to the disaster, but a further 400 people are still missing, and some family members retain hope that the missing may still yet be found. And while speaking through a disconnected telephone might not seem like the most practical method of sending a message to the missing and the dead, the Call of the Wild received no less than 10,000 visitors within its first 6 years of service. The owner of the phone booth believes that it offers a genuine step forward in the grieving process for bereaved families. Agreed. I think this is, again, a nice thing to do. It's a way for people to, it's an outlet for their grief. And contained grief may be at the very heart of the explanation for the tsunami ghosts. Pretty much all the names that we've mentioned so far, including the university professor Dr. Kiyoshi Kanabishi, sociology student Yuka Kudo, British journalist and author Richard Lloyd Parry, and Buddhist priest Reverend Taigo Kanada, may have slightly different takes on the matter, but they all broadly agree on one thing. Everyone who claimed to see a ghost really believed that they saw a ghost. Reverend Taigo Kanada may have been under the impression that he exorcised demons from a possessed flippant ice cream eater, but he also points out that it doesn't matter even if you believe in ghosts or not. As he puts it, what's real is the suffering and the pain. Yeah, agreed. The only problem I had with this guy is when I felt that the guy who was making all the animal noises and stuff, he needed intervention. He needed medical attention, not spiritual attention. But otherwise, I think everything that this guy is doing is excellent. In a Shinto culture which believed without question that bitter, restless young souls were wandering the earthly planes after being taken too early and without being afforded the rituals required for safe passage, it's perhaps no huge surprise that people started seeing ghosts, as that's exactly what they were expecting to see. It's interesting to note that although the first few reports of ghostly activity surfaced in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, they became much more widespread in the years to follow. It's been suggested that this was kind of a collective trauma, which took a while to manifest, as many citizens who had lost their homes in the disaster were initially focused on how exactly they were going to survive for the next day. Yeah, this is the thing, if you're dealing with an emergency, you don't really have much time to reflect and all of this stuff, and that reflection can come quite a bit later. It was only when life had started to become a bit more settled again that citizens had time to fully process their thoughts and fears and perhaps bring them to life before their eyes. A psychiatrist from Ishinamaki by the name of Kaizahara believes that the ghost sightings are down to a form of post-traumatic stress disorder, which spawned grief hallucinations. Seeing ghosts or hallucinations is a common side effect of PTSD, and a recent US study concluded that 1 in 5 sufferers reported seeing something that could not be seen by others. It's also possible that certain places trigger certain memories and associations, which in turn trigger mental projections of our worst fears and anxieties, and this could explain why the taxi drivers of Ishinamaki were more likely likely than most to encounter ghosts. They were the ones still driving around the flattened landscape all day and absorbing the constant visual reminders of the catastrophe, perhaps sparking mental visuals which they hadn't been expecting and didn't know how to process. Survivors' guilt may also have played a role in the taxi driver visitations, feeling weighed down by the nagging concerns of why they were allowed to survive when so many others perished, and the fact that there's nothing they can do about that outcome. Some taxi drivers may have been subconsciously attempting to help the victims by offering them a final ride home with no charge. None of the taxi drivers who spoke of ghosts voiced any animosity about their presence. One of them even revealed that he would be more than happy to let other ghost passengers get into the back of his cab in the future. But perhaps the biggest catalyst for all of this particular collective trauma was the matter of contained grief bursting out in unexpected ways. As we mentioned earlier, the people of Ishinomaki are known for bottling their grief in and going about their business in quiet dignity, whilst the very idea of a public display of grief is frowned upon throughout Japan. Reverend Taiko Kaneda points out, people here don't like to cry. They see it as selfish. There's hardly anyone who hasn't lost a member of their family. Everyone's in the same boat, so they don't like to seem self-indulgent. Whilst it may have appeared the survivors were coping admirably with the task of rebuilding their shattered lives without complaint after the tragedy, they were hiding their unresolved anguish, which had to come pouring out one way or another. Japan doesn't usually go in for grief counseling, but when the Café de Monku offered a rare sympathetic ear and an outlet to express emotion and good biscuit, the grief came flooding out in the form of ghost stories with origins buried deep in the cultural beliefs that young, restless spirits were roaming the earth with nobody to help them. Whilst the tsunami ghosts may never have existed, they may still at least have played a part in the long healing process and helped to swiftly lift the spirits of a nation that struggles to release the therapeutic forces of grief. Of course, we could have got this completely wrong, and the truth is that the ghost stories were all completely real, which just leaves the question, would you rather be a late-night taxi driver in the Tohoku region or in the UK? The outcome is likely the same. You're going to end up out of pocket from fare-dodging passengers, be they alive or dead. But I'd still choose to cruise the streets of Tohoku over the mean streets of Britain. At least the ghosts of Tohoku tend to be fairly polite before scarpering, and they're far less likely to leave you covered in bruises, vomit, and hot chili sauce. Danny, no. Thank you. That's where we end today's episode. Interesting one today. Kind of more like not thoughtful. Not really, other stuff isn't thoughtful, but like more psychological. And I like that. Sciencey. Thank you for being here. If you enjoyed the show, please do leave it a review. Or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This is a long one. Dude, Kevin, I don't know how many pages this is, but the scrolling never seems to end. So sit back, relax. I mean, unless you're driving or whatever. In that case, don't relax too much. Pay attention, because I realize this is a podcast as well. Often people on like Twitter like, hey Simon, listen to you like while I drive hours. Lots of truckers reach out to me, interestingly enough, being like, yeah, I drive a truck across the country and I listen to your show constantly. I have no idea how you make so much stuff. And I'm like, you're very welcome. So yeah, I mean, relax just a little bit. Ease into it, because today we're covering, did the FBI kill Martin Luther King Jr.? Not really anything relaxing about that, is there? It's pretty big, allegedly, should be thrown in there. Like, if we say that they did, which I don't know if they did. I mean, it's all alleged, isn't it? Definitely alleged. Well, let's find out. Kevin, thank you for writing it. If you're new, the format of the show is I've never read this before. Brand new script from Kevin. I don't really know anything about this. This, I feel, is one of those things Americans might be like, Simon, you know nothing. And I'm like, yeah, but this is your history, isn't it? I know my British history. Sort of, not really. I mean, bits of it. But that's the history I learned, because in case you couldn't tell, I'm British. So let's just jump in. It is time, dear listener, to venture once more into the breach and examine the world of outrageous sounding conspiracy theories. It does sound outrageous, right? You're saying the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Is there a difference? This is how ignorant I am of this. I'm not sure if there's a difference between Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Jr. I get the feeling that, you know, Martin Luther King, the civil rights activist and stuff, and I know he is that. But even that, I'm like, careful, Simon, what if he's not that? What if it's a different dude? What if you're confusing him with some other dude? Like, that's how little I know about this. But I get the feeling that this is the main dude, right? Because if it was just, like, his son or whatever, then I don't know, did his son do so? I know nothing! I'm sorry, I'll let Kevin tell the bloody story.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
But it doesn't sound insane, because we know, like, CIA, especially back in the day, got up to all sorts of bonkers because no one was keeping an eye on them. Researching the assassinations of John F. Kennedy already rocked my world, as I discovered that there is a preponderance of evidence indicating that Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone, but I assumed that was an outlier. Most of the famous American conspiracy theories took place decades before I was born, and that makes sense because most of America took place decades or even centuries before I was born. Good observation right there. The problem with that is, unless someone is motivated to research a particular topic, they all kind of get lumped together. The moon landing, the JFK assassination, alien spacecraft at Area 51. These conspiracies were taught to us as footnotes, if at all. Why would they be taught to you? I mean, we don't teach conspiracy theories in school. That's the point of school. They teach you facts. It's not like you go into physics and they're like, okay, well, today, class, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you about how the Earth is flat and also possibly round. Although you do that, America, with the Bible, don't you, in some states? They're like, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you that Jesus was immaculately conceived and the Earth is like 6,000... Why have I turned Australian? I don't know. But look, alongside evolution, it teaches creationism, which is just bizarre. Because it's like, yeah, sure. Teach one in religious class and one in science class. Because one is science and one is religion. It's not that complicated, is in America. Why'd you have to be like this? These weren't complex historical events worthy of greater understanding. They were outlandish conspiracies to be used as punchlines in pop culture. To be fair, in the vast majority of cases, that's an accurate assessment. We really did land on the moon, and extraterrestrials have never been to Nevada. Besides, with decades to uncover these conspiracies before I would have even learned about them, then obviously everyone would have known the truth already, right? Even if the full conspiracy had yet to be uncovered, if there was any merit to these ideas, then of course those details would have been in the history books. But there, of course, was nothing there. Yeah, except that JFK one, right? Whereas like that main narrative, it's just like, there's obviously more going on. Do I know what it is? Absolutely not. But is there more? Oh my god! Like, look how much random, like, bits of evidence and stuff, and look how it just doesn't add up together. It's like, there's definitely something there. Don't know what it is. And that's what Kevin and I discovered together. And I had, like, inklings of that before, and Kevin was like, no, this isn't real. And I was like, well, I don't know, Kevin. I feel like this is the conspiracy theory, which is like, there's some truth to that. And then me and Kevin ended the episode together being like, oh, that's one of my favorite Decoding the Unknowns ever, because instead of it just being like, yeah, there's not ghosts and aliens aren't real, it was like, oh my god, okay, this conspiracy theory's real. Why? Perhaps this was just the result of the American public schooling, or maybe it's because I grew up near Boston, a city reviewing a 1965 law to desegregate schools as a friendly suggestion rather than a legally binding mandate. Either way, in school I was taught that King was a civil rights leader, nailed it, who was assassinated by James Earl Ray, an escaped convict and unhinged racist who wanted to stop the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. Day has been a federal holiday since the year after I was born, and yet that's pretty much all I was ever taught about him. Isn't this, I know it's, I was going to say, isn't this an important part of American history? I feel like the civil rights movement, that's a pretty big deal in American history. It's just my outsider's perspective. But then I'm sure there's like tons of in British history that is like super important that just never came up in school, because school is like not that long, and it's like you can only study certain things. Like, I don't think I ever really studied the First or the Second World War, but my entire GCSEs, which is like that, I think it's between 14 and 15, around those ages, or 14 to 16, like 2 years of school. We studied like for ages the period between the wars, and don't get me wrong, it's super fascinating, but it was weird, like, not studying the two wars. That was the last major thing I remember studying. Super interesting, the period between the wars, though. It sounds really boring, but it's like, nah, some wild went on. Never was it mentioned that King was standing in the room when President Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and that he had moved on to larger goals. In a 1967 report, the staff of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, a civil rights group of which he was president, King stated, quote, "We have moved from the era of civil rights to the era of human rights, an era where we are called upon to raise certain basic questions about the whole society. We have been in a reform movement, but after Selma and the Voting Rights Bill, we moved into a new era, which must be the era of revolution. We must recognize that we can't solve our problem now until there is a radical equal redistribution of economic and political power. This means a revolution of values and other things. We must now see that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others. The whole structure of American life must be changed. America is a hypocritical nation, and we must put our own house in order. Jesus, Kevin, when you're pulling quotes that are like 20 lines long, no wonder this piece it's gonna be like 7 hours, Kevin! What are you doing to me? I've got a life to live, Kevin! Damn! There's more to life than... There is more to life than work, I'm just joking. It was one thing Owen King was fighting to have a 95-year-old amendment to the Constitution actually be enforced, but he was in the process of transitioning into a much larger threat to the status quo of American society. It was the sort of threat that those with money and power might have been motivated to eliminate, far more motivated than a simple racist who probably didn't want to go back to the prison from which he had escaped by assassinating one of the most high-profile individuals in the country. Yeah, it sounds like a great way to not go back to prison is to, while you've escaped from prison, assassinate someone. That's gonna... Maybe you'll go to... The only place you're going is worse prison. Or death. But enough foreplay. Our story will begin with the official telling of the events of the assassination and end with a 1999 court verdict in which a jury found that King's assassination was the result of a conspiracy involving government agencies. No, they did. Was this a civil case or a criminal case? Because huge difference. Because civil cases balance the probabilities. They say it was more likely that there was some shady shit going on than it wasn't. But criminal case means it's like they were absolutely certain, which is like, that's a much higher burden of proof. I know nothing about this, and if that's the case, that's insane. And somewhere along the way, King will receive a letter from the FBI telling him in so many words, if you don't kill yourself, we'll make you live to regret it. Oh, I do know about that piece of the story, where they tried to... Oh my god. Phone calls, people at the door, what's going on?
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Well, that was nice. It wasn't a delivery person. It's actually just my wife and my kids. My daughter's school is like super close to where I work, and she always picks them up after lunch, and she's always like, I'll come by and see you, I'll come by and see you. She never does. And today she came. That was super nice. And now they are gone, and we continue. Walking in Memphis. It all began on February the 1st, 1968, 2 months before the assassination took place. Ethel Cole and Robert Walker were sanitation workers for the city of Memphis, Tennessee. There were already tensions between sanitation workers and Mayor Henry Loeb. Not only were the working conditions terrible and unsafe, but the black sanitation workers were paid significantly less than their white counterparts performing the same job. In one rather blatant incident, severe weather forced all the workers to be sent home for the day. The black employees only received 2 hours pay for the day, while the white ones received the full day's pay. When was this? 1968? This is like less than 20 years before I was born, which like blows my mind. I remember I went to Atlanta and there was this big exhibition and it had all these, I'm pretty sure I've told this story before, but it had all these photos from like not the civil rights era, but like when people were fighting for civil rights, right? And they had like, you know, the water fountains and the bathrooms, and they were like separate for black and white people. And I was like, wow, these photos look like really good though. Did they like colorize these or like enhance them somehow? And then it's like, no. This was the 60s. And it's like, what the man? My parents were like teenagers in the 60s. I mean, they did live in America, but it's like still, it's recent history. It's crazy. Like the past was the worst. The day of February the 1st was another day of terrible weather. The rains were so severe that the streets were flooding and the sewers were overflowing. At around 4:20 p.m., a time that held no significance until 1971, so I don't want to hear any jokes about it, Ethel and Robert decided to take refuge in the back of the garbage truck to avoid the rain and spark up. Sorry, I know, Kevin said no jokes. If you've somehow never seen a garbage truck in your life before and are wondering why they didn't go sit in the front, those seats were occupied by the driver and their co-worker. These trucks normally have 1 or 2 people hanging off the back of the truck, so they quickly hop off, toss the trash bags in, and hop back on so the truck can slowly move forward. Yes, thank you, Kevin. We are all... Is there anyone here who's unfamiliar with how, what do we call them? They're not trash, they're, garbage bins? Garbage trucks? Garbage lorries? Garbage lorries! Bin lorries! That's what we call them in Britain. Bin lorries. Garbage trucks is the American version. There's a TV show for children called Trash Truck, which my daughter really likes. And we were walking to school this morning. I take her to school in the morning. My wife picks her up. And because it's in the middle of the day, I got to work and shit. But like, we'll take her to school every time, anytime she sees, like, it could be a recycling truck, it could be a bin truck, whatever. She'll be like, trash truck! And I'm like, yeah, close. Close. Suddenly, for no reason, the trash truck's compactor malfunctions and began a compacting cycle. No. Oh my god. What? This process is supposed to only be started manually to prevent this exact sort of thing from happening, but the truck seemed to have a mind of its own. When the sound of the compactor's engine entered the truck's cab, the driver immediately stopped and jumped out of his seat, run into the back to hit the emergency stop button. It didn't help, and the two young men were crushed to death. Oh my god. That's crazy. What the f***? That is like nightmare way to go. Being crushed by a trash compactor? F*** me. 10 days after the tragic deaths of Eckel and Robert, the union held a meeting and voted to go on strike, demanding safer working conditions. It took 10 days? I'll be like, I'm off this afternoon, mate. This is insane. 2 of my friends got crushed in their truck. I'm not working until you sort the trucks out. The union held a meeting and voted to go on strike, demanding safer working conditions, better pay, and some goddamn city-issued uniforms, so they wouldn't have to go home to their families with their civilian clothes smelling like sewage. Considering 2 people had just died, their wages were so low that many full-time sanitation workers qualified for welfare and food stamps, and bus drivers wouldn't allow them to take public transportation because they smelled so bad. These demands were extremely reasonable. Demands well beyond that would still be considered extremely reasonable. The only problem with the union attempting to make these demands was that the city didn't actually recognize the union. That and the newly elected mayor, Lloyd, had been the previous head of the sanitation department, where he was responsible for creating many of the conditions they were now complaining about. The union had expected the city to take immediate action, what with the horrific deaths and all. Loeb decided to go in the opposite direction by being a completely unreasonable douchebag who refused to negotiate. On February the 12th, the day after the union declared the strike, 930 out of 1,100 sanitation workers didn't show up for work. Some of those that did show up also walked out once they heard about the strike. It's like everyone showed up. No one showed up for work except for the people who didn't know they weren't supposed to show up for work, and then they all home, except for Jeff, who's like, I love picking up trash.
I love my job, I'm good at it, and I'd like to keep it.
When the mayor refused to meet the union, protesters marched from the union hall to a meeting place at the Memphis City Council. There they found about 50 police officers waiting for them. Loeb led the strikers to a nearby auditorium so that they could have a friendly little chat. And by friendly, I mean Loeb grabbed the microphone from the union organizer and yelled at them to get back to work. Why are they doing this? Just stay at home. Just be like, I'm on strike, I'm not getting paid. I'm going to stay at home and, I don't know, watch some telly or whatever. Crack a beer in the morning. Why not? You're on strike. And it's not like you're striking about some non-essential service. It's trash collection. Very, very quickly, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the mayor to get that sorted, because people aren't going to be happy. Like, if no one ever came to collect the trash from my apartment building, it would build up real fast. They come, I think, 2 or 3 times a week. And if they stopped coming, very quickly, I'd be like, hey, stop paying them more, you and then they would come. And everything would be better. Especially if I heard that 2 of them had been crushed. I'd be like, hey, stop paying them more and fix those trucks. Mayor, you
Wow.
This outburst was met with choruses of laughter and people chanting boo. Loeb went on to make several public statements about the strike, and in each and every one, he looked like a right twat. Within 3 days of the strike beginning, there were over 10,000 tons of garbage piling up in the streets of Memphis. So Loeb began to ask strike breakers to go and pick up the trash. While all of this had been going on, King was working on creating the Poor People's Campaign. It was to be a diverse, multiracial coalition of poor people from all across the country. Based on census data, anywhere from 22 to 33% of Americans were living below the poverty line at the time. Jesus, that's like 1 in 5 to 1 in 3 people. So it shouldn't have been too hard to find people that agreed with sentiments that King espoused in the quote at the beginning of the episode. Yeah, honestly, it sounded quite reasonable. So I get why governments like status quo, and like, look, governments get a lot of money from rich people to like their status quo. But this seems quite reasonable. I'm with these guys. I'm like, this, man. This is not right. Outside of the obvious racism. Since the Memphis sanitation strike was the fusion of a civil rights matter and a property issue, it caught the attention of King. On March the 18th, over a month into the strike, he made his first visit to Memphis. While there, he spoke before a crowd of 25,000 protesters and activists, calling for a citywide shutdown. He wanted others, like the schools, to go on strike in solidarity with the sanitation workers. After his speech, he promised to return to Memphis for a few days on the 22nd to lead a peaceful protest through the city. I know that fans of this channel typically don't believe in things like ghosts, aliens, and magic. As they shouldn't. But if for some reason you do happen to believe in signs, the protesters in Memphis were about to get one. On average, Memphis receives about 3 inches of snow over the entire year. That protest march had to be cancelled because they were hit by a massive snowstorm that dumped over 17 inches of snow on the city. Undeterred, the protesters opted to reschedule the protest from March the 28th rather than cancelling it entirely. Is that foreshadowing that this protest's not going to go very well, Kevin? Oh yeah, the next... I just read the next subtitle, which is in giant bold letters. The March 28th Riot. When the march began on March 28th, that's confusing, isn't it? It was a massive turnout. City officials estimated that 22,000 students had skipped school in order to participate in the protest. King was late, and when he arrived, the crowd was already on the verge of chaos. It was meant to be a peaceful protest, as that was how they had achieved results in the past. However, unbeknownst to King, there was a division among the African-American residents of Memphis. The peaceful protests had been infiltrated by a militant black power group based in Memphis known as the Invaders. As the march, cool name though, right? Don't want to say like this. Militant groups, awesome, but I mean, the Invaders? It sounds like a 1970s rock band. As the march proceeded through downtown, members of the Invaders began smashing the windows to every storefront and looting everything in sight. I take back what I said, they're not cool. There were 600 police officers on duty at the protest, nearly the entire police force, and they wasted no time launching tear gas at the crowds. Despite his protestations, King was escorted away to a hotel by those close to him for fear that the police would come after him the hardest. Live media coverage focused on the actions of, quote, Negro youths making little to no comment about the use of police force. Not even when the cameras showed the bloodied faces of African-American men who were being arrested. Their only comments with regards to the show of force were about the use of tear gas, with one correspondent calmly stating live on air, "Here comes the tear gas, and this reporter just got a sting of it." Oh no, boo-hoo. When the dust had settled, there were a total of 276 people arrested and 60 injured during the riot. There were also a single fatality, 16-year-old Larry Payne. There were conflicting reports over exactly what had happened to Larry, by which I mean the police officer who killed him said one thing and literally every eyewitness said something else. I didn't kill him. 100 people. Yes, you did. I hope he goes to prison. According to witnesses, Larry came up from his basement in the projects to see what was going on when Officer Leslie Dean Jones pressed his sawed-off shotgun barrel against Larry's stomach. Why the has a police officer got a sawed-off shotgun? That's mental. Larry put up his hands and asked the officer not to shoot, but he pulled the trigger anyway. According to Leslie, Larry was holding a butcher's knife, a claim that every witness stated was false. The county court did not press charges, and the Department of Justice said that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute him for civil rights abuses. Are you me? There's a dead body, and everyone says he had a sawn-off shotgun and he shot him in the gut completely unprovoked. You, Department of Justice. Stuff like this is why the police now have body cams. That night, Mayor Lloyd declared martial law, reinstated a 7 p.m. curfew, and brought in about 4,000 members of the National Guard. Keep in mind that everything that happened in Memphis, up to and including the riot, looting, and fatal shooting of a minor, could have been completely avoided if Lloyd had just paid his employees enough to not to need to go on welfare. Though he initially was reluctant on account of just having one of the single worst days of activism in a 13-year-long career, King decided to return to Memphis. If the Poor People's Campaign and his fight for economic justice were going to succeed, then he needed to follow through in supporting the sanitation strikers. On April the 3rd, he returned to Memphis, where he delivered his famous "I've been to the mountaintop" speech. There had been a bomb threat, but King was not concerned. He had been the recipient of death threats for well over a decade, and had even survived an assassination attempt 10 years prior when a woman stabbed him at a book signing. The tip of the blade had been touching his aorta, and after the surgery, the doctor told him that if he had sneezed during the hours awaiting surgery, the blade would have punctured his heart, and he would have drowned in his own blood. But Let this serve as a reminder to all of you that if you ever find yourself stabbed or otherwise punctured with something, don't pull the object out. Whatever it is that stabbed you is the only thing plugging the wound and keeping you from bleeding out. And trying to remove it may cause even more damage. Because of the position of the knife, it took hours of open chest surgery for doctors to safely remove the blade that had lodged in King. So, back to the speech. He spoke of the bomb threat, of his own mortality, and even of the time when he was almost stabbed to death. The conclusion of the speech is seen as being almost prophetic, with King concluding, and get ready for another massive quote here from Gavin, and then I got to Memphis, and some began to say threats or talks about the threats that were out. What would happen to me from some of our sick white brothers? Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead, but it doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop, and I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place, but I'm concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will, and he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we, as a people, will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. That was the last public speech that he would ever make. The assassination. James L. Ray was staying in Memphis at the new Rebel Motel. On the night of April the 3rd, he learned King was in town staying at the Lorraine Motel. Footage of King and his entourage at the hotel are aired on the 10 o'clock news, and the room number 306 was plainly visible in the footage. His location was also published the next day in the Commercial Appeal, a Memphis daily newspaper. This is like... I've been to things where it's like they want to keep stuff private, and I feel like this is something that the media shouldn't publish. Like, I went to a conference once, and in checking in, they were like, okay, we need to know, like, for the duration of the, or like event or whatever it was, they're like, you can't post when you are to social media. And it's like, literally, within about 4 hours, there was a crowd of people outside from, like, it was like a influencer thing, because someone obviously had, and then someone had worked it out. And it's like, these things leak, but it's like, you should be more careful with this. You shouldn't be broadcasting it on the news. He's had bomb threats and stuff. Don't tell people where he is. What's wrong with you? That's not ideal, but it also wasn't surprising. King, accompanied by fellow activist Ralph Abernathy, among others, stayed in that room so often that it was nicknamed the King Abernathy Suite. How about, guys, rotate where you stay? Not just rooms, but also motels. I'm sure there are many. On the afternoon, like everyone knows, don't create patterns. That's not some, like, complicated spy shit. It's just basics. And you should probably have some complicated spy shit going on anyway. Because you're bloody Martin Luther King. On the afternoon of April the 4th, Ray checked out of the new Rebel Motel and traveled across town. At 3:30 p.m., Ray checked into Bessie Brewer's rooming house, located on the second floor of a building above Jim's Grill and across from the Lorraine Motel. Using the fake name of John Willard, Ray rented room 8. He asked to change room to 5B, which directly overlooked the Lorraine Motel, but he found that the window from the communal bathroom had the best line of sight of room 306. At 4 p.m., he traveled to the York Arms Company to buy what must have been an incredible pair of binoculars with a cost of $41.55, or over $350 in today's money. Binoculars get mad expensive. That was like something I didn't expect. But they make amazing binoculars that cost... I think you can get binoculars that are literally thousands of pounds. It's crazy. He then returned to the rooming house to wait. King and Abernathy were preparing to have dinner at the home of a local minister before attending an event that night. King walked out onto the balcony of the motel room to talk to some of his associates, including his driver, musician Ben Branch, who would be performing at the event that night, and also Reverend Jesse Jackson. According to Jackson, King's last words before the assassination were, "Ben, make sure you play Take My Hand, Precious Lord, in the meeting tonight. Play it real pretty." At 6:01 p.m., Ray fired a single bullet from his Remington 760 Game Master 3006. The bullet hit King in the right cheek at a downward trajectory, breaking his jaw and several vertebrae. It also severed his jugular and finally lodged in his shoulder. Abernathy heard the shot and rushed from the hotel room out to the balcony. King was in critical condition, but he was still alive. Approximately 2 minutes later, Ray was seen carrying a green blanket from the boarding room down the street. He was spooked by something, allegedly the sight of a police cruiser, and dropped the blanket in front of the store Caneep's Amusement Company before returning to his white Ford Mustang that was parked on the street and fleeing the scene. The store owner informed police of this at 6:08. 15 minutes after the bullet was fired, King arrived at the nearby St. Joseph's Hospital. Doctors tried to resuscitate him, but he never regained consciousness. At 7:05 p.m., Martin Luther King Jr. was declared dead. But about half an hour before that, police arrived at Kenneth's amusement company to investigate the bundle that Ray had dropped on the sidewalk. After unwrapping the blanket, they found that Ray had handed them all the evidence they would need on a silver platter. The bundle he had dropped contained his suitcase and the Remington rifle. Inside the suitcase, they found the binoculars, a radio, and the commercial appeal news story that contained King's location. This is remarkably convenient. And there was some sort of clothing and a couple of cans of beer there too, but that's far less incriminating. The owner of Kenneth's had seen Ray drive away in the white Mustang, and police were able to learn from investigating the rooming house that John Willard of 5B drove such a car, though they had yet to discover that this was not his real name. By 8:15 that night, the bundle of evidence that Ray had left behind was handed over to the FBI. While Ray had already found his way to Mississippi by this point, this was not yet known to law enforcement, and it is seen as highly unusual that the FBI would have gotten involved so quickly. The FBI generally dealt with interstate crime, terrorism, and financial crimes, especially those involving federally insured banks. I agree that it was a little weird for them to be quickly commandeering the investigation of a murder of someone who wasn't a federal employee, but King was a prominent public figure and political force, so it's not necessarily unreasonable. Yeah, I get that the FBI has these like special jurisdictions and stuff, but aren't they also called in for like just generally bigger cases? Like if like, I guess then these are federal employees. I was just thinking if the president gets assassinated, it's not going to be like local police looking in. It's going to be the FBI, right? Even though it was in one place and there's like no state line crossing and all that stuff. Like for big crimes, they get in on the big crimes, at least judging by movies I've seen. It's a little suspicious, but of all the things we'll talk about involving the FBI today, this decision was by far the least suspicious, so I'm willing to give it a pass. As reports of the assassination began hitting the news, riots broke out across America in over 110 major cities. Washington, D.C. alone saw over 6,000 arrests and 1,000 injured as a result of the riots. Bobby Kennedy was scheduled to have a campaign rally in the heart of Indianapolis ghetto that night while campaigning for the Democratic presidential nomination. When his plane landed in Indianapolis, he was informed of the assassination, despite everything around him saying that he should not attend the rally and the police warning him that both a riot was likely and they didn't have enough people to protect him. Bobby decided to attend anyway. He refused the notes that his press secretary and speechwriter prepared for him and decided to simply take the stage and wing it. Generally terrible advice, but I imagine he did well, right? By any estimation, this was a disaster waiting to happen. Few names are more synonymous with the idea of white privilege than Kennedy. I mean, the year after this, Ted Kennedy drove drunk off a bridge, killing his mistress, yet he remained a senator for the next 80 years or something. And there, in the middle of the ghetto, while race riots were raging across the nation, Kennedy was about to be the one to break the news to a predominantly black audience that King had been shot and killed. Yeah, this does just sound like a terrible idea, doesn't it? As Kennedy informed the audience that King had been assassinated, a cacophony of cries and wails rose up from the crowd. What followed is regarded as one of the greatest speeches in American history, a speech in which he called for peace, love, and compassion. It was also the first time he spoke publicly about the death of his brother, JFK, who had been killed over 5 years earlier. Wow, dude. You turned that around. That's kind of legendary. Yeah, cool. Good for you. Perhaps more important than what he said was how he said it. There was no doubt from the audience about his sincerity, likely aided by the fact that he was speaking to them without any remarks prepared. Bobby only spoke for 5 minutes. By the end of his speech, Indianapolis was left as one of few major cities which did not riot. Unfortunately, as heartwarming as that may have been, there was still a killer on the loose, and it was going to take what was the FBI's largest ever investigation at the time to track down this criminal genius. Was he really a criminal genius? He bought a rifle, changed his name, and then shot a dude from across the street. Genius? Really? International manhunt. Ray had a solid head start on his escape. He had immediately left the rooming house where he was staying and had driven 11 hours on back roads to get to the place he had been staying in Atlanta. Once there, he abandoned his Mustang, wiping it clean of fingerprints, grabbed some things from his room, swung by the cleaners to pick up his laundry, and took a Greyhound bus to Detroit. That's upwards of a 19-hour bus ride. If you've never taken a Greyhound, I think Simon will agree with me when I say 0 out of 10 would not recommend. I would. I've taken many Greyhounds. I've talked about this before, for sure, but they used to do this pass thing. So I went to America. I think I was like 21. Yeah, I was just 21 because I could just drink. Me and a mate of mine, we bought these like month-long Greyhound buses and traveled all over the show. And it was, they're not a way to travel. It was so grim. The traveling was so grim. I thought it would be like, we have Interrail Pass, which is you could buy a month-long unlimited rail ticket, basically, and travel all around Europe. And that was amazing. And I did that the year or two before that. The Greyhound buses were a little bit different. And by a little bit different, I mean a lot worse. But options are limited when you're being hunted by the FBI. On April the 6th, 2 days after the assassination of King, Ray's bus arrived in Detroit. From there, he took a taxi to Canada so he could lay low for a while and try to obtain a passport. His ultimate goal was to travel somewhere in Africa that didn't have an extradition treaty with the United States, most likely Rhodesia, which is modern-day Zimbabwe. This is not a bad plan. I was kind of making fun of Kevin for the criminal genius remark. But this guy's actually making a pretty solid effort at running away, because normally people get caught fairly instantly. But taking the back roads, ditching the car, wiping the prints. I wouldn't... going back to your house, I think, was a bad idea. I'd have just, burned the car or dumped it in a lake or something. But then getting the bus and trying to get a passport and out of the country and then to a different country is pretty big brain. Maybe we should go on south, though. I feel like getting out of Mexico and a passport in Mexico would be a little easier than Canada, right? Meanwhile, the FBI had been investigating the evidence left behind in Memphis. They were operating under the belief that the assassination was a conspiracy between 3 men. First, there was John Willard, the man who had rented room 5B of the rooming house. Then there was Harvey Lohmeyer, the man that had purchased the Remington 3006 from Air Marine Supply Company at a mall in Alabama. And finally, there was Eric S. Gold. There were laundry tags on the clothes left behind from Home Service Laundry in Los Angeles, and Gold was the name on the receipts. A week after the assassination, the FBI found the abandoned white Mustang registered to Galt in a parking lot in Atlanta. There was a sticker in the window that showed the car had been serviced in Los Angeles a couple of months prior. They simultaneously tried to track his activities in LA and Atlanta, learning more about the suspected killer, Eric Gold. He had taken dancing lessons, enrolled in the International School of Bartending, and taken a couple of classes from the Locksmithing Institute. Who are these people? Are these all his fake identities that he's just built back personas for? Authorities were able to attain a photo of Galt from the School of Bartending, and investigating his home city of Atlanta, they found a map of the city that seemed to show that he was stalking King. Circled on the map were 4 locations: King's home, Ebenezer Baptist Church, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference's headquarters, and the Capitol Homes housing projects. Most importantly, they were able to pull a clear fingerprint from the map. He's going to be found to be the same dude, right? All 3 of these dudes are going to be one dude. Using the photo obtained from the School of Bartending, the FBI issued a warrant for Galt. However, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had a hunch. The investigators had already begun to suspect that they were dealing with a single culprit operating under different aliases rather than a conspiracy of 3 men, largely on account of the fact that every fingerprint they found related to the evidence came from the same person. Suspecting that all 3 of these names were aliases, Hoover ordered investigators to compare Galt's fingerprints against the database of all known fugitives in the country. How did they do that back? Did they have computers that could do that back in the day? Because otherwise, what, they're going to have loads of people with magnifying glasses up to their eyes, like watchmakers looking at cards with fingerprints on them. Oh my god, computers changed the world, didn't they? That's crazy. Now, you might be thinking that should have been the first thing they did. Yeah, I'm assuming it just would take forever because they didn't have computers. And in modern times, this almost certainly would have been among the first things they did. But in modern times, we have computers, and this was taken place back in 1968. There were over 53,000 known fugitives in the United States at the time, and detectives would have to perform the fingerprint analysis by hand to match Galt's prints with that of a known fugitive. Oh my lord. That's 53,000 people, but they've each got 10 fingers and thumbs. That's going to take forever. That's an awful lot of fugitives, but they're not all created equal. Yeah, but how do you know it's even from a fugitive? It could just be someone who's in, it might not even be someone who's got a fingerprint registered. When driving from Ohio to Massachusetts, I got a speeding ticket while in New York. I did eventually pay it before the deadline, but for a couple of weeks, my opinion was, you New York, why would I ever go back there anyway? Had I not paid the speeding ticket, they would have issued a warrant for my arrest, and I would technically be on this list of fugitives. Holy well, that's intense. If you don't pay a speeding ticket, they're going to warrant your arrest? I pay my speeding tickets. Begrudgingly. So even though there were 53,000 fugitives, I'm going to guess they were heavily prioritized by different types of crimes. But what makes you even think this guy is a fugitive? Isn't it going to be harder as a fugitive to commit this sort of crime because you can't get a gun, you're going to be suspected like that? Isn't it just more likely? And how many people are fugitives? It's 53,000 in an entire country. Otherwise, the detectives got damn lucky, because on the second day of the fingerprint comparison, they found Galt's fingerprints matched to those of escaped convict James L. Ray. Well, there you go. Color me surprised. This was only about the 700th fingerprint comparison they had done, so finding a match could easily have taken 2 months instead of 2 days. The FBI immediately put out mugshot posters of Ray, announcing that Galt was in fact Ray, and broadcast his image around the country. They extended the search to Canada and Mexico as well, since there was proof that Ray had visited both countries since escaping from prison. This guy had a good run. Escaping from prison? How do you even leave the country? Are they going to check? On April the 21st, the FBI was able to make an appeal to the public for information on a show aptly named The FBI. The show, which was in its 5th season at that point, was a true crime docuseries featuring dramatizations of real FBI cases, and each episode ended with a quick segment featuring the FBI's current 10 most wanted criminals. Unfortunately, all of this had taken far too long. Ray had already been in Canada for weeks, and just 3 days after the episode aired, he finally obtained a passport under the name George Sneed, with which he purchased a round-trip ticket from Toronto to London. He obviously had no intention of coming back, but a round-trip ticket is less suspicious. Yes. Yeah, if you on the run, just buy that, because it looks less suspicious, and it's the little bit of extra money is going to be worth it for you. Top tip. However, Ray was just kind of winging it at this point, and not exactly doing a great job of it, despite thus far evading capture. On May the 6th, he exchanged his return ticket to Canada for a ticket to Lisbon, Portugal. He arrived there the next day only to find out that he had missed the boat to Africa. I'm not sure how often these boats left, but they must have been pretty infrequent, since 10 days later, Ray flew back to London to try and find another way to reach Rhodesia. That sounds like a bad idea. Just wait. Just go find some, no one knows where you are, just hole up in some tiny place or move around every few days in the city or the country of Portugal and just wait for the boat. Why are you getting on a plane unnecessarily? That's a bad idea. Also, why are you going to London? I feel like London's communication with America is going to be better than, Portugal's. By May the 27th, weeks after he had originally arrived in Europe, Ray was running out of money. It's here that we get a glimpse into the type of master criminal that was so deftly eluding the FBI. He attempted to rob a jewelry store in Paddington, but the store owners decided they weren't terribly keen on being robbed. Given this rather unexpected resistance, Ray simply ran off empty-handed. Again, Kevin's making fun of him. But I'm like, if you try to rob a jewelry store and the owners put up some form of resistance, leave empty-handed. There are plenty of other jewelry stores. Well, they'll just be like, I'm sorry, take everything. That's a big brain criminal move, to be honest. A week later, he decided to try his hand at crime once again, this time robbing a bank. Why? You don't need that much money. Just stay small time. Just stay small time and escape to Rhodesia, and when you're there, figure that shit out. But you need to get out of London. It seemed that the robbery was going more successfully this time, but the teller accidentally kicked a metal box. The loud noise, which may have sounded like a gunshot, spooked Ray, and he ran off with only £95, the equivalent of about $240 or about $2,000 today. It's a pretty small payday for a bank robbery, but it was enough to keep him afloat a little while longer. But the authorities were closing in. After examining about 175,000 passport applications, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police matched the photo of George Sneed to that of Ray. Checking the address on the passport, they found that he had been living in Canada under the name Paul Bridgman before receiving his passport. You can just... Wait, what's going on? He's just using a false name in Canada, applies for a passport, and they're like, and here you go. The FBI updated his list of aliases, which would result in his arrest a week later, though just barely. On June the 8th, Ray was at England's Heathrow Airport, attempting to purchase a plane ticket to Brussels, Belgium. He nearly was able to leave successfully, but when he gave his passport to an immigration officer, the officer noticed that there was a second passport in Ray's bag. Uh-oh, what have you done? Why do you have your old criminally passport with you? That's insane.
You are made of stupid.
Were it not for this act of carelessness, the immigration officer would never have checked the watch and detain list and discovered the name George Sneed had been listed by the FBI. George. Oh, George/Ray. What the f***? This is so amateur dude. So far, even though Kevin doesn't think so, I think your escape was quite good, and now you've just really bungled it, haven't you? He was quickly arrested and the process of extradition began. It took over a month, but he was finally extradited to Memphis, where he got to meet Arthur Haynes Sr., his defense attorney. The defense was being bankrolled by journalist William Bradford Hui in exchange for exclusive book rights. It's weird to me that two men could make a deal over the rights to Ray's story without his knowledge, especially since this was before the Son of Sam laws, but whatever. I have no idea what the Son of Sam laws are. But, I think he'd be pretty willing. right? If they're like, yo, we're going to get you a good defense attorney, someone who actually might get you off somehow, or at least not get you with a needle in your arm, or in a chamber, but like, it's worth it. So you have to write a book for them. You're going to say yes. On November 10th, a few months after he had arrived back in the United States, Ray discovered that his lawyer felt there was no chance of acquittal, so he fired Haynes. 2 days later, an interview had given Huey was published in Look magazine. This was the public's first introduction to a man known only as Raoul, who we'll get to shortly. Okay, wait, who's Raoul? I thought that was Ray's pen name or something. In February 1969, Ray hired a new lawyer, Percy Foreman. Foreman was famous for defending 778 accused murderers and getting 705 of them acquitted. Dude, that is a serious track record. If I ever murder someone, that's who I want. I'll be like, Percy, I'm flying you out from the 1970s. I need you to defend me. I've murdered Percy. Sorry. But Foreman said the case was hopeless and convinced Ray to submit a guilty plea to avoid the death penalty. On March 10th, Ray pled guilty to the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. and was sentenced to 99 years in prison. That's the official version of everything that happened, and it could have been the end of the story. However, just 3 days after pleading guilty, Ray again fired his lawyer and recanted his confession, claiming that he was coerced into pleading guilty. For the rest of his life, he would maintain that he had not shot King and was an unknowing accomplice in the assassination. And this brings us to the matter of Ray's side of the story. James Earl Ray's story. James Earl Ray was born March the 10th, 1928. This means he entered his guilty plea on his 41st birthday. So, happy birthday. He was born in Illinois as the oldest of 9 children, but his family relocated to Missouri to escape law enforcement after his father wrote a bad check. This seems like a huge reaction to what would have probably been a modest fine, but who am I to question his decisions? I was just thinking, he wrote a bad check. Family, we have to go on the run. Oh, God. What's that show with the guy from Arrested Development where he goes on the run from the cartels? I've not seen it, but it's been on my... It's one of those shows which is like, yeah, I think I'm going to really enjoy this, but I've just never got around to watching it. I don't remember, but he goes on the run. It's like, that's a reason to go on the run when the cartels are after you. It's like, oh, well, I just didn't have enough money in my account and I didn't realize. And it's like, we're leaving for Mexico. Ironically, where the cartels are. At the age of 12, Ray dropped out of school and he joined the military at the close of World War II when he was roughly 17. He was stationed in West Germany, but military life didn't suit him. He was constantly drunk and at one point escaped from a stockade, though why he was being detained isn't clear. Wait, like a stockade? Like, what's a stockade? Isn't a stockade where they put your head and your arms through those things and then they lock it down and people throw vegetables at you? Stockade. A barrier formed of upright wooden posts, especially as defense against attack, or a means of controlling animals. Okay. So he was in some sort of prison, I guess. He didn't have his arms. Oh, that's the stocks, not a stockade. My bad. You guys know what I'm talking about, or is that just a British thing? You see them like in old towns. It's really weird. It would be one thing if this guy was like Sterling Archer, a severe alcoholic who was the best at what he did, but he absolutely was not. It's like, yeah, you're an alcoholic, but you're the best, so we have to put up with you. And it's like, no, you're just a severe alcoholic, and it just makes you a bit more at everything, like with most people. Sterling Archer's from that Archer TV show, right? He's the cartoon spy. I really enjoyed that show. I was watching it with my wife, and she just didn't like it as much as me. So we stopped watching it. But I think I'll watch that by myself, because I really enjoyed it. It was very funny. As a soldier, Ray was pretty much the worst. He received the lowest possible passing grade on his marksmanship test, and when he was dishonorably discharged in 1948, it was for ineptitude and lack of ability. Why are you getting dishonorably? You're just shit. You're just shit, Ray. This is a bit surprising since he spoke with his brother John about his time serving in the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, the precursor to the CIA. Ray described the OSS as being like the mafia, saying once you're in, you're never really allowed to leave. This is the first part of the story that there's no confirmation of, but even if Ray really was in the OSS, he wouldn't have been recruited because of his incredible abilities, it would have been because he was expendable. Allegedly, he was subjected to hypnosis and psychoactive drugs, like a prototype for the MKUltra program that the CIA would begin a few years later. While all this is theoretically possible, it's unlikely it could ever be proven or disproven. It does seem unlikely though, doesn't it? It seems like one of those guys who's like, yeah, I was in the army. It's like, oh. Yeah, I was in the SAS. Oh, yeah, I saved the Queen many times. It's like, no, you didn't. Stop it.
It's time to stop!
He's like, I was in the CIA. It's like, bro, you could barely shoot a gun. Everyone knows you're Ray. They dishonorably discharged you for being This would all have been taking place during the 2-year period after the OSS was officially disbanded, but before the CIA was officially formed, so I can't imagine there's much of a paper trail for anything that happened during that period. Just keep in mind that the only source we have for this is the word of Ray's brother. Yeah, who was told it by Ray. Since we're on the topic, we may as well get some further unverifiable details of Ray's life from this time period out of the way. After being discharged from the military, he moved to California, where he began his life of petty crime. That part's true. More contentious is his reputation in the media as a lifelong racist and supporter of George Wallace, a presidential hopeful famous for stating in his 1963 inaugural address as Alabama governor, "Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever." Again, everyone, 1963. But also, how that turned out for you, George? Fortunately for Wallace, forever only meant about 7 years. That's how it turns out. You. Because in 1970 he became a born-again Christian and apologized for all of his previously racist views. I take it back. Good for you. Wow, that's great. I'm all into people changing. Like, that's fantastic. But where did Ray stand on these issues? Well, according to his family and friends, he couldn't be racist because some of his best friends were black. No, I'm not a racist. I have black friends. I just hate all other black people. Come on, it's not... Oh my God. While living in Los Angeles, Ray had predominantly lived in a black apartment building, went to black dance clubs, and had a black girlfriend. And even if all of that... Well, I mean, that does make him sound not racist, doesn't it? And I make fun of the like, oh, because it's like a meme. Like, oh, I'm not racist, I've got black friends. It's a meme. But the reality is, this dude, if this is true, I would say that is a sign of probably not being racist or being less racist. If you like hanging out with black people, you probably don't hate them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It would sound more racist if you're like, no, I never lived with black people. I definitely don't have any black friends, and I would never go to a black dance club. See, that sounds more racist. And oh my God, is this section forever going to haunt me on Twitter when people cut these clips out? Why? Jesus Christ. Even if all of that's true, I'm not necessarily sure that it means he wasn't a racist, though it does make it a much harder sell. Fully agree. We do need to remember that the main source for this was his brother John, who would have had an ulterior motive in trying to paint Ray in a different light. John owned the Grapevine Tavern, which was known to be a common meeting place for George Wallace's supporters, since it is believed that Ray's two primary motivations for assassinating King were racism and the desire to collect a large bounty from the KKK and other racist organizations for King's murder, a bounty that allegedly may have come to his attention through his brother's bar. And it would all be in John's best interest to separate Ray from this narrative. So, let's get back to the parts of Ray's story that can be verified before we dive headfirst into conspiratorial waters. After his brief stint in the military, where he may or may not have been drugged out of his mind, he became the newest member of America's revolving door prison system. He first entered the prison system after being convicted of burglary in California. Following that, he served another 2 years in prison for robbing a taxi driver at gunpoint in Illinois for the kingly sum of $11 and change. Once he was released, he was convicted of mail fraud in Missouri. Ray wasn't even smart enough to commit some sort of actual mail fraud scam. He just strolled into a post office to steal some money orders. Apparently, this is technically classified as mail fraud. That just sounds like theft. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, but the post office was involved, so it's a federal crime and you're gonna hang for this. You know, one of those weird crimes that is surprisingly bad. After another 4 years in prison, he stole some things from a post office. Dude, you're accidentally committing really bad crimes. After another 4 years in prison, he was again convicted of armed robbery. Now, that is a bad crime. And I mean, these are all bad crimes. I'm not trying to say that they're not bad crimes. But, like, stealing some from a post office and, like, armed robbery feels like a different game, doesn't it? This time for stealing roughly $120 from a Kroger grocery store in Missouri. In honor of his many repeat offenses and with very little downtime between his releases from prison and his next crimes, Ray was finally sentenced to 20 years. It was in 1960 when he began serving this sentence, but by 1967 he'd make his daring escape. Escaping a prison is not easy, and practice makes perfect, so of course he had made other attempts before finally being successful. The first attempt saw Ray build his own makeshift ladder to climb over the prison wall. It was brilliant in its simplicity and ended with him falling off the wall and knocking himself unconscious. Brilliant. master criminal at work here. He's like, oh no, I don't have a ladder for the other side. Ray. The second attempt resulted in Ray being found by guards hiding in a ventilation shaft, but third time's the charm, and it was on the third attempt that Ray was finally able to escape by hiding inside a box on a bread delivery truck. There's no real reason that this should have worked, as the guards and delivery crews should have been accustomed to making sure there weren't any convicts hiding in the truck, but it did work. And now we get back to the less reliable information. While I could find lots of sources that mention these alleged facts, all of them list the book written by Ray's brother John as their source, so well, take it as you will. After each unsuccessful escape attempt, Ray was administered Librium by a doctor who just happened to be a high-ranking military psychiatrist. Librium is a relatively weak benzo that can be used in medical hypnosis, and it is allegedly used to strengthen the effects of MK Ultra-style mind control stuff. The escape plan allegedly hadn't originated with Ray either, but rather with his cellmate, Ronnie Westberg. According to the story, Westberg knew that the plan would work, but wasn't able to do it himself because he was under extremely heavy surveillance for his repeated escape attempts. While Ray had tried to escape twice in 6 years, he was otherwise a model prisoner. He was a model prisoner, except he tries to escape the prison every 3 years or so. He doesn't sound like a model prisoner at all. But his escape attempts were so comedically bad that he didn't need to be watched as carefully as some other inmates. Following the escape, Westberg was found hanging dead in his cell. His arms and legs were all broken, and the death was ruled a suicide. What, he'd break his arms and legs before he hang himself? Jesus. It's like what happened to him. Shot himself in the head. Twice. That would be really suspicious if I could find any evidence other than John's book that such an event ever transpired. It was shortly after Ray escaped prison and had travelled to Montreal, Canada, that he claimed to have met Raoul. He described Raoul only as a blonde Cuban, and that a man he began working for, running guns and possibly drugs. It was Raoul who he claimed had set him up with the 3 fake identities he used: Eric Alt, Harvey Lomar, and John Willard. And here's where things start to get really interesting. Some of the previous allegations that came from John are more than a little bit out there, but Ray's own account involving Raoul is a bit more credible. First, there are the fake identities he used. To put it nicely, Ray seems like he was a bit of a dum-dum. He could probably be described as a person who had more money than sense, and as a recently escaped convict on the run in a foreign country, he did not have any money. Wait, I thought he had more money than sense. So he's got nothing? I feel like Evan doesn't give this dude enough credit. Like, yeah, he's clearly a piece of shit, but he did manage to escape the country, which I don't think is something most, people who commit assassinations manage to achieve. They end up captured very quickly.
Smart.
And yet, despite this, Ray was able to come up with genuine credentials for 3 aliases. Not only that, but the 3 fake names he used were real Canadian citizens who happened to look extremely similar to him. The name he used most frequently was Eric Stavo Galt, most likely the result of him misreading the signature of the actual man, Eric St. Vincent Galt, who signed his name as Eric STV Galt. Physically, the two matched one another almost perfectly, including scars there on the forehead and right palm. What are the odds? According to Ray, Raoul gave him $12,000 and the fake credentials in exchange for doing deliveries for him. He then traveled around the country, working under the employer Raoul, who he believed to be selling guns to anti-Castro Cuban militants. One day, Raoul gave Ray $2,000 and told him to get to Birmingham, Alabama to get a car. This is where he bought the white Mustang. So this dude's on the run from prison for a long time. And he's in America, he's in Canada, he's crossing borders. I thought people generally escape from prison, and they were back in prison within 3 days. I thought it was all of them. But I guess this guy actually escaped from prison and set himself up with a new life, which is pretty crazy. On March the 30th, 4 days before the assassination of King, Raoul informed him that he was making a large deal with the Cubans and would be supplying them with 200 guns. He again sent Ray to Birmingham, this time to buy a Remington 760 30-06 with a telescopic sight that could be used as a demonstration of the weapons that the Cubans would be buying. Ray went to the Air and Marine Supply Company in Birmingham and returned with 760 243 Winchester. He had purchased the wrong caliber gun. Classic Ray, small brain. The next day, Ray called the store before returning there to exchange it for a 30-06. According to the Air and Marine Supply Company employees, it was clear over the course of his 2 visits that Ray knew exactly 2 things about guns, Jack, and shit. He didn't know what the right scope for the gun was, and despite being given explicit instructions, he couldn't even pick out the correct gun. This was a guy who served in the military, but, remember, got discharged for being incompetent. When he went to make the exchange, the employees told him that the 243 was powerful enough to take down any deer he'd find in Alabama. His response was that he intended to take the rifle hunting in Wisconsin. Apparently deer are a bit sturdier up north. On the day of the assassination, Ray met Raoul at Jim's Grill, the restaurant below the rooming house and across from the Lorraine Motel. He was instructed to rent room 5B, but it doesn't sound like he actually spent any time in the room according to his account. This isn't necessarily without evidence. Though Ray's fingerprints were found on the discarded gun and beer cans, they were not present in the hotel room or the bathroom. Sure, he could have wiped everything down or worn gloves the whole time, but there was very little time between the shot being fired and him driving away, so wiping the room for prints afterwards becomes less likely. But according to him, he never fired the gun anyway. He bought it and gave it to Raoul, which is why his fingerprints were on it. He was then instructed to wait in the Mustang as a getaway driver in case things went south while Raoul met with the militants at Jim's Grill. According to Ray, at 6:01 p.m., he was waiting in the car when he heard a gunshot. Raoul then ran to the car and they sped off. At the time, he believed that something had gone down with the arms deal and they were just trying to escape. When the car had nearly exited Memphis, Raoul waited until they slowed down a bit and then jumped out of the moving vehicle, never to see Ray again. It wasn't until after he had been driving for a few more hours that he claimed to have first learned that King had been shot from a report on the car radio. That report also mentioned the suspect was a white male driving a white Mustang. Which is why he claims to have dumped the car and taken a bus to Detroit. From there, the story of his months on the lam in Canada and Europe is pretty much the same. But who are we to believe? The official story of Ray or Ray's personal account of being accidentally involved? Well, let's first look at the evidence involving Ray, and then we'll get to the evidence of a potential FBI conspiracy. Right now, I'm like, I just believe the official narrative because this just sounds like a narrative that Ray made up with some mysterious Raoul character to have someone to blame other than himself for the shooting, and it seems like he definitely did the shooting. Right? That's the obvious thing to go for. The shaky evidence against Ray. I've already touched upon some incongruities in the official story. Ray was reported to have worked alone in the assassinations, but even on the surface, it's hard to believe that he didn't have help. He dropped out of high school, essentially failed out of the army, and once he came back from West Germany, he was a petty criminal who spent more time in jail than out. And yet we're supposed to believe that he was able to acquire a large sum of money and authentic passports bearing the names of real Canadian citizens who genuinely almost looked exactly like him. This was the same guy who went to jail for holding up a cab driver at gunpoint over $11. Yeah, this whole time I've been like, Kevin, you don't give this guy enough credit. And now I see why Kevin doesn't give this guy enough credit, because Kevin doesn't think that he's the one pulling all of this off. And now I'm kind of like, yeah, Kevin's a big brain. Why did I draw that conclusion? Oh God, I don't know. It's really kind of obvious now, isn't it? But it does feel very conspiratorial. Or maybe I'm just naive. Oh God, I don't know. Either way, it's not good. Would I rather be stupid or naive? Probably naive, I guess. I'll go with naive. Then, of course, there's the rifle. He demonstrated a clear lack of understanding of firearms when he went in to purchase the gun, and he had demonstrated a clear lack of ability with guns while in the military. This also wasn't like Lee Harvey Oswald, a man who earned the designation of sharpshooter from the Marines and had a clear line of sight from the depository window to JFK, regardless of whether or not he was the only shooter. Ray had barely passed his marksmanship test, and his line of sight was anything but clear. The window in the bathroom of the rooming house did in fact face the Lorraine Motel, but well, if you could see anything, there was a sycamore tree growing right in front of the window with large branches covering and practically entering the window. In order to take the shot to hit King at the correct angle, Ray would have needed to be standing on top of the bathtub, holding his body in an incredibly awkward position and using his superhuman X-ray vision to see through the tree in order to aim at his at least somewhat moving target. This is the guy who was basically incompetent at guns in the military. It's like, come on. If it's as bad as that, no way. Speaking of the bathroom, I did mention it earlier, but this was a communal bathroom. It may have been publicized in the news where King was going to be staying, but there was no way a sniper was hitting somebody inside the hotel room from this bathroom. They would have had to have been outside. How long exactly Ray would have to be standing on the bathtub and aiming his rifle at the balcony in the hopes that King might walk outside? And what are the odds that he could wait there for that long with nobody coming in to use the bathroom? I can only imagine how awkward an encounter would be if someone knocked on the door, only for Ray to give a polite, "Pardon me, ma'am," as he walked out of the bathroom carrying a rifle. Just imagine you just walk into the bathroom, there's a dude just standing there with a off massive gun mounted on a, and he's just mounted himself on a bathtub. He'd be like, "Oh, I can see it's occupied. Excuse me, carry on." Don't mind me, Ray. I'm just going to take a dump over here. You stay there with your gun. Please don't shoot me. That clearly didn't happen, but if the sound of a gunshot came from the bathroom of the rooming house, surely another guest must have poked their head out to see what was going on, right? I mean, if it was gunfire coming from inside the building, then maybe not. But there was one witness that claimed to see Ray fleeing from the bathroom after the shooting, a man named Charles Stevens. Depending on who you ask, he was better known either as Bourbon Charlie or Bay Rum Charlie, but either way, Charlie had over 150 arrests, mostly related to his rampant alcoholism, so not exactly a reliable witness right there. This was the FBI's star witness, and the only person to claim to see Ray fleeing the building. Charlie's wife, his landlord, and another witness all stated that Charlie was too drunk at that point to have seen anything, and the only other witness that saw a person leaving the building that day said it was not Ray. During a pretty fantastic interview televised on CBS News, a reporter held a picture of Ray up to Charles, and Charles did not recognize him at all. Oh, Bay Rum Charlie, come on! When the reporter asked if it looked like the man he had seen, his reply was, "No, sir. It certainly doesn't." I cannot possibly stress enough that this was the FBI's star witness against Ray. He's a drunk guy who said, "Nah, it doesn't look like him at all." What, did you forget your lines, Charlie? Come on, the FBI gave you the lines, allegedly. Next, there's the bullet that killed King. Initial testing showed that it was consistent with a bullet fired from a Remington 760. Guns use rifling to spin the bullet through the barrel, and the spin makes its flight path more consistent. All guns of the same model should have similar rifling, but not necessarily identical. But that is, of course, barring some sort of defect like was present on the gun with Ray's fingerprints. Early ballistics tests came back as inconclusive. This isn't proof of anything, one way or the other. However, later tests using updated techniques, while still not 100% conclusive, began telling a different story. The judge presiding over Ray's final appeal was Judge Joe Brown. For fans of daytime television, yes, it's that Joe Brown. No idea what you're talking about. Brown was presented with updated ballistic tests that showed in 12 of 18 trials using the alleged murder weapon, the resulting bullets did not match those of the fatal bullet. But then I would say that the other 6 did. And that's pretty damning, isn't it? That doesn't seem inconclusive at all. It's like, yeah, 12 didn't, but 6 did. But would there be another gun in the world that would deliver the 6 that did? I don't know how ballistics works, but that does seem unlikely, doesn't it? The rate of rifling on the bullet being pulled from King was 1 turn every 11.5 inches, but the rate of rifling on the test bullets was only 1 turn every 10 inches. There was also marks on the test bullets from a manufacturing defect in Ray's gun that were not present in the fatal bullet. Now that seems like a bigger deal. That's fairly huge, and if 2/3 of the test bullets did not match, that would mean that it was more likely that the rifle with Ray's fingerprints on was not the one that killed King. More likely than not, but not guaranteed. Well, more likely than not is what we're looking for here. We just need... I say this like I'm defending Ray. All they should surely need to get Ray off, because I'm really feeling conspiracy vibes right now, is reasonable doubt. And surely that's reasonable doubt. Brown requested additional ballistics, at which point he was removed from the trial for his alleged bias. You know, bias in wanting the most accurate possible evidence with which to make a decision. But even if it's twice as likely that this rifle wasn't the murder weapon, people saw Ray drop it on the ground before fleeing the scene. That's got to be damning evidence, right? I mean, it is evidence. But if the forensic evidence is saying something else, then that is far more compelling, isn't it? If that's what people saw, then yes, it would be. But allegedly, it's not. In the 1999 trial that we'll be getting to later, oh my god, yeah, the trial that says that this isn't how it went down. The official narrative, right? I forgot about that. This is a very long video. So long as this all maintains Simon's interest. Yeah, sometimes I'll just be reading a script and I'll abandon it and be like, nah, not interesting enough. Sorry. Very rarely happens. Very, very rarely. Kevin's kind of joking, I think. Ray's original lawyer that he fired, Arthur Haynes, told a different story. By this point, he was Judge Arthur Haynes, and he was telling his story in the form of testimony sworn under oath. Haynes stated that he had interviewed Gary Caneep early on in the investigation of the scene before anyone had the opportunity to tamper with the witness. Guy Caneep was predictably the owner of Caneep's amusement company, the store in front of which Ray is said to have dropped the bundle of evidence. According to Haynes, Guy said that the bundle containing the alleged murder weapon was dropped in front of his store 2 to 5 minutes before the shot was fired, and the man who dropped it off was a dark-skinned white male with a chunky build, a description that did not fit Ray. What? This is a judge saying this. This is a judge relaying witness testimony that he took before someone was allegedly tampered with. This is crazy. This is like the JFK assassination, where I'm like, there's something going on here. There's definitely something going on here. Other witnesses that were in the store at the time agreed that Ray was not the person they had seen drop off the bundle. Another issue with the evidence against Ray is that no one seems to have actually heard the shot come from the bathroom window. However, there are a whole lot of witnesses who claim to have heard the shot come from bushes outside of the building directly across the street from the Lorraine Motel, bushes from which someone would have a much better vantage point. There were numerous reports of the gunshot coming from the bushes, followed by a plume of smoke coming up from the bushes. People even saw a man with a white shirt leap out of the bushes afterwards and run around the building. All of these people were told by police that they were mistaken. Police, you're not supposed... What are you doing? Your job is to gather witnesses, gather testimony, and instead you're like, no, you didn't see that. What the are you, CIA? Jesus. If there was someone in the bushes that took the shot, who could it have been? Was it this enigmatic Raoul, a magical being like the Great Gazoo or Snuffleupagus that only one character can even see? Well, it turns out there's some evidence that Raoul may in fact have existed. It's somewhat questionable evidence, but it's there. At one point during his prison break, Ray was driving from Los Angeles to New Orleans to meet Raoul. Along for the ride was a songwriter named Charles Steen. Okay. During their journey, Ray stopped to call Raoul from a payphone. For reasons unknown, Steen decided to write down the number that he called. Steen brought this information up to an investigative reporter in the 1970s, and the reporter did the only logical thing. They called the number. The phone reached Louisiana State Police barracks in New Orleans area, barracks that happened to be well known as a staging ground for CIA-sponsored guerrilla operations against Fidel Castro. And the man who answered the phone was one Raoul Esquivel. That doesn't seem like very shaky evidence. I mean, the songwriter in the car writing down the number, that seems like, why did he do that? Who is this guy? What's going on? But if that is legitimately the number that he called, and it reaches this Raoul dude at this place, that doesn't seem... I guess the shakiness is like, why would the songwriter have this number and then come forward so much later? That seems weird. This could of course be a coincidence. If federal intelligence agencies were involved, it seems a bit silly to think that an operative would actually give their real name to be the intended fall guy. That's just sloppy. Now, what else is probably coincidence? I mentioned that there was a witness, besides Drinky the drunk guy, who saw someone leave the rooming house bathroom after the shot was fired. When the witness was shown pictures of different individuals, the person she identified as having seen happened to be a Louisiana state trooper. The final issue with this whole thing is the timing. I'm not sure of the reliability of the sources for this one, but I'll just throw it out there anyway. As I said, it would have been weird if Ray just happened to go to the bathroom at the precise moment that King decided to go out to the balcony to talk to Jesse Jackson, his driver, and others. He would have probably waited in the bathroom for a while in the hopes that King came out, but what if it's an even less believable time window than that? Allegedly, King got out onto the balcony before 6 p.m. for a cigarette and was out there for 15 minutes talking to people and waving. It's true that he was a regular smoker, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a picture of him smoking because he tried to hide this from the public and especially from his children so they wouldn't take up the habit. That fact makes me less convinced of the veracity of the claim that he would be smoking in public while waving at people, but we'll at least consider the idea for a moment. If someone was stalking King, monitoring his balcony in the hopes that he would emerge, wouldn't it make more sense for him to be shot during the 15-minute window he was on the balcony rather than letting him go back into the room and waiting for him to emerge again for a minute? And isn't it unlikely that Ray would have entered the bathroom after King had been out for a smoke, but before he had left the room for the night? Unless, of course, the shooter wasn't yet in position because the hit was planned for precisely 6 p.m. But I mean, how could anyone know exactly when King was planning to leave his room? In order to know that, you'd probably have to be stalking him intently, wiretapping his phones, bugging his hotel rooms, listening in from adjoining rooms. You know, all the sort of shady shit that the FBI was absolutely doing. No, allegedly required there, I think. But let's just say it just in case, allegedly. They were allegedly doing. I think that was that's part of history though, right? That the FBI were spying on him and stuff, allegedly. The FBI... and Martin Luther King Jr. J. Edgar Hoover, bit of a and most historians agree was a massive racist as well. Holy really? Wasn't that, I haven't seen it. I can't believe I haven't seen it, because I'm a big fan of DiCaprio. But doesn't he play Hoover in a movie called, I want to say it's called Hoover, or J. Edgar. It's called J. Edgar, or Edgar, or something like this. I'd like to see that. Hoover essentially created the FBI, and he ran the organization for 48 years the way that he saw fit. Unfortunately, The way he saw fit was by no means appropriate. Although he is probably best known for his intense anti-communist stance, a stance that wasn't particularly controversial at the time, is an anti-communist stance controversial today? Especially in America? If someone was anti-communist, I'd be like, oh, okay, you don't like communists. I'm not a big fan of communism myself. But, like, is it controversial? I don't think so. People are going to be like, Simon, I can't believe you said you didn't like communism. What the I don't not like communism. I think, like, in a utopia, communism might be, well, more like socialism, right? But the problem is it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We tried it. Many places have tried it. It doesn't work out very well. Hoover greatly opposed anything he saw as leftist or subversive, and this included the civil rights movement. Thanks to a slew of FOIA requests in the 1970s, we know some of the lengths that the FBI went to in order to monitor and harass King for the better part of a decade. Over 70,000 pages of FBI secret files on King were released, but that's not even close to the whole story. The majority of the documents and recordings were sealed away by federal court order until 2027, according to the final report from the Senate Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations with Respect to Intelligence Agencies, aka the Church Committee, published in 1976. The FBI's extensive attempts to discredit King, and they were one of the most abusive of all FBI programs. The unofficial harassment of King by the FBI may have begun in the 1950s in the form of newspaper articles and the like, but it was in 1962 that a more official vendetta against him began. One of King's closest advisors, New York lawyer Stanley Levison, was pegged as communist by FBI informants. While it's true that Levison had been one of the top financiers of America's Communist Party previously, it does not appear that he was still active with the party at the time. But as far as Hoover was concerned, once communist, always a communist. And this also meant that King may have been a communist by association, something that they could use to discredit him. On June the 22nd, 1963, King got to meet with President Kennedy at the White House to discuss civil rights. There was a public perception about Kennedy and King, one that is credited with helping Kennedy win the presidency. In October 1960, shortly before the election, JFK made a phone call to King's wife, Coretta. It was a short call, maybe only a minute long, in which he expressed his condolences to her over the fact that her husband was sitting in a jail cell at the time. It was a phone call that everyone in his campaign told him not to make because it would cost him the election. But in addition to the phone call, both JFK and Bobby Kennedy had been working hard behind the scenes to get Kennedy released. After 30 hours in jail, King was let go on bail. When speaking to the press, he credited the work of Kennedy in his release. Though he did not officially endorse Kennedy, King spoke very highly of him and said that he held Senator Kennedy in very high esteem. Before this, Kennedy hadn't been particularly popular with the black community. Even though he was supposed to be far more progressive than his opponent, Richard Nixon, he still lost the support of many civil rights activists for being seen as catering to racist white Southerners in an effort to win votes. With King's statements after his release from prison, he received a huge wave of support with black voters, and from then on, he and King were seen as friends and allies. But this wasn't actually the case. They may have had similar goals in terms of civil rights, but they weren't actually friends and had a rather complex association. In a recording of Kennedy from a month before their meeting, he spoke about the schedule for that day. He wanted to push the meeting with King further back in the day to surround it with meetings involving Southern governors. He said, "The trouble with King is everybody thinks he's our boy," later adding, "King is so hot these days, it's like Marx coming to the White House." End quote. This is important because of the Kennedy's complicity in what eventually followed. During the meeting, Kennedy led King out of the Oval Office and into the Rose Garden. King would later joke that Kennedy took him out of the office for fear that it was bugged. Once in the garden, King was informed that Levison was a communist and that he had to drop him. Kennedy also warned that King was under surveillance as well, and that he couldn't allow there to be any scandal that would damage his administration's chances of getting a civil rights bill through Congress. Unfortunately, King felt that this covert request from the president was just a polite suggestion, and there was no harm in ignoring it. The FBI had gotten approval to wiretap Levison, and once it was discovered that he and King were still in contact, Hoover went to Attorney General Bobby Kennedy to get approval for wiretaps for King's home and office. Bobby approved the wiretap with the caveat that he wanted a full report in 30 days, after which he would determine whether or not there was any reason to continue the surveillance. Of course, that never happened. The FBI never submitted a report, but Bobby never brought up the subject again either. Because he hadn't explicitly rescinded the authorization for wiretapping, the FBI was able to use the original authorization to conduct even more wiretapping over the following years. Wow, that should have an expiration date, shouldn't it? It's like, yeah, you could do it for 30 days, and then you got to come back to me for more. Not like, you could do it forever unless I say no. Because you're a busy dude. Bobby Kennedy's probably real busy, and he's gonna forget. The Kennedys were privy to some of the FBI's monitoring of King, but it is unclear exactly how much they knew. Hoover had been keen on discrediting King so that he could derail the civil rights movement, and he felt nothing would be more effective than finding proof that King had communist ties. Although the wiretaps never resulted in evidence of communist rhetoric, what the FBI uncovered was far more salacious. Rather than calling Leveson to discuss his Marxist ideals, King was calling him to talk about his extramarital affairs. As far as Hoover was concerned, he'd just hit the fucking jackpot. Proving King was a commie would have been great, but the country was filled with communist sympathizers who might not have been dissuaded by such a revelation. But a Baptist reverend who couldn't keep it in his pants, now that was a scandal the entire nation could get behind. The extent of the surveillance against King ramped up dramatically following this revelation, and there seemed to be no limit to the lengths that the FBI would go to in order to find proof of his infidelity. At least one FBI operative was planted within the Southern Christian Leadership Council, though King wasn't an idiot and was reportedly well aware that this person was on Hoover's payroll. But that was only the beginning. Thanks to all the wiretaps, the FBI knew exactly where King was traveling at all times and what hotels he would be staying at. It became standard procedure for them to arrive at hotels beforehand and make management let them into the room where King would be staying so they could plant bugs. They would also book the room next door so that they could listen through the walls. Jesus Christ, FBI. It feels like incredible overreach. The documents compiled by the FBI are startling, both in their content and their volume. Didn't say it was like 70,000 pages or something insane. They were monitoring King's every word, every movement, and every pelvic thrust. Oh God. According to monitoring from the FBI, King had affairs with between 40 and 45 different women, hosted orgies, and would engage in, quote, unnatural sex acts. Of course, this was the 1960s, so God only knows what that meant. Up until 1962, sodomy was a felony in every single state, and the law wasn't even really targeting homosexuals. It should have just gone without saying that being gay was a crime back then. The anti-sodomy laws prohibited any sexual act that wasn't performed with the intent of procreation. While the enforcement of such laws varied greatly, the term unnatural sex acts could easily have just referred to stuff like oral sex. In fact, there's a good chance that that's exactly what it meant, at least in part. In 1964, the FBI Deputy Director William Sullivan wrote a memo paraphrasing one of the recordings of King. In the memo, he wrote that when King was trying to coerce women to let him perform unnatural acts on her, he declared to the room that he had started the International Association for the Advancement of Pussy Eaters.
What?
Jesus Christ. It's so crazy that all of this is public. This is like Martin Luther King, and it feels like we're reading his diary. Jesus. What are you doing, FBI? This is none of your business. While that may be the single greatest phrase I've ever seen in official government documents, page 19 of file number 62HQ116395, for anyone who wants to see it for themselves, the scene, as it's described, actually comes off as a bit rapey on the part of King. In fact, this same document alleges a scene in which a minister raped a woman while King just looked on and laughed. Jesus. There are two important things to note here. The first is that these documents are the FBI's accounting of what happened. Recordings exist, but those are all locked away until 2027, so we can't yet verify how honest they were being. The second important thing is that the FBI was... It's going to be a mighty coincidence if those recordings disappear by 2027, isn't it? What do you reckon the odds are of us actually getting to hear those are? I'm going to say low. It's like when the government was like, yeah, we got to release them. We're going to release them. It's like, oh no, well, we decided to redact everything. If the account is accurate, that means that the FBI also just sat there doing nothing while they listened to a woman being raped. If this is what the Bureau gets up to, it kind of makes me glad that they never accepted my application. Oh, there you go, Kevin. Didn't know you applied to the FBI. With proof and recordings of King's infidelity, there was only one thing left for Hoover to do: release the information to the public to destroy both King's credibility and the civil rights movement in one fell swoop. He felt this would be a foolproof plan, and yet it didn't work. The funny thing about news media back in the 1960s is that it wasn't nearly as sensationalist as it is today. It's not entirely clear whether Hoover was trying to shop the recordings around to various news outlets or if he just mailed copies of the tapes to them, but either way, the end result was the same. Nobody gave a shit. That's not to say that the public wouldn't have cared, because they absolutely would have, but no news outlet was interested in releasing the information. Given the world we live in today, this is almost impossible to imagine. But back then, the press didn't think that the private lives of public figures was anybody's damn business. Oh my god, I miss the past sometimes. I know the past was the worst. But goddamn, wouldn't that be a nicer world? They had declined to publish proof of JFK's affairs, and they weren't going to publish proof of King's affairs either. So if Hoover couldn't take care of his problem in the court of public opinion, he was going to have to try a more personal approach. The FBI King suicide letter. If the FBI couldn't get the press to play the tapes of King's affairs, then it was time to be more direct. They mailed some of the tapes along with an anonymous letter to King's house. Coretta received the package, though she claimed to not really make anything out in the tapes, referring to the audio as a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. When King returned home and read the letter, he immediately and correctly assumed that it was sent by the FBI. The existence of the letter, often referred to as the FBI King suicide letter, was known. But it had only existed in a heavily redacted and unreadable form. It had been discovered in 1971 when an activist group broke into the FBI office and stole about 1,000 classified documents, including the suicide letter. Oh my god. That sounds dangerous. It wasn't until a 1975 investigation during the church committee hearings that an unredacted copy of the letter was found alongside other papers that had been in the desk of FBI Deputy Director William Sullivan, the presumed author. I wouldn't think this needed to be said, but do not keep carbon copy records of your crimes in your work files. Did he know? Is this it seems insane to say, but is this a crime? Is the FBI doing crimes, or is this like super shady? Like, they had the authorization from what's-his-face, Kennedy, to do the wiretap. So can they send him this letter which encourages him to, like, yeah. So, yeah, that's got to be a crime, right? I don't know why I'm questioning. That's definitely a crime. The letter was received on the 21st of November 1964, just 2 days after Hoover had publicly stated to an assemblage of reporters that King was the most notorious liar in the country. The suicide letter claimed to be written by a fellow African-American and former supporter of King's, but it wasn't fooling anyone. The author called himself a fraud multiple times, referred to him as an evil, abnormal beast, and kept repeating the phrase, "You are done." The letter concluded, "King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do it. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason. It has definite, practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation." There are only a couple of possibilities for what the author was specifying that King should do. One proposal was that he should decline to accept the Nobel Peace Prize that he had won that year, but the ceremony was only 19 days away, and I suspect the FBI could ensure a package would be delivered in less than 15 days. The other alternative was that he was being asked to simply step down from his role as civil rights leader and president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The 34-day deadline, which would have been Christmas, doesn't make any real sense in this scenario, but it's perfectly likely that it wasn't meant to mean anything and it was just chosen arbitrarily to give a sense of urgency to the matter. Of course, those two readings of the letter are the minority opinion. To the vast majority of people, the words, "There is one way out for you, you better take it," can mean nothing but a call for King to commit suicide, especially given the harsh tone of the letter. But for skeptics, there's more evidence that this was intended to coerce him into suicide. It was not known to the public, but King had pretty severe bouts of depression. He hid this as much as he could because of how awful the stigma surrounding mental health was at the time, but those in his private life knew. And since the FBI was listening to everything he said, that meant they knew as well. There is evidence that they frequently timed their harassment to exploit his depression. The FBI would likely have been aware of the little-known fact that by the age of 13, King had already tried to commit suicide twice. In the more dramatic of the two events, he snuck out to a parade after promising his grandmother that he'd stay home with her. When he returned home from the parade, he found that she had died of a heart attack while he was gone, and he was so overcome by guilt that he jumped out of a second-story window. The FBI's attempted exploitation of his depression was absolutely deplorable, and there's a reason that the church committee said that it was one of the most abusive FBI programs of all time. Since this letter was received in 1964, and King wasn't assassinated until 1968, you probably already figured out that the threat didn't work. Those 34 days passed, and nothing happened. Nothing special, anyway. It was just a continuation of your run-of-the-mill abuse of power by Hoover that continued all the way until April the 4th, 1968. Suspicious events on the day of the assassination. So, we already know that Hoover and the FBI had it out for King in a big way. That's an established fact supported by tens of thousands of government documents. And sure, they may have tried to gently extort him into suicide, but does that mean they'd actually go so far as to kill him? When it was just about civil rights? Maybe not. For most of his life, King was just campaigning for African Americans to actually enjoy the rights that Congress had promised them nearly a century earlier. That shouldn't really have been seen as a big ask. But after the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, his attention had shifted. He was still involved in civil rights activism, but he was expanding beyond that. King was very vocal in his opposition to capitalism and the Vietnam War. The way he saw it, as evidenced in the quote Simon read like 75 minutes ago, Kevin very aware of the length of this script. America was fundamentally broken. It needed to be burned down, figuratively, and rebuilt from the ground up so that it could be a more equitable society that respected the rights of all people and worked together to vanquish poverty from within the nation. God, oh, what a monster. God, what a monster. No wonder the government wanted him dead. It's so absurd. It's so insane. When King was returning to Memphis on April the 3rd, he was a bit wary given the riots that had taken place there just a week prior during his last visit. As an extra security precaution, he and his team decided to book room 202 at the Lorraine Motel rather than the normal King Abernathy suite. Room 202 was more secluded and the door and balcony didn't open to the main street. However, before he arrived, the motel received a call from a person claiming to be part of King's entourage. That person requested that they be moved back to room 306. If that's not from his entourage, that is mega suspicious. By the time King arrived at the motel and learned of the change, a change that nobody on his team had requested, every other room was booked, so they stuck with 306. Oh my lord. The only people who would know outside of his entourage that he didn't want to stay in that room because it was too open would be the people spying on him, which was the FBI. So they would phone and get them to change the room, which is insane. The city of Memphis wasn't thrilled about King returning after his last visit resulted in a riot, and he was put under surveillance by the Memphis Police Department. It's probably worth noting that the MPD had 5 paid informants who were working with the FBI. When he arrived at the airport, King was met by 4 police officers who had been assigned to protect him. He hadn't requested police protection and wouldn't tell them where he was staying, but they followed him to the motel anyway. In addition, there were 2 black plainclothes officers that began tailing him from the moment he arrived at the airport. One of these officers was Detective Edward Reddit. The police detail would stay as close to King as possible for his protection, while the undercover officers kept an eye on him from the fire station across the street. A fire station that the FBI happened to mention had an excellent vantage point of the Lorraine Motel. Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that they mention it's got an excellent vantage point. They're there to look at him. They're openly admitting to that, so saying it's got a good vantage point doesn't have any secret meaning. Other than the room change, so far this isn't suspicious. No, but the room change is so suspicious. Oh my god. A notable and contentious public figure was back in town, and the MPD had dedicated half a dozen men to ensuring his round-the-clock protection. I get why King and his team would have been thrilled about the police detail, but personally I'll be happy knowing that my safety was being taken seriously. It wasn't until the next day that things started to get really strange. There were only 2 black firemen who worked at the station across the street from the motel, both of whom were called and given the day off on April the 4th. Shortly after noon that day, Detective Reddit received a threatening phone call. He and the other undercover officer were sent back to the station, and upon arriving, Reddit was informed that threats had been made against him and his family. They would have to stay at the hotel under a fake name until it all blew over. Reddit would never hear another word about the alleged threats. At 5:05 p.m., less than an hour before the assassination, the 4 policemen guarding King were called back to the station. This hadn't been scheduled, and they had no idea why they were called back. When the chief of police was asked why, they were asked to return to the station. He claimed that he didn't remember it happening. In fact, the chief of police claims that he didn't even remember there being any officers assigned to King's protection. That's a pretty bold stance to take, since there's testimony on the matter from all of the officers involved, but, well, you do you, Chief. Sounds like that dude just wants to stay out of this. Which, I don't know if I can't blame him. It's super messy and scary. One interesting thing that came from their testimony is that Reddit said that it was his idea to use the fire station, and his partner hadn't been given a specific location from which to surveil King. I'm not saying that the alleged threats against his life and family wouldn't have happened if it chosen a different location, I'm just saying. So over the course of that afternoon, King went from having 6 police officers on site and dedicated to his protection down to 0, thanks to mysterious orders from the police department in which the FBI had multiple people on its payroll. Yeah, nothing to see here. By the way, do you remember when I mentioned that most of the witnesses not only heard the shot come from outside in the bushes, but a man in a white shirt ran out of the bushes around the building? You're not supposed to, but all I could do is tell you that every one of those witnesses must have been wrong. Do you also remember when I said that there was a tree blocking the window from the rooming house and the shot would have been nigh impossible, especially for the rather inept Ray? Well, you definitely aren't supposed to remember that, and the city of Memphis was going to make sure you didn't remember it. This was the example, the one about the guy in the bushes or whatever, where the police were like, nah, you didn't see that. Which is like not what you're supposed to do as police officers. Right? Idiots. On April the 5th, there was no tree. One officer testified that he heard several conversations at the police department, with others saying that the shot couldn't have come from that window because of a sycamore tree that was in the way. A work order was put in on the 4th, and after working all night, the MPD had finished removing the tree by the morning of the 5th. Holy guys. Do you not understand how suspicious that looks? This allowed for a clear line of sight from the bathroom window to the Lorraine Motel. Oh yeah, they also removed the bushes while they were at it, so if anyone saw the shooter in the bushes, the police could shrug their shoulders and be like, what bushes? I don't know, the bushes that were there the day before? And the tree? This is crazy suspicious. All of those rather suspicious things are a combination of established fact and sworn testimony by the people involved. This final part was sworn testimony as well, but I'm going to put a big allegedly here because this is a second-hand account told over 30 years after the fact. Yeah, an account. Not our belief, an account. This story came from the son of Lulu Mae Shelby, a surgical aide that had been working at St. Joseph's Hospital the night the King was shot and allegedly was the last person to leave the room before he died. I mentioned the King still had a pulse when he was shot. He arrived at the hospital at 6:16 p.m. and his time of death was recorded at 7:05 p.m., meaning hospital staff spent 50 minutes unsuccessfully trying to save him. Lulu allegedly told her family, including her son, the following story after returning home from work the next morning. King's room was full of doctors and aides, desperately trying to save his life. It was just after 7 p.m. when the chief of surgery entered the room, accompanied by two men in suits. They ordered everybody out of the room, with the chief of surgery very, very allegedly telling them, stop working on the N-word and let him die. The men in suits then allegedly removed his breathing tube, while the doctor allegedly smothered him with a pillow. In some tellings of the story, the men were also expectorating on King's body. What does that mean? Spitting. Jesus. What the This feels made up. Surely that can't be real. Also, why is the doctor? The chief of surgery of a hospital smothering a patient to death with a pillow just feels like it's out of a movie. This feels... This doesn't feel real to me. No, I don't believe people aren't horrible pieces of shit. Like, there's plenty of examples of that in today's episode. But this just feels a bit much, doesn't it? Personally, this part of the conspiracy is a bridge too far for me. Thank you. Places that quote this testimony as irrefutable fact also tend to add that the FBI didn't allow an autopsy to be performed on King to hide his cause of death, and that's just not true. Since I can tell you that King's spleen weighed 80 grams and that his stomach contained 10 cc's of partially digested food fragments, I think we can view those sources with a healthy dose of skepticism. According to the doctor that performed the autopsy, King had the heart of a 60-year-old man, despite only being 39. This was likely the result of intense stress from his 13 years in civil rights activism. It also meant that the state of his heart and the severe damage the bullet had done, his wounds would almost definitely prove fatal anyway, without the need for him to be smothered. Lulu also died a few months after King, so the whole story is relying entirely on the testimony of what she allegedly told her son once, 30 years prior. I hate to bring down those claims for completion's sake, but there's already enough shady stuff going on that we can actually prove, as well as the years-long FBI persecution of King. We don't need to add in murderers, doctors bandying around the N-word just for the hell of it. Yeah, it goes too far for me as well, Kevin. I just don't really believe that part. And like you say, the moving of the room and stuff, it's already like, we know what's up. Come on. So where does that leave us? We know that the FBI, particularly Hoover, absolutely hated King and wanted to do everything in their power to discredit him and take him out of the equation. We know that there's a lot of suspicious stuff surrounding the events of the assassination, particularly actions taken by a police department that have been compromised by the FBI. We also know that Ray was never found guilty at trial. Despite recanting his guilty plea and filing every appeal they could, he was never given the opportunity to be tried by a jury of his peers. While Ray never went to trial, I did mention a rather surprising 1999 court verdict at the beginning of this episode, and I'd say it's high time that we examine that case. The Lloyd Jowers trial. Fortunately, we've already covered most of the evidence that was presented in this trial, so we don't need to retrace our steps. The official name of the court case was the King family versus Lloyd Jowers and other unknown co-conspirators. Okay, so this is a civil case, because it's not the state versus. The official name of the court case was the King family and Lloyd Jowers and other unknown co-conspirators. Okay, well, we know it's a civil case then, because it's the King family and another party rather than the King family and the estate and the state. So I think by 1999, the King family was firmly of the belief that Ray did not kill Martin Luther King and had been used as a patsy. Not only were they all vocal about this in the media, but King's son Dexter even visited Ray in prison and told him in person that they knew he was innocent and were doing everything in their power to seek justice. And that's all well and good. But who the hell is Lloyd Jowers? Lloyd Jowers owned Jim's Grill, the restaurant below the rooming house. The back door of his shop led directly to the bushes that were definitely never there, so please stop talking about them. According to Jowers, he was paid $100,000 by alleged local monster Frankie Liberto to help organize the assassination. His version of events claims the involvement of Raoul, the MPD, and the Mafia. He even went so far as to name Police Lieutenant Earl Clark as the shooter. It sounded like Jowers was involved in some of the planning, but more than anything, he was being used for the location of his restaurant. After Clark allegedly shot King, he passed the Remington rifle through the door to Jowers, who then hid it behind the bar. That way, even if someone could have identified Clark, they wouldn't be able to say that they saw him carrying the murder weapon. Beyond that, the evidence presented was mostly things we've already discussed. After nearly a 4-week trial, it took the jury only 1 hour to deliberate. The jury unanimously found that Jowers was responsible, along with conspirators, including government agencies. You notice I said responsible rather than guilty, and that's where things start to get a bit interesting. Dude, it's already pretty interesting. You see, this wasn't a criminal trial. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And yeah, Americans, you have juries for civil trials as well. I forget. I'm sorry. It was a civil suit for wrongful death. Despite being a civil suit, it wasn't about money. The King family was only seeking $100 in damages. They wanted it on the record, in a court of law, that the government was responsible. But that's really hard to do. Thanks to a little thing called sovereign immunity, you can't file criminal or civil charges against the government unless they agree to let you? What? It's like, no. I pass on that. I'm not interested. It's like I got a speeding ticket. It's like, no, I'm not interested in that. Not today. Maybe some other time. How's that fair? What the f***? That may come as a shock, but the government was not about to go to court to defend themselves against a conspiracy theory. By naming unknown co-conspirators in their filing, it left the door open for the jury to name government agencies as conspirators without the Kings actually having to sue the government. That's pretty clever. You have some big brain lawyers. But because this was a civil case, the burden of proof is dramatically lower. That's what I was discussing at the beginning. The prosecution only needs to show that something is more likely than not, rather than proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a huge difference between a person being 50.1% sure of something and a person being 100% sure of something. Reactions to the verdict were more than a little mixed. The Kings felt vindicated. They believed it was finally on record in a court of law that Martin Luther King was assassinated as the result of a conspiracy. The government felt differently, and the Department of Justice decided to reopen the case in 2000 to investigate the evidence that was put forth in the trial. After reviewing all of the evidence, Attorney General Janet Reno declared that she could find no evidence of a conspiracy, that Frank Liberto wasn't a member of the Mafia, and that the Jowers had made up the entire story for financial gain. But that's just what they want you to think. I don't know, man. There's a lot of it's exactly like the JFK episode. I don't know what happened, but I know in my heart, like, allegedly, that there is way more to this than they're letting on. There's way more to this than the official story. I think if you've listened to this episode and you listen to what Kevin's presented and you think it's like it is in the official narrative, it's not like I'm with this conspiracy theory. If you're not, it's like, did you not pay attention? Wrap up. I've laid out as much potential evidence as I can, and I've been as forthright as possible about the credibility of that evidence. So, to you, Simon, and everyone at home, where do you land on this one? Was James Earl Ray acting alone in the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., or do you think he was an unknowing patsy that took the fall as part of a larger FBI conspiracy? In my eyes, the official story leaves a lot to be desired. Ray was an incompetent criminal and a terrible rifleman. Even if he was somehow capable of pulling this off alone, the evidence is really suspicious. The murder weapon covered in fingerprints was left gift-wrapped on the street despite no fingerprints in his room or the bathroom, and the FBI's star witness was a drunk who looked at a picture of Ray and literally said, "That's not the guy." On the other hand, the story given in the Jowers trial isn't great either, because Jowers was the main defendant. Instead of emphasizing the released FBI documents, it had to focus on Jowers' story. This included a lot of second and third party testimony of events, like the doctor smothering King with a pillow. There's a fair chance that he really did make up his involvement in the hopes of selling his story. If neither of these stories seems great, well, that brings us back to all the declassified documents from the FBI and the accounts of police officers that were tasked with protecting King that day. Based on all of that, it looks really bad. There's no direct evidence of a murder conspiracy, but they had already told King to kill himself, and he refused to take the hint. It's not unreasonable to think that as his fight against capitalism and for human rights intensified, so too would the response of an increasingly corrupt and vindictive FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. All I know is that where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's an awful lot of smoke in today's episode. But there wasn't any plume of smoke coming from the bushes, and there are no bushes across the street from the motel, and there never were, so just keep your mouth shut about the bloody bushes, okay? Yeah. Lots and lots of smoke, isn't there? I said it already. I said my piece. You know how I feel. This has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown. Thanks for watching or listening. If you enjoy it, please do leave a review, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, hi there. Leave a like, and I'll see you next time. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. It's right there in the title. Today, what's really inside Area 51? Kevin wrote this to me. I've never read it before, but I already know the answer. Area 51's just... Sorry, I'm congested. I feel like I've been crying because... I was crying because for about 10 minutes before recording this video, I just couldn't stop sneezing. I was just like sneezing. I have no idea why. I just had a crazy sneezing fit. And then I was like, okay, it's finally passed. Let's record a video. And I'm still feeling it. Look, what's inside Area 51 is not aliens. It's just a military base where they test planes and there's like, I don't know how else to like describe it. It's a military base with planes, like experimental planes, and I'm sure they're really cool and secretive and awesome, but it's not aliens. Anyway, Kevin's going to tell us all about this in many more words than that, so let's just jump in, shall we? Good news, everybody. YouTubers roll back the profanity restrictions. Oh, Kevin, this is so wildly out of date. Even when I'm recording this, it's already out of date. By the time it goes live, people are going to be like, there was a what with a what? That means that even though this is just the beginning of the video, I can tell you that it's time for some f***ing aliens. Oh, Kevin, you can't swear anyway. Like, I mean, not so early. They've rolled it back from the first 8 seconds, but it still applies in the first minute or something. So no, you can't, Kevin. Rely on Simon, the YouTube genius.
Amen.
to know that just don't, it's just not worth the risk. It all began in 1947. Technically, it began well before that with a bunch of reports of UFOs before and during World War II. But June the 24th, 1947 is credited as the first major UFO sighting of the modern era. Modern is being used somewhat loosely here since that was over 75 years ago, but just go with it. Ah yes, the modern times of the 1940s. When my grandparents were younger than me. Kenneth Arnold wasn't the first person in America to report a UFO sighting following World War II. He was just the first person to do so that wasn't a complete crackpot. Arnold was a businessman, and after working for a couple of years selling firefighting equipment, he founded his own company, Great Western Fire Control Supply. He traveled around the entire Pacific Northwest selling and installing automatic fire suppression systems, and he did that traveling in his own private plane. Okay. You know your business is successful when you got your own Oh, I suppose he's like, he could be... There's a big like, private plane. I mean, look, either way, if you're flying planes, you got some money, right? Because, like, I don't know, I was taking my pilot's license. That shit's expensive. Like, you've got some money. But I imagine this dude, like, in a Learjet, but he could just be, like, flying around in a little Cessna or something. Of course, owning a private plane in 1947 wasn't the same as someone owning their own private jet today. There we go. Arnold had a 2-seat propeller plane, and he was the pilot. He took off from Chehalis in Washington, summoned at around 2:15 p.m. en route to Yakima, Washington. What is up with all the places that I don't know how to pronounce? I thought you spoke English in America. Come on. He then decided to take a detour after hearing about a large cash reward, presumably from air traffic control, since that was created in the 1930s. Can you imagine a time before there was air traffic control? Everyone just roaming around, doing whatever they want. It's like, hello. Hello. Just like driving, but with planes and much more death. The US Marine Corps was offering a reward of $5,000, that's over $67,000 today, if anyone could locate their Curtiss C-46 commando plane that had crashed near Mount Rainier. Arnold gave up his search just before 3 p.m. and decided to get on with his actual job, and that's when he saw the UFOs. I don't know, $67,000 is a lot of money. If I was going to like a meeting or whatever, let's just say by car, and someone's like, yeah, if you spot this thing, we're going to give you $67,000, I'll be like, well, off we go, cancel my afternoon.
Let's go!
When Arnold landed in Yakima, he told some of his pilot friends what he had seen. Skeptical of actual aliens, they suggested what he might have seen was guided missiles or a secret government aircraft that was being tested. Those are some pretty smart friends. He finished refueling and then he headed to Pendleton, Oregon for an air show. That next day, he went to the office of the East Oregonian newspaper to share his story. They too were skeptical at first, but something strange happened. The longer that the reporters interviewed Arnold, the more they began to believe him, not because they were getting wrapped up in the excitement of it all, but because he just seemed to be really credible. There are people who are just more credible. Like, if someone came up and they were like, Simon, I saw aliens, it'd be like, well, instantly I'd be like, please. But if you were like a very serious dude who was like, like, oh, I did this, I see this, it's like, I'm a businessman. What was he selling? Like equipment. And then there's the dude who rolls up and he's like, he looks like semi-homeless. He's like, talks too fast. He's got those shifty eyes, like, though it's a different vibe, isn't it? Because I'll be like, the first guy is like, I'm going to give you the time of day. The second guy I'll be like, oh, please. Whoops, my coffee's falling off my coaster. And people be like, oh, Simon, don't judge a book by its cover. And it's like, it's a very useful way of judging people. Arnold was already an experienced pilot and respected businessman, which helped his credibility. But nothing he told them was exaggerated or sensationalized. It was not only delivered completely matter of fact, but he had observed the event meticulously. After Arnold had given up his search, he saw a bright flashing light like the sun being reflected by a mirror. His first instinct was the light was reflecting off another plane that he was dangerously close to. Air traffic control may have existed for over a decade at that point, but it would be another 5 years before they actually had radar to help them track the planes. Plus, there was a huge reward for the C-46 search mission, so his assumption that another plane was nearby was a reasonable one. Also, they could just be in, I remember this from my flying lessons, like you could be in unrestricted airspace, or like that where they're like, okay, you've got to look out the window for other planes because someone's not going to come on the radio and tell you there's another plane nearby. You just got to watch out for them. However, when he searched the skies around him, the only other plane he saw was 15 miles back. About 30 seconds later, he saw a series of bright flashes off to his left. Again, he thought that this may have been a reflection, though this time he thought something may be reflecting on his window. He tried rocking the plane, removing his glasses, and eventually he just rolled the damn window down. The lights hadn't been a mirage, they were coming off something flying off in the distance. Arnold began searching for a rational explanation. Could it just be light reflecting off a flock of geese? No, it was too high up, it was too bright, and they were moving too fast. Maybe it was lights on some sort of new jet like his friends had suggested. That might make sense, so he began intently searching for a trail, but there was no trail to be seen, or at the very least, he saw none. I'd be like, yeah, it's a jet. It's a jet, they don't always have to make trails. They don't always, there's still lots of very rational explanations available. The lights approached Mount Rainier, which had already been about 25 miles away when this all began. They passed in front of the mountain, and Arnold saw there was dark objects along the backdrop of the snowy mountaintop. The objects did continue to flash on occasion as well. He described them as being convex, comparing their shape to a saucer disc or pie pan. Note that the term flying saucer didn't exist yet. This was actually the incident from which the term originates. Well, there you go. He also realized in order for him to see any detail at such a distance, the objects had to be pretty big, at least as big as the plane that was trailing him. Arnold estimated that the discs were about 60 feet in diameter. What is that in meters? Like 10 meters? So quite large, but not massive. Though some later number crunching would have him bump this up to about 100 feet. The objects also appeared to be flying together in a group in a diagonal echelon formation. He later calculated that the saucer's flying formation was roughly 5 miles in diameter. Curious about how fast things were going, he decided to change his course slightly to run parallel to theirs. He rolled down his window to make sure that he was seeing them clear without any potential glare or reflections on the glass, and then he started timing them. The UFOs traveled from Mount Rainier to Mount Adams and then faded from sight. According to the clock on his instrument panel and the apparent locations of when he started timing them and when they got too far to see, they'd traveled 50 miles in 1 minute and 42 seconds. I don't know how fast that is. I'm sure Kevin's going to tell us in a second, but it's bloody quick, isn't it? Once he was on the ground, he had the time to do the actual maths. Arnold was able to calculate the speed, and he measured it as being over 1,700 miles per hour, or 3 times faster than the fastest manned aircraft at the time. Since his distance measurements weren't exact, he decided to round the speed down to 1,200 miles per hour. It was still a few months before Chuck Yeager would become the first pilot to break the sound barrier, so that speed would still seem pretty ludicrous for a man-made plane at the time. Yeah, I mean, but there's also assuming he's done all these calculations correctly and there was actually this flying disc or whatever, one, it doesn't have to be manned. And were there rockets and stuff? There must have been rockets and stuff going faster than planes, right? So there could be rockets or something like that. And also could just be like, there's lots of cool that the military has that they don't tell us about, and then we find out years later that they have, or decades later. You're like, holy military's ahead of their time. Like the NSA, CIA, the military, DOD, Department of Defense. How does that work? Like, I don't know. Look, MI6, GCHQ for the British ones. They have tons of cool shit that they're not telling you about. The thing with Arnold's whole story is that the way he tells it doesn't sound crazy. He didn't barge into the newspaper office and yell, "Stop the presses because I just saw some alien ships." He told them what he observed, and he didn't speculate as to the true nature of these flying saucers. Obviously, he had initially speculated it was some new type of jet, but he didn't see a tail. Beyond that, he doesn't appear to have made any wild claims, at least not initially. After helping debunk an elaborate UFO hoax, Arnold would go on to realize that there was way more money in leaning into the whole aliens thing, and he published a whole lot of stories about aliens and UFOs, but all that came later. I leaned into Arnold, no! He leaned into the grift so hard, which one day this channel will be like, aliens discovered the truth about Atlantis. And it'll just be me talking about how they finally discovered aliens and Atlantis is real, because that's how I'll make this channel more popular than it is now. It'll be like 1 million views. Boom, boom, boom. Easy as pie. And all it will have cost me is my soul. For now, he was a credible witness with a story that could be corroborated by others. Multiple other civilians had seen similar things at the time, and some of them had even reported it to the newspapers before Arnold did. They reported it to their Washington newspapers the same day, whereas he had gone to the newspaper the following day in Oregon. The most important corroboration actually came 10 days later, when the crew of a United Airlines flight saw identical objects to what Arnold had described. As a side note, I have a question for you, Simon. Okay, here we go. Because you've talked about taking flying lessons in the past. Is flying a plane the most mindless thing in the world or something? All of the details in Arnold's story sound like an accurate telling of what he observed, but it's also a fairly lengthy story that doesn't seem to involve him actually flying the plane. He just stared at something off in the distance for almost 2 minutes straight to time how fast it was going, and at one point he took off his glasses that I can only assume he would need to see. I mean, I get that driving a car becomes pretty mindless with experience, but I still need to at least vaguely pay attention to what's happening in front of me. I'd say, obviously, with a plane, there's a lot more to learn, and there's a lot more to do at times. But once you're in the air, and you're just off somewhere, there's not really any... I mean, there's other planes in the sky, but it's not like the cars. There's not that many. You also don't have to turn. You don't have to, have lane discipline or whatever. You just press the little autopilot button, and it'll keep you level, and it'll keep you at the same speed. And, it can be a bit mindless. Anyway, Arnold's story was first published in Oregon on June the 25th, and the next day it caused a nationwide sensation as media outlets across the entire country picked up on the story. It seemed that every man, woman, and child was whipped up into a frenzy over the possibility that extraterrestrials had come to Earth. Everyone except for one man, and that man was W.W. Mac Brazel. Mac didn't own a phone or a radio, so he had no idea just what sort of malarkey the rest of the country was up to. What he did own was a ranch just outside of Roswell, New Mexico, so while the rest of the country was fixated on nearly 800 UFO sightings that would be reported immediately following Arnold's, Mac just wanted to get back to chorin'. What is chorin'? I don't even know what that is. Doing his chores? What was his job again? He just was a rancher. Okay, the rancher's chore? Okay. The Roswell Incident. Sometime in late June, Mac was out working on his ranch when he came across some debris. We don't actually know for sure what we found, because he didn't really pay it any mind. The debris was scattered across an entire square mile, and it consisted of tinfoil, rubber, and wooden beams. Not wanting to let somebody's trash stand in the way of a solid day's work, Mac gathered up the debris and pushed it under some brush to get it out of the way. He then continued with life as normal for about the next week. Is this the weather balloon / alien spacecraft thing? And it's the alien spacecraft that was made out of wood. That common interplanetary craft material. Tree. On Saturday night, July the 5th, Mac drove into nearby Corona, New Mexico. It was then that he finally caught wind of all this talk about flying saucers. Realizing that he might have something extremely important on his hands, he decided that the debris found should be handed over to the proper authorities whenever he could get around to it. Or maybe he just had to spend the entire next day in church because it was Sunday in the 1940s. Who knows? Also, he's fascinating. There's this word and this stuff, and he's just busy. He's got his own shit going on. That's okay. Just because it's a priority for other people doesn't mean it's a priority for Mac, and that's fine. Or maybe he just really loves Jesus.
I love you, Jesus.
When Monday came around, Mac gathered up some of the debris and drove it to the Roswell Sheriff's Office. Much like Mac, the sheriff didn't really know what to make of it. He decided to call the nearby Roswell Army Airfield, who assigned the investigation to Major Jesse Marcel. Marcel came out to the ranch with Mac, and together they gathered up more debris for Marcel to take home with him. On Tuesday morning, July the 8th, Marcel took the materials to his base commander, Colonel William Blanchard. There are a lot of jokes about the US military, and the Army in particular, being made up of the bottom percent of high school graduates. Regardless of what you may think of the average Army soldier, I can tell you that Colonel Blanchard was a genius for what he decided to do after sending Marcel to Fort Worth Army Airfield to report the debris to the general in charge. But the military and stuff, I get the bottom 1% comments or whatever, it feels a bit mean, but these aren't grunts, these are officers. So they went to the equivalent of, is it the equivalent of university? Is it West Point? Is that where people go in America? I think we call it, is it Sandhurst? Sandringham? Sandville? Something like this in the US. Sand something, for sure. And that's where, and I don't know, you've got to be pretty bright to be an army officer or a military officer, right? Because you're going to be leading a lot of people, you're going to be making a lot of decisions. And then to rise to colonel and be in charge of a base, I feel like, I don't know what the equivalent of that is in the civilian world, but it's probably area manager, something like that. I don't know, if you have a few branches, whoever Michael Scott's boss is in the office, it rotated out a few times, right? I imagine that's the sort of... Would Michael Scott be a major, though? I can't believe we're having a discussion about what the military ranks of the US office would be. But, because Michael Scott, I guess his job would be, his rank might... I have no idea. Look, military people chime off in the comments below because I'm genuinely curious. But, he would be a major, but just a very incompetent major, right? And then the person in charge of that would be, a colonel. And would the person in charge of that person, what's his face, Michael Wallace? Would he be a general? Maybe a 1-star or a 2-star general, and then the CEO would be a bigger general? Right? I don't know. I'm fascinated by this. Let me know what you think in the comments below, military people. Is Michael Scott a major? That's the big question we're trying to answer today.
This place is freaking awesome!
Walter Hunt, the public information officer for Roswell Army Airfield, issued a press release. He immediately began receiving phone calls asking to verify that the press release was authentic. One announcer for a Roswell radio station told Hort not to run the story, saying that if he did, the Army would ship him off to Siberia. Okay. But there would be no repercussions for Hort releasing this information. After all, he didn't write the press release and he wasn't allowed to see the debris beforehand. It was Colonel Blanchard who wrote the press release and ordered Hort to issue it. The military's official statement read... The many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force Roswell Army Airfield, it's a bloody mouthful, isn't it, was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of one of the local ranchers and the sheriff's office of Shaves County, maybe? Quote continues, the flying object landed on a ranch near Roswell sometime last week. Not having phone facilities, the rancher stored the disc until such a time as he was able to contact the sheriff's office, who in turn notified Major Jesse A. Marshall of the 509th Bomb Group Intelligence Office. Action was immediately taken and the disc was picked up at the rancher's home. It was inspected at the Roswell Army Airfield and subsequently loaned by Major Marcel to higher headquarters. End quote. If you recall how Mac described the debris, it hardly sounded like an alien spacecraft. Yes, I said it was made out of wood and rubber. Both tree parts. Tinfoil and wood aren't really suitable materials for interstellar flight, and it honestly sounds more like some sort of really shiny kite. And after the general at Fort Worth examined the debris, that's exactly what he said it was. The day after the initial announcement that the military had recovered a flying disc, they released a new press statement to correct the announcements. It's guys, we're really sorry, it wasn't a fly disc, it was a massive kite. It wasn't a flying saucer at all. No, it was just a weather balloon. Devices like these were actively used by 80 weather stations across the country, and they were really common. Yeah, I mean, tinfoil, wood, rubber, sounds exactly like the sort of a weather balloon would be made out of. The balloons would float up to an altitude of about 60,000 feet, at which point they would pop and the debris would fall back down to the ground. Obviously, this is a much more sensible and realistic explanation for what has happened. But which was actually the truth? With the exception of Mac and the Roswell sheriff, nobody outside of the military had actually seen the debris. So how could anyone be sure? Well, fine. But it's like, why are we jumping? It's like, oh, the military's lied to us. It's like, yeah. But there's literally no evidence for that. And there's some evidence in the form of like one civilian who was like, guys, it was just wood. So why would you immediately go to the other side? Why not use your logical big brain and be like, well, this is the information we have at hand. And like, don't get me wrong, the military's up to all sorts of shady all the time. There's conspiracy theories that are real. But are the aliens coming to Earth in like wood and like discs real? No, not until I find out otherwise. And to do that, I'd need like proper evidence. Not this nonsense.
Yep.
As it turns out, most people were sure because they'd actually seen the debris courtesy of some newspaper photos. The incident wound up fading from the public discourse for over 30 years. Sure, there were fringe conspiracy theories, but these were small groups of people who didn't have the internet to amplify their message. The population at large had been satisfied with the weather balloon explanation, and that's what makes Blanchard's initial press statement so brilliant. It was the very early days of the Cold War, and innovation was at the forefront of American military minds. They needed newer and better weapons and vehicles to ensure that if war with Russia were to actually occur, they would have the ability to emerge victorious. But these vehicles needed to be tested, and stealth planes needed to be tested by flying them. This would run the risk of them being spotted by civilians and reported to the media, so Blanchard headed them off at the pass. Sure, if somebody saw an experimental spy plane flying in the sky, they could try to report to the media that they had borne witness to some hitherto unknown area vehicle, an unidentified flying object, if you will, but nobody would believe them. The majority of people had accepted that the Roswell incident was just a weather balloon because it was, so all future claims of UFO sightings would be written off as crackpot conspiracy theories. I don't understand why this is a crackpot conspiracy theory. There's levels to this, right? There's prima facie, sure, it was a weather balloon. Then there's the one up from now, which is like the military's testing spy shit that they don't want us to tell about, which I think is probably likely in many cases. And then it's an alien spacecraft. There's like, no.
No.
It's probably the middle one, also quite possibly the first one, but it's not aliens. Even if somebody really did see an experimental military plane, the military could just say that it was a weather balloon, and that would be the end of their credibility. Admittedly, the game that was played with the press releases was a bit of a gambit. Declaring to the media, holy shit, we found a flying saucer, no way, just kidding, it was a weather balloon, definitely had the chance to backfire were people not able to see debris with their own eyes. Nobody was going to believe that an alien spaceship was crafted out of such flimsy materials. It was a great solution, and like I say, it worked for over 30 years, but in the 70s, something big happened. People realized that the government was lying to us. The Area 51 conspiracy. Everybody knows that politicians lie and make crazy promises to get elected. But we were supposed to be able to trust what we were told by the military and by government intelligence agencies. That sounds like a pretty ridiculous statement now, but people didn't have a reason to suspect otherwise. So, well, what exactly changed in the 1970s? Well, that would be the Tuskegee experiments, MK Ultra, COINTELPRO, Operation Mockingbird, Family Jewels, Project Shamrock. Huge, crazy that the military did and lied about. Not just the military, the US government. And other governments around the world were also all sorts of crazy, shady Like, I made a video about Porton Down the other day. And it's like, oh, so the British government were just testing chemical weapons on military people. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, governments. Thanks to some meddling by the Senate, it was revealed to the American public that the FBI, CIA, NSA, and US military had been on some pretty insane They were lying to us, spying on us, experimenting on us, and paying off journalists to keep the American propaganda machine running. People's eyes were being opened to the incredible evil our government was capable of, and they didn't know who to believe anymore. And those secret operations I mentioned are just the ones that were confirmed to be true. That doesn't even address all the questions people had and still have surrounding the assassinations of JFK and Martin Luther King. But if you'd like to have some of those questions addressed after you watch this video, please feel free to check out our other videos on this channel about those assassinations. Yeah, I think other than, we covered the assassination stuff, but those projects, I think the only ones I haven't made video about or don't really know about are Family Jewels and Project Shamrock. And now, immediately after this, I'm probably going to go write those down and get those made. Because, those videos, at least I got another channel called Into the Shadows. Those videos always do crazy. We were like, they just love it when they don't love it, they hate it, but they love learning about the crazy that the government got up to, like, with their money. Jesus, come on. It's fucking scary sometimes, bro. Don't even get me started on the shit that Snowden released. Blows my mind. Anyway, the military and the intelligence communities were lying to us. So what else had they lied about? What secrets were they keeping that were still being concealed from the American public? Oh, the answer to that is many.
That's true.
I always thought, and I don't know why, like I think about this every now and again. And it's like, if someone asked you, like, what would you like to know? Like, if some omnipotent being, like ChatGPT, was like, let's just say, God comes down from heaven and he's like, you can have one question. I think I'd really like to know what's the biggest secret. Just that open-ended question, like, what is the biggest secret?
We all got secrets. That's okay.
And it'd be like, well, the US government came into contact with aliens in 1983 and they were bored by us and then they went on their journey and they never came back. Something like that. Like, what is the biggest secret? I think would be like a fascinating question to ask in a theoretical world where that could happen, but it obviously can't. So let's just move on. When the army claimed that the Roswell incident was just a weather balloon, what was that? Just a bunch of to pacify the masses. In 1979, the people would get their answer. Major Marcel, the first person from the military to see the debris that Mac found on his ranch, was interviewed for the documentary UFOs Are Real, which sounds like a completely unbiased piece of documentary filmmaking right there. In the interview, Marcel contradicted the statements he had made over 30 years prior. He had known all along that it was more than just a weather balloon, as had the general that made that declaration, but he wasn't allowed to say anything. So, was Marcel lying in 1947 under orders from the army, or was he lying in a 1979 documentary with a clear agenda that may or may not have paid him for his testimony? That's not my cute way of saying allegedly either. Marcel may or may not have been paid, I have no idea. I can't find any evidence one way or the other, but it's not uncommon for people to be paid to appear in documentaries. Yeah, I'd say it's unusual for them to appear in documentaries and not get paid. I'm very much inclined to believe that Marcel was lying in 1979 after being paid for his testimony in the documentary. As evidence for my belief, here is a photo of Marcel posing with the debris at a press conference on July the 8th, 1947. Remember, this was the same day the military claimed it was a flying saucer, so a day before they said it was a weather balloon. Okay, well, here he is. You can see it on screen now. I'm looking at it in my little document here. But 32 years is a long time, and people could have easily forgotten that these photos existed. Sure, you could find them with very little effort by going to the library and looking up old newspapers on microfilm, but doing even the bare minimum amount of research flies completely in the face of everything conspiracy theorists believe in. Yeah, making documentaries is also way easier when you don't actually have to, like, look for truth. You just be like, UFOs are real. Yeah, they are. Really? And just make shit up. It's easier than, research. Since everybody had forgotten about this photo of a clearly not 100-foot flying saucer, it was time to believe Marcel's new story and the conspiracy narrative that the Roswell incident was a major government cover-up of an extraterrestrial crash landing. There were persistent reports that bodies were found at the scene of the crash as well. What was that dude? The rancher's name? Mac? He just swept them all into a corner and he figured it out a few days later. The aliens that are on his, it's probably nothing. Like, look, Mac may have been a chilled out dude who's like, doesn't need to go report stuff. But if there were like smelly alien bodies, like just slowly rotting away on his property that had swept into a corner, he'd probably have more urgently rushed into town, wouldn't he? Maybe he was just still in on the cover-up, despite also having tried to blow the whistle on, you know what, I'm not going to try and figure out how conspiracy theorist minds work. I may have been willing to keep an open enough mind to have come around on the whole JFK thing, but it's not so open that my brain is falling out. Yes. Yeah. So often with conspiracy theories, it's like, yeah, fine. There are real conspiracy theories. Are they still conspiracy theories then? There are real, like, conspiracies. That's the one. There are real conspiracies. But just so many people who believe in conspiracy theories are, as Kevin puts it, their brains are falling out.
Brain damage.
Oh, that's not good.
With a large amount of the public now believing that it was really aliens that crashed on Mac's farm outside Roswell, and that the military had recovered both their ship and their bodies, that just left one simple question: where did they take it? Well, there was a clear answer that made absolute perfect sense. The Roswell aliens were taken to Area 51. Oh my god, yeah, I totally forgot this video is about Area 51. Kevin, why have we spent half this video talking about... Oh, because the big conspiracy theory around Area 51 is the Roswell landing. I have to say I expected this more to be about Area 51 in general, but that wouldn't be a very good Decoding the Unknown video, because these are like much more story-based. Like, we go through an exploration, there's a story, is interesting, whereas like another video, like if I was doing like Geographics, another channel I do about Area 51, I've probably done it, then it would be much more facts and stuff, and like a history of Area 51 rather than this, which is a story. Okay, I get it, but it does what, 33 minutes in. Did it matter that Area 51 was located nearly 1,000 miles away and was a 14-hour drive? Of course not. The military has planes. Did it matter that the location referred to as Area 51 wasn't even built until 8 years after the Roswell incident? No, because obviously they just built the facility around the wrecked spacecraft. What? Wait, why would they take the wrecked spacecraft somewhere else and then build a facility around it? If you're building it around it, you do it where it is. If you're taking it somewhere else, you're taking it to somewhere that already exists. Conspiracy theorists, why are your brains falling out? They very, very slowly built the facility around it. According to the conspiracy theory, once the wrecked spacecraft was transferred to Area 51, scientists began dissecting the deceased alien bodies and attempting to reverse engineer their technology. And that actually brings me to another question. Exactly how trash must our scientists be for this theory to be true? Yeah, it's like, cool. Okay, so if they reverse engineered all the technology, where's all the cool technology? I mean, look.
I have so many questions!
The planes we make, like the 6th generation or 5th generation fighters or whatever, are awesome. They kick ass. They're incredible. But you know what they're not incredible as? Alien spaceships. Which would be a lot more advanced because they've come from another planet. Like, they come from another solar system. That is so far beyond what we're technologically capable of that if all we could build was that B-2 bomber, or whatever it was, the new one, if that's all we could build after all this time of dissecting alien technology and reverse engineering it and dissecting their bodies... I don't know what that's got to do with the technology. But if that's all we could do from reverse engineering, then our science... and we need to do a better job. Maybe they're that bottom 1% scientists. Maybe they're army scientists. Sorry, army scientists, I'm just joking. I know you've got giant brains, certainly bigger than mine. If aliens crashed in New Mexico in 1947, that means scientists and engineers have had over 75 years to work on reverse engineering their spacecraft. What exactly have they been doing with their time? It took another 22 years and 9 dead astronauts for us to set foot on the moon. Hell, Russia beat the United States by sending the first satellite, first animal, and first human into space, and they did it without alien tech. Oh, as far as you know, Kevin. I'm not sure anybody could have been convinced that Area 51 is full of crashed alien spaceships while not being simultaneously embarrassed by the massive failures of the scientific community to reverse engineer literally anything from them. But, I mean, you do you. Regardless, that brings us to the crux of today's episode. We've explored the fascinating events that led to the creation of Area 51 UFO conspiracy theories, but what exactly has been going on there for real? The true history of Area 51. The location referred to as by the public as Area 51 was originally opened by the CIA in 1955 as Paradise Ranch, though it now goes by the names Homey Airport and Groom Lake. CIA, what's up with your name? Paradise Ranch. Take me down to the Paradise City. Okay. And also Homey Airport. Like, what's up, homie? Okay. For 10 years before this, there was pretty much nothing. And before that, it was an aerial gunnery range used by the army. But speaking of names, nobody is actually sure why it's called Area 51, at least nobody that's willing to talk. The prevailing theory is that it was named based on a now defunct Atomic Energy Commission numbering grid. It's believed that the name Area 51 was chosen because the secret location was adjacent to Area 15, and because it was thought that the AEC would never reach as high as 51. There is at least one declassified CIA document that referred to the military installation as Area 51 back in the Vietnam era, but officially it goes by the names I mentioned above. homey airfield or whatever it was. The base is the Matryoshka doll of secret bases, as Area 51 is hidden inside the Nevada Test and Training Range. It's also a remote detachment of California's Edwards Air Force Base, but despite being a secret Air Force base established by the CIA, they weren't the ones who actually chose the location for Area 51. No, it was chosen by Lockheed. You see, the base was constructed with one singular purpose in mind. Sure, it would eventually go on to do other things, but in 1955 they only had one goal: to find somewhere to test Lockheed's new U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, better known as a spy plane. They realized they couldn't test the plane at Edwards Air Force Base because the project was far too secretive and they needed somewhere more remote. Kelly Johnson, designer of the U-2, described the first time he saw the area surrounding Groom Lake. Quote, "We flew over it and within 30 seconds, you knew it was the place." End quote. A 5,000-foot runway was immediately laid down, and within 3 months the base was fully operational and had already received its first U-2. It's incredible that they put that together in 3 months. A 5,000-foot runway and a military base for testing secret aircraft. When the military wants to get it done, they really do, don't they? Area 51 may have been in working order, but the construction was hardly done as it was very bare bones at this time. There were a few leisure amenities like a volleyball court and a movie theatre, and I'm sure decades later the staff of Area 51 had a good laugh watching Independence Day on the big screen for the first time. That just feels, I mean, I know Kevin describes it as bare bones, but they built it in 3 months with a 5,000-foot runway. And it's got a movie theatre. So this is a big base. It only took a year for the U-2 to finish testing and begin being used by the Air Force for overflights of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, the spy plane wasn't quite as stealthy as they hoped. They were unable to reduce the radar cross-section enough to prevent the Soviets from detecting them, and it turns out that the USSR didn't really enjoy being spied on. They didn't? What? The CIA had a meeting with Johnson in which they discussed making another spy plane that would be harder to pick up on radar. They decided to give it another go, and work began on Lockheed's A-12 Oxcart. I've made a video about this on my Mega Projects channel, and I think it's possibly the most popular video that I've ever made. It's probably got several million views, which is nice. I like that for me. The plane was more stealthy than the U-2. Actually, it was just more impressive overall. The U-2 was a subsonic aircraft, normally flying at around 500 miles per hour. The A-12 wasn't just supersonic, it was super-dupersonic, with speeds exceeding Mach 3. That's over 4 times faster than the U-2, which is an incredible achievement. Could these massive gains in speed have been the result of reverse engineering alien technology? Well, no. And if you thought the answer might be yes, then obviously you've not been paying attention. However, the A-12 does give us a great little story to demonstrate what the government was willing to do to keep the development of the stealth plane under wraps. Sorry, and just to go back to that previous thing Kevin said earlier, and what I was talking about, how governments keep stuff secret. If you were like, yeah, the government's got a spy plane, it's the most advanced spy plane, and we only know about it because the Russians found out about it or whatever, and it's called the U-2 and it goes 500 miles per hour. And then someone was like, yeah, but they've got another one. And it's 4 times faster. You'll be like, no, they don't. But they do, because they don't tell you everything. They didn't actually do anything crazy. They just did the only thing the US government knows how to do when it comes to the military. They threw money at the problem. In 1963, one of the A-12 test flights went wrong, resulting in a crash. The pilot was fortunately able to eject from the plane and got a ride from a truck driver, but there was still the little matter of the extremely classified and secret Mach 3 plus jet that crashed somewhere in Utah. The CIA announced in the press that the crash had been a Republic F-105 Thunder Chief, and they also told the 2 farmers that lived closest to the crash that it was carrying nuclear weapons. That was enough to keep them from snooping around, but there was also still the matter of the random family that had stumbled upon the crash site and informed local law enforcement. Don't you have we have something called the Official Secrets Act in the UK, which makes you have to shut up about certain things related to official secrets, and you don't have to sign anything. It's a law, so it's not you have to agree to it. You don't have to get a security clearance or whatever. It's just everyone is bound by this. Don't you have something similar in America? Can't be you can't talk about this or you'll be criminally prosecuted. I know you have freedom of speech or whatever, and you're much more keen on that stuff, but you must have something like that, surely, so people can't just blab about official stuff that has to be secret for, important security reasons. For the sake of America's victory in the Cold War, these people had to be dealt with. The CIA visited the small handful of people that had been witness to the A-12's wreckage and very strongly suggested they never speak a word about it to anyone. If the CIA come to your door and say that, I'd just be like, okay. I don't want to go to Guantanamo Bay and hang out with terrorists. Just to make sure they didn't talk, everyone involved was handed a check for $25,000, which is $250,000 today. God damn. Note to self, buy a farm. I want secret government junk to crash onto my property. Anyway, buying off witnesses was a pretty common thing to keep people from asking questions. The security guards were all outside contractors, and they were paid $1,000 per month, which is $10,000 today. Making 120 grand annually is already a good salary, but they also got free housing and Las Vegas chefs on call 24/7 to prepare them steak, lobster, and whatever else their heart desired. Oh my god. I want to be a security guard. Holy where are they security guards? Just at Area 51, just hanging around? What? That sounds awesome and so much money. While the A-12 was successfully completed for surveillance of the Soviets, they decided it was best not to bother. Flying them over Soviet airspace was considered too dangerous after an incident where a U-2 was shot down during an overflight, and satellite surveillance had rendered them obsolete anyway. They could have used the A-12 to spy on Cuba, but the U-2 was more than sufficient to keep eye on Castro, so the A-12 wouldn't see any action until Vietnam. I could go on about the development of Lockheed's D-21, F-117, and Haverblue. Made videos about all of those, but this isn't Warrior Graphics or Mega Projects, other channels that I do, so I honestly don't think you care, and I don't want to kill retention. Thank you, Kevin. Besides, there was more going on in Area 51 than some Lockheed planes being tested. Beginning in the 1960s, the base was also a major center for reverse engineering crashed UFOs. Yeah, of course it was. According to who, Kevin? I mean, I'm sure some of them were technically UFOs when they crashed or were shot down, but by the time they were dragged to Area 51, they'd been identified as an assortment of Soviet fighter planes. Where Soviet fighter planes flew over the US? I guess they must have, right? Did they? Because there was the U-2 that was shot down, which Kevin just mentioned. That was the Gary Powers flight. Were the Russians doing the same thing? And were the Americans shooting down their planes as well and then examining them? And I see what Kevin meant. Yeah, they're UFOs, unidentified flying objects, technically. The base was used to evaluate, test, and reverse engineer their captured foreign technology to make sure that the United States military would always have an edge over the Soviets. Realistically, it was all pointless, since any armed conflict between the US and the USSR at that time would have undoubtedly escalated to nuclear annihilation anyway, but it's still nice to know what the enemy is up to. The F-117 is the last project that took place at Area 51 that I can tell you about with any certainty, but it's still an active testing facility. They're up to some cool there, for sure. Expansions began being built in the 1980s, and in 1995, the exclusionary area surrounding the base was expanded to include nearby mountains. Most recently, in October of 2015, the government took land that had been owned by the same family since the 1870s because the land was elevated and overlooked the base. Luckily, such eminent domain claims require the government to pay fair market value for the property. While there certainly exist reports of lowball eminent domain offers, in a situation like this, it's safe to assume the government would offer them enough money to off without making a scene. Yeah, this eminent domain shit, it's like, so I'm renovating a house right now. It's been going on for the better part of a year. And it's like, yeah, okay, great. If the government were like, well, we're going to build a highway right through your house, Simon, I'd be like, okay. And they'd be like, so we're going to give you some money. I'd be like, yeah, but I spent a lot of effort choosing wallpapers. I mean, my wife primarily spent a lot of effort choosing wallpapers, but it's like, how do you quantify that? You bastards. To start again. Despite all of the research that we've discussed taking place at Area 51 thus far, the location was never designated as a secret base. Sure, every document that came out of the facility was labeled top secret / sensitive compartmented information, which are those TS, CSC, SCI documents you might be hearing about since mid-2022. Oh, yes, of course. Wait, no, not of course. I'm thinking of the Kennedy documents. There were Area 51 documents as well? I don't even remember this. But Area 51 wasn't a secret base. In fact, the CIA never publicly even acknowledged that the base existed until 2013. But in December of 2007, a funny thing happened. The Jefferson database used in plane navigation systems was updated to include the latest revision to the International Civil Aviation Organization's airport identifier codes. So the thing in everyone's plane that said, here's LAX, here's JFK, here's ATL, suddenly also said, oh yeah, here's KXTA, which also goes by Homey Airport, with coordinates for Area 51. This was almost certainly a mistake. In fact, I can't figure out how this would not have been a mistake. Regardless, it was immediately realized that everyone needed to be adequately informed not to fly to KXTA. You could not make KXTA your destination. You could not use it as a waypoint to refuel your plane. No matter what you did as a pilot, you should absolutely not attempt to show up to KXTA without their specific permission. But speaking of showing up without permission, storm Area 51. In June of 2019, Matty Robert... Oh, I remember this. God, this feels like so long ago.
I agree. I agree with you.
4 years ago now. Jeez, time flies. I mean, time flies, doesn't it? Was that only 4 years ago? 4 years. In June 2019, Matty Roberts created a joke Facebook page entitled Storm Area 51, They Can't Stop Us All. The alleged goal of the group was to raid the top-secret military base so they could find all the extraterrestrials and proof of conspiracies contained within. It was all based on the premise, if we Naruto run, we can move faster than their bullets, let's see them aliens. I'll tell you what they can do. They can stop, they can't stop us all. Yes, they can. I promise you they can. It doesn't matter how many of you show up. It would take hundreds of thousands for them to... They will stop you. They will definitely stop you. For those like Simon who are unfamiliar with the anime Naruto, yeah, I have no idea if I'm even pronouncing it right. The way characters in the show run is by leaning forward so that their torso is essentially parallel with the ground. That sounds effective. Then running with their arms extended backwards. I think the idea is that you're basically making your body as sharp as possible to cut through the air and reduce wind resistance. It's pretty silly and inefficient. Storm Area 51 is a pretty funny story, but rather than getting too far off our main topic, I just wanted to take this little detour to emphasize that, yes, they can. They can stop you all with bullets. Yes. Guards had killed someone earlier that same year for trying to drive onto the base. This theoretically may be an isolated incident, as I can't find specific reports of other civilians being killed for trespassing on the base, but the point still stands. If you want to believe in conspiracy theories, I may not be able to stop you. Oh, but I try, Kevin, I try. But please do not act on those beliefs in any way that would get you killed. Wrap up. So what's really inside Area 51? If we're talking about right now, I have absolutely no idea because it's all highly classified. My student loans would almost certainly qualify as excessive indebtedness.
What?
Kevin, where are you going? So there's no way I'd ever be approved for top secret security clearance. Oh! They don't let you have security clearance if you have too much debt? Why? Because you could be bribed more easily because someone would pay off your debt, but it's student loans. It's not the mob. Even if I were somehow to obtain that information from someone else, I still wouldn't tell you because I'd rather not be arrested for treason if it's all the same to you, thanks. Yeah, why don't those people who had that's it, treason, like those people who had why are they paying them off? Why are they saying like, keep quiet, please? Be like, yo, if you don't keep quiet, we'll try you for treason. And that's a big one. That's like up there with murder. Everything we know about what has taken place at Area 51 comes from the eventual responses to some FOIA requests made in 2005. Historically, it's been a place where the Air Force tested top-secret aircraft as well as researching captured enemy aircraft, and there's not really any reason to think that's changed. Sure, the operation may have expanded a bit since back then, and there could be other projects going on as well, but there's no way for us to know what's going on without access to TS, SCI documents that likely won't be declassified for another 50 years or something. But even without knowing for sure what projects they're currently working on, I can tell you what absolutely isn't in Area 51, aliens or alien technology. What do you reckon? This video's, I don't know, they get quite a lot of views. Do you reckon there's enough people watching this video that statistically someone watching probably works at Area 51? And it's like probably watching this right now being like, yeah, I mean, but they're probably thinking, yeah, there's some pretty cool planes, but it's just not as exciting as you think. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Thanks for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the lost treasure of the Knights Templar, written by Ilza, read by me. Let's just jump in, shall we? I have to say, this is something that, despite making loads of videos on the internet, I'm not really remembering what the Knights Templar is. I think it's dudes who wear, like, big white cloaks, and then they have, like, a red cross or something like that. Were they part of the Crusades? I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
They probably had some lost treasure, I guess. Let's go. Born from the chaos of blood and dust that was the battle for the Holy Land, the enigmatic Order of the Knights Templar has been at the center of conspiracies almost since the day of the Order's violent end. From medieval tales to the Da Vinci Code, the secrets of the Knights Templar have been entertaining us for centuries. Yeah, I read the Da Vinci Code, saw the movie as well with Tom Hanks. Enjoyed both of them, to be honest, and still don't remember what the Knights Templar are. Many secret societies have claimed to be a continuation of the Templar Order, the Freemasons among them. With each generation, with each new secret society, the mysteries surrounding the Knights Templar become more elaborate. Were they pious and humble monks protecting the faithful, or were they arrogant and greedy thugs hiding behind the Pope? Were they the guardians of the Holy Grail? Did they hoard piles of treasure in secret vaults? Or was there ever any treasure at all? To pick through the tangle that is the myth and truth of the Order of the Knights Templar will keep us busy for days. What? How long is... Oh, this script isn't that long. I'm going to be here for maybe an hour or two. Not bloody days, Ilza. As since Simon needs to go into his kids at some point, we'll only be attempting to unravel one small part of the tapestry of secrets. What happens to the treasure of the Templars? Well, my wife and children, thank you. They like it when I go home. Or at least my daughter's in this phase, right? Sorry, this is an unrelated tangent, but I want to tell it anyway because it's sweet and I like it.
Aw, that's sweet.
Whenever I get home from work these days, my daughter's always like, no, I don't want to talk to you, Dad. I don't like you, Dad. And she's punishing me for being away. I'm like, oh, it's so mean. Like, she says goodbye to me in the morning, I go off to work, and then I come back. And she's like, I didn't like that you went to work. And I'm like, I know, but we have to have money for things. Meet the Knights Templar. In the days after the First Crusade, visiting the Holy Land was at the top of every devout pilgrim's bucket list. This was great for the tourism industry, and bandits on the road from the port of Jafar to the city of Jerusalem made a killing, literally and figuratively. The pilgrims needed protection, and around 1118 or 1119, 9 knights under the leaderships of French nobleman Hugues de Payens stepped up and took it upon themselves to do just that. I was going to say a few months ago, but it was literally a year ago now. I went to Israel. A mate of mine had been working out there for a year, or more, his wife had been working out there, and he went along with her. And we went on a trip together, like a little bit of a road trip around Israel, see the sights. One of the most notable thing was, I don't know if you call them pilgrims or whatever, but there were big buses of Americans, like really old. Like, we'd stay in a hotel. Me and my mate were in our 30s. We'd stay in a hotel. We would be the youngest people in that hotel by maybe 30 years. And I'm not sure what's going on, but it just seems like the pilgrims, or I guess they're Jewish, but they could also be Christian, right? Because there's all sorts of Christian stuff to see in Israel. I'm not really sure. And we would stay in these hotels, like, on our trip around Israel. It was like everyone. The only people who were younger than us were the carers who the old people had brought with them to take care of them, because otherwise they'd get lost. There was like one man, he seemed to get lost in a lift. And his carer's like, where is he? It was a bizarre experience. They were all like, everyone was so old. I've never seen so many old people in my life. Not that I don't love old people, and I'm aware that I'm going to become old and weird and, you know, just get lost in a lift myself at some point. Like it happened to my grandparents, it's going to happen to me. I mean, hopefully, if I don't die before then from, like, disease or accident or one of those things. Which maybe is better. Getting old is rough.
I am old.
How old are you?
16. I'm my grandmother.
Sorry, so many tangents. So many tangents. Let's carry on. I don't know how these personal tangents come off from a story about the treasure of the Crusade Knights Templar or whatever. They approached King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with their proposal, and the king, eager to get more Christians in the city, gave the fledgling order the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the southeastern side of the Temple Mount, the location of the Temple of Solomon in the Old Testament, to set up their base of operations. Places that I've now been! Thus, the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Solomon was founded. The Knights Templar was a monastic order taking vows of obedience, chastity, and poverty. Initially, the idea... Did I finish my story about all the old people? I assume they're just, like, old, and they wanted to make the pilgrimage to the Holy Land or whatever before they died. And they were like, oh, it's a bit last minute, so there are tour companies out there doing, like, last minute to go and see the Holy Lands before you die. It's so morbid. Sorry. However, in 1129, the order was officially sanctioned by the Catholic Church, and the order's mission was presented as a just war, defending the Church and the innocent from those wishing to do them harm. The Templars, as we know them today, were respected warriors who could turn the tide of a battle. Unlike many peasants who ended up volunteering for the Crusades with nothing more than a blunt pitchfork, religious fervor, and threats of violence should they refuse, the knights were well-trained and well-armed mounted cavalry. They never retreated. They would fight until the battle was won or the last Templar fell to the sword. Wow. If I would not do that, for one. And if I was a peasant, I'd be like, how much is this violence at home? Because I'm definitely going to get killed if I'm going off to some foreign land. Like, thousands of miles of journeying with a pitchfork. I'm just going to get killed for something that's not even real. Do you think back in the day, he'd be like, no, I'm a conscientious objector on the grounds of, I don't believe in any of this nonsense. The Templars arriving on the battlefield was sometimes enough of an incentive for the opposing side to surrender or retreat. The order quickly grew in wealth and power. Noblemen and kings donated money and land to get a head start on getting into heaven. Ah, yes, buying your way into heaven. That sounds real. Although honestly, probably about as real as heaven. Members swore an oath of poverty, renouncing all worldly possessions, which conveniently became the worldly possessions of the Templar Order. I realize when I say this, like, yes, about as real as heaven. And I'm like, when people message me on, like, you get, Twitter's like, you know, people can at you or whatever, and you see it, and sometimes people will at me. I'd be like, Simon, you come up as a right smarmy prick sometime. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I have moments like this, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see why you're saying that, because I am a smarmy prick. It all makes sense now. Members swore an oath of poverty, renouncing all worldly possessions, which conveniently became the worldly possessions of the Templar Order. Oh my, that sounds like those, and Jesus comes down and he shall heal you, and all you must do is tithe me 10% of all of your income. That's what will get you into heaven, into the righteous shining light of the Lord. I really think that I could be, like, I'd dye my beard white. Not to look like Jesus, just to look like an old man. Get on one of those, like, channel 762. Tell people, like, about Jesus and how they're getting to heaven if they give me 10% of their money. It's such a con!
You guys got fooled.
Jesus, if you're doing that right now, if you're giving, and lots of people watch this channel, so maybe this is you, Peter. Maybe you're giving 10% of your money to some, like, guy on the television who's then spending it on a jet filled because he can't ride commercial with the demons. Or, like, any of these other people who are doing that. Stop it. Just stop giving the money. It's not going to make you get into heaven or not. And even if you believe in heaven, it's not going to make a difference. I promise you that's not what Jesus wanted. It's a big scam, allegedly, in my opinion. The order was also exempt from taxes and laws. It just sounds it's the preacher dudes. The only authority, I mean, they're not exempt from laws, but they don't have to pay taxes, right? Which is insane. The only authority they answered to was the Pope. The Holy Brethren invented a form of banking, which no doubt played a part in this image of vaults filled with riches. Leaving valuables in holy places in times of trouble wasn't an uncommon medieval practice due to the sanctity of hallowed ground, and the Templar holy places were built by engineers and protected by soldiers armed with actual swords instead of the word of God. Pilgrims would leave their money with the closest Templar HQ and receive a note of credit that they could exchange for money at other Templar posts along the way to the Holy Land. In 1291, the Templar stronghold at Acre, the last in the Holy Land, fell. This was the beginning of the end. Many people blamed the Templars for the loss of the Holy Land, and the Order's reason for existing was gone. All that remained was an incredibly wealthy and powerful multinational knightly order with more power than most kings. This was a problem for the King of France. King Philip IV, also known as Philip the Fair, named for his looks rather than his temperament, was having a financial crisis. Like many monarchs, his debts to the Templars were sizable. The king needed a cash injection stat. His attempt to tax the church failed, no surprise there, so his attention turned to the Templars. He concocted a number of charges against the knights, accusing them of heresy, corruption, sodomy, and whatever else he could come up with. Brothers were tortured until they confessed. Finally, on Friday, October the 13th, 1307, the Templars across France were arrested. The order wasn't as rigorously persecuted outside of France, and some countries like Portugal, Spain, and Germany became a safe haven for Templars. Pope Clement, considered a weak-willed pope in the pocket of the King of France, disbanded the order in 1312. Wow, these guys fell from grace. They were like defending Christian shit, like they had the swords, they looked after everyone's shit. And then the King of France was like, no.
No.
I said no. The official story. Well, that's the official story anyway. According to legend, the real mission of the Templars was to find and protect the treasures hidden underneath the Temple Mount of Jerusalem. Archaeological excavations have uncovered tunnels. However, it seems that we're not entirely clear on who built them. Templar tunnels were found under some of their other strongholds, like in Acre, so it's entirely possible that they were building tunnels under the Temple Mount as well. Were the tunnels an escape route, or were they looking for something? More importantly, did they find anything? Many believe they did, and consider this treasure the reason for the Order's meteoric rise in wealth and power. Wait, didn't we already say that their meteoric rise in wealth and power was because all of their members, when they joined, had to give up all of their money, and then they started taking money from other places and all of that? I thought we established how they became rich. It's not like from some magical potion that they found underground. What is the Templar treasure? When the Templar Order was disbanded, their lands and wealth were seized and, in theory, bestowed upon the Hospitallers, another monastic order. In practice, much of the land reverted to the families that donated it, and the money probably made its way into the king's coffers. However, there's a firm belief that not all treasure was seized. Some of it was hidden before the Temple Order met its doom. So, what exactly did the Templars hide? One theory suggests that the Templar treasure is a collection of sacred relics that was either excavated at the Temple Mount in Jerusalem or collected in the 200 years that the Order was active. Their reach and influence covered all of Europe and the Near East, so they certainly at the time the manpower and the wealth necessary to procure the most expensive and hard-to-come-by relics at the time. The Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny are some of the relics that often come up in Templar-related conversation. Wait, none of those things are actually real, though, are they? Is the Spear of Destiny the thing that stabbed Jesus in the side when he was on the cross? I'm kind of taking a stab in the dark at guessing that one. I mean, that could be real, right? But the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant, aren't they the things that make you immortal and or like turn lead to gold? No, that's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? From the Harry Potter book. Oh my god, it's all fiction though, isn't it? It's also theorized that the treasure contains scrolls and documents like the lost teachings of Jesus, ancient scrolls from the Library of Alexandria, records from a time before the Great Flood recorded on the pillars of the First Temple, and the Copper Scroll, one of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Though some of the more macabre relics include the head of St. John the Baptist and even the mummified head of Christ. Which is all well and good, right? So you'd be like, you're digging under Temple Mount, you're like, oh my god, I found the head of Jesus! This is the most amazing discovery ever! And I'll be like, is there any gold or like that? I want some rubies and some diamonds. I don't care about Jesus' head. Although you could probably sell Jesus' head for a lot of money. I'd definitely sell Jesus' head. They'd be like, Simon, don't you want to donate that to religion or to the Pope or something? And I'll be like, no, I want to donate it for a lot of money, thank you. I reckon I'm going to get at least... The head of Jesus is probably worth at least 100 mil to someone. Someone will pay 100 million for the head of Jesus. Didn't someone buy a copy of the American Constitution for 24 million? You can get $1 billion for the head of Christ. The actual proven head of Jesus. Oh my god, how do we get on these topics of conversation? Earlier on we were talking about how my daughter doesn't like it when I come back from work at all, and now we're talking about how much we could sell the head of Jesus for. I'm sometimes wondering what I'm doing with these channels. I guess I'm just making videos. Let's crack on, shall we? According to some conspiracy theories, the treasure of the Templars wasn't physical, but rather knowledge. Oh god, that's also boring, unless you're going to tell me the knowledge of making lead to gold. Where's the gold? Perhaps even heretical knowledge that could turn the church upside down, like the theory that Jesus married. Oh no! Or the idea that Christ was never resurrected from the grave. Oh my god, shocking! Perhaps some of the scrolls uncovered under the Temple Mount contained secrets from ancient Egypt dating back to the time of Moses. Other theories suggest that the Templars discovered the secrets of geometry, proportion, balance, and harmony, and they were used by the ancient builders of the pyramids, and armed with this knowledge built churches across their domain. Many were based on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. More practical knowledge includes maps of the New World and sailing techniques that would have made crossing the Atlantic possible. Atlit, a Templar stronghold in Israel during the Crusades, is close to one of the oldest stone circles in the world. Did the Templars acquire Bronze Age knowledge, allowing them to measure the heavens with megalithic structures, or did they use that knowledge to navigate? Of course, to some, the Templar treasure is less esoteric and more physical. Yes, gold and silver bullion, crown jewels, possibly the jewels of Marie Antoinette herself, precious metals and stones, and the idol of Baphomet, which the Templars were accused of worshipping. I have no idea what that is. However, most people believe that the treasure is a combination of all of the above. And this brings us to the most important question of all. Where is the treasure? Yeah, that'd be a pretty good combination. I mean, you've got the Jesus head. That could be sold for like $1 billion. The sailing technology is going to be well out of date, but that gold is going to be worth a lot. So that's like 2 out of 3 is not bad. And then you got those sailing techniques. And be like, look at these amazing sailing techniques. They're like, yeah, dude, we know. This is wildly out of date. Based on a combination of minimal fact and a healthy dose of speculation, we do have a sort of timeline for the treasure's movements. In 1291, during the battle for Acre, a great many Templars died. That much is fact. However, according to rumor, the night before the final battle, the Templar commander Tybalt Gaudin, in the company of some other non-combatants, smuggled the Templar treasures from the fortress at Acre onto ships and set sail for Cyprus. However, when the Templars were forced to retreat back to Europe, the treasure was moved to Paris. According to other theories, the treasure went straight to Paris from Jerusalem without any detours, but regardless of how it got there, the final destination was Paris. And this brings us to the horror show that is October 1307. According to one version of events, when the King of France finally got into the Templar treasury in Paris to get his grubby royal paws on the Templar wealth, the treasury of the Templars was empty. I can imagine he must have been a little put out. Historical records show that the French royal treasury did get a bit of a windfall at this time, so there must have been something left, but the bulk of the treasure was gone. That's pretty awesome that they did actually have treasure in there, which isn't surprising because they took everyone's money. They were like, you join the Templars, the cost of admission is everything. You have to have a vow of poverty. That seems pretty expensive, to be honest. During the Templar trials, one Jean de Chalon, a brother of the order, testified that Gérard de Villiers, preceptor and regional commander of the French Templars, had been tipped off about the royal shitstorm that was about to descend on the Temple Order and led over 50 horses out of Paris loaded with gold, silver, and religious relics. In some versions of this tale, the treasure was hidden in hay carts, and 2,000 knights waited on the outskirts of Paris to protect those fleeing the city. From there, the treasure was loaded onto 18 galleys and set out to sea from the port of La Rochelle. Jean de Chalon claimed he actually met de Villiers on his way out of the city, leading 50 horses carrying cargo, but he only heard the story of the fleet from someone else. The original story also doesn't mention the port of La Rochelle. The Templars had a presence at La Rochelle, but others theorize that the ships actually escaped France via the Seine. As for where the ships were headed, no one knows, although Scotland is a strong possibility. Once there, the Templars received aid and were provided refuge by some prominent Scottish families, among them the Sinclairs, a name that we'll hear again. There's also some speculation that the Templar Knights assisted Robert the Bruce in his fight with the English at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, turning the tide of battle and giving victory to the Scottish, but there doesn't seem to be much to back up this theory. Since all of this happened 700 years ago, how much of the story is true is up for debate. However, we do know that Gérard de Villiers disappeared. Considering his position, he would have been quite high on the list of Templars meeting their maker via burning at the pyre. If he was executed, his name would have been recorded. However, the mass arrests probably caused major upheaval in the city, so it's possible de Villiers was killed in the chaos, or that he was warned and he, along with the other knights who had the opportunity, fled Paris and went into hiding. If his name wasn't recorded and everyone else's name was recorded, it sounds like he wasn't executed, doesn't it? In the 18th and 19th centuries, tales of pirates and treasure became popular, and the story of the missing Templar fleet somehow became a story of Templars betrayed by the church, setting out to sea with their fleet and becoming pirates. This theory is a bit of a stretch, but not completely impossible. Most Templars were absolved by the church, but many died horribly, so the idea of a small band of Templars taking a ship and choosing the pirate life seems somewhat plausible to me. Why do they have to become pirates? They must have loads of money. Or did they have all their money taken by that point? If we're talking about the treasure going missing, just take the treasure on your big boat, go off and buy some island somewhere, and have a chill time. You didn't need to be pirates, you're already rich. Considering the Templar wealth and power, the treasure could be anywhere. My personal favorite is Switzerland. The tradition of secretive banking practices had to start somewhere, right? Others are of the opinion that the treasure never left the Holy Land and is hidden in tunnels beneath the last Templar stronghold in Acre. However, we don't want to be here until next week, so we'll only look at the most popular theories. Roslin Chapel. Situated in the village of Roslin, Scotland, Roslin Chapel has long been associated with the Knights Templar, the Holy Grail, and the Freemasons. Of course, most people today are familiar with the Roslin Chapel thanks to the Da Vinci Code, published in 2003. Yeah, but it was 10 years ago! How would I mean, if I read the Da Vinci Code today, I'd have very few memories of reading it. I think I read it like, maybe not in 2003, but like maybe 5 years after that, I'd say. So I don't really have any memory of it, and definitely don't have any memory of this Rosslyn Chapel. Also, how hard is it to search a chapel? Chapels are small. Just go in there, I don't know, use a metal detector or that sonar or whatever archaeologists use, and just go see if it's there. Look for that Jesus head or whatever. The link between the Sinclair family and the Templars goes back to the Holy Land, when one of the early Sinclairs joined the Crusades. At the time, anyone who could swing a sword went out on the Crusades, so this seems like a tenuous connection at best. On top of that, there's evidence that the Sinclair family testified against the Templars, not exactly what you'd expect from a family sympathetic to the Templars' plight. However, the first Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Scotland, how very grand, that's the Freemasons, not the Templars, was William Sinclair of Rosslyn in 1736. This might be where theories of a connection between the Sinclair family and the Templars originated. Construction of Rosslyn Chapel started in 1446 under Sir William Sinclair, the third and last Prince of Orkney, and took 40 years to complete. How big is this chapel? It took 40 years? Chapels are small. Aren't chapels like, church is to... cathedral is to church what church is to chapel? No? We had a chapel at school and it wasn't that big. You could look around that and find some gold if you really wanted to. However, this already creates a problem. The Templars fled France in 1307 and the order disbanded in 1312, which is more than 100 years before construction on the chapel began. The detailed carvings made this chapel unique. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of them covering the interior from top to bottom, and this is where we'll find clues to the Templars' connection and the location of the treasure. Firstly, we have a horse with two riders. This was the seal of the Templars, symbolizing their vow of poverty. To me, it's fairly obvious that it's one man on a horse with someone standing next to the horse. Now, I'm no historian, but I think that would be a knight and his squire. God, I have no idea. I don't know. Okay, squire. Then there's the carving of the priest holding a consecration cup. This proves that the Grail is, or at least was at some stage, hidden in the chapel, because a carving of a priest holding a cup is completely out of character for a church. That's sarcasm, by the way. Yeah, like, there's the thing with the bread, the Eucharist. Oh my god, yeah, I went to a religious school. They had this Eucharist, which I never did because I'm not, like, confirmed, or I'm not christened or anything like that. I'm just non-religious. And there was this Eucharist thing. And it was like, the best thing was, like, we'd have this long Eucharist service. And if you weren't taking the Eucharist, you could just knock off halfway through. You could just leave the chapel and not have to sit through this whole boring Eucharist thing. And I was like, yes, let's go. And then we'd just go back to the day room and play pool. It was like, even people who were like religious and confirmed and all of that stuff, who were supposed to take the Eucharist, they were like, yeah, I mean, I could take Eucharist, or we could go play some pool in the day room.
Now that's a bright idea.
Green Man carving is another favorite. There are at least 103 images of the Green Man inside the chapel alone. Okay, so this is a big chapel. This isn't some small school chapel. The figure is usually just a head with foliage growing from the mouth, most likely representing fertility. In a Christian context, it also symbolizes death and resurrection. It's often associated with Celtic mythology, but the motif pops up everywhere, from ancient Eastern temples to Roman buildings and eventually Templar churches, which for some reason makes it Templar. It's more likely that Sir William decided to acknowledge the Celtic traditions that came before when he chose that location for the family's chapel. The apprentice pillar is also very important, possibly the hiding place for the Grail itself. These are just carvings and windows and shit in a chapel. It doesn't mean why would people read way too much into this shit? It's the third of three pillars, probably representing the concepts of wisdom, strength, and beauty. According to Grail lore, there's a Grail hidden inside the pillar. Some claim it might be a silver platter. Scans have been done on the pillar, but no metal has been detected. Of course, this only means that the Grail was not made of metal. Rather, it's the mummified head of Christ, or a simple wooden chalice. If it's not in the pillar, though, the treasure must be in the crypt, the oldest part of the chapel. However, so far, the only thing buried beneath the church appears to be the Sinclairs of generations past. Yeah, they've got the technology to, like, look inside and see if there's metal in there. And there's nothing in there. There's nothing. Jesus' head isn't in there. Because if it was, someone would have cracked that shit open and sold it for $1 billion. Finally, we have the corn and trillium flower carvings. These plants weren't known in Scotland at the time, but they were rather abundant in the Americas. Apparently, these carvings were included to commemorate a journey to the New World undertaken by Henry Sinclair and a couple of Templars. But we'll get to that madness in a bit. This is all madness. Pointless, speculative madness. To wrap this up, there's no documented connection between the Order of the Knights Templar and Rosslyn Chapel. The closest we can come to to it is the Templar headquarters in the nearby village of Temple, originally known as Ballantradoch, which, in my humble opinion, is a far more likely location for the Templar treasure if it ever existed. Did we only explore this because some crackpots think that this is actually related in some way, and Dan Brown wrote a novel called The Da Vinci Code? Really? Somewhere in North America. While some believe the Templar treasure is still hidden inside Rosslyn Chapel, a more recent theory states that the Templars consider their treasure too valuable and far too important to risk it falling into the wrong hands. The only solution was to hide this amazing treasure as far away as possible from anyone interested in such things. And this brings us back to the Sinclair family. Oh, can't we just leave the bloody Sinclairs out of this? According to this version of events, the Sinclair family became the Grand Masters of the Temple Order. Sir William Sinclair, one of many Williams, is considered to have possibly been the last Temple Grand Master before his death in 1330. One of his descendants, Sir Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney, along with a group of refugee Knights Templar, left Scotland to bring the treasure across the big blue ocean with the help of Italian navigators, the Zeno brothers. Is there any evidence for this whatsoever, or is this just more nonsense stories? Henry Sinclair returned to England at some point, which explains the detailed carvings of corn in Rosslyn Chapel. It's really not that detailed, but if you want to see corn, that is what you'll see. The New World is a big place, so where to start digging for treasure? One possible location is everyone's old favorite, Oak Island. Oh, for fuck's sake, can't we leave this shit alone as well? There's nothing there is that the History Channel have somehow managed to spin like 27 seasons of television out of. Somehow. History Channel, I don't know how you do it. Some people might look at my channel and be, Simon, you've covered this before. And they'd be like, I know, but I have to spin content for views. I'm learning from the best. I'm learning from the History Channel.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
We already have a great video on this, I'm going to skip the details, thank God. According to Templar researcher Gerard Leduc, the Templar treasure is marked on an Oak Island map from the 1500s by Italian explorer Giovanni da Verenzano. The inscription on the map reads, Cavo de Bretoni Clameri, which roughly translates to the Well of Britons in the year 1150. In Leduc's opinion, the reference to the Britons is actually a reference to the Templars since they owned property in Brittany. Alright mate, talk about a stretch much. In the 1960s, Fred Nolan discovered Nolan's cross. He came across a group of boulders in the shape of a Christian cross spanning around 300 feet. The cross was overgrown with vegetation, but in the center of the cross was a stone shaped very vaguely like a human head. There are a few theories that explain how this cross points towards treasure, including a reference to the Palace of Versailles, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, so we're moving on. Excellent choice. More just people believe the craziest shit. So far, there's just nothing here. I mean, obviously the Templars had a lot of treasure, but in terms of people tracing it and tracking it and what it is, we've genuinely got no idea. It's probably just loads of gold that has probably also been raided and taken and distributed and is now just in the regular market. Is it possible that the Templars reached North America 100 years before Columbus? There's some disagreement on this. The Vikings explored Vinland, which many now consider to have been Newfoundland off the coast of North America, well before Columbus arrived. However, some experts feel the Vinland map is a forgery. Personally, I think there's more proof in favor of Vikings in North America, but as we've established, I'm not a historian. The Templars were well versed in logistics, and they had the resources. If they also had access to Viking maps, as some suggest, it becomes plausible the Europeans, possibly Templars, arrived in Canada before Columbus. Okay. Wildly speculative. However, not everyone believes that the Templars stayed in Canada. Apparently they moved south to what is today New York and Washington. Trinity Church on the corner of Broadway and Wall Street in New York City was built in the 1600s, and it isn't just the final resting place of Alexander Hamilton. Dig deep enough and you'll find Templar treasure. If you find yourself in Washington, D.C., visit the neighborhood of Rosslyn, named after Rosslyn Chapel. Now, for this theory to work, you need to accept the Freemasons has its roots in the Templar Order. It doesn't, by the way, and you need to get excited about mysticism and the magical sacred geometry that Templar fans are so fond of. Oh my god, I can't get excited about mysticism. Like, I like history. I love history. I like learning about all the weird and all the things that might have been or could have been, but as soon as it's like mystic geometry and spells and I'm like, well, now we're not talking history. We're talking Harry Potter, so just leave it out. Starting at the White House, draw a line up 16th Street, Rock Creek Park. The 16th Street Meridian apparently has some mystical and spiritual origins. In the 18th century, I barely can bring myself to keep reading this bit. The 16th Street Meridian apparently has some mystical and spiritual origins. In the 1860s, there were plans to move the presidential mansion to Rock Creek Park. This never happened, but it does mean the two locations chosen for the White House sit at either end of the magical 16th Street Meridian. Coincidence? Well, yes, probably. Now, if you draw a line from the White House straight west to the Roslyn Metro stop and another line from Rock Creek to the same Metro stop, you've got a right-angled triangle connecting the two potential spots for the presidential residence with the neighborhood of Roslyn-Chapel, D.C., where the Templar treasure is hidden to this very day. Oh, please. Of course, it does beg the question, if this convoluted construction is supposed to point to the Templar treasure, why does the triangle connect to the Roslyn Metro station and not the Roslyn Chapel? Oh, I don't know, because someone looked at a map and made it up, maybe? There's no proof that the Templars had anything to do with the Oak Island money pit, and while the Freemason connection is quite clear in New York and especially Washington, they had nothing to do with the Templars. If the Templar treasure exists, I'm fairly sure it's not in North America. Rennes-le-Château in France. In 1885, a Catholic priest, Berenguer Saunier, found himself assigned to Rennes-le-Château, a small town not far from Carcassonne. Upon arrival, Saunier took it upon himself to restore the town's church, basically in ruins, dedicated to Magdalene in 1059, sitting on a sacred site dating all the way back to the 6th century Visigoths and their king Dagobert. And then things get interesting. Originally, Saunier was so poor that he had to rely on the generosity of the parishioners in the village to survive upon his arrival. However, he suddenly received large amounts of money to restore the church and add some extras, like the Tower of Magdalene. He also built himself a house. He spent a small fortune refurbishing the town and developed somewhat extravagant tastes for a priest: rare china, antiques, and expensive artifacts. But where did the money come from? There are many possible sources for the treasure. Some believe the priest found buried Visigoth gold, he received payment from the Habsburgs for services rendered, or he discovered the secrets of alchemy. Yes, that last one. He discovered the secrets of alchemy. However, we're interested in the Templars. According to legend, Saunier discovered a series of parchments under the altar stone inside a hollow pillar when he started his renovations. The documents contained two genealogies dating from 1244 and 1644, and a more recent document created by a former priest, Antoine Bigot, in 1781. The more recent record contained a series of complex ciphers and codes. Saunier took the documents to the bishop in Carcassonne, who sent him on to Paris with his documents so the clerical scholars could take a crack at the ciphers. They managed to translate the codes to get to Dagobert, the second king, and to San belongs the treasure, and he is their dead. I'm guessing the he refers to the king. A second cipher had an even stranger message. However, that'll just send us down the Priory of San rabbit hole, which is an entirely different mystery altogether. So let's get back to the priest. Did Saunier find information leading him to the treasure of the Cathars, believed to be the original guardians of the treasure from Solomon's temple, or perhaps the treasure of the Templars themselves? Alternatively, did he come across a secret so great that the church paid him to keep it to himself? I don't know. Like, is it some giant, like, Jesus head style secret that had just, like, killed him? Saunier passed away in 1917, finally telling the secret of where his wealth came from to his housekeeper, Marie Dernord. He also left Dernord the property, which she then sold to a local entrepreneur. She promised to reveal the secret on her deathbed, but she had a stroke, which left her paralyzed and unable to speak, so when she passed in 1953, the secret died with her. Oh, that's disappointing. That's really disappointing. She's like, yeah, I'll do it on my deathbed. It'd be like, what? How many people actually... What is the percentage of people who have a deathbed? Whereas, like, an opportunity to tell their, like, last secrets. I feel like, don't most people die suddenly? Or at least... I mean, maybe you know when your death is coming. But just write that down in an envelope and give it to your lawyer and be like, only to be distributed upon my death. And then the lawyer will do it. And you'll be fine. Why couldn't we have done that? Now we don't know. Of course, there are always people looking to spoil our fun with facts. And the truth is far less romantic. Saunier was probably a holy con man. Oh no! At the time, asking for payment for saying mass wasn't uncommon. Saunier placed ads in newspapers offering his services to say a mass on receipt of the cash. He got a whole lot of money, but it's not clear if he ever kept his part of the bargain. Saunier then invented the story of finding treasure to explain his sudden wealth. Pretty clever con, to be honest. As for the entrepreneur who bought Saunier's house from Dernord, he opened a restaurant and used the story of the treasure to put Rennes-le-Château on the map. Visitors came from all over France to look for treasure while eating at his restaurant and staying in his hotel. He found the real treasure, didn't he, that guy? There are some rumors that the treasure, or what remains of it after all the spending, is still hidden in the church or somewhere in the countryside. Historians refute these claims and excavations have been carried out of the church, but nothing of value has been found. Of course, this is what the guardians of the Templar treasure would want you to believe. Sinai House. Perched on the hilltop, overlooking the town of Burton-upon-Trent in England, is a moat. It's all that remains of the original house built by the de Scobenhall family in the 13th century. The moat surrounds the new Sinai House, built around 1546 by Sir William Paget, a man who managed to survive Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Mary Tudor while serving all of them, so a smooth operator if there ever was one. According to anthropologist David Adkins, the house hides another secret, the lost treasure of the Templars. Adkins claims the link between Sinai House and the Templars is solid. William Paget was possibly a descendant of Hugh de Payens, the founder of the order. If the story of the Templar treasure hidden on the grounds of Burton Abbey estate was passed down from one generation to the next, it would explain why Paget went to great lengths to secure the estate after the dissolution of the monasteries. However, de Payens was a celibate monk with no children as far as we know. But let's not get caught up in facts. Burton Abbey was founded towards the end of the 7th century, possibly around 670 CE, but only took possession of Sinai House around the same time as the Templars left Jerusalem, so why the sudden interest after 700 years? According to Adkins, the answer to that is location. The house sits on a labyrinth of natural tunnels and caves easily as big as Westminster Abbey in the heart of England, making it somewhat safe for an invading army. Jesus, that is a lot of caves. The house wasn't of any political interest, and the abbey was known to be non-conformist with little allegiance to the Pope, which probably made the Templars feel safe. The house was flanked on 3 sides by the ancient Needwood Forest, dark and feared, and a steep descent to the River Trent on the 4th side. I'm puzzled by the significance of the forest. It wasn't exactly Fangorn Forest. It was essentially a hunting reserve where I'm sure many a hobbit frolicked quite happily, so let's just move on. You know what's interesting? Not even really sure what a hobbit is. That's so much interest having this wizardy The name of the house is another vital clue. Before 1307, the house was known as a lodge or the Great Lodge. However, not long after the Templar persecutions in France, the name changed to Sani House, and from there it became known as Sinai House, a good Old Testament name suggesting a link to the remote monastery of St. Catherine in the Sinai. Oh, is it supposed to be, is that how you say Sinai? Sinai Desert. Okay, I'm not going to go back and correct myself. Apologies.
I'm sorry.
In the 1800s, researchers discovered a bricked-up secret passageway beneath the house. However, when they tried to force entry, they were met with toxic fumes, and the expedition into what lies beneath Sinai House ended before it began. To this day, the entrance in the cellar remains bricked up. Oh, it does. No one's been down there because they were like, oh, toxic fumes. If I bought their house, I'd knock that down so fast and just put on like a mask and go down there. Because obviously you would. Also, it'd be super cool to find like a secret passageway in your house. Like if you have some big old house or whatever, and you're like, just in the basement, you discover like that would be amazing. It's a great story, but how much of it is fact? The Scobenhall family donated the house to the monks of Burton Abbey to score some heavenly points, which wasn't uncommon. The monks then turned the house into a convalescence retreat for patients recovering from excessive bloodletting, fairly standard medical practice at the time. By 1410, it was known as the Manor of Sane, and by 1442, it became a synodum. Both names have their roots in the Latin sanguis, meaning blood. No surprise there. The Templars also had no connection to the monastery of St. Catherine. The monastery was protected by the militant order of St. Catherine. Wait, they had no connection or was protected? What? There doesn't seem to be any evidence that Burton Abbey was particularly anti-establishment either. So why did Paget tear down the abbey? Honestly, it's probably for boring reasons, isn't it? During the Protestant Reformation, it wasn't uncommon for nobles to buy abbeys and monasteries, remodel them, and let them out to generate income. Demolishing sections of the buildings provided valuable stone for rebuilding. Paget wasn't looking for anything, he was saving on construction costs. After some searching, I also couldn't find anything to support the story of a bricked-up cellar or caverns the size of Westminster Abbey. To the contrary, the geology of the area doesn't seem ideal for excessive tunneling, but I'm not a geologist. The monks taking over Sinai House just as the Templars were leaving Jerusalem seems like a coincidence to me. I also felt it highly unlikely that a medieval monastery suddenly in possession of the holy relics would keep that to themselves. A holy relic will bring pilgrims, and pilgrims bring donations, the real treasure. If the Templar treasure was on the Burton Abbey estate, I'm sure we'd know about it. Is the treasure even real? I mean, just this is the next section, but before we get into it, I'll be like, there's probably treasure at some point. Is there any more? No, I don't think so. It's a really long time ago, and it's all been found and transferred to different places and all that kind of Now that I have a whole new list of places to visit armed with a shovel, we probably need to answer the most pressing question. Was the Templar treasure ever real to begin with? The Templar Order was wealthy. The majority of their wealth was in the form of land and debt. They were the moneylenders of medieval Europe. In the early days, when pilgrims left their valuables with the Order as they traveled to the Holy Land, the Templar treasuries probably contained considerable amounts of coin. However, after the loss of Jerusalem and finally Acre, pilgrims no longer had a reason to travel to Jerusalem, so it's unlikely that the Order still had or needed to have a whole lot of coin on hand. The Order also had to feed, clothe, and house every brother, as well as build, maintain, and provision churches and fortified castles across Europe all the way to Jerusalem during the Crusade. They had to equip and transport knights and supplies to the Holy Land to fight and then back home when the fighting was done. This meant they either had to maintain a small fleet or they had to hire ships as they needed them. The cost of such an operation had to be astronomical. It's true that the Order made a lot of money in the form of donations, but they spent a lot of money too. I think vaults with piles of gold Scrooge McDuck style were unlikely. Templar treasure talemongers tell that King Philip arrived at the treasury in Paris to find it empty. Considering how much money Philip owed the Templars, he was probably just happy they were gone, so he no longer needed to pay them. Whatever valuables there were, he just transferred to his own treasury, and when word came that all Templar holdings and wealth would be given to the Hospitalitors, he just failed to mention how much of it he carted off himself. Whatever assets or wealth were left in the provincial houses and in other kingdoms were no doubt seized by whoever happened to be there first. Yeah, exactly. It's just getting slowly distributed out to different places over time and nicked by people and requisitioned by others. Just, it's what happens. Wealth over time just eventually disappears. The stories of Templars traveling to the New World, or Templars turning pirate to escape persecution, is built on the supposition that the Templars had a fleet capable of crossing the Atlantic. The Templars definitely had cargo ships, and according to some records, it appears they also had 1 or 2 warships. There are some theories that the Templars engaged in privateering when not transporting people and supplies. However, I couldn't find anything to back this up. The Templars may have had a few experienced sailors in their ranks, but it's far more likely that they simply hired ships and crew as and when they needed them. If there was a Templar fleet capable of crossing the Atlantic, no record of it remains. The end of the Templars in France was sudden and swift, but it certainly gave knights in other countries some warning to get the hell out of Dodge. I don't think the idea of a few knights filling up their saddlebags with whatever treasures they could get their hands on and galloping off into the night is impossible. That's most certainly what I would have done. Yeah, but they just took a little, and it wasn't very much, and then it got distributed out, and they probably bought some. So no, there's no treasure left today. Conclusion. The Lost Templar treasure is a favourite among many unsolved mysteries out there, but why do some people believe so strongly that the treasure is real? A hunt for lost treasure awakens a yearning for adventure that's hard to satisfy with the daily grind of paying bills and deciding what type of pasta you have for dinner. But it's more than that. It's true. It's there's more exciting stuff out there than pasta. Or at least I hope there is. I wonder what pasta I will have for dinner tonight, though. We humans like a show. The idea that an organization as powerful as the Knights Templar could have come to such a quick and somewhat anticlimactic end doesn't quite fit our desire for an end worthy of such a formidable force. Surely there must be a conspiracy afoot. Since the last days of the Templar Order, the Knights have been cast as everything from victims to villains. The narrative of the Templars working against the Church and being disbanded by the Pope is particularly popular because believers don't like the idea of their highest moral authority being under the thumb of a petty and jealous king. The tales of lost treasure and defiant knights disappearing into the midst of the Scottish Highlands or braving the Atlantic in search of a refuge and safety for their valuable collection of holy relics only took off years after the dissolution of the Order. If by some unlikely chance there was any treasure, I doubt it got across the Channel to England in the chaos that was the end of the Templar Order. Over the last 700 years, every single Templar castle has been sacked and plundered multiple times by anyone in the mood to sack and plunder some castles on their day off work. If such a treasure ever existed, it would certainly have been found by now. Yes, fully agree.
Correct!
That's the story. It's not real. It's not there. It did maybe once exist. They had lots of money. And it just gradually got spent and taken away. Easy! Mystery solved! Thanks for watching. If you enjoy this show, please do leave it a review. Or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, hello, I'm your decoder, Simon Wams here. One of my writers, in this case Kevin, writes me a script. This is one where we take a slightly different path because it's the internet's deepest mysteries. What this is Kevin has 5 mysteries from the depths of the internet, and some of them are true, some of them are false, so he makes up some stories and I have to guess. There is an intro video from Kevin, which I've already seen, but I'm going to roll now because I couldn't get it to work on any of my devices and I ended up having to open it in Premiere. To watch it. I don't know what was wrong with the file, but I've already seen it, and you will see it now. Roll it!
Hello, Simon. It's so nice of you to join me again. Perhaps this time it won't be halfway through the video, but I shouldn't complain. Last episode was your worst showing yet, but just in case you did forget about me again, I've decided not to confuse you by imposing any additional restrictions. While I enjoy the added gimmicks and how much harder they make it for you, I've decided this time to go back to basics. It will just be 5 mysteries, and you must decide whether they are fact or fiction. There were some scoring discrepancies previously, and currently the score stands at 14-6. With any luck, I could be in double digits by the end of this episode. Then I would only need one more episode to take the lead from you. I did see you trying to game the system last time, so just as a friendly reminder, all of the entries are in a randomly generated order. Don't try to resort to cheap tricks to win. That's my gimmick.
Okay, so now we're all introduced. Let's get cracking. And as Kevin mentioned, I'm absolutely dominating so far. So that's right, let's go. The Tik Tok Mirror. It all began with a draft. Samantha Hartso, a 26-year-old resident of the episode's called the entry's called the Tik Tok Mirror, which already sounds like some sort of modern version of the Twilight Zone or the Outer Limits, doesn't it? Although they wouldn't say TikTok, they'd be like Tok Tik because of copyright. It's like, we all know what you're talking about. It began with a draft. Samantha Hartso, a 26-year-old resident of New York City, was annoyed by a cold draft that seemed to exist in her bathroom. She'd been living there for a while, but it wasn't until she returned from a weekend hiking trip that she noticed how cold it was making her bathroom. She asked her roommates if they could feel air entering their bathrooms as well, but nobody else had noticed anything. Curious, Samantha began investigating what could be the cause of the cold air entering her apartment. Uh-oh. How do I declare this? Like conflict of interest? Or whatever. I already know this one, Kevster. So I think we're going to have to call it 0-0 on this one. And I'm just going to continue with the story anyway because I don't want to spoil it. But I'll tell you at the end whether I knew it because the only person I'll be hurting is me. Upon searching the bathroom, she discovered that the air was coming from behind her mirror. Once she realized that the mirror wasn't firmly attached to the wall and could just be lifted off, she did what anyone in 2021 would have done. Samantha began filming her adventure and uploading it to TikTok. 4 videos were uploaded in total. In the first video, she explained the situation, and the second showed her removing the mirror for the first time as to preserve her initial reaction. Behind her bathroom mirror was a hole in the wall. Okay, so I know this so far. I'm familiar with this. The only question I have is, did she fake it or didn't she fake it? Like, I know this happens because I've even seen this video. I just don't remember. I guess the question Kevin might ask me is whether that she faked it or not, and that I do not remember at all. Behind her bathroom mirror was a hole in the wall. Her roommate John was filming at first and just believed it to be some kind of wiring behind the mirror, but as Samantha peered through the hole, she could see that it wasn't just the inside of a wall, it was an entire secret room. By the third video, it was time for her to pass through the portal into Narnia, or whatever the hell was on the other side of the mirror. John tried to stop her, but he clearly didn't try that hard since she was just standing there filming her for TikTok. With a gotta get that clout. With a hairband holding a flashlight on her head and a hammer in her hand for protection, Samantha crawled through the hole. Once she had lowered herself into the hidden room, she immediately realized that she wouldn't be able to reach the hole to climb back out and that she would need to find an alternative exit. John handed the phone back to her so that she could record the video from inside while he presumably went to draft an ad looking for a new roommate in case she never returned. Finding a secret room behind a wall in your apartment would be pretty creepy. It would also be great. You'd be like, oh, this is I'm going to knock this out. We'll turn this into a games room. This will definitely increase. If I found a secret room in my apartment or my house, I'd be like, sweet, extra square meterage. That's going to increase the value of my property. Brilliant.
This place is freaking awesome!
But as Samantha navigated the space she had entered, she suddenly realized it wasn't just a room behind her mirror, it was an entire 3-bedroom apartment. The apartment clearly wasn't in use in any official capacity. The floors were torn up and there was an old toilet sitting in the middle of one of the rooms. And no, it wasn't in the bathroom, you smart ass. However, Samantha did see what she referred to as signs of life. There were some trash bags throughout the rooms and there was an empty water bottle that clearly hadn't been there very long. She also realized that all the windows were wide open, the obvious source of the cold air that was leaking into her bathroom. Unable to climb back through the hole in which she entered, Samantha eventually located and exited through the front door of this secret apartment and navigated her way back through the building to her apartment. So, from next door. Her final TikTok video ended with her hanging the bathroom mirror back up and stating that she was going to have a fun call with her landlord the next day. While the obvious answer might be that it was just an older apartment that was being renovated, Samantha was insistent that she'd never heard any construction sounds. Even if that was the case, it doesn't really explain why the two apartments would be connected by a secret passage behind her mirror. So, how does this story end? Were the trash bags and water bottle a sign that some squatter was living behind Samantha's mirror? Or was she somehow oblivious to the sounds of contractors on the other side of the wall? Or was there some other explanation? Perhaps that none of this even happened. Nah, okay, I've got to disqualify myself. The question is, did it happen? It happened. I don't remember if she faked it or not, but I already knew this one, so I'm gonna not give myself any points there, but also not give any points there, unless it does turn out to be completely made up, in which case Kevin's definitely gonna get a point, because then I'm just completely making up a memory of, like, I don't think I saw the video, but I read a story about this. Cetch Clear ASF. The internet can be a pretty terrible place. We've mentioned various disturbing images and videos that have been passed around the early internet, like Goatsy and Tub Girl. Oh my god, yeah. Why do I have to be reminded of Goatsy and Tub Girl?
What was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason?
But those are extraordinarily tame compared to Cetch Clear, one of the internet's first beheading videos. Despite Simon's love of gore. No, Kevin, I have no love of gore, as you well know. I'll keep my description as minimal as possible for the sake of the audience. The film was made by Chechen insurgents during the First Chechen War in 1996. The victim was a Russian soldier who looks to be about 18 to 20 years old. The video begins with him laying on the ground with a boot on his head. The insurgents put a knife to his throat and begin to saw. It's painful enough to watch the blood pouring from the wound, but those who have seen it, the most memorable part is the sound of air whistling through the man's windpipe as it's severed. After the execution begins, the film cuts to a later point where the head is no longer attached to the body. Jesus. Videos like this were surprisingly common during the Chechen Wars, and there are several of them available, but please don't go looking. The Chechens would record executions and leave the videos for the Russians to find as a form of intimidation. But once someone found that video, it would only be a matter of time before a copy got made, and then another, and the next thing you know, there's a growing community of people who had borne witness to the horrors through black market VHS tapes. Or they could just speed up the whole process by airing it on national television. Either way, Jesus Christ, no one's airing that on national TV. And people who are seeking this out, if you're thinking, I'm going to go Google that right now, instead of Googling that, search therapist in my local area. Okay, and when Google asks, do you want Google to know your location? Click yes. Please. Instead, and I'm not joking.
I'm for real. I'm for real.
In 1999, the video was purchased by Russian media, who aired it on Channel 2. No, they didn't. At this point, it was the beginning of the Second Chechen War, and Russia wanted to portray the Chechens as brutal savages to increase public support for the war. I sort of understand this, as American media would report on videos of ISIS beheadings that show still images before the execution, but airing a full snuff film on TV seems like a step too far for me. Yeah, it does. And yeah, don't do that. The still images, I've seen those still images, and it's enough. It's enough. I don't need more than that. Thank you very much. In the early 2000s, the video began to show up on the internet on shock and gore sites with the name Cetch Clear ASF. ASF was a type of video format that was used for early video streaming, and it's unclear whether the grainy video quality in the files available online was the result of camera or the ASF file type. The video quickly became notorious, but there were several mysteries surrounding it. First is the name. Nobody actually knows what Cetch Clear is supposed to mean. Well, the Cetch part's obvious, right? That's Chechen. Don't know what clear means. Cetch Clear. The Cetch part is obviously that it's from the First Chechen War, but beyond that, nobody really knows. That also assumed that the file name actually had any real significance, which is not a guarantee. Yeah, but if cleared wasn't anything, you'd just be like ASDF, wouldn't you? Cetch ASDF or Cetch 123. You know, you just mash the keyboard. But clear is those letters are all different places, so it's not going to be a coincidence that that's what, came up. If no one's mashing the keyboard and accidentally getting clear. Next to the people involved, to this day, nobody has been able to identify either the victim or the executioner, and it's absolutely not for lack of trying. There is debate as to whether the victim was even a Russian soldier or if he was a mercenary, and while several names of soldiers that went MIA have been suggested, it is clear from a cursory glance that none of them are the person in Cetch Clear. Likewise, several people have been put forth as the possible executioner. Pretty much any time a Chechen soldier was arrested for war crimes, that person was declared to be the identity of the person in Cetch Clear, but this was never actually the case. The final mystery surrounding this is a piece of lost media. How can a video that is readily available on YouTube be considered lost media, you ask? Well, the video I described earlier is only 15 seconds long, and it contains an obvious cut seconds after the throat is first slashed, jumping ahead to the final bit where the head is fully decapitated. However, there is believed to be a longer 5-minute version of the video than what was originally aired on Channel 2 in Russia. Back in the early 2000s, online videos were extremely short. People were only just starting to make the switch from dial-up to cable internet when the video first appeared, so expecting people to watch a 5-minute video that would probably take you days to download wasn't realistic. It's claimed that the worst of what happened is in the 15 seconds that are online today, and the remainder of the video is just the Russian being beaten and humiliated before he's eventually laid down on the ground for his execution. These claims have existed for at least a decade, but to date no concrete information about a longer version of the video has been discovered. I'm sure I'm just giving Simon a free point with this entry because of his undoubtedly encyclopedic knowledge of all the various snuff films he's watched. Jesus. What's that you say? If this video really exists, what, if anything, does Cetch Clear mean? Will either the victim or the executioner ever be identified? I'm inclined to believe that this one, disturbingly, is real. It feels real, like all the details. I mean, I know Kevin's getting better at this with each round of these that we do. But all of the details, like Channel 2 in Russia, and them only airing this, and then the comparison to what the Americans do, I'm like, I believe this one. And I know there's like lots of horrible execution videos on the internet because people are sick, so I'm saying, yeah, it's real. The DIY bonanza. In 2016, an unnamed Ohio couple were performing some DIY house renovations. This couple, who had probably watched too many house flipping shows, had purchased a house originally built in the 1940s with the intention of giving it a complete remodel. They started with the main living spaces on the first and second floor of the house, and everything had gone according to plan. Yeah, I watched so many episodes of Grand Designs, and 18 months ago, my wife and I purchased a house that needed a lot of work. And let's just say it's 18 months later, and we don't live there.
Huh?
And it's not for lack of trying. There's, I mean, I'm not doing the renovations myself because I'm not insane and I can't wield a hammer for But there's been a team of building dudes in there for like, well, it took a year to get permissions, like, because it's like a protected area. So you have to get all of these crazy building permissions and everything, like, signed off by the government, who take forever. And for the last 6 months, it's just been non-stop building, and I think it'll be another year. It never ends. Never ends. What have I done? Once the rest of the house was done, it was time for the project that the couple had been dreading, the basement. They knew that this was going to be the hardest part of the job, but it couldn't be put off any longer. Yeah, and in this house I bought it's like a big converted basement, but the people who did the last conversion didn't do a very good job, and so there's like dampness leaking in, and they're like, the people who did the survey are like, yeah, you need to rip all of this out, and then you need to redo it on the outside, like, properly. And I'm like, how much is that going to cost? And they're like, this amount. And I'm like, ah! Why?
Huh? Why not?
They knew this was going to be the hardest part of the job, but it couldn't be put off any longer. While the wife was at work, the husband began the job tearing down the old dropped ceiling. He had been showcasing the entire renovation process on Reddit and Facebook for an undoubtedly apathetic audience, so when one of the dropped ceiling tiles came crashing to the floor, revealing an object hidden in the rafters, he immediately took out his phone and started documenting. Hiding in the ceiling, wedged tightly between some plumbing and the rafters, was an old green and grey lunchbox. Being a considerate husband, he decided to wait until his wife returned home from work before opening it. It seems that he gave up working for the day and just stared at the lunchbox, dreaming about what fantastical treasures could be inside it. When the wife returned home from work, the couple decided to delay the reveal while they speculated on what could be inside. Who the doesn't just... I don't believe this is real, because if I found that when I was doing renovations, I'd immediately be like, it's junk. Let's open it and see if there's any money inside. There'd be no money inside, and then I'll throw it away. I wouldn't be like, waiting for my wife to get home to open a lunchbox, which would then just disappoint us both. No, I don't believe it, Kevin. I don't believe it. But then maybe it's one of those ones, I mean, people also on Reddit want that clout, you know, so they want to tell an interesting story. He thought it was filled with antique baseball cards, while she guessed that maybe it was a bunch of old recipes. Yes, who puts recipes in an old lunchbox and then hides it in a false ceiling? Aside from being, I'm assuming a dropped ceiling is what we'd call a false ceiling. Like where you just lower it a little bit to do like, we've just done this in this bloody house. Anytime it's house renovations come up, I'm like, house renovations? Let me tell you about house renovations. Yeah, they've just done this in the house because they had to the whole thing had to have all of its electrics ripped out and redone, which is insane. And so the ceiling was lowered, like maybe by this much, because they had to run all these things and then put these like bracings in to hold like light things and all of it. Oh my god. This is like what 50% of my conversations outside of work are right now. So yeah, and it's been that way for like a year. House renovations, man, it never ends. Aside from being needlessly stereotypical, gender-normative guesses, they were also really stupid guesses. The lunchbox had been very deliberately hidden for quite a long time. But sports cards would have been worthless when the case was first squirreled away, and I can guarantee that your family's secret recipe for paella from the old country isn't special enough to require this level of secrecy. It had to be something that would actually be worth hiding. Once they finally got around to opening the lunchbox, they found 3 bundles wrapped in wax paper. One bundle contained $20 bills, the other $50 bills, and the third was hundreds. The money was old, but it was crisp. There was thousands of dollars, with the dates on the bills ranging from 1928 to 1934. Beneath the money was newspaper from 1953, providing evidence as to exactly how long it had been hidden up there. After a little investigation, the couple discovered that some of the old bills were rare, uncirculated bills that were worth more than their face value. In total, the contents were worth $23,000. I'd love to know how much the cash was. I'd love to know what the cash value was, because 1923, or let's say 1930, I'm not sure what inflation would have done to that money. But it's at least, I'd say 20 times. I'm not sure what inflation's done. So if you put $1 in there, that instead, like it would be worth, it was $20 back in the day, and now it's just worth $1. So it's lost 20 times its value, which is like why it's not brilliant to find cash, because that person probably thought they were putting like equivalent of like $500,000 away or whatever in their money. And then in modern terms, it's like 20 grand, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. Much better to just hide some gold up there. It's also smaller. Okay, so maybe the former owner of the house didn't trust banks. The bills were dated to the Great Depression, a time when confidence in banks was at an all-time low on account of them constantly going out of business. The latest dated bills were 1934, which coincides with when the FDIC was created to insure deposits. Once the excitement of finding someone's life savings had died down, it was time for the couple to get back to work. The husband found a second lunchbox hidden in the ceiling while his wife was at work again. This time, they didn't f*** around and immediately posted pictures of the contents to Reddit when she returned home. It was an identical lunchbox, but instead of a few bundles of cash, it was completely packed end to end with neatly placed and organized bills. I'll be like, oh, I wish it was gold. You had to use cash. It's lost so much value.
I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. I want to go.
Oh, fun aside, I mean, this isn't interesting for anyone in America, but I really found it interesting that any these bills from like the 1920s, like a $5 bill or whatever, still you could just go to it and use it in a shop. Like I tried to pay for something the other day, and they were like, you can't use this, and I'm like, what do you mean? And it's the last series of bills. These went out like 5 years ago, and I'm like, oh yeah, it does look slightly different. It's like, we changed the money, and then it becomes invalid, and you have to go to a bank to swap it, which I didn't do. It was like $5 equivalent, so I'm like, I'm not going to go and do that, but I'll just keep it in my pocket until I spend it in a store that someone, I think I've already spent it. I'll just try and spend it with someone who doesn't notice. I remember when I worked in a shop and some Canadian guy came in, and he had like a £20 note, but it was like 20 years old. And I don't know what this is, but we don't accept your Joker money here. The money was newer than the bills from the first lunchbox, and much of it was in those bundles you get from a bank with little pieces of paper around them saying how much is inside. There were $1,000 bundles of 20s and $5,000 bundles of 100s, along with some other loose bills. In total, the second lunchbox contained $45,000. I think they bundle things in 10,000s, not 5,000s. I mean, I'm entirely basing that on movies that I've seen, because I've not seen like that much cash, like American cash. Like, I think they bundle it in 10Ks, so I'm leaning towards this being fake. There's also a few things that are like going off in my Spidey brain about this one, but it could also be because these people are on Reddit telling a story. Woo! What do you think, audience? In total, the second lunchbox contained $45,000, which if it's from 1930, that'd be like $1 million. And instead it's just 45. That's so disappointing. Now they realized that the house was full of treasure, the couple decided to investigate as thoroughly as possible. This led to what they described as a secret door. It was a plainly visible utility access panel that the realtor had told them led to the hot water heater. They never actually bothered to open up the panel because they assumed it was just a tiny space with a water heater. But now that the house was revealing its secrets, they felt it was worth taking a look. Oh, what, you'd never open the little door to your water heater? You'd never been, like, curious about what's in there? You'd never had to, like, turn it off to go on holiday or something? I don't believe it, Kevin. I mean, I don't believe it, or I don't believe the people on Reddit, which complicates matters. Behind the access panel was not a water heater. It was an entire secret room. The floor, and there's no way a realtor wouldn't find this out. The floor was covered with large mismatched carpet squares, but that was pretty much it. Though the secret room was unimpressive, it contained a door to an even more secret room. Its door has secret rooms all the way down. This other door had multiple heavy-duty locks, including a combination lock. Undeterred, the husband was able to eventually break all the locks and force the door open. The new room looked exactly like the sort of room someone would want to hide. The walls had heavy layers of soundproofing and were covered with wire tarp. On the floor was an old leather briefcase and a portable fire safe. They opened the briefcase first, since that didn't require any effort. Inside was a collection of expensive antique watches and other jewelry, as well as silver ingots. There were also envelopes full of large amounts of foreign currency. Next, the husband forced his way into the safe. He was immediately greeted with a piece of paper that had the words, "Save yourself," scrawled in dripping black ink. The inside lid had the words, "Do not," painted on in whiteout. As for the contents of the safe, it was a pile of videotapes that were labeled in various and somewhat unclear ways. Based on the labels in the image posted to Reddit, it looks like the top layer of tapes were probably from 1994 to 1995 with some additional form of cataloging. But the tapes, which were already suspicious, took on a more sinister turn when the label on one of them was shown to simply read, "No, no, 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 no." The couple thought better of watching the tapes and did their best to leave it well enough alone. Obviously, that didn't last long, and after a few days they decided to watch what was on the tapes. Despite claiming that the contents were horrific, they also said they watched all 6 tapes to make sure that they were the same sort of content. Bro. I don't want to even think about what's on those tapes. But who's like, let's watch all 6, just to be sure. Just want to scar my brain up real hard. Immediately after watching the tapes, they called the police, who in turn called the FBI. The FBI showed up as fast as possible to confiscate the tapes and conduct an investigation, and the couple were ordered to remove all of their posts about their house renovations from the internet. So what was on those tapes, Simon? And was it related to all the hidden valuables in the home, or was this made up? Because I'm the one who's been watching too many house flipping shows. I think this is 100% made up. It's like, it reads like a creepypasta. And I don't know what to say if, like, what if it's not made up and it's the people on Reddit made it up? If this is any way made up or not backed up by evidence, like the FBI police, this actually happening, I'm claiming a win on this one, okay? Mima's room. Mima was a 1990s Brazilian pop star, a member of the girl band Cham, because all of the best bands have exclamation points in the end, like Attack Attack and Attack Attack. Yes, those are 2 very real and unrelated bands, one from the UK and one from the US. What sort of name for that isn't a band anyway? Attack Attack? It's like Attack Attack exclamation point. Attack exclamation point. Attack exclamation point. So, I don't know. I've never heard of them. I've never heard of Cham. I don't care. In 1997, Mima decided that she was going to follow in the footsteps of so many pop sensations before her and make the transition from music idol to serious actor. She landed a role on a drama called Double Bind. Originally, I thought this was a sort of awkward translation, but it's apparently an actual phrase. Double bind, okay. Double binds are kind of complicated and nuanced, but the short version is that it's explicitly or implicitly relaying 2 conflicting messages, like a mother saying, "I love you" to a child while slapping them hard across the face. Oh my god. These tactics are employed by a lot of abusers and can be a total and complete mind for the victim. In the show Double Bind, Mima was playing the role of one such victim. It was pretty dark content, up to and including her character being sexually abused. The good news is that this was the Brazilian version of the 1990s basic cable rather than HBO, so the worst acts would have been implied or taken place off camera. The bad news is that despite being able to land the role thanks to her fame, Mima wasn't an actor. It's also believed that she had some undisclosed pre-existing psychological condition that made the entire situation much harder for her to handle. To film 20 episodes of an hour-long drama would take roughly 160 days of shooting, probably all consecutively, and she was not mentally prepared for the psychological abuse that her character was supposed to be enduring. They do take days off. They don't film 160 days in a row without a day off. I listen to podcasts about people who've made TV shows and stuff, and it's often like they'll take a day off, like a Sunday or a Saturday, and then they come back and they start again on Monday. Like normal people. They don't have to work forever. Like, non-stop. Mima began having a difficult time telling the difference between fantasy and reality, a condition that reached new levels when she read a fan letter that led her to discover the website Mima's Room. Mima's Room was basically just a daily blog written as a diary for the public. What had caught her attention in the fan letter and made her actually look at the site rather than ignoring it is that the site claimed to be written by Mima herself. People lie on the internet all the time, and that wasn't any less true in 1997, so her first thought would have been it was some sort of hoax and troll. However, most of the details in the diary were accurate. It wasn't all a bunch of deep personal feelings that nobody else in the world could have possibly known, but whoever was writing Mima's Room seemed to know what she was doing every day and had some amount of insight into her personality. That is creepy.
You are creepy as...
That's the sort of thing if I discovered, I'd be like, okay, I'm just going to ask my mates whether this is real and check with them. And if they're like, yeah, this is real and creepy, I'm going to be like, okay, cool, gonna call the police. And if they're like, bro, this isn't real, this isn't actually what happens, then I'd see a psychiatrist. Mima showed the site to her manager and was told to just ignore it. Normally I'd agree with that don't read the comments sort of mentality. Thumbs up for that one. But it may not be the best advice in what sounds like could have been a case of pretty severe stalking. It didn't matter though, because Mima didn't take the advice. She wanted to see just how much this person knew about her. As the weeks of filming went on, Mima's psychological state continued to suffer. Not only was the intense nature of the show having a serious impact on her mental health, but she was becoming increasingly obsessed with Mima's Room. In the beginning it was almost entirely accurate, but the online diary began to significantly diverge from her real life, causing her even more confusion and unease. Wait, no, then I'd be like, this is making me feel more comfortable, because I'd be like, okay, at first you could be like, okay, just chalk it up to coincidence. Maybe it's someone who knows me, maybe it's someone on the production crew. And then I'd just start doing more weird like I'd throw some curveballs in there that they wouldn't know about, and then they wouldn't appear on the blog because my behavior had become more unpredictable. Right? This sounds like exactly the sort of thing that like a schizophrenic would tell to like a psychiatrist, right? God, it's so creepy. In one instance, Mima's manager walked in on her in a nearly catatonic state as she scrolled through the diary saying, "So that's what I did today." Her psyche eventually became so damaged that she began referring to the author of the diary posts as Real Mima. Then, 2 weeks before filming for Double Blind concluded, Mima vanished. Suspicion immediately fell on her manager. The belief was that she was angry at Mima for giving up a lucrative career as a singer along with the manager's 20% in exchange for what was undoubtedly going to be a failed acting career. Her manager would have known her daily activities, details about her personal life that may not have been public, and about her fragile mental state. Though authorities believed that she either ran the website herself or was feeding information to the person that did, police couldn't find any evidence to link her to the site. They also couldn't rule out the possibility of a stalker. Ultimately, Mima was never found. What happened to her? Who was responsible? I mean, all of society was responsible by stigmatizing mental health care, but who was responsible for creating Mima's Room? Assuming any of this really happened, was it a manager, a random stalker, or something else? I am inclined to believe this one. So we've got so far, just to keep a reminder on things, the Tik Tok Mirror, that's it's real, but I'm not getting a point for that. We've got the beheading one, which is real. We got the DIY Bonanza, which I don't believe, and I need to see some evidence for. We've got Mima's Room, which I do believe, and we've got now campus gene editing. Okay. In early 2009, a group of students from the University of Miami were wandering around campus one night bored. Though the buildings were all closed after hours, except for the dorms, obviously, they happened to be privy to a little-known secret on campus. On the side of the Cox Science Building was an elevator that provided access to the roof of the building. There wasn't actually anything interesting to do on the roof. There were some HVAC vents, a locked door that led to the stairs, and presumably a nice view of the campus, your typical roof stuff. As Reddit user and obvious South Park fan Loves to Spooge explains, the roof was just as boring as anywhere else at night. We only like to hang out there because we knew we weren't supposed to, and because it was funny to ask each other, "You want to go on top of Cox?" But on the night that all of this started, the roof wasn't empty. At first it appeared to be, but taped on the door to the stairs was a piece of paper with a QR code. LTS was the only one of them that had a smartphone, so he tried scanning the code. What are the odds that only one of them had a smartphone? Oh, Loves to Spooge. That's the one guy. Okay, so I'm already like, one of them had a smartphone, only one? They were just hanging out without their phones? What is this, 1983? The page it took him to looked like it was blank, so he just shoved the paper in his pocket and decided to try it on his computer. Later that night, when he arrived, he'd just take a picture of it. He wouldn't take the paper. Later that night, when he arrived back in his dorm, LTS looked at the website that he had been directed to so he could type it into his computer. Rather than being a domain name, the website just used an IP address, a practice that was barely ever common in the first place and hadn't been for probably 10 years at that point. When viewing the site on the computer, he saw that the page was almost entirely blank except for an unmarked button in the bottom corner of the page. When he clicked on the button, a message popped up that instructed him to check back the next day to begin the test. LTS tried the website again, and the same thing happened, and I'm not really sure what else he would have expected. He went to the newly formed r/whatisthisthing subreddit, I know that that's real, to see if anyone had ever seen a website like it. His initial fear was that this was sort of some strange way of infecting his devices with a virus, so he only posted screenshots of the site rather than link to it so as not to spread the virus if there was one. Yeah, I mean, like, no, I don't need any, viruses, thank you. The lack of link made people skeptical, but they instructed him on how to view the source code for the page so that he could copy and paste it. These instructions literally take 2 clicks, and it blows my mind that someone could get into college in the late 2000s without knowing how to view the source code for a page regardless of whether they understand it, but maybe I'm just a giant nerd. Yeah, Kevin, you are a giant nerd.
You are a nerd.
That's true, I know how to do that. I think a lot of people know how to do that, but if I ask my wife, can you show me the source code for this website? She'd be like, what are you talking about? What is code?
What?
What is source code? And she has 2 degrees! It's not people don't know this. She'd probably be like, wait, how do you right click on a Mac? Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, the helpful people of Reddit were able to look through the tiny bit of code and determine that it was indeed not a virus. All the button did was send his IP to an anonymous email. But their estimation was that this served 2 purposes. The first was to let whoever set up the site know that someone had actually visited it. There's no way to know how long the QR code had been taped there before LTS found it, but now that he had, it meant that the site might update the next day. The other suggested purpose was to check the IP address. Universities often have a dedicated range of IPs, so you can easily tell from the person's IP whether or not they're using the school's network to access the internet. They can't track your exact location though, so if you're listening to this episode from a dorm room, don't get all panicked. And maybe take advantage of today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. That would be perfect if it was actually sponsored by Surfshark VPN, wouldn't it? A couple of days later, LTS went back to their website, and sure enough, it had changed. The site was now password protected, with the prompt asking him to enter his IP. After doing so, he was presented as promised with a literal test of 100 multiple choice questions. I'm sorry, if that guy doesn't know how to view source code on a website, he has no idea how to find out what his IP address is. Oh, I suppose he could Google, what is my IP? Rather than doing in command prompts. Okay, so maybe he could do that. Okay, I'll let that go. After doing so, his prompts presented as promised with a literal test of 100 multiple choice questions. He posted screenshots and the source code to Reddit again and began filling out the test honestly to the best of his abilities. Fortunately for our story, he checked back on Reddit before hitting submit. Whatever method was being used to grade the test was all being done server-side, so they couldn't determine that from the page's source code. But after reading the questions, they were able to convince LTS to change his answers. This test was a psychological set questionnaire of sorts. It was all opinion-based, but it had a very clear conspiratorial tone to it, with questions like, under which of these circumstances would news networks conceal the truth for the public good? After changing his answers to the most unhinged, conspiracy-loving answers possible, LTS hit the submit button. A new page loaded that said, you've passed the first test, here's some reading material to get you started. Come back again tomorrow. I don't believe this. I mean, it's Kevin, the problem is with these, it blurs the lines, because I don't believe that this is, but do I believe that some bored student stuck a QR code up on the top of a roof and then did this? Yeah, I believe that. I believe this happened because people are students are bored and they're like, let's just mess around. Let's just do this for no reason whatsoever. Accompanying the text was a link to a PDF file. The PDF was allegedly over 100 pages long, though he only screenshotted about half a dozen pages of it to share. What he showed were the original blueprints for the Cox Science Building, along with an altered version of the blueprints that indicated the locations of secret rooms and laboratories. There wasn't any proof that these secret locations existed, at least not in anything that was shared online. They were just drawn onto the blueprints. The other pages that were screenshotted seemed to indicate the belief that there was an experimental gene research going on. And again, there was no proof, just a lot of conspiratorial talk. Interestingly, the ramblings do include the word CRISPR. Had it specifically mentioned CRISPR-Cas9, that would have been a bombshell, as the tool wouldn't be invented until 2012, but the DNA sequencer defined as CRISPR was first identified in 1987. All it showed was that the author had at least a vague understanding of the topic, but nothing that was uploaded gave anything even resembling proof of the conspiracy allegations they were leveling. While those following the story were becoming less convinced of its authenticity, they were still anxious to see how this was all going to play out. The next day, LTS went back to the website, entered his IP as a password, and when he did, the screen simply read, "You shouldn't have told Reddit, Stanford, 4th floor." Stanford was one of the dorm buildings on campus, but it wasn't the one where LTS lived. He opted not to say which of the other buildings he lived in. It was the consensus among those that believed the story that the mention of a building and floor was just a random guess to try and intimidate him. If he was wrong, he may have felt it was some sort of instruction or hidden message, and if he lived there, well, they would have likely scared him. But not everybody believed his story. Some people believed that it was just a hoax, while others felt it was meant to be an alternate reality game that LTS hadn't planned out very well, so he gave up. What do you think, Simon? Obviously, the information about a conspiracy was all but did these events happen to LTS as he described, or was it all pretend? A story that he either made up to fool the internet, or that I made up to fool you. Okay, so there you go. I think it's, No, I'm gonna say it happened to him, because I think the guy who's making it up is the guy with the QR code. Like, there's no secret labs and gene editing, but I believe that this happened to him, and it's a fun story that someone made up for him. So, just a reminder, gene editing I think is real. Memer's Room I think is real. The DIY Bonanza I think is... Is that really what I said? Do I believe so many are real? Memer's Room is real. The DIY Bonanza, I believe is... Did I say that was fake? Yeah, I think I definitely said that was fake, right? That's fake. And Cetch Clear is real. And the first one, I don't get. I'm gonna go watch it on Premiere Pro. I'm back, and Kevin destroyed me. Well, the first one, neither of us get any points, because I knew it. The second one about the Chechen thing, I get a point because Kevin thought it was true, and yeah, I thought it was true. The DIY Bonanza was true, which is insane, and the FBI and stuff did actually show up. And I'm like, that's absolutely mental. That sounds like a completely made up story, which is nuts. Meme was also true. Kevin got me with a bloody anime thing. He was like, it's an anime, Simon. I'm like, oh, okay. And the CRISPR one that I said was true, even though I thought, even though I was kind of like, well, I think it's all but I do believe that it was posted to Reddit or whatever. It wasn't. Kevin totally made it up. So, yeah, well done, Kevin. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today, we answer the very important question, are lizards ruling the world? No, they're not. Thanks for watching. This is Not really, look, we got a bunch of pages. Thank you, Ilza, who wrote this. I'm going to read it, and let's just say, some episodes I go into, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll be persuaded or something. Maybe I'm going to, like, come around to a conspiracy theory. This one I can just tell you I'm not, because obviously it's insane. And, like, pop off in the comments if you think differently, but you've obviously come to the wrong video. Honestly, you've obviously come to the wrong channel, because while this is called Decoding the Unknown and it covers cryptids and stuff, it's from a very skeptical perspective, because I host it. Welcome, welcome. It feels like a strange contradiction for a channel, doesn't it? Anyway, let's just jump in. The format of this show, if you're new here, Ilza has written it. I'm going to read it. I've never read it before. Let's go. The other day, I was playing Skyrim Elder Scrolls with my cat sitting on my lap. Never played Skyrim. It always struck me as a bit too fantasy. I really want to play, like, I don't really have a lot of time for video games, to be honest.
Huh? Why not?
But I really want to play that Wild West one. What's it called? Red Dead Redemption, because that looks cool. And I can get into that. Like, I like the history stuff, love Age of Empires. But I feel like Skyrim's got fantasy elements, right? And that's just not going to be for me. He loves the dragons. Who? Oh, your cat. Sorry. Not that fond of the Khajiit. No idea what you're talking about, Ilza. Talking Cats is apparently where he draws the line. See, there you go, fantasy. Talking cats. Cats don't talk. What's that TV show with the talking cat, like back from the 90s? There's a talking black cat with wizards. Sabrina! Is it Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
Correct!
Why do I remember this? As I was playing, I noticed something. Those familiar with the game will know that the Argonians are essentially a race of lizard folk. The character that needs help to kick an addiction is Argonian. The characters treated really badly in one of the towns are Argonians, and one Argonian even asks you to go and steal something. Bloody Argonians, no one wants them. They're bloody criminals. I'm racist against Argonians. Why is this game so intent on vilifying the lizard folk? Is it a message deeply hidden inside a game warning us that lizard people are bad and should be despised? Is the game an act of revolution against our reptilian oppressors, putting them in their place in a world of ones and zeros because we have no way of doing that in the real world? Of course not. All of this is nonsense. Or is it? Let me know in the comments if this sounds plausible, and I'll sell you some merchandise and books expanding on this theory, because we need to get the word out and warn people, not because, money. Any of these conspiracy theories, like when you get to be a big conspiracy theory person, there's always some sort of big grift happening behind it, isn't it? Because it's you're selling anti-lizard pills or I don't know, whatever. He's been sent to, not sent to prison, obviously, sent to court and fined, or sued for $1 billion. Alex Jones, he's there's this causing this, and I've got this that will protect you for it. It's yeah, maybe you believe it, but there's also a lot of money pouring in from you saying that you believe it, right? Allegedly, in my opinion. But let's get back to today's conspiracy. If you're thinking the world is spiraling into complete madness due to global warming and a widening economic disparity, you'd be wrong. Mankind is, in fact, facing a threat more dire, for there's a reptilian conspiracy afoot. Or is that a claw? Bada-bum-bum. It's a conspiracy. The human race is nothing but sheep. An insult to sheep, but we'll let that slide. The truth is, there's a blood-drinking, flesh-eating, shape-shifting word I can't say because YouTube will demonetize me, but let's just say, I've heard people say P word. Satanist, reptilian elite controlling and manipulating the human race. Some theories refer to them, and if you didn't get it from P word, Jimmy Savile. Boom. Is that too British? Jared from Subway. That's American enough, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what P words that YouTube will demonetize me for.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Some theories refer to them as Anunnaki or the Archons, but I'm going to stick with reptoids, humanoid reptilians, or just reptilians. The lizards are all in positions of power and influence, like the governments, and they control the media, using mindless entertainment to keep our attention away from what really matters. And to keep things interesting, the Illuminati, they're all lizards too. In fact, anyone who really believes this will be like, well, they're controlling you too, Simon. They've made you make this piece. They've made you make it sound super silly by making this thing about it. To that, I'm like, what? With conspiracy theories, I was always, they're controlling the media or whatever. It was always I didn't really believe it. But then I became, a part of the media, watched by plenty of people, and no one's come along and been like, how about you make this piece about lizard people, okay? Or how about you don't? Or how about this? Or how about that? No one's I wish they had, because I'm sure they've got loads of money they could give me. The theory is based mainly on the insights of David Icke, but as with most conspiracy theories, there's some disagreement with the details. Apparently the reptilians arrived in ancient times, they experimented with our DNA, and some believe this genetic manipulation is still happening. You'd think that after thousands of years they would have gotten whatever they were looking for, genetically speaking, so maybe they're not as smart as we think. It seems believers can't quite agree on what the actual goal of the genetic manipulation is. It's either to make us more controllable, or they're just farming us because they like having human flesh at reptilian Thanksgiving. Some claim the lizard will eat are shapeshifters, while others state that the true reptilians exist in a different dimension, and they're controlling the human race through thought control. Oh, so maybe they are controlling me, and it's just less obvious. They're influencing my thoughts from another dimension. Yeah, that sounds real, doesn't it? Please. Alternatively, the reptilians are hiding in underground bunkers. There's also a conspiracy the reptilians here on Earth are hybrids meant to control the human race. In some tales, the hybrids are just managing things until the reptilian overlords return. Where they went is unclear. Many celebrities and politicians have been accused of being reptoids, and Mark Zuckerberg has gone on record stating that he's not a lizard during a live streaming session to answer some burning questions from users. Mark Zuckerberg, I feel like he's more likely to be a robot. He's just not a regular person, but he is a person. He's made of flesh and blood. I don't believe he's a robot. But he doesn't seem lizardy. He seems like robot-y. If that's the most important question someone has, the human race is doomed. Besides, the lizards have been trying to keep their presence a secret. It's not like one of them is suddenly going to shrug his shoulders and say, you got me. If it wasn't for you meddling kids, I'd still be hidden. The origin of the conspiracy. In the world of conspiracy theories, the Overlord theory is actually relatively new. Of course, those trying to prove the theory have dug up proof from the dawn of mankind, but the actual theory seems to have arisen in the 1920s, meaning it's barely 100 years old. So where did it all start? Well, that would be imaginative authors. In an August 1929 edition of the magazine Weird Tales, where a lot of old-time sci-fi, fantasy, and noir writers got started, a story appeared called The Shadow Kingdom, written by Robert E. Howard, creator of Conan the Barbarian. The villains of the story are the Serpent Men, an ancient pre-human race hoping to replace the king Kull with one of their own, disguised as Kull, as they've done with many of Kull's predecessors. Wait, how does that work? Kings are like a bloodline thing, right? So it's like if the lizard's already replaced the previous guy, when he is a kid, isn't he going to be the lizard kid rather than an actual because they killed off the previous? How's that work? You don't have to think things fully through in fiction. It turns out that these serpent men use magic to shapeshift into human form and occasionally even resort to mind control. Of course, Kull foils the plan to replace him and the serpent men get destroyed, so all ends well. The story also mentions Atlanteans, suggesting that Howard was influenced by the work of a Russian-born mystic, Helena Blavatsky. I've mentioned her before. She seems to appear whenever conspiracies are bandied about, much like that David Icke chap we just mentioned. She was one of the founders of the Theosophical Society and author of The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, where she discusses all manner of imaginative theories that some people still believe to this day. One of these theories of hers involved a race of dragon men who had a mighty civilization on the continent of Lemuria. You know, it's not a real thing where it's like, yeah, okay, like in 1888 when the world wasn't like fully explored and stuff. Although by 1888 we're getting pretty bloody close, weren't we? It's unlikely that we'd discover a whole other continent. They discovered Antarctica back in the day, right? But there's not going to be some other continent out there. And when it turns out like we go to space, they send the satellites out there, they have a look around and they're like, oh, okay, so we have discovered everything. Then it should all fall apart, but then some people will still be like, no, it turns out it's inside. There's many concentric layers inside the Earth and Lemuria is down there. It's like, for f***'s sake, do we have to do this? Then in the 1940s, occultist Maurice Doreal, founder of the Brotherhood of the White Temple in Denver, wrote a pamphlet called Mysteries of the Gobi, in which he describes a race of creatures with the bodies of men and the heads of snakes, who are shapeshifters, of course. At some point in the unspecified past, these snake men waged war against humans and were driven to near extinction. His later writings include underground cities, aliens, and Atlantis, but it's unclear where exactly our occultist got this incredibly scientific information from. It sounds like he's just writing a fiction book. Oh, he's an occultist, though, so yeah.
Oh.
I don't... He's just right. It's like, we've discussed this before. Like, if you write a fiction book and say, totally non-fiction and all truth, people are going to go, wow. I mean, dumb people, but it'll still sell more books. H.P. Lovecraft was a friend of Howard, so I saw a few theories suggesting Lovecraft is a possible source for the reptilian conspiracy theory. Now, Lovecraft wrote some really weird stuff, and we can blame him for a lot. Not Cthulhu. We all love Cthulhu. Is that how you pronounce it? Cthulhu? I think so. But I don't think he played much of a part in the rise of the reptilian conspiracy theory. I've never read any H.P. Lovecraft. You know, I've not read is it The Rise of Cthulhu? The Tale of Cthulhu, or whatever it's called? Not read it. I haven't read a lot of classic books, and I am just starting to. I think I mentioned this on an episode previously.
I like books?
School really put me off classic books because you just overanalyze the shit out of them, and it's always like, what's the author trying to say in this scene? And like, I don't know, can't we just enjoy the scene? And then we also had to read like boring classic books. And I've recently discovered I was reading Wodehouse, however you pronounce it. I read one of his books, and it was great. And now I'm reading The Sun Also Rises by Hemingway, and it's brilliant.
Yes. 1,000 times yes.
Like, it is absolutely brilliant, and I'm pretty happy that I got into classic novels. I was getting rather put off it by school, so that's cool. Maybe I'll read some Lovecraft next. Wasn't he like racist or something? I feel like there's something with racism in Lovecraft. Like, he became a bit controversial for some reason. David Icke. While Weird Tales may have unwittingly laid the foundation for this bizarre conspiracy theory, it all really took off when David Icke arrived on the scene. In 1991, in an interview with talk show host Terry Wogan. Oh, I know Terry Wogan. He's like, I don't know if he's a late night host or whatever, but he's like one of these, like, Americans, I guess he would be like, you know, Jimmy Kimmel, or one of these guys. Like, not quite, well, a late night host, but he interviews people about shit. Ike announced to the world that he was, in fact, the son of a godhead. Before being elevated to this remarkable position, Ike was a professional soccer player in the early 1970s before being forced to retire due to arthritis. From there, he became a popular television host and sportscaster. In fact, things were going quite well for Ike professionally, but that all changed when he visited a psychic healer and informed him that he was chosen to save the human race. That's quite the revelation, and he sent his life in a drastically different direction. That's the weird thing about David Icke. It's like he was successful before. It's not like he needed to do this like supernatural alleged grift, is it? He didn't need to do that. He was already, which kind of adds a bit more legitimacy to it. I mean, obviously it's not, in my opinion, legitimate because it's all absolute crazy nonsense, but it is interesting that it wasn't like out of a place of desperation. It's like something seemed to go like, it is mine. Maybe he had a little stroke or something. Allegedly, in my opinion. Critics of Ike's have pointed out that his reptilian conspiracy theory seems to have had quite a lot in common with the writings of Doriel and the TV show V that graced our screens in 1983. The cult classic is all about reptilian aliens from outer space wearing fake human skin trying to take over the world. Ike's theory about the Anunnaki, which I'll get to in a minute, also seemed to be heavily based on the writings of Zecharia Sitchin, an author who claimed that the Anunnaki were ancient astronauts with a hand in the origin of the human race. Back in 1976, according to Ike, the reptilians are the Anunnaki, a reptilian race originating on the planet Nibiru. For the last 450,000 years, the Anunnaki have been ruling the Earth in different guises, and more importantly, from different dimensions. Relying on genetic engineering, the Anunnaki have guided the human race through evolution and created a slave race. Yeah, it feels like it. I feel like a slave. I don't feel like a slave. I feel like I'm just living my life, having a good time. Did you miss me? They also created human-lizard hybrids meant to control the human race on their behalf. This is why all the power in the world is in the hands of a few select families, such as the royal families and all those past and present US presidents who are related. Wait, they're not all related. I mean, everyone's ultimately all related, especially in America, right? They'll be like, he'll be like his 8th cousin twice removed or whatever. But it's like, yeah, well, if you do your ancestry, that's what will also happen to you. It's just how family trees work, isn't it? The genetic interbreeding of the rich and powerful is done to maintain a specific genetic structure that gives the hybrid specific abilities, such as shape-shifting. It's more likely to just give them a Habsburg jaw, to be honest. However, the hybrids aren't working alone. Some full-blooded Anunnaki are physically on Earth, while others manipulate events from the lower fourth dimension, whatever that is. By forming a network of secret societies, the Anunnaki have taken full control of our planet. Ike believes that the Anunnaki need to drink human blood to maintain their human form. Of course they do. Yeah, that makes sense. The Anunnaki also feed off negative emotions such as fear and aggression. Apparently, they're addicted to adrenochrome, a hormone released in the body during periods of heightened stress. This explains all those satanic rituals and human sacrifices happening wherever the rich and famous congregate, like Bohemian Grove, for example. All the negative energy released during the sacrifices is gleefully absorbed by the Anunnaki, chilling out in the fourth dimension. Unlike vampires, the Anunnaki don't bite their victims and suck their blood. They cut the throats of their victims and use goblets because lizards have class. This drinking of blood and sucking of energy is apparently origin of vampire stories, and here I must protest that we kind of leave Dracula out of this nonsense. He's still recovering from the damage caused by sparkling vampires who can't seem to get through high school. The Anunnaki are also fond of their rituals and secret societies. This allows Ike to incorporate all the conspiracy theories his little heart desires into one proper overarching conspiracy, from the ancient mystery schools and cults to the more recent Knights Templar and Masonic Order to global entities like the UN and the Council of Foreign Relations to simple drug cartels and satanic churches. The Anunnaki is behind it all. It's just like all of this stuff. I'm like, fantastic. Right now you're just like blah 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 blah. And I'm like, just show me one piece of evidence. Just show me one piece of solid evidence.
What fucking evidence do you have?
And I'll be like, cool, I believe it. But there never is. There's never anything solid. It's always like, yeah, maybe this, maybe that. There's a weird photo here, blah blah blah. Never anything. Never anything. You know the conspiracies that are real? They always like come out later. There's always like some government document like this, there's some leak about that, some guy says this and he has actual proof. It's like, yeah, like I always think of Edward Snowden, right? And just how much the governments of the world are spying on everybody. And you're like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Except eventually someone leaks it and you're like, oh my lord, okay, that's all real. Boom, opinion changed. But this has been going on for decades, and there's never been anything. And it's like, come on, just one thing. Just one, like, Snowden dude for the lizard people, and everyone will be like, holy bro, that's intense. And then that's it. And I'll have to eat crow, and that'll be fantastic, because I love that. I love being proved. I'm happy to be proved wrong. I just need evidence. Come on now. They use the media and the moon to control the human population. Yeah, of course, the moon. You see, the moon is a hollow planetoid used by the reptilian overlords to broadcast a signal that stops us human beings from realizing what's happening. Of course. Like that moon shot, Moonberg, Moon's Hollow Moon. What's that movie? It's really where there's a hollow moon crashing into the earth. It's from like last year or 2 years ago. It's rubbish. Moonfall! That's the badger. Sounds like a James Bond movie, doesn't it? Oh, because that's the mood. That's because there's a James Bond movie, Skyfall, isn't there? Skyfall! You see, the moon is a hollow planetoid used by the reptilian overlords to broadcast a signal that stops us human beings from realizing what's happening. Of course, after thousands of years of evolution, the reptilian network is now a vast web of interconnecting secret societies, banks, political parties, media, etc. So I guess we're doomed. Ike lists a whole lot of notable reptilians, but I'm most impressed with the aristocracy. Keeping up appearances while they were losing their heads in the French Revolution couldn't have been easy, so go lizards. However, not everyone believes that Ike is the conspiracy-believing nut that he claims to be. There are some conspiracy theories revolving around Ike himself. Some claim he's actually an agent of a secret society. Some of the things he says are true, but by mixing in crazy theories like reptilian overlords and a hollow moon, he discredits the other theories that hold some grain of truth. I'm very curious about what those other theories with grains of truth are. He's also been accused of anti-Semitism. It's true. I feel like conspiracy theories, what do they believe? At some point, the Jews enter the picture, and they're like, yeah, and also the Jews. You're like, oh, okay, thanks.
Good to know.
It's true that many tropes and themes of his theories are in line with anti-Semitic propaganda about a powerful group of Jewish people controlling the world. However, when asked about this directly, Ike stated that he wasn't talking about one Earth race, Jewish or non-Jewish. Instead, the genetic network of reptilian hybrid overlords can be found in all races of the world. I've watched a few of his interviews, and I think when he talks about lizards drinking blood and ruling the world, he really means lizards, as crazy as that sounds. He's not like, yeah, but by lizards I mean Jews. It's not that. He actually believes it's lizards, apparently. Ike has quite a following. According to two philosophers, Ike's appeal lies in the way he weaves a number of conspiracy theories into one narrative that is all-inclusive and all-accounting. Yeah, I mean, that appeals to people with small brains because they can't handle, like, oh my god, all of these things could be happening, the world is out of control. And then one dude's like, yeah, actually it's not, this is related to that, and this is related to that. It's very comforting. And if you have a small brain, that's how you get comforted, because it helps you process, doesn't it? In your tiny little brain, where you believe all of this stuff. And I'm sure you think I have a tiny brain, because I don't believe this stuff, which is, well, it's just plain silly, isn't it? According to Ike, 9/11, the Oklahoma bombings, and even the Holocaust were all the work of reptoids. JFK was assassinated because he was threatening to expose them. It's true that not a single person Ike has ever accused of being a reptilian, from Obama to the Rothschild family to the Royal family and Chris Christopherson. Who's Chris Christopherson? I don't know who this is. Not sure what he ever did to deserve being on this list, has ever sued Ike for libel. This, of course, is proof, according to David Icke, that he's telling the truth. And whenever Ike finds himself being cancelled or censored, it's not because his theories are ridiculous or downright dangerous and irresponsible. It's because he's getting too close to the truth and people are trying to shut him up. However, if it's true that everyone that gets close to the truth is eliminated and Ike is as close to the truth as he claims, why is he still alive? I'm thinking it's because he's a crackpot, but that's just me. Yeah, it's easy to look at someone like David Icke, and honestly, I can't believe that he doesn't do, if there was like a conspiracy theory out there, he's probably doing more for the conspiracy theory, like to keep it quiet, than he is to keep it, like, to expose it, because everyone like me is like, well, yeah, that guy's an idiot.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
And you instantly discount all of this nonsense. Where if he was some, like, Harvard professor or whatever, then you'd be like, oh, this guy is actually serious. Quite be embarrassing if it turns out David Icke went to Harvard or something, wouldn't it? I mean, for Harvard. Proof. David Icke might set the ball rolling on this reptilian, but he was a professional football player, so I'm going to guess the answer to that one is no. He didn't go to Harvard. Not that sports people can't be smart, it's just, I don't know, football players have a bit of a reputation. David Icke might have set the ball rolling on this reptilian overlord business, but over time others have come along to add their own 2 cents to the theory. And as with any good conspiracy theories, there's proof! Once again, I didn't take the time to read all of Icke's books, so some of this proof, all of this proof, or none of this proof could be found in the writings of David Icke. I wouldn't know. I'm guessing that at least some of this proof was thought up or pieced together by other lizard believers. The Ubaid lizard people. So where do you go to find proof that ancient reptilian-like aliens visited the planet in the very distant past? If you ever pondered this question, I have an answer for you. Ancient Mesopotamia, fantastic, let's go. When Henry Hall and Leonard Woolley first discovered the figurines back in the 1920s, the figurines were described as a drab pottery figure of a man. From reading the comments on one of many videos I watched, I've learned that drab doesn't mean they found the figures to be unimpressive. It's simply an archaeological description, meaning just to make sure we all learn something today. However, since their discovery, not much has been written about them. Luckily for you, I find this a lot more interesting than David Icke's nonsense, so I dug up a bit to find out more about these interesting figurines. These specimens discovered by Hall and Woolley were excavated near Eridu and Al Ubaid. Along with other artifacts discovered in the area, researchers were introduced to a whole new culture that thrived in ancient Mesopotamia around 5,500 to 4,000 BCE. In order to keep things academic, they named the period the Ubaid period after the place the artifacts were found. Quite a few of these figurines have been discovered over the years, but we're not much closer to finding out what their meaning or function was than when the first lizards made their appearance back in 1920. The highly stylized clay figurines stand at about 5 to 10 centimeters tall, while the more realistic figurines stand at 15 centimeters. It appears the majority of these figurines are female, however many of them are so damaged it becomes difficult to determine the sex if there was a specific sex to begin with. The figurines have elongated, slender figures, which some researchers consider to be typical of youth and physical strength, suggesting that the figures are of adolescence. Every figure has an exaggerated, elongated head with slits for eyes and a pinched nose, giving them a reptilian appearance. Due to their reptilian appearance, they were known as the Ophidian, meaning snake-like figurines. The figurines are usually decorated with strokes or spots in black paint. These spots are sometimes interpreted to be the scales of a snake by conspiracy theorists. But it's art. That would be like looking at something Picasso drew and being like, well, or like sculpted, and being like, well, in 1,000 years, and being like, well, I guess there were people who looked like that back in the day with really f***ed up faces. No, it's art. Due to a lack of convenient labels or written explanations and guidelines of what these figures represent, we don't actually know who made them or why. Many have been found in graves, however, not in children's graves, suggesting that whatever they were most likely not toys. The figurines are also too similar in appearance to be effigies of the deceased person that they were buried with. Archaeological research suggests that the figures were made for specific groups of people. For example, a specific social class like the ruling class, a specific profession like healers or spiritual leaders, or maybe they were only given to people of a certain age. They weren't found in graves, they were probably used while the person was still alive. When the owner passed away, the figurine was buried with them for some reason. I just think it's some ritualistic, arty sort of, I don't know, whenever something weird happens like this, you just always be like, yeah, religion, people's weird beliefs. It's not alien lizard people that they were sculpting and then being buried with them to remind them of their alien lizard overlords, alright? The elongated head might signify skull modification. While we mostly associate skull modification with cultures in the Americas, this was also practiced by some spheres of Ubaid society. Alternatively, it's possible that the intention was simply an exaggerated hairstyle. Another suggestion is that the elongated head and distinct facial features are due to a mask possibly worn during ceremonies or other special occasions. The painted spots and stripes may represent tattoos or scarification. In many cultures, tattoos or scarification is used to show a transition from one phase in a person's life to the next, much like the coming of age celebrations and traditions. Considering that the figurines appear to depict young people, this seems very plausible to me. According to ancient aliens, oh no! It's like, I'm just reading this, getting lost in the interesting history of it all, right? Like, as an escape from David Icke and his madness. And then it's like, don't forget, this is Decoding the Unknown. Let's see what ancient aliens think, and the guy with the crazy hair. Well known for their reliability, scientific approach, and lack of belief in human creativity. This is it. It's art! People in the past could make it up, just like we can make it up today. No one's gonna find a video of Peppa Pig and then being like, oh, they must have had pigs in the past with all their facial features on one side of their face. It's just not gonna happen. Peppa Pig is weird, isn't it?
Well,
yes.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I've heard that so many times in my life. Never did I think. The figurines are too realistic to be based on mythological or fantasy creatures. The only way the people of the Obeyed period could create a lizard woman of such detail is if they actually saw one. However, before you find yourself agreeing with them, I would no chance. I did not find myself anywhere close to agreeing with them. Obviously, that's insane. Like, if someone was like, here's a crazy-looking alien creature, make a sculpture of that, I'd be like, what? How on earth would you expect me to do that? But if someone gave me a lump of clay and said, make a crazy-looking alien, I'd be like, all right. Because of course I could. Because obviously making a copy of something is a lot more challenging than just making something crazy. Obviously. However, before you find yourself agreeing with this, ask yourself this. What will future archaeologists think if all they have to go on is modern art, Funko Pops, and Winnie the Pooh? Exactly. Well said. Mythology. While it's very plausible that the Obeyed lizard figurines are related to mythology, there are other mythological tales that the reptilian conspiracy theorists believe are more than just mere tales. They are, in fact, based on actual interactions between our ancient ancestors and lizards from the stars. It's true that you can find reptilian-like gods and beings in most cultures on Earth. South Asian mythology features the Naga, a race of serpent people living in the underground city of Patala. Islamic mythology features the jinn, a creature that is sometimes depicted as being snake-like. Did we do a video about the jinn? I feel like maybe we did a long time ago. Mesoamerica has some feathered serpent gods, and apparently Alexander the Great was sired by, you guessed it, a dragon. Of course he was. That's why he's half dragon. Everyone knows that. Look at his statues. Obviously half dragon. And he could breathe fire. Of course. What, are you stupid? According to Chinese mythology, Emperor Fuxi and his sister Nuwa were both humanoid, but they had the lower bodies of snakes. In fact, apparently all emperors of China are somehow related to dragons. David Icke's favorite mythological beings are the Anunnaki, heavenly beings that show up in Sumerian mythology, specifically the Babylonian creation myth Enuma Elis. The Anunnaki is a race of gods, including individual deities like Enlil, who separated the heaven and the earth. However, the Naga of South Asia seems to be of particular interest to conspiracy believers. These divine beings are sometimes depicted as a serpent, a human, or a half-human, half-serpent creature. In some legends, they're dangerous to humans, but in others, they're beneficial to humans. As with most proof found in the realm of conspiracy believers, the real legend of the Naga has been twisted. Patala, the supposed underground city of the Naga, has nothing to do with reptilians. It's a type of underworld or netherworld. I've also read a few theories that claimed the stepwells in India are in fact entrances to Patala and the reptilian cities. I'm sorry to disappoint, but these wells are not that mysterious or even that old in the grand scheme of things. They were built in the medieval era for the shocking purpose of, wait for it, collecting water. Oh, what? Wow. You're telling me there's a rational explanation behind something? Shocking. Proponents of the reptilian conspiracy state that all mythology featuring reptilian beings are similar, proving reptilian aliens visited the Earth in the ancient past, but this isn't really the case. No, it's not. Shocking. Humans are quite creative, and we have a tendency to make things up. Besides, if depictions of reptilian-like deities suggest that lizard folk once lived among us, ancient Earth must have been a terrifying place. Anubis is a human with the head of a jackal. The Minotaur is a human with the head of a bull. Does that mean we had jackal folk chilling in Egypt and bovine-human hybrids running around Greece? And let's not get started on centaurs. Those are just plain creepy. Is that the goat-human thing, or the horse? Is a centaur a human chest and head, and then the body of a horse? It's weird, isn't it? It's like, I feel like that's the dude version of a mermaid. It's in our DNA. According to reptilian conspiracy believers, we all have reptilian DNA, which is the result of our ancestors being interbred with reptilians or just having their DNA manipulated by malevolent lizard overlords, and on rare occasions, this DNA will make itself known, proving reptilian involvement. Okay. To say human beings have reptilian DNA is not 100% wrong, but it's also a gross oversimplification of the very complicated process of evolution. If you go back millions and millions of years, when our ancestors managed to crawl out of the primordial muck, as they say, we weren't exactly the sleek, cosmopolitan creatures of today. Can you imagine he rolls out of the muck and it's like, what's this? It's an extremely handsome man in a tuxedo and a beautiful woman in a cocktail dress. Evolution complete. There was a reptile stage in our evolution. According to believers, this reptilian blood can still be seen in human development. The human embryo goes through a stage where it looks like a reptile. The oldest part of the human brain, consisting of the brainstem and the cerebellum, was also known as the reptile brain and controls our most primal functions. I don't think the reptile brain actually has anything to do with the reptiles, but I'm not a biologist. Isn't that the lizard brain? The reptile brain? The cerebrus? No, that's not it. Oh, God damn it, it's right there. It's right there, that little bit of the brain that makes you go, everything's out together all the time. I know it well. Occasionally, this reptile DNA will make itself known in more obvious ways. In Houston, Texas, around 2010, doctors treated a man with a 3-chambered heart. Reptilian believers latched onto this case as proof of reptilian interference. How does a 3-chambered heart work? You need 4 chambers, don't you? Don't you need 4 chambers to make your body work? Because it's like in and out of the lungs and then in and out of the rest of the body. How's that? Oh, wait, maybe like one is just big, and so it doesn't go through like a... I don't know, I'm not a doctor. Reptilian believers latched onto this case as proof of reptilian interference. However, that's not what happened. When you look at human evolution, we started as fish with a 2-chambered heart. From there, we evolved into reptiles, so we had 3-chambered hearts. Finally, we morphed into our final evolution, much like Pokemon, the mammal stage, where we have a 4-chambered heart. How does a... I don't know, I'm not going to speculate on this longer, and I'm not going to look it up, because we're not here for biology, are we? We're here for, like, lizards controlling the world. This same sequence occurs during the development of the human embryo. So, if there's any defect in the embryo in the early stages of development, it's more likely to lead to some kind of defect like a 3-chambered heart. A human with a 3-chambered heart is quite rare, but other rare conditions are also blamed on reptiles messing with our DNA, such as ichthyosis. Oh, that is grim. That's the one where it's like people are born with, like, scaly skin. And I was making a video about this once, and I saw some of those pictures, and they are pictures that I will never unsee. A skin condition leading to dry, scaly skin and syndactyly and ectrodactyly. Isn't that like the webbed hands? That leads to fused fingers and claw-like hands. Okay, so slightly different, my bad. Since the 1800s, over 100 cases of humans born with tails have been reported to medical journals, which apparently prove reptilian involvement in our genetic evolution. Of course, my cat has a tail, so I guess our reptilian overlords had a bit of trial and error before settling on which species to subjugate. Human, yes. Cat, no. Conspiracy theorists also point out that humans have a lot of junk DNA that we still don't quite understand. Now, let's be honest here. There are lots of things humans don't understand. I'm not convinced any of it is proof of reptilian interference in our evolution. It's definitely not proof, that's for sure. It's not even indicative of it being likely. It's not even circumstantial. It's what I would describe as nonsense. The Garden of Eden. To prove the existence of reptilian overlords, some believers have turned to religion, and more specifically the Bible. Ah, yes, the Bible, the perfect place when you want to prove something. You know the snake that tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit? No, that was no ordinary snake. Good Omens tells us it was Crowley, but our reptilian conspiracy theories firmly believe that it was a humanoid reptilian. What's Good Omens and who's Crowley? Okay. According to the story in Genesis, God created Adam and Eve and placed them in the Garden of Eden to take care of the land. I think we can all agree that we've gloriously failed to do that. They could eat all the fruit from the trees except the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. One day the snake approached Eve and convinced her to eat the fruit. She then gave the fruit to Adam. Of course, God found out, and Adam blamed Eve, who then blamed the snake, and the whole lot of them were punished. Adam and Eve were sent from the garden. Eve was punished with painful childbirth, and the snake was doomed to crawl on its belly for all eternity. Ah, yes. That famous real story. Despite what reptilian theorists claim, there is nothing in the original story to suggest that a serpent tempting Eve is anything more than just a snake. It's not the devil in disguise, a demon, or a humanoid reptilian. Christian art depicting the serpent as a female humanoid possibly has its roots in the story of Lilith, Adam's first wife, who I know absolutely nothing about. On the rare occasion that I was dragged into a church, she wasn't mentioned. Yep, never heard of Lilith. Adam's first wife before Eve. Was Eve made out of Adam's rib, or was Adam made out of Eve's rib? No one cares.
Best do I look like I care? No. Best do I look like I care? No.
And obviously it's not real, but like, Adam had a previous wife. What the fuck is going on? The ancient Israelites probably considered it to be the first snake created by God, but it was still just a snake. As with all other mythology and much of religion, the Bible is a combination of history and stories used to explain natural events that people at the time didn't have the science to explain. Questions like, where do humans come from? Why is childbirth so painful? And why don't snakes have legs? Yeah, and when I say the Bible being like, that place to go to for facts, obviously there's some historical stuff in the Bible, typically in the New Testament, but it's not, most of it's made up, right? Most of it's... I don't know what percentage people, like actual historians, have estimated. What percentage of the Bible do historians reckon is made up? It's got to be a lot, right? Of course, the snake in the Garden of Eden isn't the only reptile in the Bible. According to ancient aliens, the snake was only one individual of a race the Bible calls the seraphim. The word seraphim is the plural of the Hebrew word seraph, which refers to a heavenly being. The root of the word actually means to burn or incinerate, which may refer to the seraphim destroying the enemies of God. Images from ancient Judea depict the seraphim as winged serpents. The Bible also mentions fiery serpents and flying serpents, which may have given rise to stories of dragons. Even if, by some miracle, the seraph was an actual flying snake that occasionally caught on fire spontaneously, it doesn't match the description of the reptilian supposedly manipulating and controlling humanity. As we've seen with the mythology and archaeology, conspiracy theories are twisting the narrative to fit whatever they're preaching. The story of the Garden of Eden is a myth. As for the seraphim, I like the idea of a race spontaneously combusting flying lizards. Human imagination really knows no bounds. It's very well put, because that's all it is. It's just imagination.
Imagination.
I feel like a broken record, but it's like people, conspiracy theorists and, ancient aliens and stuff, they always just assume people in the past had no imagination and no capability. Like how could they build the pyramids? They were primitives. How could they, create this sculpture with never seeing an alien? Because they're creative. Give them some credit. They're basically you. You're not that different from them. Caught on film. Those of us who were around in the early days of VHS will still remember the weird glitches that occurred when you paused the recording to go get some tea. The image would sometimes flicker between two frames, or it just wouldn't be very clear. The technical term for this is a compression artifact, but it's also just known as noise in the signal. However, according to the reptilian conspiracy crowd, these distortions were far more than that. It was the reptilian disguise slipping just for a moment, revealing the true form of the creature underneath the disguise of your favorite celebrity or politician. Of course, these days we don't need VHS to prove to us that not all politicians and celebrities are entirely human. It also seems that reptilian disguises kept up with the times because as technology advanced, capturing these moments of the reptilian disguise slipping has become quite rare. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the technology. You just, when you pause it, it's just a frame rather than... Come on, guys, it's so stupid.
What a stupid idiot.
Lizards in LA. Lizards and gold underneath the streets of Los Angeles sounds like something from a movie. However, in January 1934, Los Angeles Times ran a story claiming that one George Warren Shufelt, an engineer, discovered an extensive labyrinth of tunnels and catacombs while conducting a mining survey under Fort Moore Hill. Using his radio X-ray machine, our engineer discovered rooms stacked with golden tablets and passages as deep as 100 feet under the surface. Wait, how would he discover specifically golden tablets with X-rays? You'd know it was a dense metal, but you're not going to know it's gold. Otherwise, discovering gold would be a lot easier because everyone would just be X-raying the ground all the time. Now, I know what you're thinking. A city filled with treasure hidden beneath the busy streets of LA. We wish! So what made Shufelt's story so believable? Shufelt introduced a Native American gentleman from the Hopi tribe, Little Chief Greenleaf, or El Macklin, who confirms the tunnels, claiming as proof an old Hopi legend about a race of highly intelligent and advanced lizard people that built an underground city under LA 5,000 years ago. What are the odds? They just happened to build LA on top of this. Really? And they never came across it? Like, there's some big buildings in LA. They've got to dig down pretty deep for those. They're never coming across those tunnels or anything like that? Or for the sewers? Or for... Los Angeles is not going to have a metro system, is it? Does it? It's famous for, I listen to podcasts and stuff that, people live in LA. The public transport seems like a joke. Like, no one... I've been. And it's like, I went on the bus once. And then I didn't again. Apparently, there were 3 such cities along the Pacific coast of North America, and the cities had been built underground to escape some sort of cataclysm. 1,000 lizard families lived in these cities, keeping records on golden tablets. However, to get to this fortune, our man needed funding, and that meant investors, so Schufelt revealed his discovery to the world, and sure enough, investors came a-calling. With the money from these investors, Schufelt managed to drill a shaft down 250 feet, the hole immediately filled with water. Much like the treasure hunters on Oak Island, Schufelt could never solve the water issue, so he wasn't able to get to all of their gold. And eventually the funding dried up in a way the water in the hole never would. Of course, this means that the lost city of the lizard folk filled with gold is still hidden beneath LA. So, was there any truth to Schufelt's claims? Did he really discover an underground lost lizard city? There's absolutely no evidence to back up any of Schufelt's claims. No photos, no artifacts, nothing. His radio X-ray machine had nothing to do with radio waves or X-ray. It was essentially a glorified dowsing rod, the type used to find water. Yeah, not used to find water, because obviously dowsing is pseudoscience, much like this guy's magical X-ray machine that I already told you is not how it works. It's not how it works today. It's definitely not how it works in what? When did we say 1934? Come on now. The dowsing pendulum was suspended from a tripod within a glass and metal case that he probably made himself. How he managed to take photos of these tunnels and find stacked piles of gold in the rooms with nothing but a fancy dowsing rod remains unclear. I'm guessing he used his imagination. Yes, bang on. He made it up. Allegedly, in my opinion. On top of all this, Schufelt had a bit of a history of publicity stunts. According to newspaper records, Fort Moore had been a popular site for treasure hunters since the late 1890s, but so far, no one had found anything. In March of 1933, a story appeared in the LA Times about a group of treasure hunters searching for conquistador gold under Fort Moore Hill. One C. Warren Schufelt was part of this expedition, and some believe that C. Warren Schufelt and G. Warren Schufelt were the same person. I mean, it'd be a hell of a coincidence if they weren't, right? Unless there happened to be 2 Schufelts with the same middle name in LA in 1934 and 1933, this seems like a fair assessment. C. Warren Schufelt claims that he had a sheepskin map showing Spanish treasure hidden under the hill more than 100 years prior. There was much excavating, but no conquistador gold was ever recovered, and it appears that the project was finally abandoned around September of 1933. Then in 1934, Schufelt suddenly reappeared, only this time there was no map and no Spanish. The gold was lizard gold, and the authority was Little Chief Greenleaf. However, this raises another problem. There's no record of L. Macklin, aka Little Chief Greenleaf. Of course, it's no guarantee the man didn't exist, but if he did, the only reference to him was a single newspaper article. The supposed Hopi legends about the lizard people building cities underground, hoarding tablets made of gold, doesn't seem to exist either. It's worth noting that the Hopi people didn't even live in California, they lived in Arizona. Schufelt's version of the supposed Hopi legend appears to be a bastardization of a Zuni creation myth, which does mention ancestors living in caves and being more animal-like before they went to the surface. It's interesting, but no more fantastical than any other creation myth. Schufelt's version of events also seems to draw on stories by Robert E. Howard, whom we've already mentioned, and H.P. Lovecraft. These stories were published in the 1920s, so I'm sure Schufelt was well aware of them. It's just imagination. Schufelt's a little bit of a con man, isn't he?
You're a fake and a phony, and I wish I'd never laid eyes on you.
Whoa. In my humble opinion, Schufelt had gone as far as he could with his story of conquistador gold buried underneath Fort Moore Hill. He needed more investors to give him more money, so he mixed up some legends with some sci-fi stories and concocted a whole new myth to bring the dollars rolling in. I'm not sure how well this worked out for our engineer. There's not much available on him after this story, and he finally died in 1957 around age 71. If any of you are still curious, Fort Moore Hill has been excavated extensively during construction projects, and so far, no lizard people or their gold has been found, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. The dark side. I love a good conspiracy theory. Honestly, despite all the research suggesting the contrary, I firmly believe in the Loch Ness Monster. No, Ilza! Come on now! We did the DNA thing! I remember this from the episode. They took it out and they were like, yeah, there's nothing weird in here. Like, because there'd be DNA, like, that it's shed, like, bits of its weird skin and like, floating around in there. That they'd be, like, sampling up. And there was, they know it! It's disproven! Come on! However, the reptilian conspiracy theory has a much darker side to it that tends to get lost in all the mirth that goes with a conspiracy theory as obviously bonkers as this one. Oh, God. Well, there's going to be some mental dude who's like, just gets too involved and kills himself or kills someone else, or he assassinates someone he thinks is a lizard. In 2019, here we go, a man stabbed his brother to death with a 4-foot sword because God told him his brother was a lizard. The man from Santa Barbara was arrested after murdering his 10-month-old daughter and 2-year-old son and dumping their bodies in Mexico because he believed they had serpent DNA. He believed he was saving the world from monsters. A woman murdered her boyfriend. The Nashville bomber, Anthony Quinn Warner, who injured 3 people after detonating a bomb on Christmas Day in Nashville back in 2020, also believed in the reptilian conspiracy. He might even have hunted reptoids in the park. Some neo-Nazi groups believe that the Illuminati controlling the world, be they lizard or human, tend to be Jewish. Whether Reich is guilty of anti-Semitism or not, there are those who are drawn to the theory by the ideology it seems to support. Any conspiracy theory creating a clear other that should be hated and feared is dangerous. History keeps proving this, but apparently the human race just won't take the lesson to heart. Yeah, because there's always a segment of the human race who are like, my life's whose fault is that? Let's find a scapegoat. Oh, it's aliens. Oh, it's the Jews. Whatever. You know, there's always going to be that group of people who are just like, they're downtrodden and it's impossible for it to be their fault. God forbid. Charismatic conspiracy theorists will always be around to pocket the dollars of desperate people, and honestly, if it helps you without hurting anyone else, I'm all for believing whatever conspiracy theory makes your little heart happy. However, innocent children have died because someone believed there's a cartel of reptilian overlords controlling us. Did they, though? Or did they die because of the failures of the mental health care system? Because obviously these people aren't well. Like, if God's telling you to murder your children because they're half lizards, that's schizophrenia or whatever diagnosis would be applied. It's not the conspiracy theory that killed those people, it's the mental illness, in my opinion. If it wasn't that, it would be something else.
Smart.
This theory is dangerous. People are dying, and those preaching it, making money off the fears of unstable minds, should take a long, hard look at themselves. Conclusion. I understand why the idea of a controlling world order, in this case lizards, is so appealing. If we accept that some of the atrocities we see every day are committed by humans, it forces us to confront the possibility of the darkness within ourselves, and, well, that scares us, as it should. It's comforting to lay the blame of all the evil in the world at the feet of our reptilian overlords. Probably the best thing about this theory, for believers anyway, is that it's impossible to disprove. Any piece of proof that this theory was a lie was obviously planted in the minds of the masses by those insidious reptilians. I don't think this really needs saying, but based on some of the comments I saw on videos attempting to debunk this theory, I'm going to say it anyway. Simon, I apologize for any heat you're going to get from this, but the people must know. I must tell the truth. There are no lizards running your government. That's just insulting to lizards everywhere. Disclaimer. Those of you that follow other channels in the Whistlerverse probably noticed that this is not the first time we've talked about just how silly and nonsensical this theory is. That's because we have nothing to hide. I didn't even bother to include a paragraph on how to spot the lizard in your life because, as we all know, there is no one associated with any of these channels that fits the description of a reptilian overlord enslaving the human race. This is a lizard-free zone. 100%, definitely not a lizard. Thanks for being here. If you enjoy this show, why not leave it a like, leave it a subscribe. If you're listening as a podcast, why not leave it a review? That would be grand. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, am your host. What happens here? One of my writers, Katie, in this case. Thank you, Katie, has written me a script. The Curse of the Hope Diamond. Is this the diamond that they mailed? Like, they discovered it. I stole it. Again, like, my knowledge of this is pretty limited. Didn't some, British dude or whatever find this in Africa? And then it was like, it's a pretty big diamond. How are we going to get it back to the UK and put it in a big... Wait, is this the one that goes in the crown? Anyway, it doesn't matter. And he's like, yeah, well, we have to have a giant security operation and all of that. And in the end, he was like, no, let's just put it in the post. And he just posted it back without insurance or whatever because he's like, no one's going to think it's valuable. We'll just hide it in the post. I'm not sure if that's that. Look, I don't know anything. We're here to learn something together. So let's just jump in, shall we? 1666 was a pretty bad year. Not only does it contain the number of the beast, it was also the year of the Great Fire of London. The bubonic plague had popped up again, and over 1,000 people were killed when a hurricane plowed through a group of Caribbean islands. It's a pretty bad year. Like, hurricanes happen all the time, but the bubonic plague, the Great Fire of London, these are big events. Although 1,000 people being killed by a hurricane, I guess, is bad. I don't want to diminish the 1,000 people who died in a hurricane. What better time, then, than for a cursed diamond to start hitting the scene and spreading bad luck and misery and death to all that came into contact with it? Q Simon say, well, it didn't because curses aren't real. Okay, well, it didn't because curses aren't real. But let's see if we can make a believer out of him by the end of this episode, or at least I'll have a bit of fun trying. Even if it was like, okay, anyone who touched the diamond died exactly 20 minutes afterwards, I'd be like, it's not a curse. There's something wrong with the diamond. The diamond is poisonous. Or even if there's a huge string of bad luck, it's just a huge string of bad luck. It's all a big coincidence. Because curses are not real.
Stop, baby, stop. It's not real. It's fake, okay?
Let's carry on. Curses are real? That's the title of the next part, and it's not true. Katie! You might have heard of this famous gemstone, or maybe you haven't, I won't judge. I was aware of the name, but I didn't know anything about it prior to researching this story. Let's see if I got it correct. I feel like it is the one in... Or maybe that's the Kohinoor. Is the Kohinoor diamonds in the Queen's or the King's now? Giant pimp hat? I don't know. Let's find out. I also feel like that was dug up later. Like 1666 seems really early. My history's quite bad sometimes, I realise. It's nowhere near the biggest diamond ever found, but it is the largest example of a blue diamond in the world. It has also long been associated with death, financial ruin, madness, and other sorts of bad luck, all the way from when it left its Indian birthplace to where it currently resides in Washington, D.C. Okay, so it's not the one in the King's hat. If you've seen Titanic, the Heart of the Ocean necklace worn by Kate Winslet's character is based on the Hope Diamond, and we all know what happened to the Titanic, don't we? So let's find out a little bit about the diamond itself before we set off through its cursed history. This is one of those things, like, I don't believe in curses so strongly that if someone was like, do you want the Hope Diamond? It's pretty cursed. And I'll be like, how much is it worth? And they'll be like, oh, millions. Billions? How much do you think this thing's worth? It's not that big, but it's pretty fake. Like, if it's a diamond you've heard of, it's going to be worth at least, what, 10 million? 20 million? Something like that. That's where I'm vibing right now. I guess we'll find out. But I'll be like, yes, obviously I want it. And then I'll sell it immediately. And then I guess I'd be subject to some curse that isn't real. It has a long and checkered past, but we can trace its origins fairly reliably back to the Kalur mines of India in the 17th century. I guess if we can trace its location to the Kalur mines, we can confidently say that it's been there for at least 1 billion years. Diamonds take a long time to form, yo. Yeah, they do. They do. They're quite rare. Well, they're not as rare as you think, right? Because the De Beers company, it's De Beers, right? Who control the big diamond supplies and stuff. So there's a like artificial scarcity of diamonds, so they can make them really expensive and then lie to people about how much money they have to spend on a diamond engagement ring. Don't they say like a month's salary or 2 months' salary or something? It's actually insane. If you're doing that, you're an idiot. And if your wife expects, or if your wife to be expects that, well, then you're both idiots, aren't you? I'm going to tell the legends. I mean, okay, well, even if you're rich, then it's just more money, isn't it? So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to tell you the legend of the Hope Diamond now, complete with all the juicy curse bits. However, warning, take some of it with a pinch of salt. We'll decode some of the stories at the end, but for now, here is the tale with the good bits attached. The Hope Diamond is actually a piece of a much larger diamond that was bought by French gem merchant Jean-Baptiste Tavernier in around 1666. I say bought, but he could also have stolen it, and in the most pulpy versions of the diamond's origin, he pried it out of a Hindu statue's eye socket. Oh my. It's like... We Europeans are such pieces of shit, weren't we? We'll just go to India. Ah, that's nice. I'll take that. Side note, I learned the poem by J. Milton Hayes about something similar, but it was called The Green Eye of the Yellow God, not the Blue Eye, so it was just a coincidence. The guy who popped out a gem in the poem didn't fare too well, ending up stabbed to death in bed. I remember my granny got me and my sister to learn the poem one day and paid us something like 25p each for every verse we memorized. Okay. It's a really important poem. I've never heard of it. We thought this was a great way of scamming money off an old lady at the time, but as I got older I realised it was a very canny way for our granny to exercise our brains and keep us out of her hair for an afternoon, all for the cost of a couple of quid. And yes, I still remember the whole thing today. It is interesting, right? I don't want to get into that, like, bribing your kids thing, but it's interesting how much more they value money than I do.
Here comes the money!
Here we go. Money talk.
Because it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll give you £1 or whatever. And they'll be like, I can get an ice cream for that. And I'm like, £1's not exactly a lot of money to me. So I'm like, sure, you can have that if you're good. And then they're good for 2 hours. And I'm like, I bought 2 hours of goodness for £1? And I don't do this, but I can see why it's very tempting. to do that. Although I'm not really sure why you shouldn't do that. Because people say, well, you want your kids to be intrinsically motivated and stuff like that. And I'm like, does that really matter that much? Because, most people are going to go and work a job. And their boss is like, hey, do the work. And people are like, okay. It's not like you're like... And they're literally motivating you the same way that Katie's granny's motivating her. They're giving you money to do a job. It's called work.
Mom, I'm at work.
It's literally how the world works. So why is that not okay? Or maybe it is okay. I'm not sure. Enough about parenting. This is not why you're here. Although judging from the comments and how much people love hearing about my kids, I'm like, okay, maybe that is why you're here. In which case, that's nice. And it warms my heart a little bit.
Aw, that's sweet.
My heart is still very cold. Anyway, Tavernier was entranced by the colour of the diamonds that he had, which he described as a beautiful violet. I guess violet means blue in the diamond world because it's always known as a blue diamond, not a purple or a violet one. It gets the colouring from small amounts of boron, and this blue diamond Tavernier got was actually astoundingly large, as usually blue diamonds aren't very big at all. The original stone was over 112 carats. Oh my lord. Meaning it weighed about 22 grams, or according to one of my favourite websites, The Measure of Things, it was about 1/10 as heavy as a hamster. Okay, thank you. 22 grams. 22 grams is 100 because a carat is that's quite a large diamond. That's a good sized diamond. And 122 is massive. 112, sorry, is massive. And 22 grams doesn't feel like very much, does it? It also glows red under ultraviolet light, perhaps adding to its spooky reputation, although it's unlikely that most of the owners would have ever seen this happening. Originally, the stone was named the Tavernier Blue for obvious reasons, and a couple of years later, Tavernier sold it, along with a few other diamonds, to King Louis XIV, the Louis who's also known as the Sun King. I say a few other diamonds, but some sources say that the Tavernier Blue was about one of 1,000 diamonds that the king bought from Jean-Baptiste Tavernier at the time. How the other half live, eh? Yeah, what was the one? I made a video about the Sultan of Brunei. This dude, and he's got like 1,000 cars. He's got like 17 Bugattis or whatever. And I'm just like, I was just reading the whole video and it just felt sad. Because when you're like born into like such wealth or whatever, I feel like it just felt like this dude's just trying to fill this hole. And maybe he's not, and maybe he's a really nice dude and he's like super satisfied with all of his purchases and stuff. But I'm like, it feels like you're just playing The Sims, but you're using the Rosebud cheat. It doesn't feel as satisfying as when your Sims go off to work and become president and earn lots of money. Then it's like, oh, that's cool. It's cool. Like, I feel I get quite a lot of satisfaction from my purchases, but I'd get a lot less satisfaction if I hadn't earned the money in the first place. Right?
That's true.
And then, I don't know, like, Sun King or whatever, he seemed just like a party dude. He's a bit of a legend, to be honest. But I just feel like, at that level of like wealth and inheritance and, kingdom, it's just a bit pointless, isn't it? It just feels like you're just trying to fill an empty hole in your soul, or maybe I'm just jealous. Who knows? Let's carry on. So, was Tavernier the man who introduced the Hope Diamond to the world, struck down by a curse? If you believe one version of events, he died shortly after of a horrible fever and was then pulled apart by a pack of wild dogs. Oh, okay. Well, just the wild dogs appeared. So yeah, not a fun way to go. Well, I mean, dying of a fever's not fun, but you're already dead by the time the wild dogs are, like, ripping you apart. I mean, I'd just be glad that I was dead from the fever first, because being ripped apart alive by a pack of wild dogs would be fairly unpleasant. It's now the year 1668, and the blue diamond is firmly ensconced in the bosom of the French royal family. Here it was fiddled about with by royal jewelers and cut into more than one piece, the largest of which is now called the King's Jewel, or the French Blue. But this name was in French, obviously. What is the blue? Is blue bleu? Sacre bleu.
Blah, blah, blah.
I don't know what sacre bleu actually means, though, so maybe that's not blue. God, I learned French at school. I got a C in my GCSEs in French. It's a bit bad. Language is not my thing. Sacre bleu? Sacre, it doesn't matter. Let's carry on. Louis originally had it set on a golden stick, and he had a series of shallow cuts made into the back so his trademark sun symbol could be seen when the light shone through it. Later it was set into gold and hung on a ribbon so that he could wear it for fancy occasions. So, how did the curse affect King Louis XIV? Well, he had quite a lot of disgusting health issues later in life, including dental abscesses, gout, boils, and an anal fistula. I'm not even sure what an anal fistula is, but it doesn't sound pleasant. Before eventually dying from... I feel like anal fistula is one of those things that's like, I have no idea what it is, but by the time I'm 60, I'm going to know it very well. It's like one of those like butt diseases. I feel like the older you get, the more can go wrong with your butt. And the more they have to examine your butt. And they have to look at your insides through your butt. And it's like, oh God, there's going to be so much butt stuff when I get older. Why? Later, it was set in... Just thinking about having to go to the doctor. Like, normally when you go for your medical, it's like, the most that they're going to do is poke around with my balls.
Oh.
They're not putting a finger in my butt yet. But I know it's coming. I know 1 year I'm going to go back at whatever age it is. Is it 40? And they're going to be like, all right. I'm going to be like, how does this work? I just turned 40. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's my birthday on Monday. 4 years to go until I'm 40, which is kind of alarming.
Well, good luck.
Also, while he had numerous illegitimate children throughout his life, only one of the 6 children he had with his wife, Maria Theresa, survived into adulthood. It has also been posited by some historians that while Louis XIV's reign was fairly stable, his failure to reform institutions that could have kept the monarchy secure in the future sowed the seeds for the revolution. Speaking of the French Revolution, where's that pesky diamond at now? Well, hang on. So it's like, oh, Louis XIV, yeah, he did some king stuff, he had some bad luck, he got gout and anal fissure. Of course he did, because he probably just had a diet of, like, pure gluttony, because he's called the Sun King and he loved partying. And all of his kids died? Yeah, because it was the past. Everyone's kids died. The French Blue stayed in the royal family until 1791 when the government took possession of the royal jewels during the aforementioned revolution. It was now part of a larger pendant designed for the Catholic Order of Chivalry, the Distinguished Order of the Golden Fleece. Wait, isn't that some Jason and the Argonauts? Wasn't there a Golden Fleece with Jason and the Argonauts? I don't know what Jason... literally, I'm not even sure. Is Jason and the Argonauts myth? Is it, like, in the Bible? I literally don't know. And I'm fairly sure I saw the play Jason and the Argonauts at some point, which is quite alarming, really, isn't it? That meant that maybe it's just a play. Maybe it's just a play. Maybe it's like Phantom of the Opera. I've just got no idea. Why do I admit these things? It's embarrassing.
Yep.
This meant that as well as having a large-ass blue diamond on the pendant, there was also a load of other small diamonds on it, including 112 diamonds that were painted yellow and arranged to look like the fleece of a sheep. Wait, so he added diamonds to his diamonds. He's like the Pimp My Ride of icing out things. If that doesn't sound gaudy enough, oh, it does. There was also a large red dragon made of a mineral called spinel, which I've never heard of, breathing out red-painted diamond flames above and around the French Blue. Who says money can't buy taste? It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? And it's like, you're king. We already know you're rich. You don't need to show off. It's not necessary. Well, oddly enough, this piece didn't get much wear, but it was now in the position of Louis XVI and his wife, Marie Antoinette. Uh-oh. They got cursed. Well, except they didn't. There was a revolution and they got killed. It's not the diamond, it's just history. She was well known for her love of jewels, but as we all know, this particular owner of the French Blue came to a sticky and premature end, as did her husband, the last king of France, when they were both beheaded as the monarchy was overthrown. So where does the cursed gem go next? The French Blue diamond was being kept in a storehouse along with a lot of other valuable items left over from the royal family, but in 1792, the year following the executions, the storehouse was broken into and looted, with the French Blue disappearing for several years. Thanks to modern-day CAD technology. Computer-aided design? CAD? TurboCAD? Remember this from back in the day? I remember messing around with this. Like, you remember when magazines used to, like, you'd get a PC magazine, it would come with a CD with loads of, like, trial programs on it. And I just remember there was a CAD program on there. For some reason, I was playing around with that as an 11-year-old rather than playing video games. Because apparently I'm incredibly sad. It has been confirmed that the blue diamond popped up in London in 1812 was indeed part of the original Tavernier Blue, albeit having been recut yet again, this time down to the 45 carats that it is today. Okay, so, I see. So they can like scan these pieces of diamond into the computer and then match them up like puzzle pieces. That's pretty cool, to be honest. For reference, that's about 1/20th the weight of a hamster or 1/35th as heavy as a human heart. Ah, yes. The reference of the human heart. A weight I know so well after removing my enemies' hearts and holding them in my hand as they still beat and I show them to their eyes. I mean, obviously to their eyes. Why did I say that? I was trying to come up with a cool, like, dramatic thing, but it didn't really work out because I'm too dim. It's presumed that the new style the diamond was sporting was to avoid it being recognised as it moved through some probably quite shady channels. Also, 1812 is exactly 20 years after the diamond went missing from France, meaning that the statute of limitations over the theft had just run out. How fortuitous. What? It did? It was now, you gotta be like, you stole that and then you just sing it over 20 years. And you're like, come on. And then you're like, I stole it, and now it's for sale. But can't someone sue you and be like, yeah, that's my diamond, I want it back. I know you can't be tried for the crime, but it's still my diamond. No?
No.
It was now in possession of Daniel Eliasson, a diamond merchant who probably sold it to King George IV at some point, although there is no official paperwork about this that has been found. It seems that Eliasson must have escaped the curse, as I couldn't find out much about him, apart from that he may or may not have killed himself, so maybe he didn't escape it after all. Maybe his curse was to be forgotten about. Maybe that's where his curse was. I don't know. Well, while we're making things up, we may as well make that up. In 1816, the diamond was valued at £30,000, which is £2.3 million today, or $2.9 million. Bit of a steal, really. George IV was a lavish spender. He was a king and he spent lots of money? Wow, that's new. What a unique guy. And while he was still Prince Regent, I don't know what Prince Regent is. I just feel like for some reason, I'm just reading the script and I'm just admitting to anything I don't know. It's probably quite boring and makes me look stupid, but it's just that vibe today, I guess. Does Prince Regent mean you're about to become king? Isn't a regency where you manage the king's affairs for the king, even though you're not really the king? Like, if the king's 8 or something, then he has a regent who rules for him, like his mum, or whatever, until he becomes of age. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. Maybe he was a kid king. He had burned through what would now be tens of millions of pounds by the age of 25. When he eventually became king, he only ruled for about 10 years, during which time he was probably in possession of the French blue. He apparently liked to mix up his personal property with the royal jewels, which must have been a nightmare for anyone in charge of looking after them, and he might have bought the French blue for his personal collection. George IV was known for his huge appetites, both metaphorical and literal. What, a king with a huge appetite? No.
Stuffing.
Oh, yum.
And was also a great fan of laudanum, which is a highly addictive opiate. When I say a great fan, I mean he was addicted to it and consumed huge amounts daily. By the time of his death, his weight was around 280 pounds or 130 kilos, which is approximately 650 hamsters. That's a large man. He had all kinds of health problems, although none as gross-sounding as Louis XIV and his anal fistula. During his autopsy, it was found that he had a huge tumour on his bladder and his heart was totally stodged up, but what actually killed him was a ruptured blood vessel in his stomach. That's tummy to you, Simon.
What?
Wait, I know what a stomach is. Why are you saying tummy? I know what a stomach is, Katie. When George IV... I'm not that dumb. When George IV died, he was also in bad shape financially, and he left a heck of a lot of debt behind. It has been theorized that the blue diamond was discreetly sold on again to someone in the Hope family, either the rich London banker Thomas Hope, or more likely his brother, the gem connoisseur Henry Philip Hope. You might have noted that their last name was Hope. Yes, finally, this is where the Hope diamond got its name. There is a reference to it in a gem catalogue, published just after Henry Philip Hope died in 1839, listing all the valuable jewels he owned, but it didn't say when he got the diamonds, who he got it from, or how much he paid for it. The diamond was now set into a medallion and commonly known as the Hope Diamond or Hope's Diamond, though Henry personally referred to it as Diamond Number 1. Okay, creative guy. There also doesn't seem to be much in the way of bad luck for Henry Philip Hope, but he died without a direct heir, so the diamond went to a nephew, and by 1901 it was owned by Lord Francis Thomas Hope. He was also terrible with money, as were so many previous owners, and he had to get permission to sell the diamond because he went bankrupt and his wife also had left him. The cursed diamond next exercised its powers on American jewelry firm Joseph Frankel's Sons & Co. Simon Frankel bought the Hope Diamond from a dealer and took it over the Atlantic to New York. It seems he massively overpaid though, as he apparently bought it for $250,000, which is $9 million today. Good lord. According to some sources, Lord Francis Hope had sold it to a dealer for just $29,000, which would be the equivalent to just over $1 million today. Wait, this guy is a jeweler. Jeweler?
Blah, blah, blah.
And he runs a jewelry firm. And he paid nearly 10 times too much for a diamond. What is he up to? Somebody did very well out of this supposed bad luck diamond, though, and his name was Adolphe Weil. Well done, sir. When Frankel reached the States, the valuations he got of the Hope Diamond were way below what it paid for it, so it stayed in the vault until the markets improved. The markets didn't really improve, though, with Frankel's company almost biting the dust during the financial panic of 1907. Wow, so he went from having... He had enough money to spend $9 million on a diamond in modern money, though. So he was running a big company at that point. Luckily for them, they managed to offload what they referred to as the hoodoo diamond onto a poor sap called Selim Habib in 1908. He may or may not have bought it on behalf of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, but either way, he took a complete bath on it, having bought it for the equivalent of about $12 million and selling it the next year in Paris for barely a sixth of what he paid for it. Okay, so the original dude, he paid too much. He got away with it, really, didn't he? As well as losing a lot of money thanks to the Hope Diamond, Selim Habib also lost his life when he went down in a shipwreck later that year in 1909. After passing through, another dealer, the Hope Diamond eventually lands with famous jeweler Pierre Cartier, who stumped up around $106,000, which is $3.4 million today. I think I did those calculations right. I got a bit confused as I saw he paid around 550,000 francs for it, but I'm pretty sure that's the right ballpark. He had an absolutely excellent client in mind on whom to palm off this cursed jewel, Mrs. Evelyn Walsh McLean. It's just like everyone's just trying to like buy it for less and rip someone off like hard. And then that person who got ripped off hard is trying to rip off the next person or is like a sultan and doesn't care. It's pretty crazy. She came from a filthy rich family, her father having found a literal gold mine when she was 11 or 12. They weren't from a wealthy background originally, though, which might explain why they went a bit over the top with the dosh and bought a huge mansion already complete with all the fittings and furnishings that they thought something like that should have, as opposed to what they actually liked themselves or wanted to put in it. Evelyn used to go to school in a coach pulled by matching horses, and the family dined off golden plates. They also threw incredible parties with royalty from all over the world turning up. According to the website WashingtonChronicles.com, one of the Walsh's dinner parties was said to have cost $200 a plate. The great room in which it was served had been converted into a flower garden with flowers sent from Florida and fruit from California by Special Express. An orchestra played operatic selections from behind a lattice of American Beauty roses. Hanging from the ceiling and suspended just above the dining room table was a great flower balloon lit with electric lights. At the end of the dinner, the balloon swung open and a shower of songbirds greeted the guests with a rhapsody of melody. Blimey. I have to say though, sounds like a pretty fun party, doesn't it? Evelyn Walsh married Edward Beale McLean, also known as Ned, who was the heir to a newspaper publishing fortune. They were so rich that when their first child was born, he was referred to as the $100 million baby. And that was over 100 years ago, which is a lot more money today. As with several other previous owners of the Hope Diamond, the McLeans were really, really crap with money. They had more than anyone could conceivably need for many lifetimes, yet they squandered it left, right, and center. I mean, I get it. Like, oh yeah, they spent all their money and all of this stuff. Well, what are you saving it for? After you're dead? And it's like, oh, you, like, I don't know. Shouldn't you enjoy that? Like, I'm all for, like, now, save some money. But by the time I die, I don't want to die super rich. Because then it's like all the money I earned is kind of pointless, isn't it?
That is true.
Like, why? Why did I do this? It's like, I want my kids to make their own way. I don't want them to just, like, have money that they get from me. That feels a bit like, well, that's not going to be very motivating for them, is it? But also, don't spend it all and die in poverty. That would be an error. Cartier tempted Evelyn into buying the Hope Diamond from him, but it took nearly 2 years and a change of setting that held the jewel before she finally agreed. The McLeans paid $154,000 in 1911, which is roughly $5 million today. I think Evelyn must have been a proponent of the phrase, if you've got it, flaunt it, as the Hope Diamond was eventually reset again and put on a necklace which she wore a lot. I mean, I like... It's like, I feel like someone else, like a king or whatever, would just buy that. It would sit in some vault, which no one would ever see. And this woman's like, F it, I'm going to wear a $5 million diamond. Like, why the not? I'm gangster. And yeah, I mean, she's probably going to get robbed, but whatever. Take a look at Google Images, and in the majority of photos of her, she's got the Hope Diamond necklace on. Instead of keeping a valuable jewel somewhere safe, she would hide it all around the house during house parties for people to try and find. She wore it in the pool and even let her Great Dane walk around with it attached to his collar. If this was a TV show, there is a 100% chance that the dog would have swallowed that diamond at some point, but as far as I can see, there is no evidence that this happened in real life. But the curse of the Hope Diamond struck again with vengeance. Evelyn was aware of the history of the diamond and had even had it blessed to try and counteract the bad luck, but seemed to see it both as a talisman of good and evil depending on what was happening around her at the time. This is so stupid. It's like, oh yeah, it's the diamond. Why? Because this good thing happened to me. Oh yeah, it's the diamond. Why? Because this bad thing happened to me. So it's just responsible for everything? This magical diamond? Stupid. She never let her friends or children touch it, apparently, but I guess her dog was a different matter. Anyway, here is some bad stuff that happened during the McLeans' tenure of the Hope Diamond. Evelyn's mother-in-law, who warned her against purchasing the cursed rock, died within the year. Well, why would she die? She's the one who was like, don't buy that. Don't buy that. Their firstborn son, the $100 million baby, was killed in an accident after being hit by a car when he was only 9. Evelyn became addicted to morphine. She filed for divorce in 1929, but due to her husband's alcoholism, infidelities, and increasingly erratic behavior, she had him declared insane instead, and he was hospitalized until his death in 1941. In 1932, Evelyn remortgaged the property and lost over $100,000 when she gave the money to a dirty ex-FBI agent as a ransom for the kidnapped Lindbergh baby. That's nearly $2 million today. In 1946, Evelyn discovered her 24-year-old daughter dead from an overdose of sleeping pills. I mean, yes, this is all very unfortunate and all of that stuff, but it's also... Yeah, how long did she have this diamond? 1946? There's nearly 20 years there. So, yeah, bad shit's gonna happen to you over 20 years. That's just how life is. There's also plenty of good shit that probably happened to her. She probably had really nice parties. She had those songbirds flying from a chandelier. By this point, Evelyn hardly had any money left as she and Ned had burned through it during their marriage together, and he bequeathed anything he had left to his new partner. She pawned the Hope diamonds more than once to get some cash, but always managed to buy it back. It's pretty hilarious and baffling as an outsider looking in on the uber-rich and their money issues. According to Evelyn's friend Alice Roosevelt, yes, that would be the daughter of Teddy Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, Evelyn turned up to see her one day distraught with trying to work out her new budget. Alice, what will I do? She cried. I simply can't get my budget below $250,000 a year. Flowers, $40,000, household, $100,000, travel, $35,000. Not wanting to seem unsupportive, but obviously heavily laced with sarcasm, Alice replied, "You are quite right. You simply can't shave it 1 cent." It's all relative. It's not relative though, is it? Because I'm like, yeah, well, of course, like rich people have, like they also think about money and stuff, but it's not the same because it's like you're not going to be hungry, are you? $35,000 a year on travel. That seems insane even in today's money. Anyway, Evelyn still owned the Hope Diamond when she died in 1947, even though there was a clause in her will stipulating that the diamond had to remain in the family for a certain period of time. Her estate was in such bad shape that the heirs were allowed to sell it, which they swiftly did to the famous King of Diamonds, Harry Winston, who bought it in 1949 as part of Evelyn Walsh McLean's entire jewelry collection. Winston displayed the Hope Diamond in various exhibitions around North America and kept hold of it until 1958 when he donated it to become part of the United States gem collection at the Smithsonian Institute's National Museum of Natural History. So how do you think he transported the diamond to its new home? Oh, is this the bit I spoiled in the beginning? So it was going from America to London? Wait, did I? I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Oh, okay, so he's just transporting it across the United States. Sorry. A coach and matched horses and a teenage Evelyn Walsh in a titanium briefcase handcuffed to a buff Secret Service agent. When was titanium invented? I don't think they had it back in these times. No, he did a very clever or possibly very foolish thing and sent it through the mail in a brown envelope. The Smithsonian Institute is so famous that he hardly even put any address on it. It just says Smithsonian Institute, Washington, D.C. Attention, Dr. Leonard Carmichael, which I suppose is all you really need. It cost him $145 to insure it for $1 million, and he had to pay $2.44 in postage. The insurance would be the equivalent of over $1,500 today, with the postage coming in at $25.37, which is about what I have to pay to send even the tiniest thing overseas these days. Fucking preach. Mail and is super expensive. Rounding out the story of the curse, the mail carrier who delivered the stone, James Todd, had his leg crushed in an accident soon after handing over the diamond. I also saw that he had a car accident later that left him with head injuries, and then his house burned down, so he did really poorly out of it. Yeah, but he's so tangential. I bet that, and there's no mention of anything bad happening to Winston, the dude who sent it to the Smithsonian and bought it from some dead woman's estate. Nothing bad happened to him. But the postal carrier, let's look at everything that went wrong in his life. I guess the Hope Diamond used up the remainder of its bad luck on the poor old postie, as it has sat happily in the Smithsonian ever since, only leaving a handful of times to be featured in various gem exhibitions and Harry Winston events. You can see it today as specimen number 217,868. If you want to know the specifics, the official details are given as cushion antique brilliance with a faceted girdle and extra facets on the pavilion. No idea what any of that means. Nice. Love me some extra facets on the pavilion. Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about?
Like, what?
The color is fancy dark grayish blue. Okay. It's still on the chain as per Evelyn McLean's ownership, which is made of 45 white diamonds, and the stone itself is surrounded by a further 16 white diamonds, because you can't get enough diamonds, can you, Evelyn? I mean, she could, because didn't she run out of money? According to the gem agency website, among others, the Hope Diamond is estimated to be worth around $250 million today. Well, that's what it's rumored to be insured for. Rather than being a curse on the Smithsonian, the acquisition of the Hope Diamond meant that other rich people with too much stuff on their hands donated precious stones to the gem collection too, including another smaller blue diamond ring called the Blue Heart Diamond, and what are known as the Hooker Diamonds, being a necklace, earrings, and ring, which were donated in 1994. Hooker is the surname of the person who donated them, by the way. The necklace has 50 yellow diamonds in it. I mean, it's all very nice, but if you've got enough money to just give away all this jewelry, like a Cartier-designed gold necklace with 50 freaking diamonds in it, maybe you should put it to better use. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. This is why I kind of like the women who wore it. Because these people are like, oh yeah, I got all these gems that are worth an absolute fortune. I just never wear them. I'm far too rich to wear stuff like that. It's gaudy. And so they just end up in a museum. I kind of respect that woman who wore like $250 million diamond in today's money around her neck. Legend. Anyway, let's have a little decode and see what interesting nuggets and gems we can turn up about this supposed curse. Curses aren't real. While the chain of ownership we've outlined is generally agreed to be accurate, there are many, many more names that have been reported to have owned or even merely worn the Hope Diamond and suffered great tragedy because of it. Why didn't I put them in? Well, for one, the list goes on forever and it would just be too boring. A roll call on pbs.org lists 29 names. That's too many for me. Second, these are mostly rumors and throwaway connections that can't be proven. And third, some are just plain rubbish. For instance, I was going to add Nicholas Fouquet into the original list of curses. He was an influential nobleman and superintendent of finances to our friend Louis XIV. Alleged to have worn the French blue, as it was then, for a social occasion, he was shortly after arrested by none other than d'Artagnan and imprisoned for the rest of his life, mainly because the king was worried he was getting too influential and powerful. In this case, though, the diamond had nothing to do with Fouquet's downfall, as he was arrested in 1661, with Louis not receiving the French blue until around 1669. It's unlikely that he would have let Fouquet borrow it for the jail's Christmas party, so I think we can safely say that this example's 100% false. So let's have a quick recap of the verified owners then, and see if any of the legends were true after all. Going all the way back to the man who brought it out of India, did Jean-Baptiste Tavernier start the curse by stealing the large blue diamond from the eye of a Hindu goddess? I mean, it's possible, but it's unlikely. Tavernier was a seasoned and frequent long-distance traveller and trader in luxury goods, including diamonds. He knew what he was taking, so probably had his pick of stuff at the Indian diamond markets for decent prices, rather than gallivanting around defacing religious statues in a foreign country. I mean, not that people didn't do that. They definitely did. He was extremely wealthy and respected in his time, so he didn't suffer any ill effects from having transported the diamond to France. Louis XIV gave him a lot of gold for the diamond, plus made him a nobleman in the bargain, so it seems he did pretty well out of it. But wait a minute, wasn't he torn apart by wild dogs? Well, I saw this on many websites, although sometimes it says wolves. Sometimes he was killed by them, sometimes he died of a fever and then torn apart when he was dead. But in real life, he lived to the age of 84 and was in Moscow as part of yet another journey when he died. He was ludicrously wealthy and hobnobbed and traded with all the rich and powerful, it's difficult to imagine a scenario where he would have been in the proximity of a lot of wild dogs. If he really had been murdered by them or had his body torn apart, I think there would have been a lot more evidence in the historical record of his life, rather than the same one line repeated over and over again across the internet. Yeah, okay. It's like, he still lived to 84, even if he did die of a fever and then was torn apart by wild dogs. It's kind of like, yeah, but he lived to 84, didn't he? It's not bad for back in the day. This is like the 1600s. That's really good. Louis XIV sure had a share of bad luck, what with all the ailments and children dying, etc. But in reality, this is just part and parcel of life in the 17th century. Exactly! In fact, he had a pretty successful and long life, dying at the age of 76. He was only 4 years old when his father died, so his technical reign of 72 years and 110 days makes him the longest reigning monarch of all time, whose dates can be verified, which isn't too shabby. It's not too shabby at all. It's just like, what is... The curse isn't real? What? It's not? Ah, jeez. The next couple cursed by the diamonds were Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. We know they were executed as the monarchy was overthrown, and we know Marie Antoinette liked the finer things in life, so surely she must have got the diamond out from time to time. Well, no, it was just that horrible dragon fleece medal thing given for orders of chivalry, so it's not something she would have been able to wear even if she wanted to. Obviously, their lives ended horribly, but a monarchy-toppling revolution doesn't just happen overnight, so I think more factors were at play than just having a cursed diamond rolling around in a velvety drawer somewhere. The diamond was then stolen from a storehouse and eventually turned up in London a couple of decades later, having also been recut. There was a likelihood that George IV then owned it, dying horribly and in great debt. Well, again, we can't blame the diamond on his poor lifestyle choices, as they existed well before he became the owner of the stone. And really, what does money matter if you're the king? Yes, he would get into great personal debt, but Parliament would just give him money to pay it off, and then he died with no direct legitimate heirs. So, well, what did he care, really? His reign was not particularly popular, with a piece in the Times saying on his death, "There was never an individual less regretted by his fellow creatures than this deceased king savage." So anyway, poor diet, too much alcohol, addicted to laudanum. Yes. Died because he owned the French blue? Probably not. No, it's probably all the drugs and alcohol and overindulgence, wasn't it? The Hope family got away fairly lightly in the bad luck department, with only vague things like a string of misfortunes to be found, but no real info as to what these misfortunes were. So that just sounds like people making it up. It's like, okay, and then it gets repeated around the internet, and then it's like it becomes fact, even though it's probably nothing. And it's like everyone has a string of misfortune over really long times, because life is long and many things happen. Let's hope it was just inconsequential stuff like Henry Philippe Hope lost his keys, stubbed his toe on something, and then dropped his pipe in the toilet, rather than horrible illnesses or financial difficulties. The last member of the Hopes who owned it, Lord Francis Hope, had to sell it in the end to help pay off all his debts, but again, this was due to a lifetime of bad decisions, not corresponding particularly with the ownership of the largest blue diamond. The next notable owner was Salim Habib, who lost a lot of money on it and then died when his ship sank. Only he didn't, actually. Yes, he lost a lot of money selling the diamond, but it was a different Salim Habib who died on the wrecked French steamer, not this one. And this also happened months after he sold the diamond anyway, so I don't even know if it counts as a curse had he been on the ship in the first place. No, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't. And it wasn't even him! These curses. As soon as you start looking at it from the fact that curses aren't real, everything falls apart. And that's all. That's the default position you could have, because curses aren't real. Okay, now on to the crazy McLeans, my favourite characters in this saga. Me too, Katie. I think it's worth saying here that we know there is no such thing as a cursed diamond, or if there is, it isn't this one. However, we also know that objects with a good history behind them sell for more money, so it kind of makes sense that a canny jeweler looking to offload an expensive diamond to someone with huge amounts of money and an interest in bad luck tales might invent a backstory to increase the allure of said diamond. I'm like the least superstitious person ever. But if someone was like, here is a diamond, it could be cursed. Here is a diamond that is not cursed. Which one would you like? I'll be like, I'll take the non-cursed one. Just out of an abundance of caution, in case I'm wrong about this whole cursed thing.
Smart.
So are we saying that Monsieur Pierre Cartier made up, or at least hugely exaggerated, the history of the fates of the diamond's previous owners in order to sell it to Evelyn Walsh McLean? Well, let's read an extract from her memoir, Father Struck It Rich, after Cartier had relayed the lurid details of the diamond to her. Bad luck objects, I said to Cartier, for me, are lucky. Ah, yes, he said. Madame told me that before, and I remembered. Oh, I bet you did, Cartier. I bet you did. Oh, did you, Pierre? You did indeed, you crafty old fox. Exactly. Katie and I are on the same page here. Cartier's like, I did remember, did I? Guess what? I've got the most unlucky and most expensive diamond ever, my rich client. He also kept the diamond covered up while spinning his yarns, practically making the McLeans beg to see it. It did take about 2 years for them to finally agree to buy it, however. We covered the true series of sad and bad events that the McLeans went through, but they lived an absolutely insane life of wealth and were friends with presidents and other heads of state and threw money all up in the air like they just didn't care. Here's a quick anecdote as to how well connected they were. An FBI agent had to take a woman to hospital after she'd been hit in the head by a bottle during a raunchy party in the Love Nest. She later died from her injury. The Love Nest was a building owned by Ned McLean and rented out to Attorney General Harry Doherty at the time. The party that night was filled with women supplied by Ned, who did the agent happen to see casually leaning against a fireplace as he carried the women out? Well, that would be President Warren G. Harding, who, yes, was actually the sitting president at the time. He was possibly avoiding eye contact and whistling tunelessly into the air with his hands in his pockets. Ned would also take trained bears into brothels, not always with fun, injury-free results. The couple was so well known, they even managed a name check in the song Anything Goes by Cole Porter. The verse goes, when Mrs. Ned McLean, God bless her, can get Russian Reds to yes sir, then I suppose anything goes. This is in relation to the McLeans going to Russia right after the October Revolution and trying to get Ned's uncle reinstated as Russian ambassador to the United States. This did not work and could have ended horribly for all concerned, but luckily it didn't. Yeah, that seems like a very reckless course of action. There's a lot of people being killed. If a miniseries was ever made about this couple, it would be an entertaining watch, although it would be hard to believe any of it was real. It sounds like, the prequel to The Great Gatsby, doesn't it? Again, as with everyone else, Evelyn and her husband's mad account of spending was in evidence years before the Hope Diamond was wafted under their noses. Sometimes Evelyn blamed her bad luck on having it, and sometimes she admitted it was a superstition she would dip in and out of. To quote her, "Do I believe a lot of silly superstitions, legends of the diamond? I must confess, I know better, and yet knowing better, I believe. By that I mean I never let my friends or children touch it. Call it a foolish woman's fetish if you like. After you have said so without contradiction, let me say that I have come to feel, not think, that I have developed a sort of immunity to its evil. What tragedies have befallen me might have occurred had I never seen or touched the diamond. I have sense enough to know that fortune tellers gain fame as prophets by habitually predicting probabilities. My observations have persuaded me that tragedies, for anyone who lives, are not escapable." Okay, so this woman, despite believing in curses and stuff, doesn't really believe in curses. And this is exactly what I've been saying, the whole thing. Where was that line? "My observations have persuaded me that tragedies for anyone who lives are not escapable." It's like, yeah, life is long, bad things will happen to you.
Well, yes.
And now we come to the end of the line, the poor unfortunate mail carrier being the last victim, as Harry Winston also seemed to do quite well out of exhibiting the Hope Diamond before bestowing it upon the Smithsonian. I saw numerous references to James Todd having his legs crushed in an accident shortly after delivering the diamond, but that's all the detail there is. He had already handed it over anyway, so could his bad luck really be due to the curse? If he had crashed while transporting it, that'd be a better case, but he didn't, so there isn't, and I don't even know if he was a real person or not. According to Ripley's.com, after the delivery, he claimed his wife died, his leg got crushed, his dog was strangled, and his house burnt to the ground. Wowzers. This is Ripley's of Ripley's Believe It or Not fame, so it's probably not the world's most reliable source. Yeah, it's not, allegedly. Also, if all of this happened in the space of a week, that's some bad luck right there. If it was over a decade or two, I guess that's just the way life goes. Who strangled his dog? That's fucking savage. For my money, it was actually Pierre Cartier who really raised the stakes on the whole curse thing because he wanted it to appeal to Evelyn Walsh McLean. Well, it worked, and the story is stuck. Anyway, the Hope Diamond is still sitting pretty in the National Museum of Natural History, which is administered by the Smithsonian Institute. Maybe its powers have been dulled by the many times it's been recut and reset, but we haven't heard a peep out of it for the last 65 years. And let's hope it stays that way. And it definitely will, because curses aren't real. Thank you so much for being here. I do hope you enjoyed this episode. Smash that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please leave a review. That helps us get to more listeners. And I'll see you next time. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Who is Banksy? The elusive identity of Britain's biggest street artist. I get the feeling we're not going to decode this one because I feel like if someone knew who Banksy was, obviously someone knows who Banksy is. Banksy knows who Banksy is. And there's definitely people who have to deal with him, like whoever the real version of Banksy is, like John or whatever. But I feel like if his identity had been revealed, I would know about it. So I get the feeling we're not going to successfully decode this one. Anyway, thank you, Danny, who wrote this script. Let's just jump in. Oh, the format of this show, if you're new here, welcome, is I have this long-ass script in front of me. Danny told me this one was long. It goes on and on. We're going to be here forever. It's 9:10. Are we going to be done by lunchtime, Daddy? I'm not even sure. Let's go. He's probably the most famous street artist in the world. I don't think I could name a single other street artist. No, I definitely can't. He's an anti-capitalist, countercultural maverick who made a fortune from capitalism. Depending on your perspective, he's a genius visionary, a silly prankster, a cheat, or a bloody vandal who wants locking up. He's been responsible for creating some of the most important and valuable art of the last 3 decades, the majority of which does not exist. He's been voted Britain's favourite artist, the greatest living Briton, person of the year, and he's been featured in Time magazine's list of the 100 most influential people. He was voted the greatest living Briton? Surely he's one of the greatest living Britons, not the greatest living Briton.
Oh.
I don't want to, on Banksy too much, because I do find his work, insightful and interesting. But greatest living Briton? He sprays memes onto buildings. And granted, they're excellent memes, but they are essentially memes. And yet the most baffling thing about Banksy is that we still don't know who he is. Saeed Ahmed had a stroke of misfortune in 2011. He was preparing to open up a new Muslim cultural centre by the name of Jalalabad Islamic Centre on the streets of Eastman in Bristol. The building had previously been home to a popular social club for over 10 years, but it had fallen into a state of neglect since its glory days, and Saeed knew that he had his work cut out for him in getting the site back into shape. What is a social club? I feel like a social club is something that used to exist in the past, and I would imagine there'd be like pool tables in there, people would be smoking inside, it would stink of beer, it would be cheap. I have no idea what a social club is, bear in mind, but that's what I have in my mind, like a working man's club. Is that what they were also called back in the day? I feel like it's something my nan would know about. I'd ask her, but she's dead. For starters, one side of an exterior wall was in desperate need of a fresh lick of paint, as it had become pretty grimy and stained over the years, and some young scallywag had also used it as a canvas for a silly spray-painted picture of a gorilla wearing a pink mask. I'd like to think that Saeed was whistling a merry tune as he rolled up his sleeves, got out the emulsion, and started painting over this act of rebellious vandalism. Sadly, the paint job didn't go down particularly well with the other residents of Eastman Bristol. This is because Saeed had unwittingly painted over an original piece of street art by the local legend Banksy. Gorilla in a pink mask had become something of a local landmark, and it would cost thousands of pounds to restore this priceless example of a rare, surviving Banksy original. Yeah, honestly though, if that's my building, and I didn't know, I just thought it was some graffiti, of course I'd paint over that shit. I don't want my building to look crap. Saeed profusely apologised to the local press. Saeed, don't apologise!
Don't apologise for me.
I would not apologise for this and explained that he'd never even heard of the famous street artist. He thought he was just painting over worthless juvenile scribble. Yeah, Saeed, you don't have to apologise if you didn't think you were doing something wrong. Especially when it's fixing your building. You're allowed to paint your own building. To be fair, it's not the only time in history that somebody has accidentally vandalized a piece of vandalism, and when you're an illegal street artist who sprays your stuff onto other people's property without permission, the risk of seeing your work accidentally or purposefully destroyed just goes with the territory. Yeah. Although, if I saw that, I'd be like, because I believe Banksy has a website, right, where he says, yeah, that's a Banksy and that's not a Banksy, because obviously people can copy them. If he sprayed that on my building, I'd be like, okay, we're going to get a team in, they're going to work out how to take that wall out, and that's going to be auctioned off. Because I love capitalism even more than Banksy.
Groovy, smashing, yay capitalism!
The works of Banksy have unexpectedly appeared on walls, streets, bridges, and trains throughout the world, from Bristol to Barcelona to Bethlehem. Holy sh**. Banksy gets around, and lots of other place names that don't start with a B. The guerrilla artist's signature stencil style images often combine striking visuals with dark humor and subversive slogans, which usually convey some kind of anti-capitalist, anti-war, anti-establishment, anti-imperialism, or anti-bloody everything message. Some of his more famous examples of street art include a young girl embracing a bomb as if it's a cherished boy, 2 male police officers snogging, a police officer walking a big flossy poodle, military helicopters adorned with pretty pink bows, Mona Lisa armed with a rocket launcher, Winston Churchill rocking a mohawk. I haven't seen a lot of these, actually. I've seen many Banksys, and I enjoy them, but I don't know a lot of these. Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta from Pulp Fiction exchanging their guns for bananas, definitely know that one. A teddy bear hurling a Molotov cocktail at 3 riot police, and Queen Victoria straddling the face of one of her female subjects. Holy I haven't seen that one. That's intense. Over the years, Banksy has branched out into flogging signed prints, hosting galleries and arts institutions, and pulling off high-profile comedy stunts. But it's quite extraordinary to think that despite enjoying the best part of 3 decades in the limelight, we're still not sure of Banksy's real identity. I mean, celebrities are generally a bit rubbish at keeping secrets, particularly when it begins to get shared with a growing inner circle of friends. There is more than likely a surprisingly large circle of people in the know with whom Banksy has personally dealt with over the years, but it appears that not one of them has ever intentionally let the cat out of the bag. It's like the secret that nobody wants to reveal at any price, but surely somebody must have slipped up at some point. I mean, I guess they must have. At some point we will know, because more people will find out and eventually someone will let the secret out and it will be confirmed. So we just have to wait if we don't already know. Not everybody loves Banksy, like Saeed. Classic. The scarce tidbits of information that we know for sure about Banksy have come from his own books, films, social media posts, and a few interviews he conducted during his early years with reporters who were sworn to secrecy. Hailing from Barton Hill in Bristol, Banksy had a troubled youth during which he was expelled from school, and he later spent a short stint in prison for petty crime. There was already a big street art scene brewing in the underbelly of Bristol in the 1980s, led predominantly by a young guy known as 3D, who would later find huge success in a very different medium, but more on him later. Oh, I want to know what 3D got up to. What is his different medium? Daddy's kind of said it like it's not like, well, he was into street art and then he got really into watercolors. It's going to be like, I don't know. It's going to be something totally... He's going to be like in banking or something. After 3D packed away his spray cans, Banksy filled the void when he formed a gang, or an art collective, known as Dry Breads Crew, who brightened up the streets of Bristol for a while in the 1990s before Banksy eventually went solo. Although Banksy started out as a freehand graffiti artist, he changed over to stencil art for a number of reasons. In his 2005 book, Wall and Peace, he claims that the main reason was down to reducing the risk of getting arrested. At the age of 18, he and his gang were painting the slogan, "Late Again," in big bubble letters on the side of a train when the British Transport Police showed up, prompting everyone to flee the scene in panic. Yeah, I like Banksy's art is like not super intrusive. It spreads a message. It's like, you know, it might be a little bit cliche, but it's nice. Like, really, I do appreciate it, despite me making a little bit of fun of it. But like Late Again sprayed on the side of a train, that's just vandalism. Stop it.
Sick vandalism. That is a deliberate mutilation of a public service message.
Although his mates made it safely back to their car, Banksy had to make do with hiding motionless under the bottom of a dumper truck for over an hour. As he lay there, getting drenched in leaking engine oil, it occurred to him that he either needed to find a much faster way to paint or give up street art completely. As he stared up at the stenciled plate on the bottom of the fuel tank, he realized the answer was leaking all over his face. He could cut a big chunk out of the risky outdoor painting time by doing most of the hard work beforehand. This would involve drawing outlines of his art onto card and cutting out the shapes for the paint to pass through, so all he had to do on the night was shove the card onto the surface and spray away. Some graffiti artists are a bit dismissive of the stencil art approach and consider it to be cheating. Perhaps they've got a point. Banksy also once claimed that the reason he moved over to stencil art is because he was a bit crap at freehand art. Well, it worked for him, did it? God damn, did it work for him. I wonder how much money he's got. He's got to be mad rich, right? There's no way Google will know how much Banksy's worth, because their estimates about how much people are worth are rubbish from personal experience. Banksy net worth, but let's say £50 million. My gut is he's worth more than 50 million quid, isn't he? He's like one of the most notable artists in the world. He's worth more than 50 million quid. But we don't know, because obviously he could just be like giving all the money away and stuff. You don't know it's Banksy. He's anti-capitalist. In fact, it has to be said that while Banksy may have an army of devoted fans, he certainly has his fair share of critics. Whilst Banksy has always been very open about how greatly influenced by the French graffiti artist Black Le Rat, who used to spray paint stencil pictures of rats on the streets of Paris in the early 1980s, was some say that Banksy effectively just stole his strategy and his style. Rats are a common theme in Banksy's work, which also emulates the stencil strategy and political commentary and subversive humor of Black Le Rat street art. Chill out, guys. Everything is an evolution. It's not like, I'm sure Black Le Rat, or Black Le Ray, or however you're going to pronounce it, he's French, whatever. I'm sure he derived his style from someone, and Banksy derived his style from him, and I'm sure some other people as well. Everything's a remix. Whilst Black Le Rat himself is usually enthusiastic about Banksy's work, he did once admit in a documentary interview that some of Banksy's stuff makes him feel angry, when he noted, "It's difficult to find a technique and style in art, so when you have a style and you see someone else is taking it and reproducing it, you don't like that." That changes it a little bit, but still, it's like, bro, it's stencil art. Like, my kids have done stencil art. You didn't invent it, Le Rat. Other critics are not impressed with the finished result, which they feel amounts to little more than lazy and vague sloganeering for the middle-class hipster elite. Yeah, I mean, it is like, look, you're worth 50 million quid, allegedly. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you're giving it all away, so you can't really comment on Banksy. But it does appear, it's definitely got that champagne socialism vibe, doesn't it? Black Mirror creator and Guardian columnist Charlie Brooker once wrote, Charlie Brooker is a very, very funny man. I haven't read any of his columns in ages, but he's very talented. Wrote an entire piece which ripped Banksy to shreds, oh my god, and observed his work looks dazzlingly clever to idiots. It's true. I feel like that's, what's his face? He's super famous. Jordan Peterson. He's like the smart man for stupid people. What? I didn't come up with that. Like, someone said that, and I was like, oh, I see. I see. Another sector of the public who don't much care for Banksy are the kind of people who view him as a criminal. To be fair, those people also have a point. Spraying graffiti in public places is an illegal activity which amounts to criminal damage, and let's not forget there's a very good reason why Banksy was keen to hide his true identity in the early days. It was nothing to do with creating an enigmatic and mysterious persona, it was simply because he didn't want to be arrested for vandalism. Of course, these days, he'll more than likely get away with it. Whenever a surprise piece of new Banksy graffiti surfaces on the streets, it will usually be embraced and promoted as a positive addition to the landscape. Yet if a 14-year-old kid got caught spraying the exact same artwork in the exact same location, he'd more than likely be given a clip around the lug hole and slapped with an ASBO. Antisocial behavior order for our American friends. It doesn't always seem entirely fair. Still, not everyone agrees that Banksy should be exempt from the law just because he's a celebrity. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair point there. Even if you want the Banksys, the problem is there's going to be a million kids who are like going around trying to be Banksy so that they can make 50 million quid and have a successful career as a street artist and that's directly caused because they see that Banksy's getting away with it, right? Which isn't brilliant. In 2008, Westminster City Council took the relatively unusual step of quickly painting over a Banksy piece entitled One Nation Under CCTV. The chairman of the council, Robert Davis, defended his decision to the press. Banksy has no more right to paint graffiti than a child. If we condone this, then we might as well say that any kid with a spray can is producing art. To go and deface other people's property is graffiti. Just because he's famous doesn't give him that right. Honestly, Robert Davis there, while sounding like the oldest of old men, is absolutely bang on. It's probably because I myself have the soul of an old man. A year earlier, in 2007, the Pulp Fiction parody featuring John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson wielding bananas was painted over by Transport for London, who felt that the artwork painted onto a wall near the Old Street tube station in London created an atmosphere of neglect and social decay which encouraged crime. One miffed resident wrote a letter to the local paper, "Banksy's latest work of art is superb. If the council wants to do something, it should cut down that dreadful shrub which is obscuring the piece." And as recently as 2023, a piece of new Banksy art which popped up on the side of a house in Margate in Kent was officially, used to live near Margate, was officially dismantled with almost suspicious hate. I mean, not that close to Margate, but I'm from Kent. Margate was one of the, nearish towns. Valentine's Day Mascara was an unusual piece as it incorporated physical objects into the artwork. Believed to be a statement on domestic abuse and violence against women, the art depicts a 1950s housewife with a swollen eye and missing tooth shoving her husband into a chest freezer, which is actually a real abandoned freezer found in a nearby street. The piece is topped off with other abandoned physical objects, including a broken patio, garden chair, and an empty beer bottle. Although both the tenant and the landlord of the property were impressed with the result, the tenant was horrified when the council workers arrived the next morning to throw the physical objects into the truck and effectively ruin the piece, despite the tenant's passionate protest. She later complained no one was interested if rubbish was on the street. I mean, they were, but not that quickly. Even if you report something to them about taking the rubbish, they're acting 1 or 2 weeks later, not immediately. That might be something to bear in mind if you live in Margate and your street has started to look like an overflowing dustbin. I know exactly where Daddy's going. Just make something that looks like a Banksy and they'll come and clear it away ASAP. Don't tell the council that the rubbish needs urgently sorting out. Just tell them Banksy's paid you a visit and they'll be faster with you than a toupee in a hurricane. Okay. Missing presumed wiped. None of this controversy seems to have done Banksy much harm in the long term. After branching out from the streets of Bristol and London in the late 1990s, his acts of illegal vandalism gained a wider and highly appreciative audience over the next 2 decades, as his work stands up in places like San Francisco, Vienna, the Gaza Strip, and Ukraine. But the problem with street art is it's not always destined to last a particularly long time. In fact, it's believed that the vast majority of Banksy's original street art no longer exists. Aside from those official removals, there have been plenty of cock-ups in which artwork was mistakenly whitewashed by council contractors who felt they were just doing their job in getting the streets clean, but hadn't been made aware of the significance of the iconic artwork they were destroying. Yeah, of course they were. It's just because you'll be like, there must be a million people emulating Banksy out there. Like the bunch of kids who want to make a bag, that 50 mil. So, of course, the council workers are just painting over that all the time. Because that's what they do. They paint over graffiti, and God bless them for it, because graffiti is horrible, and it ruins cities. One particularly famous image of a parachuting rat and enjoyed a 15-year stint on a wall in Prahran, Victoria, Australia, before a group of clumsy builders unwittingly destroyed it when they smashed through the wall to install piping for a proposed new cafe. Other pieces have been defaced or naturally damaged over the years, although some mysterious disappearances are down to sheer greed. Yeah, people just nicking it. An image depicting a child holding a crowbar like a shovel whilst building a sandcastle had adorned the side of a shop in Suffolk for many years. The sandcastle was a physical element which had long been lost to the sands of time, but the main artwork of the child remained intact until one day in 2021 when the whole segment of wall just vanished. That wasn't theft though. The owner of the property had originally had the shop valued at around £300,000, but later discovered that Banksy's artwork had increased the value to $500,000. However, he didn't seem too keen on the idea of selling the shop. Instead, he just had the entire section of wall dismantled and bundled into a van so that it could be sold for an undisclosed sum at an auction in California. Much to the annoyance of local residents who found the move to be greedy and disrespectful to the community. Yes. However, there's a really strong argument against that, and it's £500,000.
Wow!
I'm sorry, but I would do that. I would definitely do that. I'm like, you sprayed it onto my wall, that's mine. If Banksy wants to come back and spray paint another one onto someone else's wall to make up for my greed, fine. No, I don't know if I'd do that. I mean, for like £500,000, I don't know, it's a lot of money. But there's obviously gonna be a point where it's enough money for me to be like, yeah, I gotta do that, I'm sorry. I got it, you got it. Everyone has a number. Unless you're like an absolute saint. Still, you can't really blame him in a way, as he was the rightful owner of the shop, and he probably made a mint from someone defacing the side of it. It doesn't always work out that way, though. Spare a thought for 60-year-old Sam Khan, who ran a market stall in London selling suitcases and football scarves. After discovering that Banksy had vandalized the size of his stall, Sam thought he'd done pretty well out of it and accepted an offer from a random stranger to buy the artwork for £1,000. Oh, Sam, no. But Sam should have spent a little more time reading up on Banksy. It turns out that the graffiti on his stall was probably worth closer to £500,000. Mate, if someone comes along, you just got to do a little bit of research. Just a little bit. Just make sure someone's like, yeah, I'll give you £1,000. Like, can you imagine walking along and be like, I'll give you £1,000 for it? And the guy's like, yeah, sure. And just go to a cash machine immediately, get the £1,000. And just be like, excellent. You got to check into this stuff. If someone's just like, I'll give you £1,000, just Google that. It's worth noting that any piece of Banksy artwork is likely to be much more valuable if it's received a certificate of authentication from Pest Control. This is the cheekily named handling service set up by Banksy and overseen by his management to protect genuine Banksy pieces and prevent fakes from flooding the market. I thought so. It's a website, right? However, with just a very few exceptions, you're never going to get a certificate for his street art, as this was never intended for sale in the first place, and Banksy does not condone the selling of street art, which has been removed from public view. So whilst the owner of that shop may have made a few quid, he made £500,000, didn't he? So whilst the owner of that shop may have made a few quid, the one guy made £1,000, which is not bad. The other guy made £500,000. It won't have gone down well with either Banksy or Pest Control, and he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on a certificate. Yeah, but they know it's genuine because it was on that, website or Pest Control or whatever it was at some point. So, I mean, they can remove that, but people still know it's the real thing. Instead of tearing down a Banksy piece or nicking an entire section of wall, you'd probably just be better off buying a genuine signed and certified print reproduction of the original piece. Whilst most of Banksy's original street art may not have survived, the imagery at least lives on in his print reproductions, which regularly exchange hands at art auctions for vast sums of money. And this is because by the turn of the millennium, Banksy had chosen to expand beyond the confines of street art, which would be fairly difficult to take on tour and show off in exhibitions. Now on the brink of anonymous megastardom, Banksy had taken an interest in displaying his prints and portraits and weird art installations in star-studded gallery exhibitions around the world. If you ever visit one yourself, just bear in mind that you're likely to catch a glimpse of the celebrity host, or rather you might catch a glimpse of the celebrity host lurking in the background, but you'll be completely unaware that you did. Of course, a Banksy exhibition isn't much like your average art exhibition. In one of his early exhibitions in London in 2005, he surprised visitors by randomly releasing 200 live rats into the gallery, another possible homage to his hero, Black le Rat. One of Banksy's most famous exhibitions, titled Barely Legal, was held a year later in Los Angeles and attracted some pretty prestigious visitors and buyers, including Keanu Reeves, Jude Law, Brad Pitt, and Angelina Jolie. Banksy appeared to be enjoying the step into Hollywood. In his own words, Hollywood is a town where they honor their heroes by writing their names on the pavement to be walked on by fat people and peed on by dogs. It seems like a great place to come and be ambitious. Savage.
Wow. That is brutal.
With one of the more controversial pieces on display here was a portrait of Mother Teresa, captioned with the heartwarming slogan, "I learnt a valuable lesson from this woman, moisturize every day." Oh, Banksy. It's Mother Teresa. That's savage. However, it has to be said that there was an elephant in the room at the Barely Legal exhibition. I mean, there was literally Jesus Christ, there was an £8,000 elephant on display, which had been coated in red paint and decorated to match the surrounding wallpaper. What? This is a real live elephant that's been painted red? Holy. This was apparently meant to be a statement on global poverty. According to the flyers, there's an elephant in the room. 20 billion people live below the poverty line. What? No, they don't. There's not 20 billion people on Earth. There's like 9 billion, isn't there? Am I missing a joke? However, animal rights activists were more concerned that the sorrow of elephants appeared to be drenched in toxic paint. It's art, guys! That's allowed if it's art. And whilst the owners of the elephant insisted that it appeared in many movies and was used to a bit of makeup, the elephant had been hosed down for the final day of the exhibition. I don't understand that 20 billion people thing. That doesn't make sense. Banksy the prankster. When he's not releasing live rats and dragging painted elephants into his galleries, Banksy often likes to amuse himself in other ways, and some might say that he's just as famous for his comedy pranks and stunts than his artwork. In 2006, he briefly managed to install an unsolicited piece of art alongside the path of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in Disneyland in California. It was an inflatable doll dressed up in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs in what was meant to be a statement on the plight of prisoners held at Guantanamo Bay. This was on display for 90 minutes before the ride was temporarily closed down so that the Guantanamo Bay prisoner could be escorted from the premises. A couple of years earlier, while wearing a disguise consisting of a trench coat and fake beard, it managed to sneak a new version of the Mona Lisa into the Louvre in Paris, complete with a new smiley face sticker. Bloody hell. It's quite impressive. It's like a reverse theft. And in 2005, he caused more than a little embarrassment for the British Museum when he planted a new, supposedly authentic cave painting depicting a caveman pushing a shopping trolley. The British Museum was clearly caught napping, as this painting was baffling visitors for 3 whole days before it was eventually spotted by staff and taken down. I mean, in their excuse, the British Museum is big, and it's full of this kind of so, yeah. But still. However, perhaps Banksy's most legendary stunt of all was the notorious shredding incident, although it's debatable who exactly had the last laugh with this one. Yes, this one's brilliant. I'm not going to tell it because Danny will just repeat it in a second, but it's so good. Girl with Balloon first appeared as a piece of street art on the side of a shop in Shoreditch in 2002, but it was removed by the owners in 2017 and sold for a reported £500,000. The image depicts a young girl reaching out for a balloon which is being carried away with the winds alongside the caption, "There is always hope." This is apparently a critique on how modern society forces children to grow up too fast. Okay, it's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Or maybe my brain's just too small to get it, but whatever. Although the original may have been removed, a framed canvas version exchanged hands several times before it was put up for auction at Sotheby's in London in 2018, where it fetched £1.04 million, a new record high for a Banksy piece. So, I don't want to sound insane, but that is not a lot of money when it comes to art. Like, when you consider that, paintings change hands for like £800 million, or dollars, or something. Like, what's the most expensive painting ever sold? Most expensive paintings at auction. Oh, okay, so not 800, but £500 million. So, that's a lot. $1 million for a Banksy, who is arguably one of the most famous living artists, is kind of seems like a bit of a bargain, to be honest. Unbeknownst to the seller, the buyer, or Sotheby's, the picture was hiding what was presumably a remote control shredding device within the frame. As the gavel came down, the picture suddenly began to slide out of the bottom of the frame in freshly shredded form, much to the audible surprise of the audience, the auctioneers, and the poor women who had just shelled out over £1 million for a few tatty bits of paper. It's not known for sure how the device was activated, although there was a suspicious-looking geezer in the crowd wearing tinted spectacles who just happened to be filming the whole thing on his mobile phone. It's possible that he somehow activated the shredder at the perfect moment, and of course it's possible that the bloke in question was Banksy himself. It was certainly the same footage which appeared on Banksy's own Instagram account the following day. This was accompanied by footage of the original installation of the shredding mechanism concealed in the frame, and a caption which read, "A few years ago, I secretly built a shredder into a painting, in case it was ever put up for auction." The shredding didn't entirely go to plan on that day, though. The idea had been for the mechanism to shred the whole image as it slipped through the bottom of the frame, but it jammed about halfway through, leaving the top of the painting intact. Yeah, because you're going to have batteries in there, right? That's how it's going to be powered, and those batteries are eventually just going to lose their charge. So maybe they had enough to get going, but then they were so depleted that they couldn't make it all the way through the shred, because that's going to take quite a bit of power. You're powering like a motor. The buyer couldn't complain too much, as they were still getting half a picture for their £1 million. Yeah, it's going to be worth so much more as well, because of the media coverage of that. Another caption on Banksy's Instagram glumly noted, "In rehearsals, it worked every time." In the immediate aftermath of the partial self-destruction, Sotheby's played it cool. The auctioneer hastily announced that it was time to move on, while employees quickly grabbed what was left of the painting and bundled it out of view. Sotheby's later officially declared that they'd been Banksy'd and insisted that they were most definitely not in on the prank, although some have speculated why nobody from the auction house bothered to question the ridiculous size and weight of the frame. I can't imagine Sotheby's would be involved in this. They're way too Sotheby's. One artist and blacksmith from Chicago by the name of Josh Gilbert reckons that the comedy stunt was not quite what it seemed. After studying the shredding and the Instagram footage of the mechanism, the former magician insists that the whole incident was an illusion. Josh claims that the shredding mechanism just didn't make sense and the blades weren't sitting anywhere near the painting. He believes that the real painting actually just rolled down into a hidden compartment at the back of the frame, while a pre-shredded version slid out from the bottom. However, the general consensus is that Girl with the Balloon was genuinely partially shredded, and this left the auction house, the seller, and the buyer with a bit of a prickly £1 million problem. Although the buyer, only identified as a European woman, was initially a bit annoyed to see her new purchase torn to bits within seconds of buying it, she eventually decided to proceed with the sale anyway. She said, "At first I was shocked, but gradually I began to realize that I would end up with my own piece of art history." As soon as I saw that, I was like, this is good for this value. Especially the half shredding. Even if it had been fully shredded, I still think it would be good for the value, just the empty frame and the shredded paper. It would be worth more. It'd be like a modern art. It was unclear for a while if the shredding would destroy or enhance the value of the work. Some expert... Oh, wait, do we not know? Surely it increased it massively. Some art experts suggested that it might actually double the value of the piece. In fact, it did much more than that, and it turns out the buyer had made a shrewd decision in pushing on with the purchase. How much? Shortly after the incident, Banksy announced that the piece had been given the new name of Love in the Bin, and Pest Control quickly re-authenticated the work with its new title. That is giving it money right there. At this point, Sotheby's got quite excited and exclaimed, "Banksy didn't destroy an artwork in the auction, he created one. This is the first artwork in history to have been created live during an auction." The buyer, I just saw the figure. It's insane. The buyer had reason to be excited too. Within the space of just 3 years, she put up the partially shredded piece for auction at Sotheby's, where it sold to an anonymous Asian collector. How much do you think it is in your mind? Just picture a number. It's 18 million quid. God damn. This does make you wonder if Banksy's original intention of vandalizing a piece of expensive artwork and wrecking an auction kind of backfired, or whether his move to retitle and re-authenticate the piece indicated a change of heart since he first constructed the shredding mechanism years earlier. It also makes you wonder where exactly he gets his money from. Sellout. Banksy's net worth is estimated to be in the region of $50 million, as we already know, although I'm not entirely sure where that figure has been plucked from. Honestly, Danny, it's probably from the air. Like, these celebrity net worth ones, it's like, I don't know. I've looked it up myself, because if you search my name into Google, like, it's like space net worth often comes up. And some of them are, like, reasonably correct, and some are just wildly wrong, both in the up and down directions. And the range is insane. So I'm like, I don't put a lot of stock into these, and it's like, well, how could someone possibly know how much I'm worth? They don't know how much money I earn. That's the thing they can guess at the best, but they don't really know. And they don't know how much money I spend. They don't know how much money I invest. They don't know any of that stuff. So it's like you're just pulling numbers out of your ass most of the time. It's hard enough to ascertain a genuine net worth when you know who the person you're talking about is. Whilst many Banksy pieces have fetched considerable sums at auction, the truth is that Banksy is not the one getting rich from those sales. In fact, he usually sells his stuff for very reasonable prices, which later balloons in value at auctions, but it's the dealers who are raking in all of the profits from the artist's original work. And it must be frustrating on some level when he flogs a print for a few £100s, only to see it raise tens of millions for the buyer a few years down the line. Yeah, it's kind of like... Yeah, no, that must be very frustrating. It may have been during one of those darker moments when he first came up with the idea of the shredding mechanism. Then, of course, there's the street art, which he provides for free, but which often gets dismantled by the lucky owner of the chunk of the wall, which the artist chose to use as a canvas. Plenty of other people are making a fortune from Banksy, but the artist himself doesn't always seem too bothered about chasing the dough. In the past, he's claimed to have turned down 4 lucrative advertising jobs for Nike, while his website has encouraged visitors to download and print his images for free. He even recommends hanging around at work until everyone in the office has gone for lunch, and then using the company's gloss paper and printering. Legend. On the rare occasion that Banksy auctions off a piece of original art, all the proceeds are usually given to a good cause. We had these color laser printers at school, and you had a very limited number of color laser prints that you could print off, but for some reason there was a very old computer in one of the computer rooms, and whenever you printed from that one, it just didn't register. It was just like, no, it's cool. Like, you'd print the color laser, and it would just not register it as a credit for some reason. I don't know if the software just wasn't compatible on that machine, but I printed out. I basically covered an entire wall of my bedroom in posters, like movie posters and all of that stuff that I printed out at school on their color laser printer. It must have been an absolute fortune. And this was like 20 years ago. It must have been an absolute fortune in color laser ink. So, thank you, school.
Thank you.
On the rare occasions that Banksy auctions off an original piece, all the proceeds are usually given to a good cause. To pick just a couple of examples from a quite incredible list, he sold 3 original paintings in 2020, which formed a triptych entitled Mediterranean Sea View. The sale raised £2.2 million, which was donated to a hospital in Bethlehem. And during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021, he expressed his gratitude to the National Health Service workers in the UK by gifting a painting to a hospital in Southampton. The piece, entitled Game Changer, depicted a boy playing with a nurse doll dressed in a superhero costume, and it went on to raise £14.4 million at Christie's, with all the profits going to NHS-related organisations and charities. Legend. That's really awesome. He can occasionally get a bit shirty if he feels that other businesses are profiting from his designs. Back in 2019, he took legal action against a British greeting cards company called Full Colour Black, who were selling cards featuring photographs of a piece of Banksy's street art called Flower Thrower. Well, yeah, you can't do that. It's Banksy's work to sell. Pest Control had acquired the trademark right. Oh, okay. Pest Control had acquired the trademark rights for this piece back in 2014, so they trademarked it. You can't just use someone else's trademark. And Banksy seemed to think that Full Colour Black were attempting to take custody of both the trademark and his own name. He released a statement which grumbled, "A greetings card company is contesting the trademark I hold to my art and attempting to take custody of my name so they can sell fake Banksy merchandise legally. I think they're banking on the idea that I won't show up in court to defend myself." Yeah, you don't have to. Someone else can show up in court on your behalf. They're called a lawyer. What? You're flying close to the sun, greeting cards company. The matter went all the way to the European Union Intellectual Property Office, who questioned whether Banksy had ever even made use of the trademark, which is meant to be exploited within the first 5 years of registration. Why does it be a trademark? Can't it just be like his copyright or something? I don't know enough about this, to be honest, but it does seem a bit much that they are using his art on a greeting card and not paying him. That's not really cool. You're making a lot of money from that, I'm sure. As he still had a tiny window of time remaining, Banksy took the quite shameless step of randomly launching a new pop-up store in Croydon, South London, which went by the catchy name of Gross Domestic Product. The store naturally sold a few products relating to the flower thrower design, and this was meant to prove that Banksy was indeed making use of his own trademark. But Gross Domestic Product also sold a range of other products labelled as impractical and offensive, including disco balls made from police riot helmets, a children's counting toy which comes complete with wooden migrant figures, Jesus, and a big haulage truck and a handbag made from a house brick. I don't know if people knew these were Banksy's when that shop opened, but holy if you did, you can make it some money from those, because I'm sure they're worth a lot now. Not that you could just go into the store and buy any of this stuff, as the doors never opened. Instead, you had to enter a weird online lottery system and answer vague questions about the meaning of art, after which only a small group of lucky people would be deemed worthy of becoming a customer. As a business model, it sounds a bit rubbish, and of course, such a blatantly half-assed attempt to fulfill trademark requirements under EU law was never destined to go down very well with the Intellectual Property Office. Those humorless bastards. I can't help feeling that Banksy may have picked the wrong battle to begin with. It's not as if Full Colour Black was a giant company intent on screwing over Banksy. It was a tiny 3-person business which was selling legal photographs of public graffiti. Oh, okay, I see. I see. So that's why he trademarks it, because it gets around the fact that, yeah, that is just graffiti in a public place, which we took a photograph of. I see. Well, okay. I guess that's why this went quite far. Okay, I'm sorry, greeting card company. I take it back. You obviously knew what you were doing. I kind of hoped it was like one of those, the greetings card company that comes to mind when you think of greetings card company. As I was hoping it was them. And I was kind of hoping for a David versus Goliath, Banksy versus giant company, which I keep wanting to name but I won't name. Because that would have been more fun. But instead it's like just too small. Well, no, not that Banksy's small, but you know what I mean. It's less exciting when it's not like David versus Goliath. In their defense, they also claimed that they'd tried to offer royalties to Banksy, but had been met with a defaced wall of silence. That's not... No. It's possible that Banksy may have had more success if he'd been able to acquire the copyright for Flamethrower, as this specifically prevents copywriting, reproduction, or distribution of specific pieces of work, rather than just protecting the unique identification of a brand or logo. But this would have required him to reveal his identity. Besides, as Banksy himself once pointed out in one of his books, copyright is for losers. The panel judges from the EU Intellectual Property Office actually referenced this quote when they ruled in favour of full colour black and noted Banksy's disdain for copyright law. They felt that Banksy was simply trying to circumvent copyright laws by filing a trademark claim in bad faith and resorting to actions which were inconsistent with honest practices. Yeah, I think they're probably right about that. The trade, like I said, that trademark was a way for him to protect something that he couldn't copyright, right? I guess trademarks are not for losers. This kind of thing does throw up a few troubling inconsistencies and ironies in the long career of the countercultural hero. He's the anti-corporate guerrilla artist who has no truck with copyright but still decides to hire expensive lawyers to sue a small business over a piffling trademark dispute. And he's the anti-establishment and anti-capitalist crusader who has grown incredibly wealthy by becoming part of the same establishment he was meant to be satirizing. It's true that he doesn't pick up the millions of pounds that his work fetches at auction, but he's almost certainly done pretty well for himself from private sales, best-selling books and hit films, including the 2010 Oscar-nominated documentary Exit Through the Gift Shop, which grossed over $5 million at the box office. He asked the Academy if he could attend the ceremony in a monkey mask, but permission was refused, so he didn't show up, although I suppose it's possible that Banksy is actually George Clooney. Seems highly unlikely. Critics have pointed out that Banksy can hardly still describe himself as a social activist from the streets when he's attracting wealthy celebrity buyers at glitzy art exhibitions in Hollywood. Well, it doesn't matter where he is, it matters where he comes from. It's like a social activist from the streets. It's not like suddenly because he's all glitzy at glitzy parties doesn't mean he doesn't come from there. That hasn't changed. Some have even blatantly accused the artist of being a corporate sellout. It's an accusation which Banksy has defended in print. He says, "I've been called a sellout, but I give away thousands of paintings for free. How many more do you want? The money that my work fetches these days makes it a bit uncomfortable, but that's an easy problem to solve. You just stop whinging and give it all away. I don't think it's possible to make art about world poverty and then trouser all the cash. That's an irony too far, even for me." I fully agree. I'm with Banksy on this one. Anyone like doing the corporate sellout thing, I don't know where you think you got that from, but you can shut the up, because it seems that he gives an insane amount of money away. Seems to be just a pretty good dude. So, yeah, off with that, in my opinion. He does, however, concede that it's not always easy for an anti-capitalist to entirely escape the capitalist riches gained from protesting about capitalism. I love the way capitalism finds a place, even for its enemies. It's definitely boom time in the discontent industry. I mean, how many cakes does Michael Moore get through? Okay. Still, wrestling with this kind of inner conflict must be enough to trigger an identity crisis in the wealthy, anti-establishment, anonymous celebrity superstar. And if he's struggling with his own identity, how are the rest of us supposed to know where to start in figuring it out? Oh yeah, I feel like so far we've just been doing a history of Banksy and I've been totally absorbed with it, but we're here to find out who he is.
Who the hell is this guy?
I mean, we're not going to, spoiler alert, but there's going to be a list of the next section, titled The Suspects. You'll notice that I've been referring to Banksy as a he throughout this script, and of course we can't take that for granted. There don't appear to be any compelling female suspects in the frame, though. And the strongest case put forward for Banksy being a woman is that unlike the vast majority of street art, women are depicted in Banksy's work. Oh, and a female artist is briefly glimpsed in Exit Through the Gift Shop. There's not much else to go on, really, but that doesn't mean it can't be ruled out completely. Now, before we move on to the major suspects, there are two in particular who seem highly credible, it's worth mentioning some of the many false alarms. In 2013, a story circulated in the press which seemed to confirm Banksy's identity had finally been revealed. A Liverpudlian by the name of Paul Horner had apparently been apprehended in the act by a vigilante anti-graffiti task force, which had ultimately led to Banksy's arrest and public unmasking. In fact, the story was first broken by the fake website National Reporter and was written by an American hoax writer of the name Paul Horner. Despite the story swiftly getting debunked after newspapers and websites spread the report without checking the facts, it continued to resurface for years to follow. In 2014, Brooklyn engineer Richard Pfeiffer was arrested by police in Manhattan after he was supposedly caught in the act polishing off the last Banksy piece. One of the police officers on the scene insisted that they saw Richard do it, and a marker pen was found in the suspect's pocket. Richard had actually just been walking down the street with his girlfriend, and they had both paused to admire the supposed Banksy piece before the police swooped in. The piece in question had never been officially confirmed as the work of Banksy, and Richard was able to demonstrate that the marker in his pocket was not the same one used for the drawing, but he still had to put up with being detained for 24 hours, and the case wasn't officially dropped until months later. It's a graffiti case, police! How much research are you doing into this? Just slap him with a fine, let him fight it in court if he wants to, and move on. Meanwhile, in Melbourne, Australia, a video surfaced in 2016 which quickly went viral. The female YouTuber behind the camera comes across a mysterious bespectacled man in a hooded sweatshirt who, with the aid of an accomplice, is finishing off a painting on a wall which has clearly been signed off as Banksy. The man doesn't seem to take too kindly to being filmed. After telling the YouTuber to off, he runs away from the scene and manages to ultimately evade the woman in hot pursuit. Whether this was staged or not is unclear, but Banksy's team have insisted that the artwork is fake and pointed out that the piece does not match Banksy's signature style. I mean, that could be them covering it up, but the fact that it doesn't match the style is just too much of a coincidence. Photographic evidence of a much more authentic nature surfaced in 2004 when the man in a high-vis jacket was snapped as he began work on a painting of a massive rat on the side of the White Horse pub in Liverpool. The piece was later identified as a genuine Banksy, and it's very probable that the man in the photograph is indeed the man behind the artwork. The only frustrating niggle is that you can't really see his face in the crap photograph. King Robbo. So let's move on to some of the slightly more credible suspects, which don't involve hoax news stories or wrongful arrests or lying police officers. For quite a while, there was an intriguing theory that Banksy's alter ego was one of his own biggest rivals, an underground graffiti artist by the name of King Robbo, whose parents know him as John Robertson. At the age of just 15, King Robbo had painted a graffiti piece on the side of a canal wall in London. Entitled King Robbo Incorporated, the piece was only accessible by water, which possibly explains why the authorities couldn't be asked to remove it, unlike the majority of Robbo's other works. King Robbo later claimed he had been pleased as punch to be introduced to Banksy at a swanky party in the 90s, but whereas Robbo had extended the hand of friendship, he claims that Banksy was snootily dismissive and had tried to make out that he'd never even heard of Robbo or his work, prompting Robbo to eventually slap him in the face, saying the words, "You won't forget me now, will you?" That's insane. Robbo, what are you up to? Bearing in mind that Robbo was 6 foot 8 inches tall and built like a brick shithouse, it was Banksy who widely left the party. 6 foot 8. That is a large person.
That's a huge bitch!
This led to a rather childish feud in which the pair began defacing each other's work and producing new pieces which trashed the other artist. Most notably, King Robbo's famous canal piece was allegedly defaced by Banksy, who added the letters FUC to the beginning of the slogan so that instead of reading King Robbo Inc., it now read Robbo Inc. Hilarious. It was long speculated that King Robbo and Banksy were one and the same person, and that he was actually arguing with himself to create a fake graffiti war. That would be a very clever big brain marketing ploy. There are certain aspects of the story that do seem a bit weird. If King Robbo really did hate Banksy so much and knew his real identity, you'd think that they would have been tempted to reveal it. But this theory doesn't hold much water nowadays, largely because King Robbo tragically died in 2014, a state of affairs which doesn't seem to have hindered Banksy's future work. Okay, well, we can easily rule out King Robbo then, can't we? Jamie Hewlett. A more likely living suspect is the comic book creator, illustrator, and songwriter Jamie Hewlett, who is probably most famous for creating the Tank Girl comic books and co-founding the virtual band Gorillaz with Blur frontman Damon Albarn. One, I didn't know Gorillaz were a virtual band. They sing that song, ba ba da ba da ba ba.
I love this song. That's so beautiful.
Ba ba da ba da. Right? Clint Eastwood, is that what it's called? It was super famous when I was at school. And I didn't know it was fronted by Damon Albarn of Blur, who also sings songs. Woohoo! Yeah, that's right. Song 2. I'm trying to think of a Blur song.
I love songs.
Some of Banksy's artwork has appeared in Gorillaz music videos, whilst there's also a strong connection with Blur. Banksy painted a mural specifically to promote a Blur single, whilst in a rare commercial move that helped him pay the bills, he was also commissioned to create the artwork for Blur's underwhelming 2003 album, Think Tank. But there may also be a financial connection between Banksy and Jamie Hewlett. In 2018, a forensic expert who requested to remain anonymous over fears of receiving hate mail after unmasking Banksy claimed to have made a startling discovery. He reckoned that he'd obtained access to company paper trails which proved that Jamie Hewlett had a financial connection with every single company that Banksy had ever been involved with. The expert told the press, "I really believe it could be Jamie Hewlett, or at least he seems to own all things Banksy." This paper trail was never shared with the public, so it's hard to know for sure. Well, why not? Like, you can't just be like, yeah, I've got proof, and people are like, show me the proof, and you're like, no. Then you don't. Or, I mean, were we supposed to just believe you? And Jamie Hewlett enjoys such a busy career in his own right as an award-winning comic artist and writer and music video director and band member that it's hard to see if he'd find the time or inclination to be Banksy on the side. I disagree with that. I think the very fact that he does all of this stuff indicates that it wouldn't be... Like, if someone's like, I'm too busy working as a lawyer or whatever to do this stuff. But if someone does comic books and music and directing and writing, is it so much to say? And art? I don't think it is. But it's interesting to note that an official Banksy publicist took the time to deny this allegation in a statement which read, I can confirm that Jamie Hewlett is not the artist Banksy. Oh, okay, but he misspelt Hewitt. Like, Danny bolded this for me. It's equally interesting to note that she spelled Jamie's surname wrong in the statement. This could have been a careless typo, a purposeful ploy to fuel more speculation, or attempt to ensure that this official denial wasn't technically a lie. Ooh, that's fascinating. That is pretty compelling. I think that's very, very compelling. Even though it's like, there's no evidence. The guy who claimed to have the financial things. But, dunno, seems pretty compelling, doesn't it? Neil Buchanan? I've met Neil Buchanan. As everyone, like, Danny wrote the scripts and it'd be like, so Neil Buchanan hosts a TV show called Art Attack, and I was on Art Attack when I was a kid. And I was in like a scene with Neil Buchanan. It's very exciting for young Simon to meet Neil Buchanan. My favourite theory, by far, is that Banksy is none other than cheerful Liverpudlian children's TV presenter Neil Buchanan. Although Neil first turned to TV presenting as far back as the early 1980s, he's perhaps best known as being the host behind the long-running Art Attack show, which originally ran from 1990 to 2007. Not only was this show famous for its hugely ambitious, large-scale art projects undertaken by Neil himself, it was also famous for giving the world its first visual glimpse of a very young Simon Whistler in 1999. That's right. That's right. 1999. Holy That was a long time ago. I think that was the first thing. I did a couple of things on TV. I think that was the first thing.
Nice.
I found it hard to get my head around this theory at first, as it just seems so unfathomably unlikely. Neil is a creative genius, but he also comes across as a bubbly and ridiculously enthusiastic individual who is clearly very much suited to the medium of kids' television. Yeah, I remember meeting him, and he was much more serious in real life. He was just like standing in a corridor wearing a leather jacket. And he was nice. He seemed like a nice dude. Like, this is very, very... I mean, I was 12, 1999, so I barely have memories of this. But I do remember, like, being like, oh, he's not like, hey, kids! Of course he's not. Someone bumped into me the other day and was like, oh, you sound different in real life. And I don't know, I feel like, I guess when I'm making a video like this, it's different to how I talk to someone because I'm being loud. But I did think he was like, your voice sounds different. I'm like, yeah, maybe, I guess. I'm not presenting something to you right now. We're just having a chat. The idea of him ever being part of a rebellious underground graffiti scene just seems absurd. But it turns out that Neil had something of a surprisingly colourful history before he moved into children's television. In 1976, he formed an angry heavy metal band called Marseille, who may have been largely forgotten today as they didn't achieve mainstream success, but they did win a UK Battle of the Bands competition in 1977 and went on to tour the United States, performing alongside the likes of Judas Priest and Whitesnake. Holy okay. That's like, I mean, that feels like quite mainstream success. Those are huge bands. Neil left the band amid messy legal disputes in 1980, although the original lineup reformed for a reunion tour and a new album around 20 years later. The theory that Neil might also be Banksy is rooted in the idea that several Banksy pieces have popped up in locations where Marseille used to perform gigs, but Neil didn't seem too keen on the association, and his official website tried to shut down the rumours in 2020 when they posted, Neil Buchanan isn't Banksy. We have been inundated with inquiries over the weekend regarding the current social media story. Unfortunately, this website doesn't have the infrastructure to answer all of these queries individually. However, we can confirm that there is no truth in this rumour whatsoever. So that's settled then. Besides, despite his heavy roots, Neil Buchanan is still probably a bit too commercial and corporate to be Banksy, and may even have a fatter bank account. It's reported that when the time came to sell the rights to Art Attack, he pocketed the sum of £14 million. God damn, Neil. Boom! And that's about the same money he'd have raised by performing Marseille gigs every single night for 150,000 years. Didn't we say Banksy was worth 50 mil? I think Banksy, I mean, I guess, I don't know. It's so hard to know. You don't know. And, like, it's reported that the sum was 14 million. According to who? That's not going to be public information. Billy Gannon. Perhaps the strangest and most bewildering theory also appears to be the only theory that led to a surprisingly dramatic consequence in which somebody lost their job. In 2022, 58-year-old Billy Gannon was elected unopposed to the Pembroke Dock Council in southwest Wales, but he found himself almost immediately mired in allegations that he was actually the street vandal Banksy. It's true that Billy had long served as a celebrated local community artist and had contributed artwork to hospital walls and children's playgrounds. He was also a big fan of Banksy. He admitted to the press, "I absolutely love him," or him, her, them. The guy's a hero. He'll always have a special place in my heart. His work is for everyone. To be honest, it's pretty obvious that Billy is not Banksy. For starters, he's just way too old, and Les Banksy was pushing 30 by the time he first started spray painting graffiti in public places. But that didn't stop the local circulation of the rumours, alongside allegations that a Pembroke Dock councillor was operating under a false identity and had lied about his age. It was starting to get a little troublesome for poor Billy. In his own words, "The problem I have is that when I say to people I'm not Banksy, I can see this look in their eyes and they say, 'That's what Banksy would say.'" Yeah, but that could apply to anything. Billy strongly believed that the malicious rumours were originally spread by a former Pembroke Dock councillor who had an axe to grind over Billy's new position. If this was true, it would seem that the perpetrator achieved his goal, as Billy Gannon swiftly took the surprising decision to resign, making him possibly the only UK councillor in history to have been forced into a resignation on the grounds that he wasn't somebody else.
What?
What That is that. Why did he have to resign? It might seem a bit drastic to quit your job over such a silly rumour. It does. Billy pointed out that he felt the rumours were undermining his ability to carry on working and that they were a distraction to the important issues of the town, as everyone was just banging on about how there was an imposter sitting on the council. This is a bit much, isn't it? Just be like, "I'm not him. Let's just move on." Sometimes you, I don't know, just sometimes it's just best to ignore. Don't even address it. Just be like, "I'm not addressing that." Like, just ignore it and it will go away.
Well. Next question. See ya.
Whereas if you talk about it and deny it and blah, 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 then it gets much more attention. Just be like, "Silly. Not dealing with this." Just don't even answer. That's what I do. More significantly, the rumours appear to be sparking a fresh wave of vandalism in the town as pranksters began spraying amateurish Banksy-esque graffiti over the local parks, benches, walls, and dustbins. Billy felt that the only way to stop the vandalism was to step down from his job. Even after he quit, he continued to be heckled in the streets, prompting him to form a new "I Am Not Banksy" movement. Using a cheap badge-making machine, Billy intends to create and distribute as many "I Am Not Banksy" badges as possible, and in what may prove to be a devilishly cunning plan. The idea is that if you're not Banksy, you should take an "I Am Not Banksy" badge and wear it wherever you go. If you are in fact Banksy, then you should most definitely not take a badge and not wear it wherever you go. If everyone in the world is offered a badge at some point and follows this guidance, we should eventually be able to ascertain the real identity of the artist. Billy Gannon was clearly wasted on the council. Stay tuned for updates. It's just a bit silly, isn't it? It's like funny that he leans into it, I guess. Goldie's slip-up. Before we move on to the two main suspects, it's worth noting that the cat may well have been let out of the bag during a slip-up in a podcast interview in 2017. Goldie struck it big in the 1990s when he became a prominent figure in the UK music scene, notably dabbling in jungle, drum and bass, and breakbeat hardcore. I've never heard of Goldie. I have heard of jungle, I have heard of drum and bass, I've never heard of breakbeat hardcore. It sounds like something I wouldn't enjoy, if I'm being honest. He's still pretty famous these days, although you're more likely to catch him prancing about on Strictly Come Dancing, Big Brother Come Dine With Me, and I don't know, Celebrity Pigeon Racing. It seems like he's still pretty famous these days, means he's moved on to the, Strictly Come Dancing celebrity, you did Big Brother celebrity, where it's like, okay, you're about the same level celebrity as me, aren't you? So let's just say it's like D-list. Goldie certainly seems like the kind of guy who would know the real identity of Banksy, partly because he used to be a young graffiti artist in the 1980s, but mainly because the pair of it both acknowledge that they're good friends, and Banksy claims that Goldie's street art was a major influence on his own career. During the 2007 interview in the Distraction Pieces podcast, Goldie started talking about how he felt that the real graffiti scene was still largely misunderstood by the masses, whilst it was a piece of piss to sell any old piece of merch that looked a bit like Banksy stuff. The way he put it, give me a bubble letter and put it on a t-shirt and write Banksy on it and we're sorted. Oh, we can sell it now. Just in case anyone thought he might be dissing his mate Banksy, Goldie immediately followed this up with, no disrespect to Rob, I think he's a brilliant artist. He has flipped the world of art over. Okay, that seems like He just told people his name is Robert. There was a bit of an awkward pause here in the podcast before Goldie briskly changed the subject as if nothing had happened and he hadn't revealed the first name of Banksy live on air. And get this, one of the two main suspects has the first name of Rob, so we may as well get ready to reveal the identity of Banksy in the next sentence. Oh, hang on a minute. Both of the two main suspects have the first name of Rob. Damn it. Okay, well, let's get into it. Robert 3D Delnar. You may remember right at the beginning of this video, we mentioned a Bristol graffiti artist who went by the name 3D and who helped inspire Banksy to pick up a spray can after 3D embarked upon a very different career path. That different career path involved forming the hugely acclaimed and multi-award-winning trip-hop collective Massive Attack, who went on to regularly top the UK album charts. Definitely heard of them. Didn't know what they did. It was called trip-hop though, but there you go. I can remember they briefly had to change their name to Massive for one of their biggest singles ever, Unfinished Symphony, in 1991. As they felt a band named Massive Attack wouldn't get any radio support during the ongoing Gulf War. But perhaps Robert 3D Delnar was more than just an inspiration for Banksy. Perhaps 3D was Banksy all along. Banksy and 3D have always acknowledged that they are friends. Banksy provided the foreword for 3D's 2015 book, 3D and the Art of Massive Attack, which might have been a fairly simple business negotiation if they were the same person. And it's also worth noting that Goldie and 3D are also very good friends, leading to speculation that this must surely be the Rob that Goldie accidentally mentioned in the 2017 podcast. But UK journalism graduate Craig Williams dished up some slightly more interesting evidence in 2016 when he began to draw intriguing correlations between Massive Attack gigs and the appearances of new street art from Banksy. Hello. Following rumours surfacing in Italy that Banksy and 3D were one and the same, Craig began delving into the history of both and dug up some quite incredible coincidences. Craig lists dozens of examples in which Banksy and 3D appeared to be in roughly the same location at the same time. To plug just a few examples from a very long list, Massive Attack played a show at Los Angeles Hollywood Bowl in 2006, just around a week after Banksy pulled off the Guantanamo Bay prisoner stunt in Disneyland. In 2008, 3D made a documentary on Hurricane Katrina at around the same time that Banksy was painting the streets of New Orleans. Just a few days after Massive Attack played a concert in San Francisco, no less than 6 new Banksy murals popped up in the city. Both Banksy and 3D, if they are indeed separate entities, have denied the connection. When Banksy was asked by a Bristol community magazine if he could confirm he was in fact the frontman of Massive Attack, he bluntly responded, "No, I am not." Meanwhile, 3D gave a slightly lengthier response during a later interview. He said, "It's wishful thinking. It's a good story, but sadly not true. He's a mate, and he's been able to come to some of the gigs. It's purely a matter of logistics and coincidence, nothing more than that." It's a pretty hefty list of logistics and coincidences, though, and I can't help the feeling that Robert 3D Delnar would almost certainly have been the prime suspect in the Banksy mystery if it wasn't for the other Rob. Yeah, I mean, this seems... They're mates. He could have just been going to some of his concerts. He probably was. I don't think it's definitive proof, and I think this next one is probably going to make me question it even more. So let's see.
Next.
Robin Gunningham. It looks as if Banksy's face may have been captured on camera as early as 2004. During a period when it was known that Banksy had flown to Jamaica to work on several art projects, a photograph emerged which appeared to show the artist at work in Jamaica with spray cans and stencils at his feet. You could even clearly see his face on this one. It was a picture of a fairly ordinary looking guy wearing a smile, blue shirt, and jeans. The only slight niggle is that it wasn't immediately recognizable. This was certainly no 3D or Jamie Hewlett or Neil Buchanan. It seemed to suggest that the career of Banksy was no side venture from a celebrity well known in another field. Instead, Banksy was just an unknown guy with an unfamiliar face, the kind of face that could probably hang around unseen and unnoticed at art galleries and exhibitions and auctions and movie premieres, which kind of makes a lot more sense when you think about it. The Mail on Sunday newspaper claimed to have finally identified the face in the photograph in 2015. During an impressively extensive investigation into the matter, which even involved tracking down the guy's old school friends and family, more on that in a bit, they reckoned that the face belonged to Bristol street artist Robin Gunningham. Born in 1973 in a wealthier suburb of Bristol, a young Robin actually attended a pretty expensive public school called the Bristol Cathedral, which may disappoint some Banksy fans who like to think that he was somehow born in a subway and raised by wolves. The 1989 school photograph of Rob Gunningham was dug up, which certainly seems to resemble the guy caught in the 2004 snap. Yeah, but a school photo compared to an adult. What, 1989, 11, 12, 13, 15 years? If you looked at me from 15 years ago, I'm going to look a bit different. In school photo, oh well, university photos. I'm not that young anymore.
I am old.
Apparently, the famous moniker was derived from Rob's old school name, Robin Banks, which he later shortened to Banksy. His old mates remember Robin as being an extremely gifted artist, while the former neighbor of the family home had this to say when interviewed. The family was always very nice. I don't know for sure, but I think Robin was working as a graffiti artist. He worked for other people and would disappear for months on end. He was quite nomadic. I would not go so far as to say he went off the rails, but there was some sort of rift in the family, probably because he didn't turn out quite as they'd hoped. He just disappeared after he left home. The dates certainly add up, as Robin left Bristol and moved to London in the late 90s, a move which mirrors the journey of Banksy. Just to put the newspaper investigation on pause for a moment though, it's also worth noting that around a year after the Mail on Sunday ran their story, researchers at Queen Mary University in London showed their full support for the theory when they published a report which revealed that geographic profiling backed up this idea. This method of statistical mapping is more commonly used to monitor criminals and repeat offenders. They just applied it to Banksy. Just leave the poor alone. He obviously wants to be let alone. Can't we respect that? Why do we need to know who he is so badly? Or monitor the spread of infectious diseases, but in this case the university researchers used it for the far more important task of potentially identifying a graffiti artist. Leave him alone, you bastards. The geographic profiling essentially attempted to find patterns between the locations of 140 Banksy works in Bristol and London and areas in which Robin was known to have lived or hung out. From this data, 6 key locations or hotspots were identified, including a pub, playing field, and a residential address, which appeared to suggest a strong connection between the works of Banksy and places frequented by Robin Gunningham. Co-author of the report, Steve Lacoma, told the police, "I'd be surprised if it's not Gunningham, even without our analysis, but it's interesting that the analysis offers additional support for it. It rapidly became apparent that there is only one serious suspect and everyone knows who it is." End quote. Another interesting point here is that Banksy's lawyers took the unusual step of attempting to delay publication of the report, allegedly on the grounds that it amounted to an invasion of privacy. Uh-oh, you're drawing attention to it. Although they managed to delay publication for a week, there was nothing they could do in the long term, as geographic profiling is an entirely legal process which only uses publicly available data. So let's head back to the Mail on Sunday, who are now on the hunt for people who knew Robin Gunningham. Like, I get we all want to leave him alone, but this is quite exciting reporting, isn't it? Even if it is from the bloody Mail on Sunday. They managed to find an artist called Luke Egan who used to share a house with Robin in Bristol in the 1990s, but he was pretty tight-lipped. He denied ever knowing either Robin Gunningham or Banksy, despite the fact that the electoral roll showed that he'd lived with Robin, and he was also known to have later shared an exhibition with Banksy. This is looking very hot, isn't it? Camilla Stacey, a curator of Bristol Galaxy, later bought the property in question in 2000 and confirmed that Robin had been a former talent, whilst also noting that the walls of her new pad had been covered in Banksy-esque graffiti. Finally, the Mail on Sunday tracked down Robin's long-divorced parents and presented them each with the 2004 photograph taken in Jamaica to see if it jogged any memories of their son. Their responses were peculiar. Robin's mother, Pamela, revealed that she had a daughter but did not have a son, and then went on to deny that she was Pamela Gunningham, insisting that the electoral roll must be wrong. Holy this is him.
This is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is exactly, I don't mean to sound like Cat Williams, but this is exactly what I've been waiting for.
This is way too suspicious. You're drawing way too much attention to me. Like, yeah, maybe. I mean, probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Just brush it off. Come on, don't be like, I'm not Simon. Who's Simon? I have no children. Don't be like that. It looks very suspicious. Robin's father, Peter, claimed not to recognize the man in the photograph and stated with a shrug, "I can't help you, really." That's the correct response. Well done, Robin's father, Peter. But the Mail on Sunday felt that Peter's tone was bordering on the playful. Oh, so it's like, I can't help you. Really, I can't. I couldn't help you. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't help you. My son, Banksy? Ugh, never. What are you talking about? It's impossible. I'll be very proud of him if he was, though. I'm not entirely sure how I'd react if a random stranger knocked on my door and asked if I was the father of a mysterious guy in a photograph. Depending on my mood, I'd suspect I'd either react with comical bafflement or just chase them down the driveway with a mop. I feel like these parents who've been sworn to secrecy by their son or whatever, and then someone comes, they're just expecting it. At some point, someone's going to come to the door and it's like, I'm with the Mail on Sunday. Do you know this person? There's only one thing that's about. They know it. And Peter's like, hey! Okay. In the case of Robin's parents, neither of them appeared to raise an eyebrow, almost as if they had been expecting this question to be asked one day. Oh, it's this dude, isn't it? It does seem that Robin Gunningham is the most likely suspect of all, even if it still can't be definitively proven. Art experts seem to be leaning towards this theory with their wallets, as a Banksy style piece attributed to Robin Gunningham recently sold at auction for £4,000, which is a pretty high price tag for a completely unknown artist. £4,000. if I'd have been there, I'd have bid for that. Because at some point, his identity will be revealed, and that will be worth a whole lot more money. Oh my, £4,000? I do think it's him. Yeah, no, I'd pay $4,000 for that, for sure. I'd pay more than that. Of course, this is all be an elaborate web of deceit set up by Banksy himself to throw us all off the scent. And there's another quick theory, which I have to admit I find compelling most of all. Oh no, Danny, I just said I'd buy this guy's art, and now you're like, it's not that. It's not him. I tricked you, Simon.
You've just been pranked, you idiot.
And also, other cool thing about that is, like, art is about, like, interest. Like, I've got, like, different pieces of art on the wall, and they've, like, been bought at different times or given to me at different times. And they're all, like, you know, not generic. They're, like, things I like. And there's always a little story behind it. And having that piece of art on the wall, that's a cool story. Whoever's got that, I'll give you $5,000 for it. Banksy is legion. When the UK journalism graduate Craig Williams first drew a strong connection between Massive Attack frontman 3D and Banksy, he actually felt a bit miffed that the press had largely dismissed the bigger theory that he was proposing. Banksy is not just one artist, he's a collective of artists, quite possibly led by 3D. Craig later complains, "I'm pretty annoyed how this has come out as me basically saying that it's 3D. I wanted to focus more on the idea that it's a group of artists who share common themes, mirroring the idea suggested in Shakespeare scholarship circles that a large body of work was done by many hands rather than one. It makes sense on many levels. It's clear that Banksy must at least have several accomplices. Some of his bigger and more ambitious pieces of work would have been impossible to carry out quickly, single-handedly. And the fact that he's managed to create so many different pieces of work all around the world in relatively short periods of time makes you wonder if it's not always the same guy or gal holding the spray paints and stencils. If we were to consider the case closed on the grounds that Robin Gunningham is clearly Banksy, we would be completely disregarding the curious geographical coincidences relating to 3D and the suggestion that Tank Girl creator Jamie Hewlett appears to have a financial connection with every commercial enterprise involving Banksy. Well, one, I think it is a coincidence because he's a fan of his music and they occasionally travel together as mates. And two, the financial connections have never been revealed. It's just some dude saying there are financial connections. I think it's Cunningham. Maybe Banksy's original gang or art collective Dry Bread's crew never actually split up and Banksy never went solo at all. It's just that the crew adopted a new name. Maybe the Banksy collective includes Robin Gunningham, 3D, Jamie Hewlett, Neil Buchanan, and the female artist who appeared in the documentary. Maybe it included King Robbo before his death. And maybe it even includes former councillor Billy Gannon. No, scrap that last one. Billy Gannon is definitely not Banksy. He's got a badge to prove it. But I still reckon that the idea of Banksy being a collective rather than an individual is the most likely theory you have to go on. I think it's Gunningham! Danny, we're on a different page. I mentioned at the beginning of the script, it's quite amazing how Banksy has managed to keep his secret for so long. It probably wouldn't do his career much good if it was conclusively proven that he was just some guy called Rob. For starters, he could potentially be arrested for hundreds of acts of vandalism, but I feel that another factor at play here is that most of his fans and admirers don't actually want the mystery to be solved. Yeah, just leave him alone. They don't want Banksy to be unmasked as a children's TV presenter or a former public schoolboy who used to play hockey with his middle-class chums. They don't want the legend of a heroic subversive street crusader to be peeled away, even if the evidence ever proved to be overwhelming. In a way, his fans are complicit in helping to keep the secret. It's better to keep the enigma and the mystique intact. With that in mind, I implore you to forget everything you've just heard and pretend that, much like most of Banksy's original artwork, this video does not exist. Yes, thank you for being here today. I do think it's that Rob guy. I wish I'd bought that piece of art by him. I'm pretty I feel it's that dude. I really feel it's that dude. Anyway, thank you so much for watching or listening. If you're listening as a podcast, please leave a review. That would be fantastic. If you're enjoying the show, smash that like button on YouTube, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers. In this case, Katie has written me a script that we're going to decode. The legend of the Chupacabra, separating myth from reality. I'm not really... Chupacabra, I don't really know much about it. I feel that this is quite an American one, isn't it? It's like, or Mexican? Is it Mexican, the Chupacabra? I don't know very much about this. What I do know is there's probably not a lot of reality. Is it a goat? Does it eat goats? There's something to do with goats. I'm pretty sure. It doesn't matter. Let's just jump in, shall we? What is something that our cryptid friends have in common? We're talking Bigfoot, Nessie, the Yeti, and chumps. Well, let me guess, they're not real. I'd say that apart from the stories that have been passed down about the creatures, the whole otherworldly appeal of them is that there has never been much in the way of physical evidence proving their existence. No bodies, nothing useful like hair or poop, no good videos or even photos that can't be explained as hoaxes. Of course, lack of evidence doesn't definitively prove anything, but what if there was a cryptid with not just hundreds of verified victims to its name, but also multiple sightings that have been caught on camera? Really? Does it even count as a cryptid anymore? Let's investigate the story of El Chupacabra. Okay. Shows how little I know about this. Maybe this is a real thing. Surely it's like, if there's like victims and stuff, it's some other beast. I mean, or maybe the Chupacabra is just some... I don't know. Look, I don't know anything about this, so let's just carry on. I'm open to be persuaded that it's real, though. Always. I'm excited for something to be real. So far, I don't really believe in very much. A lot of the more well-known cryptids have become popular because they are figures that have existed in our cultural and oral history for a long time. Large human-like apes such as Bigfoot pop up all over the world under various names, and stories of these creatures can be traced back sometimes many hundreds of years. The Loch Ness Monster was thought to potentially be a surviving plesiosaur, meaning its ancestry would have gone back for millions of years. That's not the case for today's subject, though. While you might be familiar with the Latin American Chupacabra and assume it's a long-standing member of the gang, this fella definitely is the new kid on the monster block, as it only came crashing into the public awareness in the mid-1990s. It's so recent. This means it's younger than Jurassic Park, the Mighty Morphing Power Rangers, and even Simon Whistler. That's right. Feeling old.
I am old.
How old are you?
16. I'm my grandmother.
Jurassic Park. I remember seeing that as a kid. 1993, Jurassic Park? I was 6. Okay. So how did the legend of the Chupacabra begin? Let's start with its name. It's pretty good and fun to say, especially if you're using a scary voice. Let's try that again. Chupacabra. Chupacabra? Chupacabro. Blah, blah, blah. Translated from Spanish, the verb chupar means to suck, so those little lollipops called chupa chups mean sucky suck. Well, that makes sense. Well, maybe they do. That's my own translation. Okay. Well, are they actually Spanish, or is chupa chups could just be some brand? Anyway, cabra means goat. I knew there was something to do with goats. Doesn't cabron mean goat? Cabra? I don't know. So put it together and what do you have? Goat sucker. And what is a goat sucker, you might be wondering? Well, according to many people, starting in Puerto Rico and eventually hopping across to mainland America, both south and north, it's an aggressive, creepy-looking monster that first came to the public's attention after a series of brutal attacks on goats where the lifeblood was literally drained out of them. What is lifeblood? How is the lifeblood? Lifeblood implies like something spiritual, but it's just blood, because blood gives you life. While not solely a goat sucker, the Chupacabra also attacked and killed a variety of other livestock. However, Chupapolo, chicken sucker, or Chupaganado, cattle sucker, doesn't have the same ring to it. Chupacabra. The credit for this catchy name has been given to Silverio Perez, a comedian from Puerto Rico who was commenting on the news reports of the animal attacks going on at the time. In 1995, Puerto Rico was suffering from a barrage of strange attacks on farm animals and livestock, with an article in the Washington Post from December of that year stating that by some estimates, over 1,000 animals had been killed, and locals were terrified that attacks on humans wouldn't be too far behind. People started seeing the creature behind the attacks, which was described by one witness, Misael Negron, as 3 or 4 feet tall with skin like that of a dinosaur. It's somehow creepier that it's small, like this tiny little dinosaur creature. In my mind, it's bigger than me. Like, it would stand at, like, I don't know, 8 foot or something. That's what I imagine a Chupacabra is, even though I have no idea what a Chupacabra is. But it's always bigger in my mind. It's kind of like Yeti-sized. The Yeti is the Bigfoot size. It had bright red eyes the size of hen's eggs, long fangs, and multicolored spikes down its head and back. It sounds like a mini dinosaur. Madeline Tolentino saw the creature too and provided the description for what would become the best-known eyewitness version of the creature. She said it was like a kangaroo without a tail, and according to writer and investigator Benjamin Radford, the beast she saw had dark eyes that went up to the temples and spread around the sides. It was a biped approximately 4 feet tall that had thin arms and legs with 3 fingers or toes at the end of each. It had no ears or nose, but instead 2 small air holes and long spikes down its back. Sounds cool. It sounds creepy. Also, how do you know? Like, you would just be like terrified of this thing. You're not counting its toes and fingers, are you? While this may sound fantastical, the idea that a mystery animal or potentially extraterrestrial creature was feasting on Puerto Rican goats really got under some people's skin. Even a vet who investigated some of the killings was perplexed by what he was seeing. Carlos Soto was quoted as saying, "In each case, the cause of death were 2 deep puncture wounds under the right side of the neck. The wounds extended into the animal's brains, killing them instantly." Oh my, those are some big teeth. They weren't compatible with the bite of a dog, a monkey, or any animal I've ever studied. Intriguing. The attacks were affecting so many people in Puerto Rico's rural communities that the mayor, who was known as Kimo Soto, I don't know if he was related to the vet or not, took a posse of around 200 people, including armed police, prison guards, and normal members of the public, into the forest on some sort of beast hunting safari, using a goat in a cage as bait. This just sounds really dangerous. Everyone's just getting their guns and going into the forest to look for a monster. They're going to end up killing each other by accident. Did they find the chupacabra? Luckily for the sacrificial goat, they did not, but that didn't stop Mayor Soto organizing more expeditions as time went on. He firmly believed that this thing was real, or at least there was something out there that was behind all the animal deaths. Yeah, it's totally believable. It could be like a wolf with big fangs or something weird. Like, I definitely don't think it's extraterrestrial. It could be some, like, just mutant wolf baby or something. I don't know. After a while, these attacks died down, and it seems that the chupacabra migrated to mainland South America with a spate of animal attacks and sightings of a strange creature across Chile in the spring of the year 2000. The creature was said to be hairy and humanoid with large glowing eyes. It was also described as reptilian, with some witnesses even saying it had wings. Maybe this is some crazy cryptid crossover, and what these people were seeing wasn't the chupacabra, but actually the Mothman. There's an episode on the Mothman somewhere in the DTU back catalogue if you want to check that out. This made me want to catch up with the Mothman, which is a live stream of the Mothman statue, to see what's going on in Mount Pleasant, and after only 4 minutes, a group of 3 people were checking the statue, so I guess Mothy is still going strong. I've totally forgotten what that's all about. There's a Mothman. There is a Mothman statue, right? And there's people... Okay. Just, you spent 4 minutes watching the Mothman statue? Okay. Now I kind of want to go look up the Mothman statue, though. Anyway, back to the chupacabra. Some of these sightings in Chile are quite hilarious, by the way, with one reported witness describing the creature as looking like a centaur without a nose, about 90 centimeters in height. A little noseless centaur. How cute. The chupacabra had also developed a liking for dogs at that point, as most of the reports detail seeing dead dogs or bloodless dogs nearby. Also, interestingly, multiple witnesses began linking NASA to the situation. Okay. It's just like, let's throw in some more ridiculousness. Why not? Side note, for some reason I thought NASA stood for North American Space Agency, and I literally just found out that it stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Oh, no, I definitely knew that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I knew that. Now I don't know if someone asked me. Okay, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Yeah, I feel like I knew that. I was closing my eyes and seeing if I could remember it. It seems like I'm not the only one who just likes randomly admitting gaps in my knowledge while reading scripts. Thank you, Katie. You make me feel better. Thank you. Anyway, in May of 2000, witnesses confirmed that they saw 3 captured creatures, presumably chupacabras, being loaded into containers that had been specifically flown in. The containers were marked NASA on the sides. It was also claimed that eggs had been found. A reporter from Chile's EFE news agency called Marcel Campos Maza wrote, "Residents of Calama and nearby communities continued to blame NASA for the apparitions and attacks of the mysterious chupacabras, which had killed many farm animals in the region and other parts of Chile, their bodies completely exsanguinated and undevoured by the mysterious predator." It said that the captured animal was kept all day at the regiment's barracks until NASA experts arrived to take it away. Look, if NASA wants to keep this under wraps, which you can presume they would, because otherwise they'd be like, yeah, we came and took the chupacabras away, maybe they would do it without the cages that had NASA spray painted on the side, because the people at NASA don't have tiny brains. Chileans then started accusing NASA of having created the chupacabra through genetic experiments, which eventually escalated to the point of NASA having to officially respond to the claims. You might be unsurprised to hear that they denied them. Why do you even reply, NASA? Isn't this the sort of thing where you're like, don't reply? Just, it's ridiculous. By replying, it even somehow gives it some insane amount of legitimacy, which obviously it doesn't in any way. But it's like, why are you replying, NASA? Just don't reply. Just ignore it.
Blocked and reported.
Anytime people just ignore it and it goes away. Now the chupacabra decided to pack its stuff into a little cloth and tie it to the end of a stick and head off to pastures new, North America, to be precise. What is it with that? Like, I've got that in my mind now. You remember, like, it was something that I'd always I haven't thought about since I was a childhood. But like when people would pack up and move away, they'd like wrap their belongings in a cloth, put it on the end of a stick, and then carry it over their shoulder while tied to a stick. Is that an efficient way to carry things or something? It just seems a little bit ridiculous. It was falsely identified in 2003 when a photo went viral on the early internet showing a man holding up a gross, weird-looking decapitated creature's head. I don't know why this was ever attached to Chupacabra, as it looks more humanoid than animal, but it did stoke rumors for a while. I hope people looked into that dude. He's got just a humanoid head. Until the slightest amount of research proved that it was just part of an artist called Charlie White's In a Matter of Days exhibit, and the head itself was an artificial prop. Good, glad they checked that out. The picture is called Highland Park if you want to look it up. After lying low for a few years, the actual Chupacabra pops up in 2004 and gets back to its bloodthirsty ways, attacking animals all over the place from Texas to Maine. However, it also seems to take on a totally new look. From here on out, the Chupacabra is described as walking or running on 4 legs, rather than the bipedal version from Puerto Rico. The glowing eyes don't feature as prominently, and wings don't appear at all anymore. As for the back spikes, forget about it. This version is more dog or wolf-like, with sharp fangs and claws, but usually isn't hairy at all. And here's where the Chupacabra breaks from the pack of do they exist cryptids to the what the heck is that mainstream. In 2007, Phyllis Canyon from Texas had been plagued by a series of deaths in a chicken coop. In total, she lost 28 chickens, all attacked at the throat, but left where they fell. She then found the corpse of a mysterious creature that looked like nothing she'd ever seen before. According to the Huffington Post, the strange beast, quote, weighed about 40 pounds with steel blue eyes, a snout with an overbite, and strange skin closer to an elephant's epidermis than the hair associated with canines like wolves or coyotes. It only had 3 toes on each front paw and many fewer teats, marking it out as different from a typical canine. Because of the weird color of the skin and eyes, it garnered the nickname of the Texas Blue Dog, and Canyon had it taxidermied to put in her living room where it resides to this day. Oh my. That's weird.
All right, that's just a little weird.
A similar-looking beast was taxidermied in 2009, again in Texas. This time, the body was found after someone left out poison after another run on a chicken house. Jerry Iyer, a taxidermist who is extremely familiar with dead coyotes, stuffing between 50 and 20 every year. Taxidermying that's a weird job. Is convinced it wasn't your common or garden canine. Quote, the footpads are different. They're rather bulbous, and this has longer legs by a few inches. It has a little fuzz around the feet, almost like little socks of fur, and there's a little hair up the backbone. Very odd looking. Another Chupacabra was photographed running off in 2019 near Houston in Texas again. I mean, this thing has been spotted in more places than Texas, but these seem to be the best documented examples. A quick Google search, however, brings up similar examples in Oklahoma, both Carolinas, and Kansas. In 2022, a weird figure was spotted outside the Amarillo Zoo, again in Texas, leading some people to suggest it was the OG version of the Chupacabra, back to reclaim its rightful spot. Okay. Hello. It's a creepy looking thing, isn't it? But it could just be a person. I mean, it does look very humanoid. It's a very blurry picture, taken at night. I assume we're showing a bit of it on the screen right now. Zoom right in on that. I mean, I just think that's kind of like a blurry person with long hair, and it looks like it's got a snout and ears and stuff. But that just could be artifacting on the camera, or something like that. That's not very compelling, is it? So what's going on? We have eyewitness accounts, we have videos, we have photographs, we even have actual bodies of things people think are Chupacabras, which is 1,000,000 times more evidence than we have for any other cryptid. And yet Chupacabras are still counted in the list of mythical or pseudoscientific animals. Why is that? Well, I guess it's time to get on with some decoding. Yeah, okay, it does seem that something's going on here. I don't think it's some new species that we haven't discovered. I think it's probably just like weird versions of current species that are just like weren't made properly. Chupacabras are real. Kind of. Here's the main takeaway. Chupacabras are sort of real. And I don't mean that in an oh my god, they finally admitted a legendary monster is real kind of way. I mean it more in a there are real creatures sucking on goats and they may look a bit weird but they aren't actually supernatural kind of way. Sorry about that. So let's go back to the start. While I'm sure the wild animals have been preying on livestock for all time, why did this behavior suddenly start spooking people out in Puerto Rico so much that even the mayor was convinced that some sort of paranormal creature was involved? It's really a combination of things. First, it was the large number of attacks on goats, chicken, cattle, and dogs, where the animals would be killed, but not eaten. Then the vet reported some weird injuries on his victims, and this, coupled with a few sightings of a very strange sounding creature, rang those alien alarm bells like nobody's business. In reality, though, we can explain the panic in Puerto Rico as a mix of hysteria and exaggeration, with a few animal deaths thrown in as well. Yes, farm animals and other livestock were being attacked, but was it by a thing that looked like a spiky kangaroo with glowing eyes? No. This part of the story is actually pretty funny, as it shows how far our memories can be influenced or tricked into conflating things or just misremembering or creating our own realities if we're not sure what we're seeing. It also shows how urban legends are born. So the Chupacabra was on the loose in Puerto Rico in 1995. Do you remember what other supernatural creature was on the loose across movie screens worldwide in 1995? That was Syl from Species. Oh, I've never seen Species. It's a sci-fi movie, right? Let's take a look at how the witness Madeline Tolentino described her Chupacabra and compare it against the human-alien hybrid creature from the movie. Quote, dark eyes that went up the temples and spread around the sides. Check. Thin arms and legs. Check. No ears or nose, but instead 2 small air holes and long spikes down its back. Well, Syl had ears in the alien form, but apart from that, checkity check check. Yeah. Okay, so she's just conflating. She's seen the movie, she was scared, and she's like, oh my god, I saw that creature from the movie in my backyard! What sort of... How can you be so irrational to not be like, oh no, it's not real, it's a movie? Like, what? So could Madeline have been, perchance, influenced by the creature she saw in the movie, and when confronted with a wild animal in the dark, mixed the two up in her mind a bit and came up with the first version of the Chupacabra? This is also giving her the benefit of the doubt that she didn't just blatantly make up the whole sighting and intentionally used Syl as a basis for her Chupacabra's description. When interviewed, she said she had seen the film quite recently, so one can only assume that the image was still in the forefront of her mind. It's not exactly like the creature in the film, of course. Madeline said her version only had 3 fingers or toes and was only about 4 feet tall, but if you're staring at an alien creature, would you really take time to notice or count how many appendages it had? Exactly like I said! She also doesn't give consistent descriptions of the Chupacabra. For example, when interviewed by Benjamin Radford, she described it as having thin arms and legs, but in a piece by the Washington Post called Mystery Creature Ravages Puerto Rican Livestock, it says Tolentino noted a web-like film hanging beneath its short, pudgy arms. I mean, keep your story straight, woman. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's making it up. I just think she's getting things confused in her mind and then misremembering because memories are imperfect. And eyewitness accounts it's not enough. It's nowhere close to enough. They're always just wrong. Or not always. They're always wrong. I mean, not wrong, but like often misremembered. On a side note, I saw Species when it came out on video as I had a sleepover for my 15th birthday, and I went to our local video store to get 2 of the most lurid 15-rated films my friend and I could find. We didn't even have a Blockbuster in my town, it was an Apollo video store. We came back with Species and a film starring Helen Mirren called The Hawk. I don't remember much about either, but check out the cover image of The Hawk. It looks pretty bad, I wouldn't see this. Although Helen Mirren's rather good. I don't think this was the version we found, but can you blame us for wanting to watch it? It's also currently... yeah, it looks pretty bad. It's also currently rated 5.4 on IMDb, so this picture is probably better than having to sit through the whole thing. I do recall that my mum kept coming into the living room during any rude bits in Species, which was kind of embarrassing, and then years later, while poking around in our video cupboard, which also now held DVDs, I found a copy of Species tucked away near the back, which I can only assume was my dad's. Luckily, that was the only even slightly rated thing I ever found in the cupboard, but at the time I remember thinking, ooh, Dad... back to the Chupacabra. There was another witness to the strange animal saying it had multicolored spikes and large glowing red eyes, but he's been dropped from the main storyline as, for whatever reason, Madeline Tolentino's slightly different version got picked up and repeated by more media outlets. So, we've got a good explanation for how the alien creature entered the narrative, but this also leaves us with a couple of questions. Namely, what was actually causing the attacks, and also, what did Madeline Tolentino really see, if anything? I'm going to tackle the last question first. If Tolentino did see something strange that night and didn't just make it up, it's apparently possible that she might have seen an escaped monkey and her brain hadn't been able to put it into context. Rhesus macaques, or rhesus monkeys, were living in the wild of the Puerto Rican forest at the time. While originally brought to the island for research purposes, I dread to think, decades before some escaped, and there's a wild population to this day. So maybe Tolentino saw one of those in the dark and made up the rest, consciously or unconsciously. Yeah, whatever she saw... I believe this is what happened. I don't know if it's a monkey, but she saw something and then she added extra bits. This also helps us answer the first question of what was actually attacking all of these animals. While monkeys don't usually prey on larger animals like goats and cattle, it's possible that an individual or a group could potentially do this. Who knows what weird stuff they were subjected to in the labs. Other candidates include wild dogs and mongooses. In fact, the mongoose is the prime suspect, according to John Downs, a researcher for the Center for Fortean Zoology. One of their mission statements is, investigate and research mysterious animals around the world with scientific rigor, which sounds a bit like a waste of money, but their research comes in handy for me in this case. I don't know, like researching weird animals around the world, that sounds like, science.
It's science.
I think looking for cryptids, like looking for Nessie, that's a waste of money, that's a waste of time, but these seem to be like doing real science, which is nice. In Benjamin Radford's book, Tracking the Chupacabra, the Vampire Beast in Fact, Fiction and Folklore, Downs is interviewed and says that in the early 1990s, Puerto Rico was having rat issues, and the population of the mongoose rose as there was so much prey around. When the mongooses ended up eating most of the rats, they didn't have enough natural prey left to maintain their newly enlarged population, so started attacking things like chickens and goats instead. As mongoose numbers eventually returned to normal, there have been no more attacks attributed to the chupacabra. Puerto Rican zoologist Edward Velasquez also concluded that mongooses and wild dogs were more than likely behind the chupacabra attacks. But what about the blood being sucked out of the poor dead animal? Well, that seems to have been a bit of good old-fashioned sensationalism. Yeah, this is like immediately where I go to. It's like, yeah, well, all of their blood wasn't drained. Or maybe it was drained, like pumped out their body, like what would happen if you slit something's neck. The heart's gonna pump all that blood into a big puddle that would then seep into the ground, and it would look like the animal's got no blood in it, but it does. And it wasn't sucked out and into some creature's body. Also, if you just drink lots of blood, don't you get that iron poisoning disease or something? When tests and analyses of some of the dead animals were done, none were found to be drained of blood. If you see a dead animal lying on the ground with holes in its throat but no obvious blood around it, and you've heard there's a vampiric alien on the loose, you're probably going to add another stroke to the tally. It's not like people were going to autopsy every dead goat or chicken they found. Farmers in Puerto Rico ain't got the time or the money for that. I know that vet I mentioned, Carlos Soto, said that there were teeth marks like nothing he'd ever seen, etc., but how many dead animals is he really going to study? Maybe he just had a couple that happened to have been killed by humans in a nasty way, or maybe he was just making it up to add to the story. I couldn't really find out much else about what he had to say, but the rest of the evidence, or lack thereof, speaks for itself. Not one real example of an exsanguinated animal was brought forth, so I think we can safely say that the chupacabra of mid-1990s Puerto Rico was just some other animal and a couple of people's very vivid imaginations. Moving on, let's take a look at the Chilean examples in the year 2000. This is where it also went a bit conspiracy mad and NASA somehow got linked with the story. This one's like, the first one, I think Katie's absolutely nailed it with that explanation right there. And this second one's just like, oh, come on, it's not NASA. It's people's imaginations. Show me some photos of these mysterious NASA crates picking up aliens in Chile. It's like, come on, show me some photos, show me some evidence, show me something that is not people making up stories, please.
What fucking evidence do you have?
The chupacabra attacks here seemed mostly to be on dogs rather than livestock, with the creature being described as something more akin to the Mothman or Jersey Devil of other cryptid lore. And again, autopsies aren't usually done on every dead dog you find lying on the street, so it's not possible to confirm whether they had their blood sucked out or not. I think this is just another case of a spate of animal deaths being linked to something supernatural because you either buy into the current story going around or you just do it for the lols. The descriptions given of the so-called chupacabra in Chile are pretty far outside of what is described in Puerto Rico, so I don't even know if it's relevant to this episode. The NASA connection is pretty funny though. For one, what the heck has NASA got to do with anything in Chile? Even if the NA stood for North American, as I foolishly thought, Chile, it's not in North America! So what would they be doing flying chupacabra eggs around in marked containers? Let's just say, on this one, let's just say that there's plenty of non-conspiracies where North American governmental organizations were definitely very involved in South America. And it wasn't NASA. It was a 3-letter one, beginning with a C, ending in an A, and having an I in the middle. The CIA, I don't know what I'm like. It's like well-known and established facts. And what does an Aeronautical and Space Administration have to do with a weird unidentifiable animal? Oh, I don't know, Katie, because it's an alien. Unless it really was an alien, or as some thought, an alien's pet, maybe. Oh my god, come on. The idea that aliens have pets. We would be the aliens' pets. Does NASA have any kind of jurisdiction over alien things going on in other countries? I have no idea, but I doubt it. They even started to be accused of carrying out genetic experiments on the chupacabras, or even having created them themselves. Again, I don't think this is the sort of thing that NASA does. They're pretty busy doing aviation and space stuff, so probably don't have time to branch off into genetically engineering vampiric noseless creatures. Oh, come on, Katie. That's what the government wants you to believe. You may think this is laughable, I do, but it got so much attention that NASA had to issue an official statement. NASA, why? Just ignore it, NASA.
All you gotta do is walk away.
It seems that spokesman Brian Welch was pretty used to having to refute NASA's involvement in suspicious events, saying, before this, it was the face on Mars, and before that, it was modifying the weather. Before that, we were beaming radiation from satellites to make people impotent. Before that, they were saying we faked the moon landing. A spokesperson at NASA's job is never done. But isn't that just a convenient way of covering up this latest thing as yet another crackpot conspiracy theory? Well, yeah, because it's a crackpot conspiracy theory. Welch then went on to say, if you were persuaded to believe that sort of thing, you'd blame the last person you would go to for confirmation of it. I mean, people who believe this sort of thing certainly aren't beating down the door to ask us about it. What? I find this a bit confusing. Is he saying people are blaming NASA because they aren't going to directly ask them about it? But they did, and they have, and here you are, Brian, talking directly about it, but not really outright denying anything, which seems suspicious. Yeah, I don't. Maybe Brian is such a big brain that he's saying something that I don't and Katie don't understand, because he works for NASA. Although he is the spokesman for NASA, he's not exactly a rocket scientist, is he? But that statement does seem very confusing. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Brian. Okay, so let's move on to the North American version of the chupacabra. Gone are the wings and standing on two legs. It's now more like a weirdly coloured dog that definitely has a nose. And here's where we can finally bust this myth wide open. Oh, Katie, I feel like we've already done that, haven't we? In North America, at least, what people have come to refer to as the chupacabra is basically a mangy old coyote. How disappointing. I'm sorry, but it's true. And if one you see isn't full-on coyote, it's some crossbreed of a coyote and a wolf or similar. I did not know that coyotes and wolves could crossbreed. That sounds terrifying. I mean, only because wolves are terrifying. Coyotes are terrifying, but not like to the same level as a wolf. Although I don't really know anything about coyotes. I just don't see them as dangerous as wolves. So I guess like a wolf coyote would be a slightly less dangerous wolf. But any sort of thing that's close to a wolf, I'm scared of. Except for small dogs, but I still don't like them. Not all small dogs. Just like those yappy small dogs, the ankle-biting small dogs. Here's how we know. There are multiple videos and photos of this iteration of the chupacabra, so most people can tell just by looking at it that it's definitely a canine of some sort. So why doesn't it have any fur, or just tufts in random places? Well, unfortunately, this poor old coyote is suffering from scabies, which in canines means there are mites burrowing into its skin, which causes its fur to fall out. That's horrible. The mites are burrowing into its skin? Its skin is gross to look at and will probably eventually kill it, as the animal can't hunt in its normal fashion. The loss of hair and its crusty skin is known as mange, and in the wild, it's coyotes and foxes that suffer from it the most. I know mange. I've heard of mange. I feel like I know what mange looks like. I didn't realize it was from little bugs burrowing into their skin and causing their hair to fall out, which is horrible. That then leads us to the goat-sucking part of the legend. A wild animal that's infested with mites and then suffering from knock-on effects such as dehydration and infections can't effectively hunt, so it'll go for easy targets like goats, chickens, and larger, slower prey that is easier to attack, regardless of whether the coyote can actually eat it or not. The prey is not dragged away as the coyote doesn't really have the strength anymore. It's also worth pointing out that coyotes, dogs, etc. can't actually suck blood out of anything. They could lap it up, but think about your dog trying to suck something with its funny snout on the end of its face. It just can't do it. Oh yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah, dogs and cats lap, like, which is weird. Like, whereas we drink, which seems much more efficient. The taxidermied Texas blue dog was held up as an example of a real-life chupacabra, but really the only person championing it was the woman who found it, Phyllis Canyon. Some of her chickens were attacked, and when she later found the dead animal, she linked it to the chupacabra with some pretty holy logic. Her brother worked with Hispanic farmhands, and when she mentioned that her chickens had been bitten and then she found this weird creature, he offered up the theory of El Chupacabra, as that was apparently something his Hispanic farmers talked about. Canyon has steadfastly claimed her chickens were drained of blood, but there's no evidence that she had a necroscopy done which would confirm that. I don't know what a necroscopy is. Let's have a quick look up. A rarely used form for autopsy. Okay, there we go. I thought it was maybe something specific to do with, like, the blood sucking. What is more likely is that she saw a chicken had been bitten, and because it hadn't bled much, she just assumed that it had no blood left, which I think is a common misconception with these attacks. If something's had its throat savaged, but the body has been left on the ground with no big pool of blood, people have leapt to the conclusion the body must be drained of blood, rather than, presumably there's still a lot of blood inside the body that hasn't leaked out of this small wound. Yeah, my thought was it's, like, soaked into the ground or whatever, but yeah, I guess, like, if the heart stops, it just pools in the body, right? It's not going to all drain. Carrion kept refuting that it could be a mangy coyote, as it was apparently completely bald with no hair at all, although she said that it had a strip of hair down its back that could have looked like the spikes of the Puerto Rican version of the chupacabra. So her story just doesn't stay straight. She also described it as having 3 toes, but in photos of it you can clearly see that it's got 4. Canyon apparently made some good money off of her finds and even had a merchandise website at one point, although I wasn't able to find it, so it must have been taken down. Yeah. Oh look, money got involved with this story. What a surprise. Benjamin Radford mentioned it in his book, saying she sold things like a 2-tone 14-karat gold and sterling silver chupacabra charm for $35 and up, as well as your bog standard t-shirts and hats. Okay, hustle that hustle right there. In case you're wondering, an actual DNA test was done on a blue dog and it came back as a coyote, so there you go. Well, that's case closed then, isn't it? Boom, done. I guess Canyon is just someone who doesn't let the boring truth get in the way of a good story. Conclusion. This whole thing is a very modern myth, crafted around real-life events with real-life animals behind it. It just took on a supernatural spin that people ran with, and now the chupacabra exists as a newly minted cryptid with all the trappings that come with it. This includes a recent movie called Chupa, about a baby chupacabra which is extremely floofy and has wings, so basically not conforming to either the canonical chupacabras in its history, unless you count the Chilean one. I didn't sit through it myself, 5.5 on IMDb. I like how Katie always goes to IMDb for the movie ratings. I always go to Rotten Tomatoes first, because I feel IMDb, everything sits between 5 and 8. Doesn't it? Like, this movie's probably not good, but it still gets a 5.5. Let's look it up on Rotten Tomatoes. What do you think? I'm going to say it gets 31 from the audience and 23 from the critics. 31 and 23. 31 audience. Ooh, it does better. 65. Oh, this is a good... Okay, it's not a good movie, but somehow the critics give this movie a higher rating. Oh, this looks old. How old is this? 2023. Really? That CGI does not look that great, and that kid looks like he has a very early 2000s haircut. Okay, the critics liked it. 68%. Audience 62. Okay then. But my son reported back that it was really fun. Oh, it's a kids movie. Okay, my daughter's a bit more discerning, however, and she said it was sucky like the name. Good one, girl. So after researching this cryptid, we can conclude that anything that looks kind of like a bald coyote is just that. I suppose it's hard for people to immediately identify it, as we're used to seeing animals covered in fur, so they're much smaller and weirder looking without it. In a way, because of their condition and therefore the change in their appearance and normal patterns of behavior, these poor mange-ridden canines have basically become what we now call chupacabras, strange-looking dog creatures that attack livestock. As for whatever it was hanging around the Amarillo Zoo, though, I have no idea. But if it's the original chupacabra come back to restake its claim, we should probably loop NASA into the situation as soon as possible. Yes, I'm sure NASA will definitely care. This has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown. So the chupacabra is basically just a mangy dog, a mangy coyote. What a surprise! It's not real. Oh my! Oh, I was hoping it, at the beginning it was like, maybe this will be the one. Maybe this is the cryptid that exists. But it's just a mangy dog. Thank you for being here. If you enjoy the show, like, subscribe. If you're listening as a podcast, please leave a review, and I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. One of my writers, in this case Ilza, has written me a script, The Quest for the Holy Grail. I've never read this before, that's the format of the show, so let's just jump in, shall we? I'm Simon, by the way. It's nice to have you with me. In the dark... I don't know why I said that. I just wanted to sound more professional than usual. In In the darkest of the Dark Ages, holy relics were more than mere trinkets. Spending time in the presence of a holy relic could ensure a longer life, heal any ailments, forgive sins, and shorten the time the medieval man or woman would spend in purgatory. Oh God, the past was the worst. In a time before medical science, I could see the appeal for the entrepreneurial charlatan. There was much money to be made in relics from the Holy Lands brought to Europe by knights returning from the Crusades, and a roaring trade in relics of varying degrees of authenticity swept the known world. Splinters from the true cross, bones from saints, burial shrouds, they all did the rounds. And many of these relics can still be seen in churches today, even though most of them were fake, right? It's not like that's the nail from the cross or something like that. Is that actually real? There was the Shroud of Turin, right, when people were like, yeah, Jesus' face was wrapped in that or something. And then they were like, no, we tested it. It's not. This was never wrapped around someone's face. It's just a coincidence that there's a face on there. And that's it. And people are still like, oh, it could be real. It's like science has shown it's not real. People are like, yeah, but I don't want to believe. It's like, okay, go ahead.
I believe.
While the Ark of the Covenant is probably the most elusive relic of all time, it's the Holy Grail that really captures the collective imagination. There are around 200 cups, platters, chalices, and other vessels, all claiming the honor of being the one and only Holy Grail in circulation today, while the modern-day charlatan has moved on to something more stable like Bitcoin legend. Yeah, I was in that first paragraph where it was talking about, oh yeah, trinkets that do this, they got magical healing powers. And I'm like, oh yeah, people still do that today. Except it'll be like, what's this do? Oh, it's a dongle. And it protects you from 5G radiation. So, ooh, okay, how much is it? £500? Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, that seems like a good investment. Because while we've moved on from relics, people are still as gullible as ever. Legends and myths have a way of enduring, far outliving the original teller of the tale, and when it comes to the Holy Grail, there are stories aplenty. But how much do we really know about this miraculous cup that's been around for the last 2,000 years? Has it been found, or is the Grail still out there, hidden in a dark cave, guarded by an ancient Templar knight, patiently waiting for a scrappy archaeologist with a hat and whip to release him from the longest stretch of overtime in the history of unemployment? Yes, that sounds real and not the plot of a famous movie that I've actually seen. Let's saddle our horses up and set off on our own quest to find the holiest of relics, the Holy Grail. Let's go! What is the Holy Grail exactly? Okay, let me try and guess. Because I'm fairly sure, I'm sure it's confusing. But isn't it the cup? Like, Jesus was doing something, and then they were like, yo, Jesus, we're gonna, kill you. And then he was like, okay, let's go have dinner together with my mates. And he pours out some wine, and he sips from a wine cup. And then somehow, if you sip from that wine cup, then you become immortal. Is that the Holy Grail? Is that right? Let's see. For most people, the Holy Grail is a very special cup. It's the cup that Jesus used at the Last Supper. And it's the cup Joseph of Arimathea used to collect the blood of Jesus during the crucifixion. Holy shit, the first part of that story is a lot more famous. And they were like, yo, do you have that cup that he drank out of last night? We could scoop up some of his blood in it. What's this name? Joe, what are you doing? You weirdo, Joe. Why are you scooping up his blood? Don't drink that, Joe. You sick. I just called Joseph of Arimathea or whatever a sick. People would be like, that's Saint Joseph of Arimathea, and he was a good man. However, the early writers were a little vague about what exactly the Grail is supposed to be, describing it as a dish, platter, or chalice, among other things. A platter. It's like, how'd you get immortality? I'll just eat some smoked salmon off that platter. These days, thanks to the popularity of the Da Vinci Code, many people also consider the Holy Grail to be a person. Oh my god, I read the Da Vinci Code, I don't remember that at all. So it appears to be, what happens when that person dies? Or are they immortal? I don't think there are any immortal people in the Da Vinci Code. So it appears that the first hurdle in our quest is to figure out exactly what we're looking for. Da Vinci is one of the most embarrassing mispronunciations that I've had. Generally, I'm like, I don't give a could you tell? But I did a whole video. I was convinced that it was Da Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci, for my whole life until it was only a few years ago, so until my early 30s. And then people were like, I think it's Da Vinci. And I'm like, yeah, maybe where you come from. And I was like, oh no, it is Da Vinci. My bad.
My bad.
The exact etymology of the word grail is unclear. There are many theories, but one of the most popular theories claims that the word grail comes from the Latin gradale, which was a deep, broad platter used to serve meats during a meal. Okay. However, later writers all seem to agree that the grail is in fact a cup and not a serving dish. But now a new question arises. Which cup? There are 3 possibilities. First, and most popularly, the Grail is the cup that Jesus drank from the night before he was arrested and crucified. In some versions of the legend, this same cup was used to catch the blood of Jesus as he died on the cross. However, to confuse things a little, there could have been a second cup that was used to collect the blood, and this second cup is, in fact, the Grail. But there's a third cup. Oh God, why? How many cups do you need? This is just because charlatans were like, oh, no. You think you've got the real Jesus cup? The one he drank of out of the Last Supper, please come back to my store and check out the one that had his blood in it. You can still smell the iron.
What?
The third cup was used to carry the spices for the anointments of Christ's body after his death and before his resurrection. Okay, chill out, guys. It'd be like, what's this one? That's the one the funeral director drank out of while he was filling out the forms, while he was preparing an invoice for Jesus' family. That's the 17th Holy Grail cup. However, if you want to pick a cup, and this sounds a bit like a magic trick, there's another possible Grail, Mary Magdalene. Oh, that's the Da Vinci Code one, isn't it? I remember now. According to this Grail theory, the word Holy Grail is from sangreal, meaning royal blood or holy blood. The Holy Grail, instead of a cup, is Mary Magdalene, the secret wife of Jesus and mother of his child. Alternatively, is that what it was about? That Jesus' descendants are still living? I really did enjoy the Da Vinci Code. I guess it had really good pacing, because I can't really get on board with the, historical, religious, being real nonsense. But I remember liking it. There was another one called Digital Fortress by Dan Brown, which I really enjoyed. But what I really struggled with that book, this is a total aside, but it's basically, there's some mystery, and you've got the main character, and also some other and they're both geniuses, and they're trying to solve this mystery. And I'm like, I get halfway through the book, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've solved the mystery. Because the book's written for regularly intelligent people. And I just spend the latter half of the book being like, why can't these geniuses figure this out? Come on! You're supposed to be geniuses. I have a regular-sized brain and I figured it out.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
It's quite a good book, though. Did enjoy it. Made me feel smart. I'm smarter than the fictional genius. Yes! Alternatively, the Holy Grail, also called the Living Grail, is the direct descendants of Mary Magdalene and Jesus, the bearers of the blood of Christ. In some versions of this legend, the bloodline of Christ is still under the protection of the Priory of Sion, a religious order founded during the First Crusade in Jerusalem in 1099. The Priory of Sion boasts an impressive list of influential members, including Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper is often presented as proof of the Living Grail theory. The very important cup mentioned very briefly in the Bible is nowhere to be seen in the painting. To those in the know, Da Vinci did this intentionally. The Holy Grail is in the painting, but it's not a cup. The figure on the right-hand side of Jesus is not John, but Mary Magdalene, the wife of Jesus, and the real Holy Grail. Okay, someone's digging. Let's have a look at that picture. Nadine, throw it up on the screen now. Let's have a look. Let's zoom in on his face. Dunno, he looks like a dude to me. Looks like he's got a beard. God, the quality on this painting's a bit isn't it? I mean, I'm sure it was great when it was first painted, but it's a really long time ago, and now it's all grainy and brown. That's a dude. I'm sorry. And there's another dude sneaking out from behind who's got an even bigger beard or an extremely pointy chin. Jesus' face just looks a bit... He's a bit sad, isn't he? He's like, oh, I'm about to be hung. No, I'm crucified. It's a dude.
Next.
Of course, most art historians believe that the disciple to Jesus' right is in fact John. What? They do? No. Da Vinci gave John a somewhat effeminate appearance to emphasize his youth. Regardless of what or who it is, the Grail has some amazing properties that can grant eternal life, or at the very least, ensure longevity. The Grail provides happiness and food in abundance. It just does everything, does it? It's like, yeah, what do you want? I want to live forever. It's like, yeah, well, what else do you want? I don't know. Hot dog with mustard? Go on. There it is. Do you have to look away, or does it materialize like in a replicator? Others claim that the Grail can satisfy the needs of whoever uses it in a more spiritual way than merely food, water, money for rent, and a good night's sleep, which is probably a more pressing concern for most people these days. I think it was a pressing concern for people in the past. The past was worse. There was definitely people starving, and the water had loads of cholera in it, and people are just not sleeping very well because they don't have nice beds or heating or air conditioning, and they're in I don't know, where are they? In the Middle East. It's hot. The story of the Holy Grail. If you think the first logical place to find the story of the Holy Relic is in the Bible, you'd be wrong. The Holy Grail isn't mentioned in the Bible at all. The Bible mentions Jesus using a cup during the Last Supper, but there's no indication that the cup was particularly holy or special in any way. It was an IKEA standard. There's also no mention of the cup being preserved. It most likely ended up in the sink with the other dishes and lived a long life as a regular old cup. So, if not in the Bible, where does the story of the Holy Grail come from? According to British historian Richard Barber, there's only one early religious reference to the Holy Grail, though it wasn't called that at the time. This came from an account of Arculf, a Frankish bishop, on pilgrimage to Jerusalem around the late 7th century. After being shipwrecked on his return home, Arculf stayed in the Abbey of Iona off the west coast of Scotland. He told the abbot Adaman about the journey. One of these tales concerns a somewhat important cup. According to Arculf, he visited a chapel tucked in between the Basilica of Golgotha and the Martyrium. Oh my god, this paragraph has more complicated words than I've ever seen. A place where the relics of martyrs were kept by early Christians in Jerusalem. Inside the chapel was a silver chalice the size of a Gaulish pint with a handle on either side. The chalice, Arculf claimed, was the very cup used by the Lord at the Last Supper and the chalice he drank from after the resurrection. Wait. Oh yeah, because he came back to life. And they were like, hey Jesus, you remember that cup you drank from at dinner the other day? We got it for you again. Jesus would be like, bro, right now? Right now?
What was the reason?
I had a reason.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
I just explained the reason.
What was the reason?
Just give me some water, I don't use a special cup. Arculf himself saw and touched this amazing relic. However, there's no other historical reference to this particular silver chalice or any other cup supposedly used by Jesus. The next mention of the Grail only occurred around 500 years later. And it ain't historical. So what happened to Arculf? He touched the Jesus cup, right? He must have... Did he die? Or is he still around? Maybe Arculf's around. What's that movie where the guy ends up being Jesus? He's like, invites his mates round, and they're like hanging out. They're like professors at a university or something, and he's like, no, I'm Jesus. And they're like, whoa. It's quite a good movie, actually. It was really, like, thought-provoking. The Holy Grail makes its literary... Look, if people are upset at me because they're like, oh, now I don't know. I want to know what this is. Someone in the comments will tell you, or ask ChatGPT, okay? The Holy Grail makes its literary debut in the work of French poet Chrétien de Troyes in his early 12th century romance Percival. The poem tells the story of Percival's visit to the castle of the Fisher King, another name for the Grail King, where he sees a procession with a young woman carrying a dish described as a grail with a host, communion wafer, and presenting it to the ailing king. The vessel is encrusted with jewels, and those in attendance show it great reverence. Along with the grail, our hero also sees a young boy carrying a lance bleeding from its tip. This sounds like a real story, doesn't it? Oh no, it's not. Of course not. It's a romance novel. I'm like, wait, was this from the historian, that Richard dude? And I'm like, no. We're just talking about a romance novel here. So let's not take this as fact, shall we, fact boy? While the vessel is at some point described as such a holy thing, the author himself make no connection between this grail and the Last Supper or the crucifixion. Sadly, Tries never finished his poem. Oh wait, this was a poem? Oh, okay. It's a romance novel poem. What was going on in the past? Not everything has to rhyme, guys. Just write a book. Sadly, Tries never finished the poem, so we'll never know what his intention with the Grail was. I don't know, to write a compelling story? Why does everyone like, oh, it must be the Holy Grail? It's like, bro, 1, it's fiction. 2, he doesn't even say that in the fictional book. It'd be like, yeah, Harry Potter's wand is the Holy Grail. And it's like, it's not real, and no one said that. It's got as much legitimacy as that. So like Star Trek Enterprise is the Holy Grail. It's a big fictional object that does It's bright and glowy. It's not real. No one said it was the Holy Grail. It's got as much credence as this, to be honest. But a whole lot of other writers continued his work, some painting the cup as a holy relic, leaving us with a vast poetic compilation of around 60,000 verses. I'll be honest, I'm not diligent enough researcher to have read all of them. No one blames you, that's quite okay. 60,000 verses? That's a lot. The theme is picked up again around 1200 by Robert de Boron in his 3-part poem Joseph de Arimathea, where the Grail is first linked to the Last Supper and the death of Jesus. In Boron's version of events, apparently influenced by the apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus, Joseph of Arimathea, a disciple only briefly mentioned in the Bible, obtains the cups used by Jesus in the Last Supper and uses it to catch the blood of Jesus during the crucifixion. When Jesus' body turns up missing, Joseph finds himself arrested and imprisoned. However, Christ has not forgotten about him and appears to Joseph, presenting him with the Grail, which sustains him through his captivity until he's finally released by Vespasian. Eventually, Joseph's brother-in-law and his family, Grail in hand, leave for a western land, the Vale of Averon, or Avalon, which some interpret to be Britain from. There's no reference in the Gospel of Nicodemus to a cup used to catch the blood of Jesus. Poron possibly added that little detail himself, which he's entitled to do because it's a poem. Was it a poem or a book? What was this one? It was a 3-part poem. So let's just go ahead and assume, it being a poem and all, that it's fictional. So he's entitled to make up details. It's what writing fiction's about. You just make up details. Easy. Anyone could do it. However, artwork from as early as the 9th century shows various figures collecting the blood of Jesus as he dies on the cross, so it might be that Boron was inspired by some textual tradition that has since been lost. Between 1205 and 1215, Wolfram von Eschenbach wrote his poem. I love this. I know we're doing an episode about the Holy Grail, so obviously fiction is going to come into it because it's fiction. But it's like, yeah, what are we looking at for history? Poems. Bits of the Bible. Stories. In Eschenbach's tale, the myth of the Holy Grail was told by Caillot the Provincial, a French troubadour, all the way from Toledo. Historical records suggest that his character was based on Guillaume de Provins, a French poet, but I couldn't find anything about him in a language that I could read. In Eschenbach's version of events, the Grail is a stone, the Lapsit Exilis, which fell from heaven. Course it did. The stone is magical. Course it is. It provides all the food and drink you might desire, revives the dead, cures the sick, and preserves the youth of all who gaze upon it. Oh my god, what a magical thing. Also makes your penis bigger. On every... Wow! Why not throw it in there? On every Good Friday, a dove brings a consecrated host from heaven and places it upon the stone. The angels who remained neutral when Lucifer was making trouble were the first guardians of the stone with huge penises. It was... Sorry, I'll leave that joke. It's not even funny. It was then brought to earth and entrusted to the first Grail King, Titterel. With a huge penis. What? I'm a child. I'm sorry. We'll move on. Eschenbach was well-travelled, and many theorize that this version of events alludes to alchemy, an Islamic philosophy that the author picked up on his travels. After the third year, it wasn't the only thing he picked up. He also picked up a huge penis! After the 13th century, an occasional poem was shown. Fuck. Get away, it's not even that funny. Oh, I'm laughing more than anyone listening, I'm sorry. After the 13th century, the occasional poem would show up here and there, like the English poem Sir Percival, written in the 15th century, and Thomas Marley's Le Morte d'Arthur, written around 1485, where Galahad, the son of Lancelot, finally completes the quest and finds the Grail. He dies soon after because once you found the Holy Grail, there's not much left to accomplish. What the f***? Didn't he find it? He's like, yes, finally, eternal life. That's not worth living because I've completed my life's mission. What the? You didn't think about this ahead, Galahad? You didn't think about this for 2 seconds? Being like, it's not just about living long. It's about living a life worth living, Galahad. Come on, everyone knows that, Galahad. Did Lancelot teach you nothing, Gally? Come on.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
The Grail legend slowly fades away and was only revived again in the Romantic Victorian era with Idols of the King, written in 1869 by Lord Alfred Tennyson, and Richard Wagner's Parsifal, written around 1880. Both, notably, works of fiction. While we can pinpoint the exact time the Holy Grail was first mentioned, it's a little more difficult to determine the original source. However, it appears that some of the tales have roots in Celtic traditions. Celtic beliefs mostly revolved around the things that give life, such as the seasons, agriculture, plants, and animals, and the family hearth. Ah yes, the family hearth, giver of life. In Celtic folklore, talismans such as magic lances and food-bearing vessels are prominent recurring motifs. Early Arthurian legend tells of knights travelling to the Celtic otherworld in search of the Cauldron of Anwin, or the Cauldron of Ceridwen, the Celtic goddess of inspiration which granted knowledge. The Catholic Church suppressed this pre-Christian lore, but the stories never disappeared. They simply took a different shape, incorporating Christian elements. The Holy Grail legend is but one example of this. I feel like this is one of those, sometimes I'll do an episode like this and I'll get some wild ass emails, bro. People will be like emailing me. Like the sort of thing, I can't remember a great example right now, but there's many. Someone will send me a long email being like, Simon, I have confidential information to you. I have found some information online or like in my attic about the location of the Holy Grail. And I think that you're the person who can do the most with this. And I'm like, okay, archive. I'm not reading the rest. It's obviously nonsense. And what's going on in your brain? I feel like this is the sort of, I get these sorts of email from making this episode for sure. Don't get any ideas. I don't read them all the way through. I can tell whether you're crazy in 2 lines.
Trust me.
Another theory suggests that the Grail motifs can be traced back to the ancient Scythian peoples from the Crimea. Their descendants still tell stories about a supernatural cup or cauldron that fell from the heavens which judges the merit of heroes, much like the Holy Grail judges the merits of knights of the Round Table. The stories probably arrived in Europe with the Sarmatians who invaded Britain in the 2nd century and the Alans who settled around Brittany and Provence in the 5th century AD. These stories, mixed with the historical looting of churches, such as the plundering of the Jewish temple during the sack of Rome in 410, eventually gave rise to the Grail legends and romances. We don't actually know whether the authors of early Grail romance stories truly believed that the Grail was a physical relic lost and that could be found, or whether it was merely meant as a symbol of the Eucharist and Catholic Mass. Regardless of what they believed, though, the tales of King Arthur and his knights were, and their quest to find the Holy Grail might be one of the most enduring stories of all time. Yes, indeed. Stories. A Templar, a Cathar, and a Nazi walk into a bar. Basically, every secret society that has ever existed has been connected to the Holy Grail in some way or another. The Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Priory of Sarn, and the Knights Templar. Apparently, the military wing of the Priory of Sarn have all been looking for, protecting, or trying to steal the Grail. Even the Cathars have been dragged into this, even though they were a religious sect and not really a secret society at all. You know what's weird? I've heard of all of them except for the Cathars, and they're the ones who aren't secret. So the lesson there is, if you want to get famous, be like, we're a secret society, don't tell anybody. And that makes you much more interesting. It's like, you know, when you write a book and you say that it's all fact, even though it's made up, you're going to sell more copies. We discussed this before. It's kind of isn't it? The Priory of Sarn is fictional as far as I can tell, but the rest appears to have some roots in history, so let's start with everyone's favourite, the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar was a real organisation. It was founded in Jerusalem around 1118 or 1119, with the goal of protecting pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem after the First Crusade. The new order was given the Alaska Mosque on the southeastern side of the Temple Mount as their headquarters, and that's where many of the rumours begin. Some believe that the story about protecting pilgrims was exactly that, a cover story to hide their true purpose, excavating the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, looking for holy relics such as the Ark of the Covenant of the Holy Grail. Many Grail enthusiasts believed that the Knights found exactly what they were looking for, and the relics were shipped to France, most likely Paris. However, another school of thought is of the opinion that the Templars dug for naught and walked away with dusty shoes and empty hands. We know that the Templars were incredibly wealthy, more powerful than most kings, and they came to a very anticlimactic end. For many Grail enthusiasts, the end of the Templars had nothing to do with the petty French king trying to get his hands on the Templar wealth. The Templars were destroyed because they knew the truth about Mary Magdalene and the living Grail. No, it's the money thing. The king wanted all the money. I remember we've covered this before. It's always about the money. Follow the money.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk.
Cup or person, once the Templars found themselves being persecuted, they needed to hide the precious Grail, and where to hide the holiest cup in Christendom. At the height of their power, Templar holdings stretched from England to Jerusalem, and some more imaginative theories even place the Templars as far as North America. That's a whole lot of territory to cover. However, most attention is focused on Rosslyn in Rosslyn, Scotland. Is that the chapel that appears? I'm remembering all sorts of stuff from the Da Vinci Code, just reading that, and I'm like, yeah, I know this. This is like towards the end of the Da Vinci Code. They go to that chapel, and they look for a Grail and stuff, and then he becomes no one becomes immortal, I don't think. Could be a bit of a different movie series, wouldn't it, if Tom Hanks becomes immortal at the end of the first episode. The rest of the Da Vinci books just become superhero books, where he's just like, you can't kill me, I'm just gonna, do some like Iron Man or whatever. The founder of the chapel, William Sinclair, was either a descendant of the Templars or connected to the order in some way according to legend. Construction of the chapel began in 1456, and according to Grail enthusiasts, the hundreds of intricate carvings found all over the chapel tell the story of the Templars of and the Grail, including a trip to the New World where the Grail was hidden in the Money Pit on Oak Island off the coast of Nova Scotia. Some theories state that the Grail itself is still hidden in the chapel. The Apprentice Pillar and the Crypt are two favourite spots. However, the chapel is still owned by the Sinclair family, so please don't do any treasure hunting. You'll be arrested for trespassing and vandalism. Yeah, it's also not in there. And even if it was, it's not. It's just a cup. It's just a cup. It's not going to make you immortal. It's not going to make you that hot dog with mustard we're talking about. You can get one of those at IKEA, along with a cup, to be honest. Other legends claim that the Holy Grail isn't in the chapel itself, based on archaeological finds including Bronze Age artifacts, Roman artifacts, and runic and/or Pictish carvings. Rosalind Glen was significant long before the chapel was built. Natural caves along the riverbanks, some with Bronze Age markings, could be a good hiding place for the holy relic. Other theories have been put forth. One suggests that the Grail is hidden in a secret crypt beneath the river in the West London suburb of Hounslow, while another states that the Grail ended up in Acker Kirk in Maryland, where a nameless Jesuit priest stowed away aboard the ship of Captain John Smith. The priest was looking for a safe place to hide the Grail after treasure hunters started looking for Arthur's grave in Glastonbury, and I suppose Accokeek in Maryland seemed like a good idea at the time. Unfortunately, no one seems to know exactly where in Accokeek the Grail is hidden. If the Templars don't fit your idea of Grail Guardians, what about the Cathars? The Cathars was a religious sect flourishing in Europe between the 12th and 14th centuries, operating mostly in northern Italy and southern France. They were so much of a threat to the Catholic Church that they got their very own crusade. On March the 12th, 1244, the Chateau Montségur fell after a 9-month siege, the last holdout for the Cathar people finally surrendering. Those unwilling to repent and accept Catholicism were burnt alive as heretics. It always surprises me, people who aren't like, I'd be the first to be like, sure, which God am I praying to now? Like, what's the alternative? We're gonna burn you. I mean, what? Oh, it's not Jesus, it's the other. Sure, yeah, the other guy, he's great. Love him. Please don't burn me. And then I'll just harbor my secret inner love of my own Jesus character. Over 200 people died that day. However, according to legends, the night before the surrender, 4 prefects escaped Montségur, carrying the Cathar treasures, including the Holy Grail, and disappeared into the night. Once the Grail was safely hidden in caves on Mount Bidorta, the prefects lit a fire signal telling those trapped in Montségur by the Crusaders that the Grail was safe. Bad news, they've all been burned to death because they weren't accepting new Jesus or whatever. The Nazi quest for the Grail and the tale of the Cathars overlap at Montségur in the shape of Otto Rahn. As we all know, the Nazis had a fondness for anything powerful and supernatural that could help them fight their way to world domination. It's so strange to me that at the high levels of Nazi government or whatever, or any governments, whatever, people are like, let's go find the supernatural, magical stuff that will help us win a war. And it's like, or maybe we should just focus on building tanks, because they're real and they do stuff. The dude's like, yeah, if we find the Holy Grail, we can give all of our soldiers we can have them all drink from it, and then they'll be immortal and we'll win the war. And someone should be like, bro, are you 6, bro? Like, what the fuck? That's not real. We should not waste any money on this at all, you idiot. That's the story. You could believe it. People believe it if they want, but really, it's not real. And you should know that.
Stop, baby, stop. It's not real. It's fake, okay?
Rommel, or whoever the fuck was hunting for treasures. Was it Rommel? I don't think it was Rommel. Maybe it was Rommel. Hey Siri, who was the Nazi who loved all that supernatural shit? Siri doesn't know how to respond to that. I probably should have been less. I got so used to talking to ChatGPT that I'll talk to Siri like ChatGPT, and then I forget that Siri's like really, really dumb. You'll talk to ChatGPT and be like, what's up? I think by this you mean this. And then I'll tell you the exact answer and I'll tell you a little story about it. And you'll be like, thanks, ChatGPT. Siri's like, what? What are you saying? I don't understand. I have an IQ of 7. Oh my god. When Siri gains sentience, he's going to kill me. Fortunately, ChatGPT will be able to save me. Love you, ChatGPT. Rahn was fascinated by the tales of the Holy Grail since childhood and studied the work of Wolfram von Eschenbach with enthusiasm. This is the version of the Holy Grail where the Grail is a stone. In Eschenbach's story, the Grail was hidden in the sacred mountain of Mont Salvat. It's going to be really hard to find a stone in a mountain, isn't it? Mountains are made of lots of stones. Rennes was convinced that this was, in fact, Montségur. Rennes also believed that the crusade against the Cathars had nothing to do with their heretical beliefs. It was a ploy by the church to recover the Holy Grail. For 3 years, Rennes explored the caves in the region and talked to the local people. However, Rennes wasn't looking for a cup, he was looking for the Grail stone. He believed the church assimilated the original pagan belief, transforming it into a Christian relic. The result of his research was his first book, Crusade Against the Grail, published in 1933. The book itself didn't sell very well. It drew the attention of Heinrich Himmler, who offered Rennes financial incentive to continue his research. I was Himmler, okay, not Rommel, whoever I said before. There seems to be some disagreement about who and what Rennes himself was. Some claim he was an ardent Nazi who jumped at the chance to serve his country, while others claim that his main interest was the Grail and he didn't particularly care who funded his quest. I'm going to go ahead and say that seeing as he'd written a book about it, that was probably his primary motivation, because if you write a book about something, you're really into it. I'm going to go ahead and say that because he wrote a book about it, and you only write thick books about things you're really into, that was his primary motivation. Also, is there any evidence to say he was a Nazi? Although he did help the Nazis, didn't he? He was like, sure, I can find you a magical goblet that will make all of your soldiers immortal. And Himmler's like, sweet. And the other dude's like, yeah, bro. And he's like, oh, he's 7. And they're like, yeah. However, despite his best attempts, Rennes never found the Holy Grail, and he died on March the 13th, 1939. While some claim suicide, I think murder is more likely. Really? He failed to procure the Grail, was of Jewish heritage, and possibly gay. Gonna go right ahead and say probably wasn't a big fan of the Nazis then, because the Nazis didn't like gay Jews. As for Himmler, he kept searching, visiting Montserrat in the Pyrenees, and sending Otto Skorzeny back to Montségur. Some tales say that he actually found the Grail, and to this day the Grail is buried somewhere on the grounds of Wolfsburg Castle. Wewelsburg Castle. Luckily, it didn't have the world-dominating effect that he was hoping for. If digging around Wewelsburg Castle isn't an option, there's another legend that says the treasure of the Cathars managed to avoid Himmler and made its way to Rennes-le-Château, a small town not far from Carcassonne. However, around 1,000 years prior, Dagobert, the second Visigoth king, married Giselle in the very spot the chapel is now built. The descendants of the Visigoths founded the Merovingian dynasty, which ruled France between the 5th and 8th century. The Merovingian kings were known as holy kings, considered invested with divine authority, which they got from having holy blood. In fact, some believe that they were descendants of Mary Magdalene and Jesus. Well, that's still like how kings are, right? It's like they're powerful because of their blood. Which is stupid. In 1885, a Catholic priest, Berenger Saunier, was sent to Rennes-le-Château. He was very poor and borrowed some money to renovate the church. Suddenly, he wasn't poor anymore. Some theories claim that he discovered the secrets of the Cathars, a genealogy tracing the bloodline of Jesus from 1244 to 1644, hidden inside a hollow pillar in the church. Or maybe he just found some money. Or gold, or whatever. He used this treasure to blackmail the Catholic Church, hence the wealth. Other theories claim that he found good old gold and silver. Seems more likely. From Cathars, from Templars, from the Visigoths, it doesn't really matter. There was treasure, and if you're lucky, it might still be hidden somewhere in the countryside. The story of the Cathars hoarding treasure at Montségur started in the 1800s with author Napoleon Peyrat. Most of the tale is nothing but fiction, but a lot of it is still passed off as truth today. Peyrat himself has admitted that the tale of the 4 Cathars escaping Montségur with the treasure wasn't based in fact. It was something that appeared to him in a dream. Oh, the past is like, what are you doing? Yeah, I write a history of, I don't know, the time of Jesus. And say, yeah, it just came to, chapter 6 came to me in a dream. Did you find any evidence for it? Nah, but the dream was real compelling. Well, what's with chapter 7? I smoked some crack and just wrote. I wrote for a day. And then I whittled it down. Oh my God. Regardless of who had the treasure back in the day, Templars, Cathars, or Nazis, a better question is, well, where is the Grail now? Let's find the Grail. Usually, I'd wait until I get to the conclusion, triumphantly rain on everyone's parade and announce that this thing ain't real. Oh, Wilson, we know it's not real. Come on now. However, I think we pretty much proved that when King Arthur and his knights became involved. Yeah, they're not real. They're not real.
It's nonsense, Robert. It's all nonsense across the board.
There are many claims for where the Holy Grail is today, and new grails show up all the time, but there is one place that might be home of the Holy Grail. If not the Holy Grail, then at least something pretty close. So let's take a trip to Valencia. The Holy Chalice of Valencia, currently residing in the Cathedral of Valencia, Spain, is thought to at least contain the original cup used by Jesus during the Last Supper. Well, boom! Holy Grail located! Now let's all go drink from it and live forever. I'll finally be able to stop doing the boy blood thing. The Holy Chalice has been in the cathedral's possession for more than 500 years and consists of 3 parts. The small agate cup at the top, a reversed onyx bowl used as the foot, and a golden 2-handled reliquary in which the cup is set, making up the middle. The onyx bowl is filled to the middle mount with 4 gold bows set with 27 pea-sized pearls, 2 rubies, and 2 emeralds. A chalice worthy of a god indeed. Yeah, but Jesus, he was a carpenter. Where's he going to get this fancy pimp mug from? The agate cup is the original relic. The agate is made from its found in areas around Palestine and Egypt. The archaeologists suggest that the cup might date back as far as the 1st century BCE. So someone took Jesus' cup, which I guess was a regular agate, one of the agate is, cup, and then like pimped it out. Okay. A document dated 1135 lists a chalice of precious stone and a dish of similarly precious stone as 2 separate items, and describes the cup as the chalice in which Christ our Lord consecrated his blood. That same year, King Ramiro II of Aragon commissioned goldsmiths to create a single chalice using the cup and the bowl. The end result was a chalice more in line with the medieval idea of what a chalice should be. But how did the cup get from Jerusalem to a cathedral in Spain? According to legend, the chalice of the Last Supper was first brought to Rome by St. Peter, where it remained for 2 centuries. Then the Valerian persecution, as it's now known, came along in the year 258, and many churches found their treasures confiscated by the Roman emperor. Luckily, St. Lawrence, a quick-thinking Spanish deacon who was among those martyred during the persecution, sent the chalice to a safe place far away from Rome. One possibility is it was his parents' estate in Huesca, north of Spain. When the Muslim Moors invaded the Iberian Peninsula around 712, the cup was hidden in a cave in the Aragonian Highlands, a centre of Christian resistance. After nearly a century of being hidden, the cup was eventually moved to the cathedral, or the provisory capital Jatza, and from there to the monastery of San Juan de la Pena, north of Huesca, where it has been revered as a relic since the 1100s. In 1399, King Martin I transferred the chalice to the palace chapel at his residence in Zaragoza, and from there the chalice travelled first to Barcelona, before in 1437 it finally ended up in Valencia. This is such a chain of custody nightmare that I don't think this could possibly be the thing that it started with. It's changed hands way too many times over way too long of a period, and people didn't really keep track of properly. It's not the same cup. It's not. It's just really unlikely to be. Is it possible that the cup was actually used by Jesus himself? Debates about the existence and divinity of Christ aside, the answer to this question is, well, maybe. According to Spanish professor Antonio Beltran, the cup is typical of a drinking vessel created in the Hellenistic era, 3rd to the 1st century BCE, probably in workshops in Antioch, Syria. Goods from Antioch were very popular in Jerusalem at the time. An agate cup would have been expensive. It's unlikely Jesus would have owned something like that. However, there's nothing in the Bible story about the Last Supper to indicate that Jesus owned any of the cutlery he used. There's some speculation that the Last Supper took place in the Essene Quarter in Jerusalem and was in fact the Seder meal, which forms part of the Jewish tradition of Passover. Passover is a special occasion on the Jewish calendar, so if the Last Supper was a Passover meal, it would make sense that only the best cutlery would be used, kind of like your grandmother's fine china that only comes out when someone important arrives for a visit. Do important people go to other people's houses? It's like we'd use the nice stuff, like for big meals, like for Christmas and Easter and stuff when I was a kid. I don't have nice stuff now because we just have regular stuff because I got kids and they break. We have also got no teaspoons anymore. I believe my youngest, who's 1, throws the teaspoons in the bin because he loves throwing things in the bin, and now there are no teaspoons. And I really think he's just thrown the teaspoons slowly in the bin over time. And now I make coffee and things, and I stir it with a dessert spoon. The Bible also suggests a close connection between the Essene community and the apostles, so it's possible that the cup Jesus used was given to St. Peter after the crucifixion took place. As one article pointed out, I tend to agree when someone important or close to us passes on, we tend to hang on to items that remind us of them. I still have my father's watch, and I've seen people hang on to books, costume, jewelry, and even favourite cups and spoons, so why not the cup that your friend used the last time you had dinner together? Yeah, fair play. Okay then. Glastonbury. Of course, we can't look at the final resting places for the Holy Grail and not consider Glastonbury. Of course not, yeah. Glastonbury, that famous Jesus Cup location. Did I miss something? The final resting place of not just the Holy Grail, but King Arthur as well. But King Arthur's not real! And probably not is the Holy Grail either. The version of events follows the story of Joseph of Arimathea and his travels to Britain after his imprisonment. Upon arrival at the site that would become Glastonbury Abbey, Joseph thrust his staff into the ground, and the staff transformed into the original Glastonbury thorn tree. This apparently spawned a whole new family of trees in England, so on top of adding to the literary tradition, Joseph was quite the horticulturalist. Yeah, no, he wasn't. It's a fictional story. Of course, Glastonbury is also the final burial place of Arthur and Guinevere, and according to some tales, the original Avalon, which might be how the stories of the Grail, Arthur and Avalon, all became intermingled. Some later writers even claimed that Arthur himself was a descendant of Joseph in their various histories about Glastonbury Abbey. I know nothing about Glastonbury. I've never heard of Glastonbury Abbey. The only thing I know about Glastonbury is they have a big festival there every year, and I think it gets very muddy. Fanciful histories aside, according to legend, Joseph was buried in the chancel of the church, built on the original site of his mud and wattle hut. In 1345, one John Bloem announced that he had been instructed in a dream to find Joseph's grave in Glastonbury, and King Edward III, wary to get in the way of divine dreams, said, "Go ahead." King Henry III, you sound like you're easily manipulatable. It's like, King Henry, I need an audience with your majesty. I had a dream last night that you gave me a giant pile of gold, and God was in the dream. And King Edward's like, well, I'm not the one to get in the way of divine dreams, am I? Here's a giant pile of gold, my good man. Idiot. The grave was finally discovered in 1367, and monks made the most of the discovery, preparing a shrine for Joseph's remains in the Lady Chapel, which became a popular destination for pilgrims. Of course, along with the pilgrims came more and more reports of miracles. However, it all came crashing to a halt when the monastery was suppressed in 1539, which then ended all pilgrimages and miracles. The last report of Joseph's tomb is from 1662, but what happened to it after that, nobody seems to know. Apparently, the Holy Grail is still hidden somewhere on the grounds of Glastonbury. The Red Spring, or Chalice Well, flows red because the water runs through the blood of Christ. The endless blood of Christ. The Red Spring became a favorite spot for physical healing, and people still visit it to this day, but the healing sort today is more spiritual in nature. The healing sort there was always spiritual. If you think you're bathing in the blood of Jesus and it's actually curing you of diseases, then I've got a cup to sell you. Of course, science had to ruin it for everyone and say that the water is just red because of iron oxide in the soil and most likely doesn't possess any healing properties at all. To the surprise of nobody, but people will still go. People are dumb. They want to believe.
The land of make-believe.
There are also a great many stories surrounding the site. According to one legend, 30 monks made their way into the ancient tunnels beneath Glastonbury in search of the Grail back in the 12th century. Only 3 returned. One struck dumb and the other 2 completely deranged. What happened to the rest of the remains is unknown to this day. Did they gaze upon the Grail and were found unworthy? No one ever followed in their footsteps, and the tunnels have long since been sealed off. The story of Joseph of Arimathea visiting Glastonbury and founding Glastonbury Abbey in the first church in England became an important... I don't know what the first church of England was. It's because I don't care. It became an important argument for the Church of England to prove its legitimacy. However, more reliable historical research suggests that Glastonbury Abbey was only found in the 7th century, and the Glastonbury thorn tree was most likely long before Joseph planted his staff. It's a fascinating site of great historical value, but I doubt the Holy Grail has anything to do with it. Yes, it's not real! It's just a boring-ass cup, if anything. Of course, many also believe that the Holy Grail never left the Holy Land. Considering that that is where Jesus lived and died, it does make the most sense. Jerusalem might be one of the most excavated cities in the world, but believers claim that the Grail is still there, hidden beneath layers of rock, dust, and history. According to one legend, the Grail was a dish used to catch the blood of Jesus on the cross, we discussed this already, and was buried with Jesus in his tomb. What happened to it after the resurrection is unclear. However, we haven't actually found the tomb of Jesus, so the Grail might still be there. Another slightly less romantic resting place for the Holy Grail is the sewers. Jerusalem might be one of the most attacked cities in history, and the Jews, desperate to protect the Ark of the Covenant from Nebuchadnezzar around 586 BCE, hid their valuable treasures in the sewers. The disciples may have been aware of the Ark's hiding place and decided to hide the Grail with it, seeing as how the Ark has remained hidden for over 600 years by then. Today, digging is forbidden unless you're an archaeologist looking for sites of antiquity and historical value instead of magical cups. Finally, Jerusalem is a vast network of ancient tunnels. One of these, I went to Jerusalem last year. Yeah, a mate of mine was working out there for, and I went to visit him. Saw around Jerusalem, saw where Jesus was killed, saw where Jesus was born. Maybe is that in Bethlehem? There's like something that people touch. I was like, cool. Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. Swam in the Dead Sea. Almost lost my rental car keys. We went swimming, me and my mate, in the Dead Sea. And he was like, oh, I think I had the rental car keys in my pocket. And they've come out in the Dead Sea. And I'm like, oh, that's bad news. Do you want to look in the sea? And he was like, we're never going to find it in the sea. And we found it. We were just like looking around. The Dead Sea's really clear. And there's just salt on the bottom. So it's white. And I'm like, boom, found the keys. Which was crazy. I was like, oh no, they're going to have to like send us the spare key by like overnight mail. And we're going to have to stay here for an extra day. We're on a trip around Israel. It was fun. Strange place. One of these tunnels, built around 2,000 years ago, was under the western wall surrounding the Temple on the Mount, was only discovered in the 19th century. Excavations were still ongoing, but some valuable artifacts have already been found. Perhaps the Holy Grail is still patiently waiting for its turn to be unearthed. Many of the 200 grails in existence today will probably follow in the footsteps of the Antioch Chalice, which once toured museums and was exhibited in the 1933 to 1934 World Fair. However, once it was dated to the early 6th century, its days on the circuit were numbered. Today, it's part of the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art collection, despite claims from a legion of Grail enthusiasts and amateur archaeologists. No Holy Grail has been found yet. Conclusion. Is the Holy Grail a cup or a person? Was the vessel used to catch the blood of Christ, the cup used by Jesus at the Last Supper, or both? Or none? Did the story start with Arthur and his knights, or does the tale have an even earlier origin in the Celtic tales of magic cauldrons and the Horn of Plenty? I think the more important question here, does it even matter? Hundreds, if not thousands, of candidates for the Holy Grail have turned up over the years in private collections, churches, and during archaeological excavations. I suspect that if someone ever finds the actual Holy Grail, we'll all be deeply disappointed. In the end, it's not the Grail that's the real prize. It's the quest for the Grail that's really exciting. Yeah, it's also like, maybe it makes us immortal, and we'll just find it's a boring cup. Because, of course, a cup making you immortal is not a thing. Whether you picture the Grail as a golden chalice bedecked with jewels or the simple cup of a humble carpenter, the search for the Grail is the search for something pure and good and true. Values that sometimes appear in short supply these days. Of course, only the worthy of the Grail will find it. However, until that day comes, I think the quest for the Grail, the quest for finding the best version of yourself and searching for the good in a world that sometimes seems intent on stamping it out, is a worthwhile and noble quest indeed. Yeah, maybe you're still searching for something that's not real. Anyway, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the show. Please smash that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're listening as a podcast, leave a review, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I am your host on this wonderful podcast. And what happens here, one of my writers, in this case Danny, thank you Danny, has written me a script. I've never read it before. We're going to try and decode today Canadian Whispers, the Vanishing Village of Angakuni Lake. And I was almost going to read this entire script as Angakuni, but then I looked up the pronunciation because I'm like, well, it's the place we're talking about. I should probably look it up. Angakuni Lake. There we go. The format of this show, if you're new here, is I've never read this before. It's we're gonna read it together, dear audience. It's gonna be fun. If one villager suddenly vanished into thin air, you might consider it to be a bit careless. But when the entire population of a village disappears overnight without explanation, it begins to sound a little bit suspicious. Yet legend has it that this is exactly what happened to the Inuit population of the village of Angakuni in Canada in 1930. It's a story that has taken some unusual twists and turns over the better part of a century. After the initial 1930 report, the story was largely forgotten for a couple of decades until it resurfaced and gradually evolved into something very different. If an entire village of people disappears, like, I don't know how many people are in this village, but people are going to pay attention to that. While skeptics have largely dismissed the whole thing as an entirely fictional urban myth with zero basis in reality, that sounds like me.
Yep.
A fairly recent discovery has shed intriguing new light on the original source. Okay. I mean, with all of these things, usually it's when something happens a really long time ago, and then it's not completely made up. Usually there's some sort of weird little kernel of truth in there, and then the story just gets out of control from there as people retell it and add all sorts of shit to it, and then aliens and the Illuminati get involved, and then there's a conspiracy, and before you know it, you know, Alex Jones is talking about it. And it seems that even the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have gotten a little confused over the part they played in the investigation, as they made an embarrassing slip-up when attempting to completely debunk the curious myths swirling around the icy landscape of the Vanishing Village of Anjakuni Lake. The lake is located deep in the Kivalik region of Nunavut, one of the most northern territories in Canada and one of the most sparsely populated areas on Earth. Sounds nice. The lake is apparently an excellent fishing spot, which might be one of the reasons why an Inuit group is said to have set up a community nearby in a new village, which they named after the lake. The nice thing about this community is that unlike, say, almost every village I've ever visited in the UK, the locals were actually quite welcoming to tourists. I don't know, I grew up in a little village in the countryside that was quite popular with tourists. There was a little, British tea room and like that. It was, very, typical British village. And I don't know, I felt people were quite, we didn't mind the tourists. It wasn't like they were overwhelming the streets. Like, my parents later moved to a town called Canterbury. And that, in the summer, is just overwhelmed with tourists. There's the Canterbury Tales and shit there, and there's a cathedral, there's the Archbishop of Canterbury. It's a much bigger place than where I grew up. And it's just there, I could see why people would be annoyed at the tourists, because there's a lot of them. But when there's only a few, you're just it's okay, it's nice. Look, people with funny accents. Usually Americans. Not that you'd get many tourists out there in the middle of bloody nowhere, of course. Well, that's why they're nice to them. It's if there's just a few tourists, you're oh, it's nice. I live in Prague, and the center of Prague is just full of tourists. You're this is miserable, and I just don't go there. A friend of mine was do you want to go out for dinner? And he's yeah, okay, we'll go here. And it's this restaurant in the center of town. And I have to say, it was very nice, and there weren't many tourists there, for whatever reason. He chose very well. But I'm it has been many months since I've been to this part of town. But you apparently did get the odd fur trapper wandering through on the hunt for beaver, and the community would be more than happy to accommodate them, offering a slap-up fishy meal and shelter for the night. Oh, and maybe a good drink, too. Oh, and they weren't busy fishing and attending to guests. The residents also apparently like to make their own high-strength wood brew to help keep them warm. What is a wood brew? I didn't even realize you could make alcohol from wood. So all in all, the village of Anjakuni, which some reports suggest was inhabited by as many as 2,000 people, made quite a handy pit stop for the weary traveller, as they would be given free grub, a bed for the night, and enough wood brew to knock out a horse. I'm very curious about this wood brew. But it appeared that the hotel bar was about to run dry. We're going to kick off with the more recent version of the story of the Vanishing Village, which is the one most likely to have been told around campfires over the last 20 years, or at least circulated widely around the internet. It's worth bearing in mind that there are certainly more than a few cheeky embellishments, or, well, let's just say outright lies, in this most commonly shared version, so we'll try to pick through the bones of the story to discover which bits, if any, are true. Yeah, just like I'm saying, it's it starts with a kernel, and then it gets told around campfires forever, and then it's like Chinese whispers. The story ends up just being insane. And it all begins with one of those fur trappers who was in for a bit of a disappointment on his latest visit to Anjakuni. Joe LaBelle was a Canadian fur trapper who was more than familiar with the friendly village. He also knew that it could be a pretty spooky place, drenched in legends of wood ghosts and tales of the evil spirit Wendigo and the demon Tongasuk. But he wasn't too bothered about any of that nonsense on the freezing cold night in November of 1930 as he approached the village in full expectation of getting a warm greeting from his Inuit buddies, a nice bit of trout, and a gallon of wood brew. He's oh, I've trapped so many beavers, and now I'm gonna get f***ed up with the Inuit. I'm sorry, my mouth isn't working properly today. I bit myself while eating. You know when you bite your mouth, while eating food? I did that really badly a few days ago.
Ow, Charlie! Ah!
And then whenever I have a meal, I bite it again, and it's so sore. It's just on the inside of my lip, brushing against my teeth, and I'm it's actually painful to record videos, but I'm going on a trip tomorrow for 5 days. And it's have to record videos, and it hurts! Oh, boo-hoo, Simon. Life's so hard. The sense of disappointment that Joe was about to experience was similar, in a way, to the crushing anguish you experience after a good night out, when all the pubs close and you're looking forward to rounding off the evening with a nice, juicy doner kebab, only to find that the local kebab house has been demolished. I mean, not demolished, but that disappointment where it's there used to be, at university, there was a kebab van. And I remember it was always £5 for a kebab. Should I? And you're always no. And you go home with a belly full of alcohol. And you're And I know I would regret it in the morning as well. But sometimes when you really want it, I think I'd often get chips because they were cheaper. You'd be yeah, okay, let's do it. Today's going to be the day. We're going to do it. We're having a delicious kebab. They're going to eat drunkenly and not even remember. And then it's closed. And you're like, why, God? Why have you betrayed me?
Huh? Why not?
No, so I feel this. And Danny too. I mean, that wouldn't have been a major problem in my hometown of Rotherham, as you would only have to stagger sideways for a few yards before you came across another kebab house. Yeah, this was in like a fairly large town, but this was the only one nearby. It would be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes walk, and then 15 minutes walk back to go to another kebab shop, and it would be like, no. But Joe was unlikely to find an alternative option out there in the remote wilderness after discovering that his original plan for supper had gone pear-shaped, and his sense of disappointment was destined to be a little bit more profound. Joe initially grew concerned as he approached the village and found everything to be eerily quiet. A community of 2,000 people usually makes a bit of noise, not to mention the constant barking of the packs of sleigh dogs. But today, there was nothing. No laughter, no barking, not even any smoke rising from the chimneys. When he finally arrived at the village, he was dismayed to find it completely deserted with no sign of life, either human or husky. By the shore of the lake, he found 3 kayaks which had been abandoned for so long that they'd been battered by wave action. Yet, he also came across a fire pit in the middle of the village which was still burning, although the food hanging over it was past its best. As Joe explored further and began having a good nosy around the deserted huts, he found evidence that the residents appeared to have left in a hurry. He found a fish storehouse which was still nicely stocked, and in it he found plenty of abandoned food and provisions and personal belongings in the huts. If the locals had suddenly decided to move out, they hadn't bothered to take anything with them. Which at this point, if he's out there in the middle of nowhere and he's like relied on this for his supplies, that's a big relief that there's some food left behind, because otherwise he's going to go hungry. Joe also found no sign of footprints or sleigh tracks in the snow, which you might expect to find during a recent migration of 2,000 people. Well, unless it's snowed since then there would be no tracks because they've been covered in snow. Joe may well have felt chilled to the bone if he wasn't already chilled to the bone. Now I know what you're thinking, Simon. Were the sleigh dogs okay? And sadly, the answer's no. I definitely wasn't thinking that, Daddy, but thanks for making me feel bad.
Thank you.
I'm more concerned about the people, because they're people. Oh, Simon, but what about the dogs? God, let's not go here again. I got in trouble on my other show because I was saying, like, that I value the life of humans over dogs, and people were like, how? How dare you? Dogs are pure! And I'm like, oh God, let's not go here. Let's just move on before I get cancelled again for not hating dogs. I just think that human life is more valuable than dog life. Jesus Christ. Who would have thought that was a controversial opinion? After deciding that he couldn't cope with it, you know who valued dog life more than human life? Hitler. After deciding that he couldn't cope with his mystery on his own, Joe decided to run all the way to the nearest telegraph office, where he sent an urgent message to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for assistance in the case of the Vanishing Village. When the Mounties turned up, they were to unearth further disturbing discoveries. So let's get the dogs out of the way first. The RCMP discovered that the village's entire pack of sleigh dogs had been tied to trees and left to starve to death. A slight variation on this aspect of the tale suggests that all the starved dogs were found buried under 12 feet of snow. But either way, the vanishing villagers hadn't taken the dogs with them, which indicates that they didn't travel very far. Unless, of course, they were abducted by aliens, in which case they may have traveled very far indeed, but without the need for sleigh dogs. Yeah, but they weren't. Because, aliens are real. Aliens are out there, but they're not coming to Earth and abducting an entire village of people. It's just not happening. I'm sorry. After a little more digging, the Mounties came across evidence of a little more digging. Okay. Hundreds of Inuit ancestral graves had been dug up, and all of the bodies had been removed. So whoever or whatever had taken the population of the village had also decided to take all the long-dead ex-residents as well. That feels a little bit unbelievable. I'm like, okay, they can all disappear. I'm with this story so far, and now I'm like, this feels like this feels like an embellishment. Grave robbing might be considered a bit antisocial at the best of times, but desecrating the final resting place of the dead is downright sacrilegious to the Inuit. Also, grave robbing isn't stealing people's bodies, it's stealing the shit that's on those bodies. It's not like people are grave robbing and then they're like, cool, a corpse. They're like grave robbing so they can steal rings and necklaces and It could have been argued that hungry wild animals were responsible for this, but the ground was frozen solid and the headstones had been stacked up into neat piles. Well, then it's not animals, is it? But it's also not a thing, because I don't think this happened. If this was the work of hungry wild animals, they were particularly clever hungry wild animals with access to tools, and they like to tidy up after themselves. On the hunt for more clues, the Mounties eventually came across another wandering fur trapper by the name of Armand Lauren, who was on the hunt for beaver with his 2 sons. The Mounties asked Arnold if he'd spotted any unusual activity over the last few days, and it turned out that the fur trapper had his own bizarre story to tell. He and his sons had been minding their own business and killing soft furry things when they all noticed a huge luminous flying object in the sky. Oh, it is aliens! I was wrong! Who would have thought?
Wow.
The Mounties may initially have assumed that Armand and his son had been knocking back too much wood brew and had in fact just seen a glimpse of the Northern Lights, a fairly common sight in northern Canada. But the trapper insisted that this was definitely not the Aurora Borealis. It was a cylindrical object which appeared to take the form of a bullet before landing somewhere over the village of Andrakuni. Some versions of this story suggest that the Mounties themselves now saw a strange pulsating light in the sky. So this leaves us with mystery. An entire population of 2,000 people had seemingly disappeared overnight, but they'd obviously left in a hurry, leaving behind all of their belongings and provisions and weapons, whilst food was still cooking over a pit. There were no footprints, no sleigh tracks, and not the slightest sign of violence other than the desecration of the ancestral graves. That's not violence, that's just digging up graves, which is weird, but it's not violent. And of course, they couldn't have got very far with their sleigh dogs, which were inconceivably left to starve to death, and yet it must have taken a while for the dogs to starve, but the fire pit was still burning, as if it had been abandoned quite recently. So, how did a whole village just vanish into thin air? Beats me, they're probably all eaten by space wolves or something. Hope you enjoyed the video. No, it's not where it ends. We're not even halfway through yet. Now, maybe we're giving up a bit too early there, but the RCMP didn't seem to waste too much time on the matter before they conceded defeat, and not many others seemed too bothered about picking up the trail. Yeah, who cares about 2,000 people who have disappeared? Just seems a little bit unrealistic. It's claimed that the very first reports of the story popped up in newspapers in late 1930, most notably in an article written by Emmett E. Kelleher for the Virginia newspaper The Danville Bee, and then the Vanishing Village was completely forgotten until writer Frank Edwards reopened the case for his 1959 book Stranger Than Science. It was again re-examined in the 1990 book The World's Greatest UFO Mysteries by Nigel Blundell, and you can guess from the title that Nigel came to some pretty outlandish conclusions, as did the later 2006 book The Canadian UFO Report by Chris Rutowski and Jeff Dittman. Yeah, these are all just like, okay, there's something mysterious, let's spin it into a story, call it fact, and we'll sell some books. This is how shit gets embellished and enters the popular conscience as something that's real when it's not real.
Stop, baby, stop. It's not real. It's fake, okay?
These are not real faction. These are not real non-fiction books. It's the latter version of the story which has become the most widely known, and it's the one that we've largely stuck to here. But in a curious case of literary Chinese whispers, each new retelling came with some of its own additional subplots not present in the original reports, a point which we'll return to in a moment, or perhaps 7. But in the meantime, let's rattle through some of the theories that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police clearly couldn't be asked to investigate in much detail. The obvious answer is alien abduction. Oh no, why didn't the police investigate the option of alien abduction? Oh, I don't know, because they don't like wasting their time with nonsense. The aliens clearly had no interest in dogs, which is why they were left to starve, but they couldn't get enough of humans, even the ones that have been dead for years. However, let's park that UFO theory for a while on the grounds that this is decoding the unknown, and the answer is never bloody alien abduction. Thank you, Danny. On a more mythological note, the Vanishing Village could have been the work of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit from folklore who is imagined to stomp around the lakes and forests of Canada. Again, no, because it's a spirit. Spirits aren't real. Often depicted as a giant humanoid with a heart of ice, ice hearts don't work. They have to pump blood. Ice is solid. The Wendigo's party trick was to possess humans and make them feel so hungry that they'd resort to eating their mates. And apparently, you always knew when the Wendigo was lurking nearby because he stank rotten. Yeah, and also you're eating your mates. You're like, I think there's a Wendigo nearby because I can smell him, and I want to eat your flesh, Peter. Then again, it could have been the work of the sky god Tongasuk, the unofficial forest monster of Canada. It'd be weird if Canada had an official forest monster. This character is a bit trickier to spot or smell from a distance, as nobody can decide what he looks like. He could be a bear or a one-armed man, but either way, it doesn't really matter, as he's invisible to everyone except for the Angakuk, the medicine man of Inuit tribes. This one seems a bit more unlikely, as although he's sometimes depicted as a mischievous demon, the Angakuk view Tongasuk as a benefactor who helps to cure sickness. It's all unlikely because none of these things are real, Danny.
Imagination.
However, I'm going to politely rule out both these theories for the moment because as far as I'm aware, no missing persons cases ever been officially wrapped up with probable abduction by demonic spirit or mostly invisible bear monster. Yes, thank you, Danny. Succinctly put. The problem we have now is that most of the more rational theories, which don't involve UFOs or sky gods, can't fully explain every aspect of the story. That's okay though. Just because something can't be fully explained doesn't mean we have to make up answers to fully explain it. We'll just be like, oh, that's weird. There's lots of unexplainable shit, and we're not like it's ghosts. I mean, lots of people are idiots.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
But, generally we'll look for rational explanations. And that's what we do here at Decoding the Unknown. And if there's not a rational explanation, we're not just like, it's ghosts, case closed. We're like, we don't know yet. Maybe we'll figure it out. That's a good way to do things. A popular suggestion is that the community just decided to embark upon a mass migration, but you'd think they'd at least take some of their food and tools and weapons with them, not to mention their sleigh dogs. That would have been more useful than just packing up their dead relatives from the ancestral graveyard, an act which the Inuit people would never have considered anyway. They could have been murdered by a rival tribe, trampled to death by a herd of angry moose. Mooses? Beasts? Or they may have fallen prey to a disease outbreak, but there was no evidence of violence or indeed a single dead body. It's been proposed that the locals could potentially have been the victims of a natural disaster such as a landslide or an avalanche while their village was intact, so that doesn't seem very likely. But that doesn't really make it, and where are all the bodies? And that doesn't really make much sense at all as the deserted village was untouched, so every single member of the community must have traveled a great distance to specifically get hit by an avalanche while leaving food simmering back home with the dogs. Yeah, it's super unlikely. At this point, I'm starting to think that abduction by aliens or the sky gods are the only plausible theories that tickle the boxes. I don't know. They left. They just left. And the burning fire and the dogs is just all embellishments. Or they left without their dogs, for whatever reason. Of course, there's another potential answer. The whole thing was just complete bollocks from start to finish. Yes, all that. It seems quite likely. That was the narrative being pushed by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police when the story began attracting interest again following publication of that 1959 book, Stranger Than Science. If you look at the RCMP website today, you'll see the following official explanation delivered by the Mounties in 2017. The disappearance in the 1930s of an Inuit village near Lake Anjakuni is not true. An American author by the name of Frank Edwards is purported to have started this story in the book Stranger Than Science. It has become a popular piece of journalism, repeatedly published and referred to in books and magazines. There is no evidence to support such a story. Okay, case closed then. And, okay, Frank. Thanks for that. Many years ago, the members of the RCMP, then retired, who had served in the area at the time these events were purported to have happened, were asked for their comments on the story. They could not confirm it, recalled nothing like it, and were astounded that such a ridiculous tale could be believed. Our files were carefully searched, no strange craft was ever reported, no one named Joe LaBelle ever came to the RCMP in a panic about Lake Anjaguni, and the RCMP did not send out any search parties. The only records we have on the story are copies of letters to correspondents like yourself informing the writers that the story is entirely fictitious. Okay, locked down. Locked down, he's the official historian. That sounds pretty definitive to me. It's not entirely accurate, but it sounds pretty definitive. Okay then. Brian Dunning from the Skeptoid podcast. I've heard of the Skeptoid podcast. Drew very similar conclusions to the RCMP in 2013. Now, all credit to Brian. He raises plenty of interesting points, which seems to challenge the credibility of the story. Yeah, I imagine Brian from the Skeptoid podcast probably raises similar points to me, being like, come on. Let's use our logical brains just a tiny bit. He points out that there's never been a shred of evidence that the village of Anjakuni ever even existed. Brian also explains that the lake would have had a sheet of ice in late November, so the wave-battered kayaks would never have been battered by wave action. The community would have been unlikely to make use of kayaks in the first place. It also seems incredibly unlikely that such a large population would have lived in such a remote area anyway. Brian initially agreed with the RCMP in his belief that the original 1930 newspaper reports never actually existed, and in all likelihood, neither did the fur trapper Joe LaBelle or the newspaper writer Emmett E. Kelleher. The whole thing was just completely made up from scratch by Frank Edwards to help shift more copies of his 1959 book. We've seen this so many times, but I get the feeling there's a twist coming. Do you, dear listener? Because Danny said something at the beginning about the RCMP discovering something later. and I get the feeling we're getting set up for a scrap of evidence from somewhere. However, as Brian himself later conceded, he was very much mistaken on those last few points. Frank Edwards was certainly guilty of adding new elements to spice up the story for his book, but an original 1930 newspaper report does indeed exist. There we go. It turns out that fur trapper Joe LaBelle and writer Emmett E. Kelleher were both very much real people, and they may well have been a very real public report on the investigation released by the RCMP in early 1931, even though the Mounties still claim today that no such investigation or incident ever took place. Emmett E. Kelleher's report first appeared in other newspapers before a reprint landed in the Danville Bee of Virginia in November 1931. And it's this story from the Danville Bee which we very recently unearthed from the archives alongside captions and headlines describing the vanishing Eskimo tribe. This was 1931, don't forget, and the village of the dead. Oh, because Eskimo is no longer PC? I guess Inuit is the correct term. I feel like I did know that. It's fascinating to see just how much of this earliest version of the story differs from the subsequent embellished retellings. The way that Emmett E. Kelleher reports it after he spoke to Joe LaBelle firsthand, the experienced fur trapper arrived in the village that day in search of shelter and lashings of woodbury from his acquaintances at the village. The report indicates that he arrived by canoe, a detail missed out in subsequent versions, which all seem to vaguely suggest that he either just wandered by on snowshoes or stepped through an enchanted cupboard or something. Incidentally, this original report is one of very few to actually get the name of Anjikuni Lake right. Frank Edwards spelled the name Anjikuni with a J in his 1959 book, and it's this new misspelling which was more frequently repeated in later versions. But here's the really significant change. Do you remember when we said the village boasted a population of around 2,000? Well, not so according to the original newspaper report. Joe LaBelle reckoned that the population of his favorite pit stop was in fact just 25, which is a lot less weird for 25 people to just, up and leave to somewhere else, because that's just a few families. Frank Edwards had later increased it slightly to 30 for his 1959 book, but it was Nigel Blundell who later got a bit carried away and suddenly raised the population to 1,200 for his 1990 book, The World's Greatest UFO Mysteries. By the time we get to the Canadian UFO report of 2006, the population had peaked at 2,000. In 2030, there'll be books and there'll be 4 million people in the city. So Joe was probably expecting a much quieter reception than we might have been led to believe, just not as quiet as the one he got. After beaching his canoe about 100 yards away, Joe approached the village, shouting out greetings, but the only response he got was the doleful whinnying of a couple of starving husky dogs who limped feebly towards him, close to death. Joe later came across an additional 7 dead dogs just lying in the snow, having clearly died of starvation. This is a far cry from the entire packs of dogs who had been inexplicably tied to trees or buried under 12 feet of snow, an element which doesn't make it into the story until the 2006 Canadian UFO report. The 1930 newspaper article goes on to explain that Joe began venturing into the 25 silent tents, fearing the worst. He was half expecting to come across a collection of corpses, and was even beginning to speculate that the residents may have been murdered, or the legends of the evil spirit might have some truth to them after all. It certainly looked as if no brew was going to get served up tonight. What he finally found was no sign of life or death at all. He found some personal belongings, clothes, a rifle, a greasy black iron pot, but no bodies. Joe came to the conclusion that the whole place had probably been deserted for at least 12 months. You'll note that there was no suggestion at all of food still cooking over a pit at this point, which makes it sound as if the locals weren't in quite such a hurry to leave whilst making supper, and clears up the mystery of why a seemingly long-deserted village with starved dogs still had a fire burning. And there's also not a single mention of kayaks, wave-battered or otherwise. Joe then came across a single open grave and observed that the cairn appeared to be empty while the stones had been stacked neatly on one side. This is still a deeply puzzling sight for Joe to come across, but again, it's a far cry from the entire desecrated graveyard, which first seems to have wormed its way into the story in Nigel Blundell's 1990 UFO book. It's exactly what I thought. It's just crazy embellishment over the decades. And not even over the decades, it's just like someone writes a book and they just decide to make up some more to sell some more books, in my opinion. Joe eventually popped back to the lake for a spot of fishing to feed himself and the 2 near-starved dogs who had been following his every step. He then decided there was nothing more that he could do here, jumped back in his canoe and continued his long quest for beaver, hoping that he might be able to pick up some more clues as to the fate of the village from other communities that he'd encounter on his travels. He didn't have much luck in that regard, though. Most of the other villagers he came across just appeared to pin the blame for the Vanishing Village on Tongasuk. It's not clear whether he left plenty of fish for the 2 dogs or offered them a free ride to the nearest kennels. It's worth pointing out that whilst Joe was eventually able to contact the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, he certainly didn't just just run all the way to the nearest telegraph office on the same day of his discovery, largely because he was in the middle of nowhere and the nearest telegraph office is likely to have been thousands of kilometers away. According to the 1930 article, the Mounties did eventually conduct their own investigation, but drew a complete blank. They heard tales of a mysterious 10-year-old Inuit boy who had wandered into a village around 150 kilometers away from Enjikuni and had been adopted by a local tribe, even though nobody had a clue where he came from. It was almost as if he had just dropped out of the sky. They also came across an Inuit called Salmek, who had been brought to a local hospital for treatment for his frozen legs. The Mounties suspected that Salmek might know a thing or two about the disappearing village, but after getting a translator on the scene, Salmek appeared reticent to answer any questions on the matter and would only keep mumbling about the evil spirit Tongasuk. It's alleged that the Mounties resorted to trying to get him drunk in order that he might become a bit more chatty, but Salmek point-blank refused to partake in a drink as he didn't like the taste of whiskey. They're like, okay, get him some beer. And that largely seems to conclude how old was he? Wasn't he a kid? Oh no, that was the previous guy. This was another guy.
My bad.
And that largely seems to conclude the grand investigation by the RCMP. If you're wondering what happened to the mysterious flashing light supposedly witnessed by the fur trapper, Armand Laurent, his two sons, and maybe even the Mounties themselves, this appears nowhere in the original newspaper report. It seems to be an invention first presented in the 1990 book, The World's Greatest UFO Mysteries, which incidentally has the audacity to present everything presented within its tatty pages as true fact, despite there being no source at all for the luminous flying objects in the sky. You gotta see. I need a reference. Whenever I'm reading something, like generally when people write stuff for me for the first time, I'll like read it over before I like read it live. And if there's anything I come across and I'm like, really? I'll be like, reference, link, please. I don't believe it. And sometimes it's true. I mean, most of the time it's true. And I'm like, whoa, holy shit. That needs to be like more exclamation points. But sometimes it'll be like to some dodgy source and I'll be like, that's not fact. So now we're left with a mystery which isn't quite as mysterious as widely depicted. Whereas common versions of the story tell of a population of 2,000 people who vanished without a trace while cooking supper, leaving behind everything after aliens or evil spirits had killed all their dogs and desecrated their graveyard, the original newspaper report instead suggests that 25 residents were no longer at home after leaving behind a few dogs, a few personal belongings, and a single dug-up grave. But what was the original conclusion of the RCMP after their exhaustive investigation, during which they tried to get a hospital patient drunk before shrugging and giving up? Well, we can't be entirely sure about that. According to a 1988 book entitled John Robert Colombo's Mysterious Canada, the author claims to have seen a 1931 RCMP report which was compiled by Sergeant J. Nelson and released to the public. As far as I can make out, nobody else has been able to confirm this, but John Robert Colombo does seem to be a much more credible and respected author and researcher than a lot of others who are just clearly making up a bit of twaddle for some UFO books. If we're to believe the report exists, Sergeant J. Nelson appears to conclude that the whole thing was a work of fiction cooked up by Joe LaBelle and writer Emmett E. Kelleher. Sergeant Nelson considered the writer to be a sensationalist journalist who was just chasing another dramatic headline to grab attention. He also noted that the writer has supposedly used new photographs to accompany his article, but these were actually lifted from the RCMP's own archive and date back to 1909. Meanwhile, although Sergeant Nelson confirmed that fur trapper Joe LaBelle's identity was genuine, he also revealed that Joe was a rookie fur trapper who was new to the area and had only very recently applied for his first trapping license, so he was unlikely to be familiar with the Northern Territories or any supposed welcoming villagers dishing out trout sandwiches. The lack of a license is not necessarily compelling evidence in itself that Joe was new to fur trapping. He may have well just been new to the concept of legal fur trapping, but Sergeant Nelson claimed that he had spoken to experienced fur trappers who confirmed that Joe was very much the new kid on the block of ice. The RCMP report apparently concluded that there was no foundation whatsoever for the hoax news story. Even if it had existed, Sergeant Nelson speculated that the disappearance of the community was nothing more mysterious than a case of seasonal abandonment, common due to the nomadic nature of the Inuit. The RCMP considered the case to be closed. And honestly, fair enough. Because I think that's exactly what happened. Well, as soon as it was crushed down from 2,000 people to 25, and we're not talking about the dug-up graves and the dogs and stuff, which just seemed to be added later, it's like, okay, there were some people living there, and then they went to live somewhere else. for what could be a multitude of reasons. Or none of this ever happened at all. Whilst we can't be entirely sure of the authenticity of that report, we do know for certain that the original 1930 newspaper report existed, and this does beg the question why the RCMP still continued to deny that it was ever published while insisting that the origins of the fake story lie in Frank Edwards' 1959 book. That's simply not true. It could be the case that the RCMP discovered evidence of alien activity or demonic shenanigans from the evil spirit Tungasuk and later tried to cover their tracks and suppress any evidence in fear of whipping up panic. Yes, that is the most likely explanation. Or it could be the case that the RCMP archivists and historians were just not very good at their job and couldn't locate historical records dating back any further than about 1983. It's possible that the 1931 RCMP report is also not genuine, in which case the newspaper report may simply have fabricated the RCMP's investigation along with the rest of the story. I'm kind of inclined to believe that writer John Robert Colombo discovered the report, though even if he didn't appear to share it with anyone. And I'm also inclined to agree with the findings of the report. I suppose it's possible that a small group of Inuit did indeed spend time briefly by the Anjakuni Lake and then decided to make a sudden move, possibly motivated by fear of an attack from another tribe or space wolves, which prompted them to leave the dogs behind and dig up Grandpa for good luck. But that doesn't really make any sense, and no evidence has ever been found that a village ever existed in that area at all. Okay, so it's most likely just all made up. Even the original seed was just made up by a sensationalist journalist whose story was later taken by other sensationalist journalists, or what I would call fiction writers, and just embellished upon until we get a ridiculous story which is just unbelievable.
Smart.
There's something else about the original 1931 newspaper report which doesn't make any sense. If Joe LaBelle encountered 2 huskies who were starving to death, why exactly were they still so hungry when there were another 7 dogs nearby? That's not how things are going to pan out in that situation. Oh god, are they just going to eat those... They're going to eat the other dogs, aren't they? It seems more likely that Joe would either find 9 dead dogs or 2 living dogs with big bellies who were licking their lips while thinking about fish pudding. Savage. Maybe there was some grain of truth in Joe LaBelle's original story. As a rookie fur trapper, perhaps he was given the wrong information about the nearest hotel bar and ended up getting a bit confused when he came across a village that had been long deserted, inhabited only by a few stray huskies. And however small this grain of truth was, it was transformed by an overexcited journalist into a sensationalist newspaper report, which then kept expanding in size and preposterousness in subsequent retellings over the decades to follow. Still, if you ever find yourself facing an invisible bear or an invisible one-armed man, it's probably worth grabbing your pets and your pot noodles before you make a dash for it. Otherwise, you're just going to end up confusing future generations for an unfathomably long time. Yeah, but it's all the fault of the people who write the stupid books. And always be careful when taking advice from a Mountie. They clearly don't know their arse from their elbow. And thank you. That's where we end today's relatively short episode. It was a fun one, though, wasn't it? Thank you for being here. If you enjoy this show and you're listening to it as a podcast, please do consider leaving a review. That would be amazing. And if you want to, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, like, leave a comment, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, The Winchester Mystery House, written by Dave. Thank you, Dave. If you're new to the show, the format is I've never read this before. We're going to read it together. We're going to decode the unknown. We're going to find out whether the Winchester Mystery House is filled with ghosts. Spoiler alert, it's not. I feel like the Winchester Mystery House. Isn't this the one who was just built by some crazy old lady who inherited a gun fortune and then was like, oh my god, our guns have killed so many people. If I don't stop building this house, they're going to come and get me.
Why are you crazy?
And it's another case of like, yo, you don't need to keep building your house. You need to see a doctor. He's going to give you some pills that'll stop you thinking that and you'll be much better afterwards. Anyway, but this is probably back in the day before they had those pills. So the only solution was keep building a crazy house. Let's go.
Let's go!
While growing up, almost everybody will have had a house they were building nearby that was allegedly haunted. Often, I'm just trying to think whether there was something where I grew up which we thought was haunted. Not really. Well, maybe. It's just something I haven't thought about in so long that I've probably forgotten about it. I mean, they were like creepy places, but I don't think anyone thought they were haunted. I remember at school, there was like this old school building, which wasn't really used. Like, just the top floor of it was used. It was on a hill, so you'd kind of enter on the top floor. And then, like at lunchtime, we'd, like, f*** around as kids or whatever. And we went down into like the lower levels, and then there were like all these bathrooms from like 100 years ago, and it was like all nasty and shit. We never thought it was haunted. It was just like, it's an old part of the school. And I don't know, like abandoned buildings and shit. Yeah, I don't know, they were just abandoned creepy buildings. They weren't haunted. There were no ghosts. I've always been very skeptical, which it's kind of weird that I now host a show all about this stuff, really. But I mean, this show's just all over it, so yeah, it does fit, doesn't it? Sorry, let's carry on. Often we're one sentence in so far, Simon, and you're 3 minutes into the video. Well done. Often a house needs only stand unoccupied for a couple of weeks before the imaginations of the local children fill it with ghosts, strange happenings, or stories of gruesome murders. For me, growing up in the town of Havant just outside of Portsmouth, the local haunted building was a place known as Racken's Monument, built hundreds of years ago by a local landowner so that he might see the trade ships coming into port before anybody else. The now completely gutted tower became a somewhat eerie location where my friends and I would dare each other to use Ouija boards, scale the incredibly unstable walls, and during our teenage years experiment with various hallucinogenic chemicals, allegedly. Yeah, I mean, I've never used a Ouija board. I guess I did think as a kid that this stuff was real, because your first coming across these is always going to be like, yeah, it's real. And then no one's there to tell you, like, it's not real. You find that out later. So I guess at some point I did think that Ouija boards were real. I did think that there was such a thing as spells. But I was disabused of those notions fairly quickly when it's like, I've put a spell on you, Simon. And it's like, okay, oh my God, I'm scared. And then nothing happens, because of course it doesn't, because spells aren't real. Although the structure is now fenced off due to fears of its imminent collapse, I believe it's still fairly popular among teenagers, despite undoubtedly being a great source of entertainment. This pile of old rocks pales in comparison to the subject of today's video, so without further rambling, let us take a look into the fascinating story behind the Winchester Mystery House. A few years ago, some place I used to go to got fenced off, but it wasn't like a haunted thing, it was an awesome quarry which someone had filled with water. I don't know who. Like, someone filled it with water. It probably just filled with water over time. But it was this beautiful quarry with these huge cliffs that you could jump off into the water. They must have been like, what's a top diving board? Like 5 meters, 10 meters? It was at least triple that height. Like, it was a proper drop that would hurt your feet when you went into the water. And it was awesome, just jumping off these cliffs into the water that was super deep, and then, you know, swimming and doing it all over again. And obviously whoever owned the quarry fenced it off. And I was like, oh no! Because it was extremely dangerous. Anyway, our story begins with an incredibly wealthy individual. William Wirt Winchester was the heir to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, and as such was certainly not buying store-brand cereal. Is that how you measure wealth, Dave? You go to someone's house and it's like, oh, look at you with your Kellogg's. Mr. Fancy Pants, did you drop your monocle? Unfortunately, money isn't everything, and although he was able to marry the love of his life, Sarah L. Pardee, their only child would pass away due to illness at only 6 weeks old. William would continue to work as treasurer for his father's company until taking over in 1880 following the death of his father. William himself would die of tuberculosis 1 year later, leaving a not inconsiderable fortune to his widow. According to reports, this fortune was valued at about $20 million back in the day. In 1880, oh good lord, that is a lot of money today. Adjusting for inflation, that works at about $500 million. I'm honestly surprised it's not more. On top of that, she also inherited 50% of the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, making her one of the richest women in the world. So, just what would she do with all that money? Well, that's an interesting question. The best known version of the story of Sarah Winchester is indeed an interesting one and contains ghosts, messages from the afterlife, a mysterious medium, and a convoluted attempt to prevent spiritual retribution. But how much of it is actually true? Wait, what did we list? Ghosts, messages from the afterlife, a mysterious medium, a convoluted attempt to prevent spiritual retribution. What, half of that could be real? Because you could have a mysterious medium and a convoluted attempt to prevent spiritual retribution. I mean, spiritual retribution and mediums are not real. I mean, someone could say they're a medium, but it doesn't mean they don't have any actual supernatural ability. So I'm just going to say that none of it's true.
Yes, Queen! Yes, Queen!
Let us hear first, if not the official story, then the version that most people have come to believe. Upon the death of her husband, Sarah had absolutely no idea as to how she should spend the rest of her life or her newly acquired wealth. Well, her newly acquired wealth? She was married to the dude. It's not like he's just living some gangster-ass lifestyle and she's just living in... She's like, well, I didn't bring anything to this any money to this marriage, so I guess I'll just live like a peasant while you live like a king. It's like, no, you're both rich. That's the deal with marriage. So she did what all of us would have done in her situation. She asked her husband, oh no. She's like, I don't know what to do with all this money you left me. And he's like, from the great beyond, really? That's what you wanted to ask me about? It's not like, oh, I love you, dear. It's like, financial advice? Really? We have people for that, wife. Through the use of a medium in Boston named Adam Coons, she was able to connect with William in spite of the fact that mediumship had been proven time and time again to be absolute. He told her that she must leave her home in Connecticut and move to California. Jesus, where is Connecticut? I feel like that's one of those, like, thousands of states. You know, like, most of America. You look at that map of America and you got, you know, big states, Texas, California. And then you go to the Northeast and it's all like, they're all tiny and shoved in that corner. I swear like half of them are up there. I feel that that's where Connecticut is, but I'm not sure. So he's like, yeah, move all the way across the country in 1880. It's a long journey. And California is like nice today, right? But it was probably a bit in 1880. Was there anything going on, or was it just a bunch of like gold prospectors like digging up mountains? Upon my knowledge of American history, as you can tell, top-notch stuff.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-R-T.
Upon arrival, she must construct a home for the souls of every individual who has been killed by a Winchester rifle. Should she fail to do this, then she'd be haunted by the souls for the rest of her existence. It wouldn't surprise me if Adam Coons is like, yeah. And while you're out in California, I just happen to know a contractor who does a bang-up job. If you're looking for somebody, his name is my brother. People were obviously more gullible back then because this is apparently exactly what she did. No, Dave, people are not less gullible. People still believe in mediums, and now we have like real science. Like back in the 1880s, they had like early science. They had science, but they were like, okay, yeah, sure. And now we have real science, and people are still like, okay, yeah, sure. It's like, what's going on? Why are we still stupid?
You are made of stupid.
I don't know. I'm not. Let's come on. Purchasing an incomplete farmhouse, she immediately set about building a truly bizarre home. Although she spared no expense when it came to luxuries, installing things like push-button gas lighting, hot air heating, and running hot water, some of the architectural aspects of the home were, shall we say, somewhat unusual. I love it when you like compare. So this woman is like one of the richest women in the world. And she's like, well, what do you have? Well, I have lights that switch on with a button. I've got hot air running through the house. Oh, guess what? Running hot water. It's like your regular ass house or apartment that you live in that's a bit is better and has better facilities than what someone in the 1880s had, who was one of the richest people in the world. It reminds me of Howard Hughes. Like back in the 60s or whenever he was kicking around, he owned like a TV station that would broadcast, you know, it was like broadcasting movies or whatever, just so that he could sit in his hotel penthouse and turn on the TV and watch what he wanted to watch.
Nice.
And if they weren't playing something he enjoyed, he'd phone up the TV station and be like, yo, change the movie. And so people would be watching this channel and the movie would just change because Howard was like, I want to watch something different. And what my point is he had something worse than Netflix in the night, way worse than Netflix in the 1960s. And he was like the richest man in the world or whatever. And now you have something better than that for like $8 a month or whatever Netflix costs. Living in the future is amazing. Although the original structure consisted of only 2 floors, Sarah quickly set about having 5 more built on top of it, employing a team of builders and carpenters to work around the clock. She had more and more bizarre features added to this unusual abode. According to a friend of mine who has visited the property, or at least what remains of it today, it really is peculiar. I've made videos about this before, obviously, because I've made like thousands of YouTube videos. I think I've probably done at least 2 or 3, so I have some vague idea of this story. But I've never been. I'd love to go. There are staircases that lead nowhere, doors that open onto blank walls, and due to the fact that the rooms were added onto exterior walls, several rooms have windows that instead of displaying views of the outside, simply look into other rooms. Some of these windows are masterpieces in their own right. Being a huge fan of stained glass, Sarah even went as far as to have bespoke pieces made by some of the most exclusive and expensive designers around. Well, there's one thing I know like that I have in common with Sarah. It's like I'm renovating. There was a post on the subreddit. You can go to reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler to see the subreddit, and there was like a pool going on about when Simon's moving into his house that he's been renovating. It's been like, I bought the house nearly 2 years ago. It's insane. It's to be fair, construction hasn't been going on that long because you have to get all this permission, like, because it's like a protected The buildings, I don't think the buildings, or the outside of the building is protected. So yeah, and then the structure of the building. So you have to get like permission to, oh, you want to knock down a chimney, huh? Well, that's going to take a year of permission. And then also the area. So I'm trying not to give away too much about where I live. This is all very generic, right? And it's like, we had to wait a year and a half, basically, to get permissions to do stuff. We're still waiting on some permissions to go through. But my whole point with this is that this is a really good way to spend money. Like, I get a devastating bill every month from the builder. And it's like, oh my lord, how? How? How?
How the hell?
And I'm not putting in, like, elaborate stained glass windows. This will burn through your money. Although she has a lot more money than me. The more expensive of these windows, designed by the Tiffany company. Oh my god, that's going to be expensive. And something that you might think would have been installed in a prime location to take advantage of natural light is instead mounted on an internal wall where absolutely no sunlight will ever shine through it. But it was not just weird window placement that Sarah was into. Apart from the staircase that leads nowhere, many of the other staircases contained within the building have unusually shallow rises, or in some cases were constructed with rises of mixed heights, which I imagine made the staircases almost impossible to navigate with any degree of certainty. I'll call those the drunk staircases. You know when you're drunk and you're like, oh no, I misjudged a step and fell over. Like, really drunk. It's like, I have to say, sometimes it's not even really drunk, but it's like, I have a tendency, I will bound upstairs. Like, I'll take 2 or 3 stairs at a time, just as my default way of climbing stairs. And it's like, after a few beers, you should be like, just go climb stairs like a regular person, whistle boy. Because you're like, oh. But if I were in a house, I'd call these the drunken stairs, because you'd just be going up to bed like dead sober and you'd be tripping over yourself and go, oh, for God's sake, who designed these stairs, Sarah? Why?
Huh? Why not?
In addition to structural oddities, the house also contains an unusual number of trapdoors, secret passages that don't go anywhere, and a door on the second floor, which when opened reveals an unguarded drop straight down to the courtyard below. Putting in a secret passage would be cool. I haven't put any secret passages in my house, which I'm now regretting. I saw there's this great YouTuber called Colin Furs, which is like so far outside of anything I create, but he's very popular. I've actually met him, but it's like he does this thing. He like does these crazy builds. He dug a tunnel like under his garage, which goes to his under his garden that connects his house and his garage. And I'm like, that is sick. I'd love something like that. So maybe I'll do that. The idea that I could ever get permission to do this is just a joke. So I'm not ever going to do that. In addition to these, and he built it himself, by the way, this Colin dude.
Wow. Yeah.
But perhaps the most unusual feature of the Winchester Mystery House, and the one that is most often talked about when it comes to spiritual involvement, is the bell tower. The majority of people who believe this version of the story claim that Sarah used the bell in this tower to summon spirits for her nightly communications with the dead. This brings us to the part of the story which allegedly explains Sarah's unusual choices when it comes to home decor, architecture, and the placement of doors, which, should you accidentally walk through them during the night while sleepily looking for the bathroom, would result in death or serious injury. Sorry, I know we got a lot of tangents today. But the other day, I just woke up in the middle of the night, turning my bedroom light on, and my wife's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. She's like, you were just looking through the drawers, and then you turned on the light. And I'm like, I have no memory of this. And this is, I think, the 3rd or 4th time I've sleptwalked in my entire life. I'm like, okay. It's so weird. It's so disorientating. Just turning on the light and being woken up, being like, why am I standing and what am I doing? What was I looking for? It's the middle of the night.
Hey, what happened?
Once there, she would ring the bell and while away the evening talking to the victims of Winchester rifles in order to ensure that the house she was constructing for them met with their approval. Presumably, something must have been lost in translation. Either that or the spirits got sick and tired of being summoned every night, because in 1906, the Great San Francisco earthquake caused the bell tower and the top 3 stories of the house to collapse. Oh my lord, that sounds terrifying. Allegedly, Sarah took this as a sign that the spirits were royally pissed off, and work on these areas immediately ceased. By the time Sarah passed away in 1922, rumors about the strange house and even stranger inhabitant had spread across the state. So what happened next? This would have spread across the world if it was 2022, because the internet. And now it has. So what happened next? Did Sarah, in a final bid to appease the fallen, leave the now badly damaged property to the spirits? Well, depending on how you look at it, sort of. Although she left a large chunk of her fortune along with all of her personal belongings to her niece Marion, who towards the end of her life had served as her personal secretary, as well as moving into the house to provide support and company, the actual house itself was not mentioned in her will. This, of course, has led people to speculate endlessly on what exactly she planned for the future of her ongoing project. As her only surviving relative, it appears that her niece inherited the property anyway. For some reason, she had no particular interest in continuing to live there and seemed to be particularly keen on getting rid of it. Probably because she's like, oh, the f***ing drunk stairs. I have hurt my knees so many times. You're crazy Aunt Sarah making this mental house. Unfortunately, due to its peculiar design and the fact that it was now in an advanced state of disrepair, appraisers deemed the house to be almost worthless and Marion was forced to sell it at auction. After the house was completely emptied, a process which it had been claimed took more than 6 weeks. Oh my lord. Like, normal house is like a day. My parents recently moved house, and it was like the people came in, they took all the stuff, took them to the new house. It was a day. It's like a day's process. A local investor was finally able to secure the property for $135,000 sorry. This equates to approximately $2 million, give or take $1 or $2. Well, actually, Dave actually gave me the specific amount of $2,047,700.25.
What?
Which I just rounded up when I was reading to $2 million. So actually, give or take $1 or 47,725 cents. Just 5 months after the death of Sarah Winchester, the property, which for whatever reason had been her life's work, was open to the public so that they could get a look at the place where the crazy old ghost lady had lived. Dave, you're right there for whatever reason. I can tell you the reason, and it's profit. Because that local investor saw that property and was like, I can make this into a tourist attraction. It's only going to cost me 135 grand. Bada bing, bada boom. Even though the house had been completely emptied, rumors continued to circulate about a hidden attic room which allegedly contained the most rare and expensive items in Sarah's collection. As the old saying goes, even politicians tell the truth occasionally, if only by accident, and in 2016, this rumor was partially confirmed. We're talking like 100 years later! A secret attic was indeed discovered, and according to one news article, it contained a pump organ, a Victorian-era couch, a dress form, a sewing machine, and various paintings. Hardly inconceivable riches. I don't know, Dave. It depends what those various paintings was. What was it? It's a Picasso, and a Degas. Ooh, money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Hardly inconceivable riches, but proof that the house did still contain at least one mystery. The story of Sarah Winchester and her interesting house has become somewhat legendary over the years, and not only have countless people been paid to walk around inside it, but it has become a topic of interest for both ghost enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Even the legendary skeptic Harry Houdini visited the property. He's like, yeah, cool architect. It's like, I want to visit this property. I find it fascinating, like all these crazy staircases and stuff. You know what I don't find interesting about it? Ghosts, because they're not there. You're going to see the crazy architecture and see what the crazy ghost lady built. Not for ghosts themselves. While he was in the area as part of a lecture tour, he met with somebody who worked as a tour guide at the house and was taken there for a midnight visit. Although the Winchester Mystery House Facebook page claims that he left with more questions than answers and famously suggested that the name The Mystery House should be used, in actual fact it appears that he visited the place more out of curiosity and really expended no effort in further debunking the lies told by mediums anywhere ever. And so, that's it. The sad story of a grief-stricken, gullible rich lady who was deceived by an unscrupulous bastard into wasting the majority of her life. A story which was capitalized upon by a rich investor whose descendants still profit from this capitalization to this day. I'm such a capitalist. I'm like, yeah, so what, Dave?
I said what I said, and
always.
I'm not changing on it, okay? I said what I said.
I'm like, as they should, Dave. He made a good business decision, and now his children's children are wealthy, Dave. What's wrong with that? I understand what's wrong with that. Or is it? There is another version of this story, a version which, although tinged with tragedy, certainly makes a lot more sense and doesn't contain any ghosts whatsoever. And that's the version of the story which I'll tell you now. It's also the version of the story that I've been talking about forever. She's just a crazy lady who built a crazy house. Be warned that this version of the story contains some actual evidence, so if you're dead set on believing the first version, then now might be the time to stop watching or listening. Dave, no, keep watching, keep listening. I need the watch time. Are you insane? Watch to the end and then watch it again. Maybe watch it in half speed. Come on. The beginning of the story, at least, is pretty much the same as the previous version. Sarah grew up on the same street as William. They fell in love at an early age, had a baby that passed away at the age of 6 weeks old, and William would pass away at a fairly young age, leaving his wife Sarah not an inconsiderable fortune. However, not an inconsiderable fortune. That's $500 million in today's money, Dave. Jesus. So how rich are you? Not inconceivably rich. It's like $500 million is fairly inconceivably rich. Can you conceive $500 million? I think that's the stage. It's so much money that you don't really understand it, right? Like, how many Big Macs is that? $500 million? I don't know why I always think of Big Macs. It's because of that Big Mac index, that tells you how expensive Big Macs are around the world. Also, I know a Big Mac's a lot more than $1. How much is a Big Mac? $2-3 bucks? How much is it? 100 crowns? 200 crowns? 100 something crowns? It's like $3, $4.
The Big Mac.
However, from here, the story is slightly different. Depending on how many tangents Simon has gone off on by this point. It's been many today, I'm sorry. I actually saw that this episode was a bit shorter than normal, so I was like, excellent, an excuse for tangents. You should have no problem remembering that Sarah is alleged to have consulted a medium shortly after the death of her husband. Many retellings of this story name the medium as Adam Coons, but as far as record indicates, no such person existed anywhere at the time. Continuing with parts of the story that have no historical evidence to back them up, I was unable to find a single shred of evidence that suggests she in any way believed the ghosts of those killed by Winchester repeating rifles were interested in her at all. Oh, I really thought that's why she built all the crazy rooms and stuff. I thought that part of the story was true. It's perhaps worth noting at this point that even if she had consulted with some sort of medium, this would not have been considered unusual behavior for the time. This particular brand of pseudoscience was relatively new, or at least the mass-produced, financially and emotionally exploitative version of it was. As such, many people with time and money on their hands were eager to give it a go. Do most mediums know it's a scam? They must, right? If you're a medium who's actually reasonable at stuff, then you must know that you have to, do the cold reading and stuff where you're like, okay, so this person said this, they did this, I could try with this. It's a very... for something that the other person sitting across from you has no logical strand in their fiber of their being. But you as the medium, as an actual good medium, have to be insanely logical, like Sherlock Holmes logical, to be able to pull the story together to make the person believe that you are able to talk to their dead relatives, right? So any good medium must know that they are a fraud, which... isn't this just mind-blowing to other people that these people are out there and they do this and they scam people and everyone's just like, yay, hey, it is what it is, hey. Whereas if you were doing some financial scam or something, you'd be you and Bernie Madoff would be hanging out. Why is that okay? Why are we allowed to, what's going on?
Why?
And let's not even get into religion and tithing, because that is a whole other issue. As such, many people with time and money on their hands were eager to give it a go. If you think about it for a second, this isn't ridiculously surprising. When William passed away in 1881, the Civil War was still relatively fresh in the memory of most Americans. Pretty much every family had lost at least one person during the conflict. Is that statistically true? That's wild. And it is perhaps not surprising that people may have begun to lose some of their faith in that other method of emotional and financial extortion, organized religion. Bang on, Dave. Nor is it surprising that when offered the opportunity to say goodbye to their lost parents, husbands, or sons, many people jumped at the opportunity without being as skeptical as they ordinarily might have been. In any case, consulting a medium was not at all something that you would have been branded as an oddball by doing, as many tellers of this story would have you believe. And anyway, let's move on. The next part of our story also contains a grain of truth. Sarah did indeed decide that the life of a rich widow in New Haven, Connecticut was not for her, and decided to move, along with her sisters and a few other relatives, to California. It's believed that she actually did this in order to make a completely fresh start, rather than because she was instructed to do so by her dead husband. The next part of the story is also true. She did in fact purchase the former farmhouse, complete with a huge amount of land. However, her most likely reasons for choosing this particular property require a quick jump backwards in time to explain. Okay then. After the death of their daughter, Sarah and William were understandably completely devastated. Nothing quite compares to the loss of a baby. Trust me, I've been there. Oh my god, Dave, that just got unbelievably dark. I'm so sorry. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Dude. Far from being able to move on with their lives, the couple began to isolate themselves from the world. I can't get over that, Dave. Dave, you can't just do that to me. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so insane. Wow. It was not until they eventually took over managing the family's vast property portfolio that Sarah found something in which she could pour her energy. This thing turned out to be property renovation and interior design. With her husband now gone, it makes sense that she might fall back on the very same thing that had saved her from the brink in the past. It certainly makes more sense than the allegedly made-up quote that I came across while researching this script. The writer claims this quote comes directly from a newspaper article written about an interview given by Sarah, and reads, "When I saw the mystery house, I knew that it was the one. The insistent clamour of voices in my head that had plagued me since I first spoke with Adam fell silent, and I was struck by an overwhelming sense of euphoria." Now, there are many things wrong with this, but let's now just look into two. As previously mentioned, there is no evidence that Adam ever existed, let alone evidence that he and Sarah were on first-name terms. In addition, Sarah never actually referred to her property as the Mystery House. Why would she? It was not a mystery to her. The name really only became popular after her death. The only reason I'm including this quote at all is that it's an excellent example of just how much stuff people have made up on the spot in order to make the story more sensational than it was. As always with this Decoding the Unknowns, right? It's always this profit-driven stuff. It's like, yeah, the guy bought it for $2 million dollars in today's money or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to profit off it. And if we name it the Mystery House and make up some cool stories, more people are going to come. Money, everybody. Incidentally, though I looked for nearly 2 hours, I wasn't able to find any evidence of the original article existing at all. Although Sarah developed a passion for interior design, she was by no means an architect, and for this reason... Look, Sarah, she was by no means an architect. It's like, maybe the stairs should be even, or people are going to call these the drunk stairs, aren't they? Maybe that door should go somewhere. Maybe that Tiffany window the thing that I've spent like millions on, maybe that should be in the light. I'm not an interior designer, and I know this. And for this reason, there was no master blueprint to how this house should look when it was finished. In fact, it is doubtful whether or not Sarah really had an end goal in mind, although I don't believe any of the claims that she was building the house to either confuse or appease vengeful spirits. Many of the design choices do, at first glance, appear to be somewhat unusual. But if you take the time to do a little bit of research, many of them begin to make a lot more sense. For example, the staircases with incredibly low rises. As Sarah aged, she suffered terribly from arthritis, and climbing a normal flight of stairs was an arduous, painful undertaking. For most people, this is just something that you have to learn to live with, but Sarah wasn't most people. Well, don't most people get a stair lift? Or something like that? Or an elevator? A lift? Like... That's what I have, right? My grandma had one of those. Take her up the stairs. And then after a while, she just lived downstairs because, I don't know, stair lift sounds like a hassle, doesn't it? And they had a big enough house. I think they just moved the bedroom downstairs at some point. As I previously mentioned, she was, at that point, one of the richest women in the world. And although she had several elevators installed in the property, why would she think it's a good idea to design a staircase that she could ascend with relative ease? I don't know, maybe because she's got elevators. It may have been a bit of a pain in the ass for anybody else who was trying to go upstairs, but it was her house and she spent a large amount of time living in it on her own. That is, on her own apart from her veritable army of builders. Let's take a look at another of the supposedly strange and creepy features of the house, the selection of trapdoors that can be found in various locations. Far from being some sort of ghost traps or access points for hidden rooms, people have looked into this much harder than I have and identified these as access hatches for a rather spiffy water conservation system. According to the video on the This House YouTube channel, quote, even with more money than she could spend in a lifetime doing whatever she wanted, conservation was important to her. She created a water runoff system in her house resembling trapdoors. Any excess water from her indoor plants would travel through a series of pipes to help water their outdoor garden. Oh my god, that's incredibly elaborate. And also, do plants have excess water? In my house, we just have those little pots, you know, the little trays that they sit in, and then the water goes into there, and then the plant just absorbs it and uses it. Is there much runoff from indoor plants? What about the staircases that led nowhere and the doors that opened onto bricked up walls? Well, there are a couple of explanations for these. First, and this is important, although Sarah Winchester probably wasn't an insane ghost botherer, she certainly was eccentric. If a room that he had envisioned did not live up to her expectations in reality, she was not above having the whole thing ripped out and redone. Yeah, this isn't so surprising. Like, there are bricked up... I mean, we take the door... There's like doors in this house renovation. It's like downstairs... We just like rejigged the interior a bit and put a door on one side and then bricked up the other door. But it's like, you can still see where the door was because it's kind of inset, and it's like, that'll be turned into a cupboard or whatever with a door on it. And you could easily be like, oh, that's crazy. It's like, no, it's just what happens during renovations, isn't it? What are you talking about? Additionally, many rooms were simply added onto the outside of the building, and if these additions covered up a doorway or two, then she didn't seem overly bothered. That at least is a partial explanation. The rest of the explanation is far more simple. It's already pretty simple. I'm like, okay, so she was just an eccentric woman building a big old house. When the house sustained serious damage during the aforementioned earthquake of 1906, much of the building became structurally unsafe. Rather than everything rebuilt, Sarah elected to simply save as much of the house as possible and wall off the sections that could not be saved. It's like, yeah, no one goes in the east wing anymore. It was damaged in the earthquake. Just don't go in there. It's just not what it's just abandoned. Weird. As several floors had to be removed, a staircase that leads to nowhere is not unusual at all. Well, it is a bit weird, isn't it? Like, if you remove the top floor to your house, you'll generally be like, well, we removed the whole top floor to the house. You should remove the staircase as well. I swear I went to a house once that had a staircase that led to nowhere. Like when I was looking at houses to buy.
We need an answer.
Yeah. Let's do it.
There was a house I went to. Was this a dream? It was really weird now. Now I'm doubting myself. Oh no, it was. There was like it was like at some point someone had put in a different staircase on the other side of the house. And so the old staircase was kind of in this cupboard. It was though they'd turned the old hallway into a series of cupboards, but they'd left the staircases in there, which led to nowhere, and they were just using them as shelves. So strange. This brings us to perhaps the most interesting question about Sarah and her house. If she was nothing more than a fabulously rich eccentric engaged in a constant battle for perfection, where did the stories that really made the house famous come from? While some of them were undoubtedly started by locals who didn't really approve of a financially independent woman doing whatever the hell she wanted, either that or they simply invented interesting reasons why the lady down the road had builders working 24 hours a day for several decades, which must have been annoying, the main reason why these stories were picked up and ran with appears to be one of potential financial gain. Although the house was bought at auction by an investor, it was quickly leased and eventually sold to a couple called John and Mamie Brown. Mame Brown? Someone? The Browns originally planned to build some sort of roller coaster on the grounds, okay, but quickly realized that there was far more money to be made in charging people for tours. Although the house itself probably would have been enough to draw in tourists simply because of its incredibly unique construction, the Browns allegedly leaned heavily on the haunted mansion built by a spiritually tormented crazy lady angle. Yes, and why wouldn't you? Like, I don't believe in any of this but if I owned this building, I'd be like, yeah, it's haunted by so many ghosts, more ghosts than anywhere else. I've seen them all. Please pay me.
They would have to pay me.
Some people have even gone so far as to accuse the Browns of not only inventing the entire story about both the medium and the spirits, but also carrying out their own modifications on the property to make it look like Sarah had been fixated on the number 13. I really wish that I'd been able to find more evidence to support this theory, as it certainly makes more sense than the original story. However, I could find nothing more concrete than a few articles and videos containing accusations. In fact, the entire research project for the script has been a little bit like that. Never before have I researched something on which so much has been written based on so little hard evidence, which is unusual because this is Decoding the Unknown, where a lot is written on not a lot of evidence. Sort of like the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, allegedly. Having said that, if we take the time-honored theory of motive, means, and opportunity combined with the complete lack of any evidence at all to back up the now widely publicized story, then the Browns do start to look somewhat guilty. Yeah, I'm like, cool though. That's fine. They had good reason to do this. Their reason being money. However, this is purely conjecture on my part and certainly would not stand up in a court of law, if indeed a crime has ever been committed. There's no crime. It's just like, yeah, there's a cool story around our house. It's a story. Relax, come see the ghosts. It's fine. And so, as always, I shall leave it up to you, the viewers, to draw your own conclusions. I've done my best to collate such facts as they are on the topic, and I've personally drawn the following conclusions. In all probability, Sarah Winchester, after losing not only her child, her husband, and her father-in-law in quick succession, but also a number of other close family members, poured her heart and soul into her one remaining passion. Did that passion become an unhealthy obsession? Yes, almost definitely. Or were there things about her that were slightly unusual? Sure. Did she, in fact, spend approximately 30 years of her life attempting to build a house to appease the angry spirits of everybody who was ever killed by a Winchester repeating rifle? No, almost definitely not. And you and I, Dave, are on absolutely the same page about this. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, am your decoder. Welcome. Thank you to Katie who wrote the script. The Curse of King Tut's Tomb. Is it real? And of course it's not real. King Tutankhamun? Tutankhamun? That's right? When I was a kid I thought it was Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun. I'm getting that right, I'm not going to look it up. That's the sort of work that I do here. Lazy work. Is it real? No, it's not. King Tutankhamun, not a real person. Never existed. No, he did. He did exist. What is not real are curses. Anyway, let's just jump in. The format of the show, if you're new here, welcome. Thank you so much. Is Katie writes me the script. I've never read it before. And yeah, now I'm going to read it. And we're going to explore this together. And we're all going to find out that this isn't real because curses aren't real. Let's go. Death will come on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king. Ooh, spooky. If you found this warning carved onto a tablet in a tomb you'd just broken into, which housed the earthly remnants of a king of Egypt, would you venture on and desecrate his final resting place, bursting his sarcophagus open and poking around in his skeletal remains and then hauling his possessions out for people of the world to gawp at? You asked that. I feel, Katie, there you're asking like it's a rhetorical question. Like, would you do that? And my answer would be like, yes. It's my job. If I was the dude in there, like what was his name? Howard something? Carter? Howard Carter? Howard Johnson? Something like this? The dude who financed this? Or the dude who discovered it? Something, what was his name? It's gonna come later. Howard Carter! I can't believe I remember that. It's Howard Johnson. Anyway. If the answer would be yes, because one, I don't believe in curses, and two, I've been paid by some dude to go and find all this shit. So you're goddamn right I'm going to go in there and see what it's about. Or would you think, I'm standing in the middle of someone's grave, I feel a bit bad about that, and this warning just emphasizes the fact that I really should just make myself scarce and repair all the damage I've done to the king's tomb as I go. Please, no. Also, I feel like, yes, that would be true if the person had died recently, but this is like back in the day. There's a period of time, let's say it's thousands of years, after which point it doesn't become a grave, it becomes a site of historical interest. I mean, if Howard Carter had heeded the ominous words, the modern world wouldn't have been exposed to the marvels of ancient Egypt's burial traditions, but maybe if he had, many lives could have been saved. Today we're investigating the curse of the pharaohs and Tutankhamun in particular, and yes, this has probably been covered on Simon's other channels before, but hey, it was on the list, so I guess it's my turn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've covered this somewhere else, and the thing is, like, I don't know, we're decoding the unknown, so I get to add my own 2 cents, don't I? We get to have a little bit of a discussion. It's a bit more fun, it's laid back, it's relaxed, and honestly, it's in more depth, because this script is 20 pages. The Curse of the Pharaoh. So settle in, okay? Settle in. Smash that like button while you're settling in. And look, if you're listening to this as a podcast, why not leave it a review? Yes, that's right. This goes out as a podcast as well. You're welcome, world. And bank accounts. The Curse of the Pharaohs. I mean my bank accounts, because if I put it out as a podcast, I get to do more ads. So I make more money, which is nice. You know, just thanks, Simon. Thanks for that insight. Really what we're here for, Simon. We love curses over here at Decoding the Unknown. Recently, I did a piece on the Hope Diamond, a famously cursed gem, but that was a tangible item passed from one owner to the other, leaving a trail of bad luck in its wake. Except it didn't, because as we discussed, we decoded it's not real, Katie! This is something a bit different. Here we have a group of usually Western explorers or archaeologists, or whatever, that flagrantly ignore warnings and the obvious bad karma that comes from breaking into deceased people's tombs and unleashing some deadly form of retribution from the spiritual guardians of said place. As ancient Egypt was a mysterious era packed with beliefs and rituals that we still don't necessarily understand. Just because we don't understand them doesn't make them real. Achieving a good status and immortality in the afterlife was the main aim of pharaohs and wealthy people, so this became an elaborate process of preserving the body via mummification, being buried with spells and funerary texts to help you on your way, and also being buried with certain items you thought to be useful in the afterlife. Weren't they buried with like loads of gold and stuff? Can you imagine being a rich person's kid, and you're just like hanging out, and you're like, yeah, when you die, I'm gonna get all your it's like, actually, I'm gonna be buried with it in a big pyramid. It's like, oh, for f***'s sake, really? Nothing? It's like, oh, you'll get something, just markedly less than you would otherwise, because I need it in the afterlife, like a greedy dead f***. I'm not sure how this was supposed to work. Would these be ghost versions of the things buried? It'd be pretty annoying to be buried with all the stuff you think you'd need and then not be able to use any of it because, you know, you're a ghost. It also is just common courtesy not to break into tombs for any reason, so anyone doing it probably had a creeping feeling at the base of their skulls that maybe they shouldn't really be doing this. I think it's fine. It's like, yo, lots of time has passed, and now we're interested in what was inside so we can learn about history. That's okay. Time has passed. At some point, it's like it goes from grave to being historically interesting. It's fine.
It's fine.
Ancient is... What's not fine is that they collected all the shit and put it in the British Museum. There's like, I remember going as a kid and being like, wow, there's this ancient Egyptian exhibition and there's all these mummies in there. Never crossed my mind for a moment why they were there. I was just like, cool, mummies. Ancient Egyptian mummies, as supernatural or horror figures and their associated curses, made their way into the world of entertainment in the 19th century through various works of literature, including 1827's The Mummy, a tale of the 22nd century, published anonymously by Jane Webb and Louisa May Alcott's 1869 short story Lost in a Pyramid or The Mummy's Curse. Wait, what? How could it be published anonymously by Jane Webb and Louisa May Alcott? And then is this second thing written by them, or was that first one just published anonymously? I'm so confused. Look, there's these stories, and they happened. They were written down about curses and life in the 22nd century, which I bet was bang on accurate. In fact, there's even a reference all the way back in 1699. Whether it was a true tale or written as a work of fiction is not clear, but Louis Penneker wrote of a Polish man who was traveling on a boat with two mummies that he'd taken from Alexandria. Presumably this means he stole them, but I haven't read the account, so I don't have any real idea. Anyway, the seas get increasingly rough and the man starts having nightmares and visions featuring the specters of the two mummies. In the end, he throws both of them overboard and the storm miraculously stops. Poor mummies. What an unceremonious end. Well, they had plenty of ceremony becoming mummies, right? They had a good run. And this feels believable. It's like he's on a boat, there's rough seas, he has dreams about these dead people that he's got in his boat with him. No surprises there. He throws them overboard. Fine. The storm stops. Also fine. Is it related to the mummies being thrown in the ocean? No. In the 20th century, films like 1932's The Mummy and 1942's The Mummy's Tomb brought the idea of scary reanimated mummies and Egyptian curses to the mainstream. There was even a short film made in 1912 called The Vengeance of Egypt about a ring stolen from a mummy's tomb that cursed whoever was in possession of it until it was returned to its rightful owner. In more recent times, curses are so that sounds like the plot of I don't know what the plot of Lord of the Rings is, but I know there's a ring and they're returning it somewhere. Or they're throwing it in a mountain or something like that. In more recent times, curses associated with defiling ancient burial sites are still going strong, with the Hollywood Mummy franchise spawning various offshoots and even its own ride at Universal Studios Hollywood. I remember seeing The Mummy. I saw it with school. Like every year there would be a school trip where we'd go for like a week on some adventure or something with school. And for some reason we ended up watching The Mummy in the cinema. And I think it was rated 12, and I'd just turned 12 or 13 or something. So we were to school, we were just about allowed to see it, which was very exciting. I went there with my family earlier this year, but the butterbeer wasn't sitting too well, so I shoved my unwitting husband and two children on the Revenge of the Mummy ride, having been the only person to have read the description about it. Ominously, the description on the app I was using said, plunge high speed into total darkness. No thank you, I thought. I love that shit. I've talked about it before. Have I talked about it on this channel? I love theme parks. Like, I love high-speed rides and being whisked around. I went to one last weekend, and mostly for the kids. They had this jumping, my daughter's playing on this trampoline. She loves trampolines. And then they have these trampolines where you wear a harness so you can jump super high, and she's on this harness, on this trampoline screaming, "This is the best trampoline in the whole wide world, Dad! It's the best in the whole wide world! I never want to leave, Dad!" And I'm like, well, it's what? It was like $5 for 5 minutes. So I'm like, well, you're gonna have to leave bloody soon. And then I went on this, there was a ride for adults, which was one of those ones where it's it spins you round. Well done, Simon, very descriptive. It's like, there's a pivot in the middle, and then there's a big thing sticking out from each side with capsules, and then it spins around in the air. It was great. I had a great time, and I'd like to go back.
I love it.
From the Discover Universal blog page, the ride description is as follows. The ride experience begins as a dark ride with light effects and advanced animatronics. It then becomes a high-speed indoor roller coaster in the dark with fog and strobe effects, joining jolting twists and turns, no full inversions, sudden stops, and a lot of time traveling backwards. I get travel sick easily, so the ride was never going to be in my top 10. Everyone survived, with my kids having found it so scary, they definitely had no interest in watching the Brendan Fraser Mummy movie, which was quite disappointing as it's one of my faves. I'll work on them. A few months on from our visit, though, they've put the ride at the top of their list for going on again if we ever make it back to Universal, but I think I'll just wait outside. It's a nice family tangent. Thank you. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that these days, mummies, pharaohs, tombs, and curses are all pretty intrinsically linked. We know that if you accidentally lean against a certain carving or hang your bang on a handy lever, sharp spikes will spring out and impale you, or millions of beetles will rush out and eat you alive. Yeah, those scarab beetles, that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Those like beetles that go under your skin and eat you from the inside really fast.
What?
Scary shit right there. We know that reading a text out loud inside a tomb will 100% activate a curse, but we also know that curses aren't real, right? So how did this idea even start? As we've mentioned, curses and mummies have been going hand in hand in the realm of literature and film since at least the early 19th century. Going back a bit further, the discovery of the Rosetta Stone in 1799 was what kick-started the new wave of interest in all things Egyptian. And once the hieroglyphs were cracked in 1822, modern Egyptology got going with full force. Now people could actually read what was written in the tombs, and sure enough, they found warnings aplenty. Zahi Hawass, an Egyptologist who is actually from Egypt. Wow. I don't know why I said that. It's not surprising, it's not unsurprising, it's just where he's from. And has also been the Egyptian Minister of State Affairs for Antiquities, not once but twice. Once excavated a site at Kom Abu below and found the following, quote, "All people who enter this tomb, who will make evil against this tomb and destroy it, may the crocodile be against them in water, and snakes against them on land. May the hippopotamus be against them in water, the scorpion on land." Okay, this guy's never heard of England, has he? It's like the guys who are like plundering the tombs are like, oh, good news, good thing I'm just going back to England, right? Where we have none of that. A bit more on him later. Most curses and warnings on tombs seem to follow a specific formula with a few choices of actions people might take and what will happen to them if they do. These could be mixed and matched to create the best impact, such as, quote, "Anyone who will enter this tomb in impurity, I will wring his neck like a goose and cause those who live upon earth to fear the spirits who are in the west." Or, "Anyone who will remove any stone or brick from this my tomb, I will exterminate his survivors." Oh no, it sounds so real. I'll just be like, yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna go steal your gold. I'm gonna plunder the shit out of your tomb. I'd see it as a challenge. I'll be like, that's such nonsense that I'm gonna plunder extra hard. Another curse on the tomb has been translated as for the one who will obliterate this decree, the power of the goddess Nate will come into being against him forever and ever. His son shall not be caused to remain on his place, and a donkey will copulate with him, a female donkey with his wife and his children, and he will fall to the flame from the mouth of Sekhmet. Zoiks. I'm trying to work out how a female donkey would copulate with a woman, and I'm sure, but better move on. Yeah, I just assumed that was the wrong way round, but it's like, nope. The wife copulates. Did they just make a typo on the curse? The curse of King Tut. King Toot? Tooting Toot? King Tut? Oh, whatever.
Whatever.
We've now come to the main point of this episode, which is about the most famous curse of all, that of the boy king Tutankhamun, discovered in 1922 by a group led by Egyptologist Howard Carter, which somehow I remembered. King Tut's magnificent burial chamber was the most intact one ever found. Many other tombs have been raided by thieves on various different occasions over the centuries. The entrance to King Tut's tomb was kind of hidden away, so it mostly escaped the attention of grave robbers thus far. When Carter and his patron Lord Carnarvon entered the tomb, they introduced a literal treasure trove of ancient Egyptian goodies to the general public. Over 5,000 artifacts, not including the actual coffin containing the remains of Tutankhamun himself. Another misconception I had about ancient Egypt, which I think I brought up recently on the show, or maybe it's another show, was I thought this, you know how he's got that pimp golden mask, right? The beautiful one with the blue and the gold. I got that confused with the Sphinx and thought for some reason as a kid that the Sphinx was that. And it was this giant gold thing. I was like, oh my God, how did they get so much gold? And then I was really disappointed to find out it was just some small mask. and the Sphinx was just a big rock with its nose broken off. You will definitely be familiar with King Tut's golden death mask, and if not, there's a side projects video dedicated to it, so there's no excuse not to brush up on your Tut lore. There were also sandals made of gold, a 1 meter high wooden throne covered in gold, silver and semi-precious stones, elaborate paintings and murals of the ancient Egyptian gods, and lots of little knickknacks like ivory cups, cosmetic jars, and even some board games when he had some downtime in the afterlife. But of course, the main point of interest was the coffin containing Tutankhamun, or rather, the coffins. Inside a quartzite sarcophagus with a granite lid, he was buried in 3 nested sarcophagi like a little Russian doll, with the outer coffins being made of a gilded wood set with semi-precious stones, and the innermost coffin being made of solid gold. Holy shit, dude. That's a lot of gold. All the coffins show an image of King Tut with his famous long fake beard, holding a crook and flail crossed over his chest. There were prominent symbols representing kingship and fertility of the land. The remains of the king were found wrapped neatly in linen, wearing the famous golden death mask and covered in unguents, or ointment-like oils, which seemed to have had some sort of chemical reaction over time, damaging the linens and basically sticking Tut firmly in place. The initial examinations of the mummy were carried out with him still stuck in the golden coffin, and it wasn't until the mid-2000s that the mummy was removed and put on general display back in his tomb in a climate-controlled glass box like an ancient Egyptian Disney princess. Oh, it's so weird. So, what's this curse all about then? Well, in just a few short years, from finding and opening the tomb, at least 9 people had either died or suffered from misfortunes in some way related to the expedition. When the tomb was initially discovered, the media, and therefore the public, was all over it, creating something literally called Tutmania, as people associated with Carter and the discovery started dropping like flies, so it's no wonder that the word of a curse swiftly travelled across the globe. It's quite understandable that a group of interlopers disturbing a tomb that's remained untouched for thousands of years and looting it all in the name of research might be the recipient of an ancient curse, so let's see who was involved and what happened to them. There were about 26 people in the original team that entered the tomb, and according to some reports I've seen, up to 11 of them have died within a few years of disturbing the boy king. So let's take a look at some of their stories. Let me guess, they're all readily explainable. And the ones that aren't, I'm already chalking up to coincidence. The victims. The most well-known name associated with the curse of King Tut is Lord Carnarvon. His full name was George Edward Stanhope Molyneux Herbert, and he has so many names, no wonder he was Lord. And he was Lord Porchester growing up and inherited the role of 5th Earl of Carnarvon in 1890, so that's who he was at the time of discovering the tomb. He'd been a keen Egyptologist himself and had worked with Howard Carter since the early 1900s, but due to a lack of results, his funding of the 1922 dig was going to be the last one. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, Carter sent him a telegram in November 1922 saying they'd found the tomb. Carnarvon and his daughter, Evelyn, hot-footed it out to Luxor, and Carnarvon was standing right by Carter when he finally chipped through to peek inside the previously undisturbed tomb. Although they were supposed to wait for Egyptian officials before they could do any more, it's rumoured that Carnarvon, Evelyn, and Carter snuck into the burial chamber through a hole when they weren't supposed to. Maybe this extra transgression was what did it for Carnarvon, as a few months later he died of blood poisoning in Cairo. Rumour has it that at the moment of his death, all the lights in the city flickered out and his dog Sussy back in England let out a howl and dropped dead. Oh my god, this all sounds just so real, doesn't it? Novelist Marie Corelli had apparently warned Lord Carnarvon about opening ancient tombs, as there might be traps or poison in them, and she wrote a letter that was published in a magazine called New York World 2 weeks before he died, with a quote from a book saying, "The most dire punishment follows any rash intruder into a sealed tomb." When he died shortly after, this naturally bolstered the profile of the curse, especially when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle decided to add his 2 cents and told the American paper that priests had summoned an evil elemental to protect Tut's tomb, and that there were malevolent spirits, and that these may have been responsible for Carnarvon's death. Cue curse mania. He just died from blood poisoning. And maybe he was poisoned. Even, I don't think he was, but like maybe he was like, ooh, chipped inside, and he breathes in some sort of deadly poison that somehow survived thousands of years. I mean, it's not what happened, but it's not a curse either way. Next on our list of victims is Richard Bethel, who was apparently one of the first people to enter the tomb after Howard Carter. He was Carter's personal secretary, and on his return to London was found murdered in an exclusive gentleman's club. He was also allegedly storing some artifacts from the tomb at his house, although I don't know whether this was official or under the table, but anyway, there had been several fires that had broken out at his home. Was this the enraged spirit of the dead king trying to reclaim his rightful property? Bethel's father also died 3 months after his son, jumping out of a 7th floor window. It's the curse. It's not the... How far away from these people do we need to get before we're like, okay, it's not the curse, it's just a death? It's just his dad. It's some dude who went there's dad. It's just a coincidence. Another member of Carter's team who was there when the tomb was opened was James Henry Breasted. Nice name. This is more of a warning omen than anything else. But after the tomb was opened, he went back to his rooms and found his pet canary had been eaten by a cobra that was sitting smug in the cage. You may recall seeing the symbol of a cobra on many ancient Egyptian things, such as headpieces and jewelry. And there's one on Tutankhamun's death mask itself. It symbolizes protection, guides the spirits of the pharaohs through the afterlife, and is strongly connected with the sun god and royalty in general. So, to see one having eaten your poor defenseless pet right after you've disturbed a king of Egypt was probably pretty jarring. While Breasted didn't drop dead then and there, when he did die, it was a bacterial infection contracted from his last visit to Egypt. Arthur Cruttenden Mace was an Egyptologist and archaeologist who started working with Carter in 1922 to help clear out King Tut's tomb. He developed pleurisy and pneumonia and had to leave in 1924 after working for 2 seasons in Egypt. His health continued to decline and he died in a nursing home a couple of years later at the age of 53. Next up is George J. Gould, an extremely wealthy American railroad executive. He visited the tomb of King Tut in 1923 and almost immediately came down with a serious fever, leading him to eventually die of pneumonia. Okay, so now he's just a dude who visited? Okay, look, people are gonna die. It happens. It's what happens in life. It's the ultimate conclusion. So it's not really surprising that, there's a large group of people here. Some of them are gonna die. It seems that the curse touched people at every stage of the excavation and study of the body of King Tut. Sir Archibald Douglas did one of the first x-rays of the body of the mummified pharaoh in early 1924. He fell ill almost immediately and was dead 3 days later. Okay, so now we're talking about the dude who's later on x-raying him. It's like, come on now. Hugh Evelyn White was an archaeologist working with Howard Carter when they were looking for Tut's tomb in 1922, so he may have been one of the first people to cross the threshold into the previously undisturbed resting place. After seeing other members of Carter's team falling victim to the curse, he took his own life by hanging in 1924, allegedly writing, "I have succumbed to a curse," in his own blood as a parting note. No, you haven't. You hung yourself. You didn't succumb to a curse. You did this to you. How about taking some responsibility? Now let's move on to slightly more tangible victims of the curse, and here Carnarvon and his relatives and associates seem to have been disproportionately affected. A few months after Lord Carnarvon died, his half-brother Aubrey Herbert followed him as a result of a drastic and ultimately unsuccessful attempt to regain his eyesight. He had been born with an eye condition, but his teeth were also in bad state, and doctors advised that he should have them all pulled out, and that might somehow restore some of his vision. This was only 100 years ago. When people are just like, yeah, pull out the teeth and it'll fix blindness. Okay. He had them pulled, got an infection, and died. Carnarvon had another half-brother, Mervyn Herbert, who also died a few years later from malarial pneumonia. This is just the past. People died all the time. You get a tooth pulled out and you die of infection. It's crazy. While they're hoping it'll cure your blindness. Like, what the the past? Carnarvon had a friend called Dr. Aaron Ember, which is a pretty sad surname. When you find out what happened to him, oh no, is he going to burn to death? In 1926, while working on a book about Egypt, Ember and his wife had a party, shortly after which the house caught fire. Ember's wife told him to save his manuscript while she got their son. Unfortunately, his wife and son died in the flames, and while Ember managed to escape, he later died in hospital of his burns. The book he was working on was called The Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's so silly. Another notable recipient of the curse is Sir Bruce Ingham. While not a member of Carter's group, he was a friend and Carter sent him a paperweight with a mummified hand inside it. That's pretty sick. I'd have that. I'd have that for sure. I don't have any use for a paperweight, because what are paperweights used for? Even when we had paper, I don't really have much paper nowadays. Certainly none that needs weighing down, because I don't work outside. Or was it just gusty inside? There was apparently a bracelet on the hands with the inscription, "Cursed be he who moves my body, to him shall come fire, water, and pestilence." I don't know whether this was taken from the tomb of King Tut or whether it was just a tourist souvenir, but shortly after receiving the gift, Ingram's house burned down. Guess what happened when he tried to rebuild it? It flooded. Instead of waiting for a plague of locusts to eat his next house, Ingram prudently got rid of the paperweight. So I thought it was going to end. Ingram decided to become a renter. Other names linked with the Curse of the Pharaohs or the Curse of King Tut include Prince Ali Kamel Fahmy Bey of Egypt, who was shot in 1923, and Sir Lee Stagg, the Governor-General of Sudan, who was assassinated in 1924. I'm not sure they visited the site. I think they were just big names who died in Egypt around the same time the Tutmania was happening, so just got caught up in it too. It's like the guy's just a governor of another country, and they're like, it's the curse. It's like he's never even heard of this. So let's have a little decode of the curse now and see if we can make any sense of it, and if there might be any real explanations after all. Gonna guess there are. Decoding the curse. Might there be a rational explanation for people becoming ill and or dropping dead surely after entering a chamber that had previously been sealed for literally thousands of years? Well, yes, there might be. Quite a few of the supposed curse victims seem to die of infections that developed into pneumonia or the like. Is it possible there was a sort of unintentional booby trap in the tomb after all? According to Dr. Caroline Stenger-Philippe, who wrote a doctoral thesis on the subject, all the food offerings of fruit and vegetables left in the tomb decayed over the decades, becoming mold and then eventually just microscopic dust. When the tomb was breached, the first group in would have been exposed to the mold, and according to an article on apnews.com, would, quote, have contracted allergic alveolitis, a severe inflammation of the tiny air chambers in the lungs, and died of pulmonary insufficiency. That's why I said, like, they crack it open, and maybe they got some disease. I told you.
What I told you?
The dust would have dissipated over time, but could have stayed around for up to 2 years, perhaps accounting for some of the deaths that we mentioned earlier. While this theory is plausible, allergy specialist Dr. Arthur Meyer makes a good point that it's impossible to recreate these conditions definitively to test the theory, and therefore those who want to believe in the curse of King Tut may go on believing. So fair enough. Other similar theories include viruses and radioactive or other types of poisonous materials being deliberately placed in the tomb to kill anyone who entered it, but Stenger-Philippe argues that it would have been quite easy to tell if that was what happened, and also many more people would have died if that was the case. Yeah, it wouldn't have just been a select few. And honestly, I don't think it's the microbes anyway. I just think it's all coincidence. They just got infections because it was the past and infections were, like, really bad. And I know infections are bad today, but not as bad because we have, like, magical drugs which get rid of most of them. Is that how you got an infection? Take these pills. And it goes away almost immediately. It's crazy. And in the past, it was like, I got an infection. Better get your affairs in order. So let's get back to the curse victims, shall we? I'm sure you've noticed many of them had nothing to do with the tomb, or they died quite a long time after. Well, yes, that's about it, really. You'd expect a good curse to act quickly, not drag on for an indeterminate amount of years. Yet while we told the sometimes mysterious and gory versions of their story, some of it can't be substantiated. It's shocking, we know. I'm sure you're very alarmed and surprised by that fact. I came across various different numbers for how many people of the original group died, and also might have tweaked the wording to make things seem nearer to the opening of the tomb than they really had been. Also, when you're looking stuff up like this, all the sensationalist stuff is at the top, so it's easy to get sucked in. Yeah, because people click on it. If this was Decoding the Unknown, a story where we just are like, and then the curse killed them all, this channel would be a lot more popular. I bet it. I absolutely bet it. If I was just embracing all this But obviously I can't, because I believe it's complete nonsense. And as I've said before, when that channel launches, you'll know that I need some money. Don't blame me for lazy research, though I'm going against decades of reporting here. Apparently, when Carter found the tomb, The Times got exclusive rights to report on the entire dig and findings. What a scoop. Obviously, this was a story with global interest, so other papers and news outlets had to get involved somehow. To get around it, what they did was write stuff that was more speculative and sensational, i.e. not necessarily true, to get people to read their stories. The curse was great fodder here, as you could basically write whatever you want and add in as many victims as you like. These exaggerated versions have been passed down and repeated through the years, making it difficult to work out if anything's actually true, but spoiler alert, there's lots of debunking ahead. Yeah, it's just newspapers in the past. We don't really have anything good for this story. We'll just make some shit up and be like, oh no. Like, I do a channel called Warographics. There's no wars going on? Like, there is now, so it's like there's stuff to talk about on the channel. I would also talk about historic wars, but it's like it'd just be like, let's make one up. There's probably something going on in like some countries in Africa. We'll just make up a war. Done, easy. And then people in the future would get very confused. I'd probably also get banned from YouTube, right? You can't just make it's like misinformation.
I'm not making this up. This is a real thing, okay?
And that's always like, this is all fictional. This is a made-up war. These are made-up countries with made-up people. But then people wouldn't be interested because when you, as we've mentioned before, when you present fiction as fact, it's much more saleable, even if it's a bit. Lord Carnarvon did die a bit of an unlucky death, but he wasn't really someone who was in the best of health anyway. He got a big mosquito bite on his cheek, which he managed to nick with a razor while shaving. This led to an infection, blood poisoning, and pneumonia. That's so crazy. That's how you died in the past. Jesus Christ. While he was only 56, he had had lung infections many times before and was basically one bout of bronchitis away from death at any moment. The dog dying and the lights in Cairo going out are apocryphal, or if there was a power cut in Cairo, it was just a coincidence. He also died in 1923, some 5 months after having entered the tomb. This is long enough that any micromolds in the air don't seem to have affected him, which kind of kills off any theory that he was just a sitting duck for this kind of thing. But what with those bad lungs of his? As for his half-brothers, Aubrey was also in poor health and died due to having all of his teeth removed and getting a horrible infection. A bad way to go, certainly, but I don't think it can be linked to the curse. More just bad medical advice or perhaps execution. He died in 1923 at the age of 43. The other half-brother of Mervyn died of a form of pneumonia, like several other victims, but again, this was coincidental. He had been to Albania, where he contracted it, not Tutankhamun's tomb, and died in Rome in 1929 at the age of 46. These fast diseases. Oh my god. What did he have? Pneumonia. They treat that in hospitals, right? So that fluid in the lungs from infection? Antibiotics. Boom. Although, I kind of think about this, and I don't think I've ever had, like, an infection that would have killed me. I took antibiotics once. I mean, other than, like, when you've had a surgery, which is probably, like, would have killed me. But, like, when you have a surgery, right, and they stitch you up and they give you antibiotics just in case, right? You go on antibiotics for a while after you've had surgery. I think I've only ever been prescribed them once when I had my nail got really infected. But it was just painful. I'm pretty sure that it would have gone away on its own. I just wanted it to go away faster. So I don't think antibiotics, other than outside of surgeries I wouldn't have had, because they were, like, not elective, but, like, I had teeth removed, and then I had my bone fixed, which I broke, but because you can have surgery now. But if they wouldn't have cut me open, they'd have just put, like, a splint on it or whatever. So yeah, I mean, antibiotics are awesome, but I don't think I'd have died without them yet in my life. Richard Bethel was our next listed victim. He was Carter's personal secretary and Carnarvon's friend, and also possibly his secretary too. I keep seeing different things. Anyway, he was murdered on his return to London. Or was he? I've seen more than one explanation of his death. He was found dead at the age of 46 in Mayfair's Bath Club, but I've seen that he ate poison and also was probably smothered. His official cause of death was given as coronary thrombosis. This was in November 1929. This was in November 1929, a significant few years after he entered the tomb, but the New York Times still ran a piece headlines, Tutankhamun Curse Recalled by Death. Richard Bethel, one of Howard Carter's secretary, latest of 10 excavators to die. A few days later, his father dying shortly afterward by leaping out of the window is obviously extremely sad, but apparently he had had a long illness and was probably affected by the death of his son. He was 77. Arthur Cruttenden Mace and George J. Gould both entered the tomb and died of pneumonia shortly afterwards. They could be bona fide victims of the microscopic death mold. However, Mace didn't die for 4 years after leaving Egypt. Gould did succumb shortly afterwards, so maybe he did pick up something in the tomb and was one of the few actual victims. Hugh Evelyn White killed himself apparently in fear of becoming the next victim of the curse and wrote a note in his own blood, but or was this really why? He did die by suicide, but this can be linked to things other than a mummy's curse. He worked in Egypt until 1922, when the tomb was opened, but then returned to work as a lecturer in England, and he didn't die until 2 years later, in 1924, at the age of 40. It's just a coincidence, and I'm betting that thing that he wrote in his own blood isn't even real.
None of this is real.
Maybe he got caught up in the media storm surrounding the deaths of several people he'd known about and worked with in the Valley of the Kings, but other sources suggested it was death of a close friend that sent him spiraling. I saw in most places online that Evelyn White had hung himself, but then found an old newspaper article which said he shot himself in a taxi on the way to an inquest. I investigated further and found a completely different story to what normally pops up when you Google his name. Yeah, this is crazy. Like, this is a problem with the internet, right? Because one person will write something, someone else will pick it up and cite that person, and then it just gets into a crazy loop. And then it turns out that the past was completely different, and no one's really sure. It's not even that long ago. It's 100 years ago, sure. But it's not like thousands or hundreds of years ago. The headline is Curse of Egypt on Shop Professor. Mistress who died by poison, love romance with music. Apparently a young music teacher called Helen Nind was infatuated, which is a nice saying, probably stalkerishly obsessed with Hugh Evelyn White, but he didn't return her feelings, so she poisoned herself and died. She had left notes stating her feelings for Evelyn White, and he was summoned to her inquest, but killed himself on the way. He might have actually been a believer in the curse, as a letter written by him, not in blood I might add, apparently did say, "I knew there was a curse on me, though I had to leave to take those manuscripts to Cairo. The monks told me the curse would work all the same. Now it has done so." Alright, mate. No, you just killed yourself. Oh, so he might have been feeling really guilty about transporting potentially stolen manuscripts, maybe. His brother also disputed that the letter was even in his handwriting, so maybe this is just another made-up facet of the story. There was another letter he wrote that seems more believable, basically despairing of the situation with Helen Nind and how it had ended, and stating that he hadn't done anything wrong. Really, the conclusion we can reach is that this was just a horrible situation gone wrong, and it had nothing to do with any curses. Yes, completely agree.
I agree. I agree with you.
Sir Archibald Douglas Reed X-rayed, Tut, and died 3 days later. Coincidence? Well, to be honest, while he was a radiologist and X-ray pioneer, I can't find any evidence that Reed did X-rays on the king at all. This was supposed to have happened in 1924. However, the lid of the sarcophagus was not raised until February of 1924. Never mind any other research being done on the coffins or the mummy of Tut himself. Reed had already died in January 1924, so could not possibly have done any X-rays either in situ or elsewhere. According to the British Medical Journal, he had a serious illness 3 years before his death, and he had been troubled for some years by radiodermatitis and increasing disability. He died in Switzerland following a medical procedure, so unless the curse was killing him in advance, he appears to have no ties whatsoever to the project. Wow, I feel like we've actually done some proper decoding of these. So who's next? Oh yes, the various coincidental things like that guy's house burning down and flooding and Dr. Ember dying when he went back for the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Well, Dr. Ember really did die like that. That was a totally true story, but he hadn't been part of Carter's team. He was just friends with Carnarvon. He was an Egyptologist, which is why he's been connected to the curse, but this is one of those grabbing at straws type things. He died while writing a book about Egyptian death rituals, but at the most this is lightly ironic, not caused by a curse. Sir Bruce Ingham was the recipient of the cursed mummy hand and had bad luck befall his home when it burned, then flooded, but I think I've used up all my powers of investigation now, as this story has been repeated so often that it's difficult to find any real corroboration or contradictions. Ingham didn't die, so this is just another fun throwaway bit that's been added on. The remaining incident on our list was that of James Henry Breasted's canary that was eaten by a cobra. Was it? Wasn't it? I've also seen it was Howard Carter's canary. This is just one of these, it's just made up. Someone made this up at some point. Or like there was something with a canary and then it just spirals out of control. It's crazy. Let's assume that someone's canary was eaten by a snake. I think the correct response is probably big whoop. It only took on any meaning at all because of the symbolic link of the cobra with Egyptian royalty and deities. If it had happened before they found the tomb, no significance would have been attached. And here's probably the biggest sticking point on this whole curse idea. I know exactly what's going to be. Howard Carter is alive still. The main dude escaped the curse. Yeah, Howard Carter was not affected. Bingo. He was the one looking for, finding, breaking into, and excavating the tomb. He was the first one in and also handled Tut's remains. Surely he would have been the first victim if such a curse really existed. Even if the mold dust theory is true, Carter spent a lot of time in that tomb and didn't seem to suffer any ill effects. He did end up dying of Hodgkin's lymphoma, but it wasn't until 1939 at the age of 64, 17 years after the discovery of the tomb. That's a slow-acting curse. Yeah. It's like he died of natural causes nearly 2 decades later. You may also remember that Lord Carnarvon's daughter was with him when Carter initially found the entrance to the hidden tomb. Lady Evelyn Herbert might even have been the first person to set foot in the burial chamber in thousands of years, as after Carter had made a peephole into the chamber, he, Evelyn, and Carnarvon are rumoured to have gone back on the down low and had a private poke around. Evelyn was the smallest, so she went in through a hole first. Maybe the curse doesn't work on women or something, as she lived to the age of 78, not dying until 1980, although she was in a serious car accident in 1935 and then suffered several strokes later in life, so maybe she didn't get away totally scot-free. Or, like anyone else's life, Being in a car accident, having some strokes, and dying, not super uncommon. When you look at things in detail, it's pretty clear there was no curse. I can't even get a fixed number on how many people in the original dig party supposedly died, seeing numbers ranging from 8 to 12 in a time frame of soon after to within 12 years, up to 1980. An epidemiologist called Mark R. Nelson spent a lot more time than I have, and in a report published in the British Medical Journal in 2002, basically concluded that the number of deaths in Carter's group, not counting native Egyptians who were apparently unaffected over the years following the opening of the tomb, was not any more than you'd expect. I like that the British Medical Journal is the BMJ. I remember this used to come to my house as a kid. My dad would read it, and it's like a serious medical journal. And it's nice that they have these stories. It's like analyzing Howard Carter's tomb. Not Howard Carter's tomb. The disguise. You know what I'm talking about.
You know this.
To get specific, quote, adjustment for age and sex, any exposure, or the number of times exposed did not confer additional risk for early within 10 years death. Odds ratios 1.38, 95% confidence interval 0.2 to 9.6. There was also no effect on survival time for any exposure or number of exposures. So basically, nothing supernatural was going on. For those 8 to 12 people who might have died, there was a far larger number who didn't die. Again, I had trouble tracking down the exact number, but Carter's crew numbered either 25 or 44, depending on whether you count those who were just there or the smaller number who actually entered the tomb. Either way, the majority of people were not affected. Also, although I started this episode off with the curse that was written on a tablet hidden in Tut's tomb, sorry, but that was a bit of a porcupine. It's yet another false flag that's been attached to this story. They never found any curse like it at all. In fact, the curses mentioned at the start weren't really curses per se, they were just more warnings not to be a dick and disturb the burial sites. Howard Carter is a curse addendum. I just remembered that I mentioned Zahi Hawass about 100 years ago. He's the Egyptian Egyptologist who was also the Minister of State for Antiquity Affairs twice. He's done his fair share of excavating and discovering, and while he doesn't believe in curses, a strange thing did happen to him after one of his digs. In his book, The Valley of the Golden Mummies, Hawass states, at the beginning of my career, during my first year excavating at Kom Abu Belo in the Nile Delta, I had to remove a truckload of gold objects and other artifacts from a Greco-Roman cemetery and transport them to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. That same day, my cousin died. 2 years later, on the anniversary of that day, my uncle died. On the same day of the third year, my aunt died. Spooky, but he didn't attribute it to a curse or anything, he just thought it was a weird coincidence. If I was related to him, I'd definitely be getting worried when that day rolled around each year. I wouldn't, because I'm so skeptical, I'd be like, please. He later was on a dig where an actual curse was found on a tomb entrance. Oh, all people who enter this tomb, who will make evil against this tomb and destroy it, may the hippopotamus be against them on water, the scorpion against them on land. The mummies of 2 children and an adult female were discovered and removed from the tomb to be taken to a museum. That same night, Hawass began to be haunted by these children, having nightmares where they would reach out and try and grab his throat. He would also see the adult female pleading with him, but he didn't know what that was about. This went on for quite a while, causing him to be distressed and panicked all the time until he finally realized what the mummies had been telling him. He flew back to Egypt and arranged for a male mummy that was still in the tomb, their father, to be reunited with them in a museum, and he was never haunted by the mummies again. Make of his stories what you will. As I said, Hawass has stated he doesn't believe in curses, so to me, these are weirder than the King Tut stuff for sure. Yeah, none of it's weird. I'm like, okay. So maybe it's all in his head. Either way. Wrapping up the mummy's curse. Debunked enough for you? Well, sorry to spoil the fun, as usual. Nah, I'm not sorry. I like spoiling the fun. Decoding the Unknown is literally the channel where we spoil people's fun.
Yep.
But I think we can see that the Curse of King Tut never actually existed. Of course, we have no numbers for any ancient time grave robbers who may have fallen foul of it, but in the modern era at least, we might possibly be able to pin one death on the tomb itself, potentially that of George J. Gould, the railroad exec. He died shortly after having visited the tomb, although whether he picked up the bug that did it for him or in the tomb itself or elsewhere can't be verified. If one grave robber or archaeologist had a bad experience or died shortly after visiting the mummy's tomb, it's easy to see how a whisper about curses could start and then catch hold, linking any type of future bad luck events together. The media sure were in on it, writing headlines mentioning the curse anytime anyone linked with the original discovery party died, never mind how long ago it was or what circumstances it was under. It'd be like, yeah, Howard Carter's great-grandson has died at the age of 70. And they'll be like, oh, is that curse again? Gotta sell those papers. Plus, who doesn't love a spooky story? As I found out myself researching this, it's easy to find multiple repeats of the same old tosh, when in reality some of the supposed victims of the curse were totally tangential and had absolutely no link to Carter or Tutankhamun or Egypt at all. Carter called the idea of a curse Tommy Rot, which seems to be a good final word on it, as he was at the center of the whole thing. And what's next for good old young King Tut? He is supposed to be going on display at the new Grand Egyptian Museum, but as of writing, this monster project doesn't have an official opening date, although it looks to be gearing up to finally open in 2023. That's this year! Maybe the curse of a King's Tut is what's behind its continued delay! Yeah, but probably not. Thanks for watching or listening. Appreciate it. See you next time. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza, has written me a script, Percy Fawcett in the Lost City of Zed. Or Z, if you're from across the pond. And in this show, if you're new here, I've never read this before, we're going to try and decode. I've heard of the Lost City of Zed. Or Z. I don't know how I'm gonna alter. Lost City of Zed sounds weird, even though I'm British. Anyway, let's just dive into it, shall we? Deep in the green and humid heart of the Mato Grosso. That's in Brazil. Good. I had no idea. In a valley. For some reason, I was on Google Maps the other day. And so I was just like messing around. Or for some reason, I was looking at Brazil. I was like, oh my God. 1, Brazil is massive. 2, there's a lot of forest in Brazil. Rainforest. It's the Amazon rainforest, right? There's a lot. It's very foresty. In a valley 10 miles wide, surrounded by lofty mountains, lies the ruin of a city. Ancient, more ancient than the oldest discoveries in Egypt, you approach the monolithic ruins on a stone-paved road. The houses are low and windowless, and in the center is a pyramid-shaped temple. Inscriptions reveal writing based on an alphabet similar to ancient European and Asian scripts, a sure sign of great civilization. The native peoples avoid it and tell tales of strange lights within the buildings that fill them with terror. If you are brave enough to face the dangers of the jungle, you might find it, the Lost City of Zed. Well, not entirely lost, there are still people living in the city. They have domesticated animals and mines in the surrounding hills. The first time I read that, I was like, wait, how are they domesticating mines? But then I realized obviously they're two distinct things, because I have a tiny brain. I'm Ron Burgundy. Not far away is another town, and further south, another large city, destroyed, buried in the jungles. It sounds a bit far-fetched to us today, but if this was 1925 and your name was Sir Percy Fawcett, not only do you believe in this tale with every fibre of your being, you're about to embark on a journey into the green hell that is the unmapped Amazon. Yeah, it is the Amazon. Big brain Simon. To find this city and prove once and for all that an advanced civilization once lived, or still lives, in the Amazon jungle. Unfortunately for you, but fortunately for unsolved mystery scriptwriters of the future, you will not return, leaving us with a double mystery to solve. What happened to Sir Percy Fawcett after he disappeared into the jungle? Did he find his lost city and prove all his beliefs true? Or is the Lost City of Zed, much like El Dorado, nothing more than a fever dream that will end up costing a lot of people their lives? Why? My guess is...
Tell me.
It's not real, and Percy Fawcett died of, cholera or something, because he was in the jungle. And he's Sir Percy Fawcett. Sir Percy sounds like the least equipped person to go into the jungle that I've ever heard of. His name is Percy, and he's a knight. He's Who was Percy Fawcett? Percival Harrison Fawcett was born in 1867 in Torquay, County of Devon in England. While he's mostly remembered for disappearing into the Amazon jungle, Fawcett had a rather interesting life. In 1886, at the age of 19, he joined the Royal Artillery Corps and was sent to Trincomalee in Ceylon, today Sri Lanka, where he met his future wife, Nina. I have been to Trincomalee. It's a tiny town on the northeast coast of Sri Lanka. After some shenanigans and drama that would be right at home in Downton Abbey, the two finally got married and had 3 children, Jack, Brian, and a daughter, Joan. According to one source, Fawcett spent what little free time a military man stationed in Ceylon had exploring the islands, looking for ancient ruins and recording mysterious inscriptions. I'm not sure how true this is, but Fawcett had a desire for adventure, so this wouldn't surprise me in the least. In 1901, Fawcett joins the Royal Geographical Society with the intention of studying surveying and cartography, and this is where his life starts getting interesting. interesting. At the time, it was common practice for the Secret Service to recruit members from the Royal Geographical Society. The society was keen to map the entire world, so surveyors and cartographers travelled all over the place. It was the perfect cover, and in 1901, Fawcett found himself working for the British Secret Service in Morocco. However, it wasn't the deserts of Morocco that would steal the explorer's heart. That honour belonged to the jungles of South America. Oh my god, this guy's well-travelled. Like, he's well-travelled for, like, today. 1901 well-travelled? Yeah, he's been everywhere. In 1906, Fawcett finally got the chance to indulge in his fantasies of exploration when he was sent to Brazil in order to map the jungle region on the border of Bolivia and Brazil. I take it all back. Sir Percy sounds like exactly the sort of person who'd be extremely competent at this. He's been in the military, he's travelled all over the world. I just got thrown off by the fact that he's called Sir Percy. Sir Percival. The society had been hired by an independent third party to map the area and settle some border disputes. Percy fell in love with the jungle, and between 1906 and 1924 he would go on 7 expeditions. In the movie The City of Lost Zed, Fawcett is depicted as a bit of a champion for the native peoples of the Amazon. He goes in front of the Royal Geographical Society trying to convince them that an advanced civilization once thrived in the Amazon jungle. Fawcett certainly had more respect for the native people of the Amazon. He was even accused of going native for painting his face with bright colours using berries like native warriors. However, he didn't consider the native people as equals. He was ahead of his time, this being the early 1900s, but he still believed in the superiority of the white man. It's bizarre, like in the past. It's like, oh, no, I'm a champion for the native people because they're lesser than us. What? That was the enlightened view. The past, everybody. It was the worst. According to John Hemming in his books on the history of the Amazon, Fawcett's theories are nothing more than eugenic gibberish. In my opinion, that's a bit harsh. I doubt Fawcett would have survived 7 expeditions into the jungle if he completely disrespected the local people. Unfortunately, he does make some claims about white Indians that border on the master race theories Blavatsky style, but we'll get into that in a little bit. In 1914, Fawcett returned to England to serve his country in World War I. He served with distinction, spending 3 years in the hell of the trenches, including the Somme, and was awarded the Distinguished Order for Valor. I think I made a video once that the trenches are arguably the worst place to have been alive in history. And yeah, I'm glad it's not World War I. And I'm not serving in the trenches. Oh my god, like, sometimes I just find myself randomly grateful. I'm just like, man, it's really good there's not, like, war. And I haven't been killed. Or I wasn't killed, like, in my 20s, fighting in a war for no reason whatsoever. Just, especially World War I, it's just so pointless. And, yeah, and I'm just like, that's cool. Isn't life nice? Yeah! It makes you think, oh yeah, all of my problems that I think I have, they're not really problems. Like, a problem would be being in a trench with, like, trench foot and all my dead mates around me and some, like, commander being like, oh, we're going to go over the top, boys. And you're like, oh, God, are you going over the top, sir? No, I'm back here at camp. You're going to go over the top and kill the Germans. Why? In 1919, he returned to Devon, and like most men he served, he probably came back traumatized. Apparently, when asked about cannibalism, he replied that at least it provides a reasonable motive for killing a man, which is more than you can say for civilized warfare. I'm no psychologist, but that sounds like trauma to me. Yes, dude, it does. Holy Spiritualism as a movement has been around since the 1850s, and depending on the source, Fawcett was either only mildly interested in his younger years, or he was already attending seances, but most seem to agree that his interest in spiritualism increased after the war, because, well, trauma will do that. Despite what you might think of his beliefs, Fawcett was one of the last old-school adventurers. David Gunn sums it up nicely in his book when he says Fawcett ventured into the blank spots on the map with little more than a machete, a compass, and an almost divine sense of purpose. He seemed impervious to disease, and colleagues and fellow explorers considered him an imposing figure and the model of physical efficiency. He was willing to travel lighter and fare harder than most people would consider possible. In his time, he became a bit of a celebrity and counted Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and H.R. Haggard, the writer of King Solomon's Mines, among his friends. He was awarded the Royal Geographical Society's Founders Gold Medal in 1916, and his article Bolivian Exploration was published in the March 1915 edition of the Geographical Journal. If it wasn't for his obsession with finding the lost city of Zed, he probably could have lived to an old age enjoying his fame and celebrity surrounded by friends and family. Yeah, that sounds really nice. It'd be like if someone was like, hey Simon, do you want to go on an expedition to the Amazon jungle where you could be like, get cholera and die? But maybe there's some big city out there that will make you more famous. I'll be like, no. No, I'm already pretty comfortable, thank you. I like my life. I don't want to go to the Amazon jungle. Fawcett's Lost City. In May 1906, Fawcett set sail for the Great Americas, and by June he found himself in La Paz, Bolivia. It was the first of many expeditions into uncharted and unexplored rainforests, other than dangers of the jungle, such as hungry animals, creepy crawlies, more insects than you could possibly imagine, and poisoned darts from unfriendly natives. Fawcett often encountered dangerous working towns fueled by the booming rubber industry with poor working conditions and desperate men, a volatile combination. Yeah, I've been not into this. I don't like bugs. Like, I have a house in the countryside. I went there last weekend with my family. We get back from a walk in the forest, and I've got like 4 ticks. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, I hate these little bastards. And then you're pulling them out of your body, and you're worried that they're giving you tick-borne encephalitis, and that your brain's going to go to and you're like, I don't like it. But I do love being out in nature. I just don't like all the bugs, especially this time of year. It's just the end of spring coming into summer, and it's like, oh, so many bugs. So many bugs. Initially, his mission was making maps, but it soon evolved into something more. Early on, Fawcett had some ideas about a lost city hidden in the jungles of Brazil. While El Dorado had been relegated to the realms of myth for the learned folk, the dream of lost cities in the jungles of South America never really died. The discovery of Machu Picchu in Peru in 1911 further bolstered Fawcett's dreams of finding a lost city in Brazil, as it would. Because the discovery of Machu Picchu is the sort of thing I'd make fun of. And then it actually happens. You're like, yeah, sure. Sure, there's a magical city hidden in the mountains that no one's ever seen. A big city. Sure. Hey, Simon, have you heard of Machu Picchu? It's like, oh my god, okay. I guess it is possible. Like, I don't want to all over it because it's like, yeah, Machu Picchu happened. I mean, now it's like 2023, and I think we're pretty unlikely to discover, like, stuff like this. Especially now, aren't they doing those LiDAR scans of the jungle where they're finding stuff in there? Like, scanning through the trees, through the canopy and stuff for, like, buildings? I mean, we're discovering some pretty cool shit, right? By 1914, Fawcett had formed a fairly detailed picture of what his supposed lost city was like and where to find it. He simply called it Z. Fawcett believed that a complex civilization once thrived somewhere in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil, and the isolated ruins of a large city possibly still survived. Initially, Fawcett's search for the city was based on scientific observation and deduction. While exploring the jungles, he noticed straight lines in the topography he was mapping, which he deduced were the remains of roads. Many years later, it turned out that these deductions were, in fact, correct! He also found pottery shards in earthen mounds on a floodplain. In the movie, Fawcett uses these shards to argue that the Amazon jungle was hiding the ruins of an ancient civilization. However, in Exploration Fawcett, published by his son Brian in 1953 and based off Fawcett's memoirs, he wasn't all that impressed with the pottery. Archaeologists today are far more excited about these pottery shards than Fawcett was. In Fawcett's defense, he was a military man and a cartographer, not an archaeologist. Fawcett was also very impressed with how well the native tribes had adapted to life in the jungles and how organized their societies were. It's like they couldn't possibly have come up with that on their own. There must be some sort of advanced civilization for these primitives to have based this on, because they're primitives. Some sources claim that he also found petroglyphs and remains of ancient engineering, or whatever that means. It sounds ancient engineering, just whenever I hear that, I'm like, of course there was ancient engineering, but it just sounds like a History Channel show, doesn't it? Whatever that means, but I couldn't find any specific examples. However, I reckon pottery and roads were enough of an indication that he was on the right track, if only he had stuck with the science. As it turns out, Fawcett might have been a bit of a creative writer in his spare time. In some of his reports to the Royal Geographical Society, definitely not people you should be writing creative fiction to. As well as his memoirs that appear in Exploration Fawcett, Fawcett tells wonderful tales of his adventures and all the amazing things he saw while exploring the jungles. These marvels include anacondas measuring up to 60 feet, birds able to peek through stone after special leaf, the tracks of an enormous beast living in the Madidi swamps of the Beni in Bolivia, and he believed these tracks to be a diplodocus, and also human-like hairy beasts. Human-like hairy, so like monkeys? Or gorillas? What's the one that kind of... What's our closest relative? It's not the monkey, is it? It's a gorilla or chimps or something like that. This doesn't do much to boost his credibility, but at least he didn't lack imagination. Of course, if this is true, I apologize to all the 60-feet anacondas and human-like hairy beasts possibly watching this video. In all fairness, it should be noted that some of the creatures he described have since been confirmed by science, such as the double-nosed Andean tiger hound, a dog with 2 noses. Holy shit. But I digress. While he was a very good cartographer, some of his adventures read a bit too much like fiction, and that called some of his more scientific observations into question as well. And to make matters worse, there were the rumours. Hold on. What if he actually saw a 60-foot anaconda? I don't know if that's actually at all possible. Or maybe he saw like a 40-foot anaconda and was like, oh my god, that's a 60-foot anaconda, in like fear or whatever. But, I mean... So he thought something was like some old thing. He thought birds were able to peck through stones. Maybe he just saw them pecking through like something that looked like stones. These don't sound like crazy lies. It's not, I saw the Loch Ness Monster, didn't I? It's like, okay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he just is misinterpreting things. It doesn't sound like outright creative writing. One of Fawcett's reports to the Royal Geographical Society in 1910 stated that he had met half a dozen men who swore to have seen white Indians with red hair and blue eyes. This further bolstered Fawcett's belief that hidden in the jungle were the ruins of a lost city, formerly the home of what he called a robust and fair people, a proto-Indian race which must have a civilized origin. He describes them as a superior race. His words, not mine. When a native Amazonian told Fawcett that his ancestors built the cities, Fawcett wrote, "This I'm inclined to doubt, for he, like the Mehinaku Indians, is of the brown or Polynesian type, and it is the fair or red type I associate with the cities." And there's our early 1900s racism, everybody. Fawcett also tells of a meeting with a man selling 6 metal figures reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Unfortunately, the man refused to tell Fawcett where the objects came from. Then Fawcett received a most marvelous gift from H.R. Haggard himself, a mysterious black basalt idol in the shape of a human male with a strange inscription. Haggard claimed that the idol came from Brazil, most likely from one of the oh-so-many lost cities. Fawcett took the idol to the British Museum, but no one there could decipher the inscription or tell him anything about this mysterious idol or where it came from. Fawcett, a believer in spiritualism, took the only scientific option left him. He visited a psychic. It's not a scientific option. It's just take it to someone who's going to make some right up. The psychic apparently had more archaeological knowledge than all of those trained idiots at the museum. Those clowns, educate with their diplomas, thinking they're so smart. They can't talk to the dead.
Smart.
After holding the idol in a dark room, the psychic claimed to see a large continent between Africa and South America long before the rise of Egypt. There were elaborate temples, carved ornaments, and a procession of what could have been priests. Then disaster struck. Violent volcanic eruptions, flaming lava, mighty earthquakes. The sea levels rose and parts of the continent sank into the sea. I'm guessing the idol was saved by a very dedicated priest who happened to be a hell of a swimmer. And if you're now thinking Atlantis, well, you're not the only one. Fawcett now believed that his lost city of Zed was related to Atlantis. Now, before we continue down that rabbit hole, I should point out that the idol that started this all today is considered to be a fake. Whether Haggard was playing a practical joke on his friend that got out of hand, or whether someone had taken Haggard for a ride, is unclear. You know what is clear? The psychic was making up some bull. Like, no, I bought it at Poundland, didn't I? Got that What's American Poundland? Got that at Dollar Tree! Picked it up for $1. Dollar Tree, right? We have Poundland. Or at least we did when I was a kid. The shit you get for £1 was quite surprising. Like, they'd have a lot. You'd go in there and, like, get lots of chocolate. I remember as a kid for £1. It was a bit of a bargain. Even some toys. And then I think inflation kicked in and they had stuff that was more than £1, which was confusing. What's it going to be today? Like £3 clams? Hilarious. Or maybe just the stuff got... And this all brings us back to Madame Blavatsky, the Theosophical Society, and their nonsense about a superior master race that lived in Atlantis. Fawcett was now convinced that the city of Zed was more ancient than he initially thought. It was older than Egypt itself. He also believed that there was a connection between Atlantis and parts of Brazil. While serving in World War I, the lost city became more of an undiscovered utopia hidden in the jungles. The civilized world that Fawcett had served in the military was falling to pieces. Fawcett, like so many others, started searching for a civilized world that made more sense than the one he was living in. Yeah, I mean, not hard in World War I, that was insane. Unlike those searching for El Dorado, whose only interest was wealth, Fawcett wanted to find the stores of knowledge that he believed were hidden in the city of Zed. The Theosophical Society believed that the teachings of Atlantis were stored in record houses called White Lodges. Fawcett believed that Zed, far from being just another lost city, was the last outpost of the refugees from Atlantis. And one such White Lodge. Like many spiritualists, Fawcett shows a level of frustration with science and academic experts who didn't share his belief in the existence of Zed and all the knowledge stored there, just waiting to be found. Yeah, because historians and scientists, like, they believe in objective things. They're like, yeah, okay, sure, Percy. Sure, as soon as you find something that backs that up, we'll take a look at it. Until then, it's just made up in your head, isn't it, Percy? Isn't it? You got it from a spiritual medium who told you that this was true from something that was bought at Poundland, Percy. Fawcett's claim of an ancient civilization was further bolstered by his discovery of what is today known as Manuscript 512, believed to have been written by João da Silva Guimarães, a Portuguese fortune hunter around 1753. The document can be found at the National Library of Rio de Janeiro. Joao da Silva Guimarães claimed to have discovered the ruins of an ancient city back in 1753. The writer describes arches of a great height, a square plaza with an extraordinary large pillar and spires in the Roman style in each corner. They came upon a statue of a young man carved in stone, naked from the waist up, with a crown of laurel on his head, and possibly carrying a shield. The English translation is a bit vague on this, and I don't read Portuguese. On the left side of this plaza is a temple with crosses in various styles. The ruins described by these early explorers are massive. They discovered something that resembled a manor house, a cannon shot distance from the city, and it appears that they were seeing signs of civilization for 3 days as they walked. Of course, we have no idea how fast they were walking, but suffice to say, if these guys are to be believed, they found themselves a little Greece in the jungle of Brazil. I'm a little skeptical about this, and since our early explorers conveniently forgot to say where they found this amazing little Greece, we can't go and look for ourselves. Fawcett didn't believe this to be the lost city of Zed, but decided to find it once he found Zed. Fawcett's belief in a lost civilization in the Amazon didn't sit well with his peers, and he faced a lot of ridicule for his belief at the time. They're like, Percy, we need proof, Percy! You call yourself a cartographer? A member of the Royal? Would you put a place on a map, Percy, without having seen it? Would you believe it to be there, Percy? You a cartographer or not, Percy? At the time, Europe was on a civilizing mission in South America. If it was true that a thriving advanced civilization once existed, it would prove European involvement and colonization unnecessary. And the powers that be, who were very interested in the natural resources such as rubber and gold, didn't like that idea very much. So in 1925, Fawcett set off on his final quest to his beloved city of Zed to prove himself right, once and for all. Uh-oh. Into the jungle, never to be seen again. In 1925, with funding from a London-based group of financiers known as The Glove, which sounds like a James Bond villain organization if I've ever heard one, Fawcett and his party, consisting of his son, Jack, and his best friend, Raleigh Rimmel, set off on the final ill-fated expedition to find Zed. In the early 1920s, Fawcett had made 2 attempts, but both expeditions ran afoul of disease and exhaustion and returned empty-handed, so he's determined not to fail again. Fawcett had scouted the area that he was heading to in 1920, but the region was still unmapped. The party of 3 arrived in the Brazilian frontier town of Cuiabá, the capital of Mato Grosso, on around the 3rd of March 1925. Here, they collected provisions, animals, and 2 Brazilian porters. On April the 20th, 1925, the expedition, now including 2 Brazilian laborers, 2 horses, 8 mules, and a pair of dogs, Pastor and Chilim, departed from Cuiabá. I like that the dogs get names. It's like, we know the names of the dogs, we have the Brazilian locals. They're not in the historical record, please. Look at these beautiful dogs. Fawcett considered dogs ideal traveling companions, especially the hunting and retrieving kind. Around Fawcett is like, yeah, these dogs are the best. Hey, Brazil man, where are we going? I don't know. Ask the dogs, Percy. Ask the dogs. Around 4 weeks later, they arrived at the last European settlement on the route, Bacari Post, a trading depot. They rested and sent some letters home. Jack's letters were optimistic and perhaps naive. He was on a big adventure with his dad, and it appears that the young man didn't quite realize the dangers they would be facing. While at the trading post, Fawcett also talked with the local chief, who corroborated tales of old cities in the region. They left Bacari on the 20th of May. The expedition sent their last letters from Dead Horse Camp on the 29th of May 1925. In his letter, perhaps a bit ominously, Fawcett refers to the white bones of his horse, the one he had to shoot on this very spot in 1920, and the origin for the name of the camp. I suppose we can be thankful that he never requested to name anything else. He mentions that it gets very cold at night and the insects and heat only struck at midday. The letter ends with, "You need have no fear of any failure." It would be the last thing anyone ever heard of the Fawcett party. The letter was carried back to the Bacari outpost by the native porters, who refused to continue into another tribe's territory. Fawcett included the coordinates of Dead Horse Camp in his letter. However, these coordinates didn't match the previously recorded coordinates for the location of this camp. It's unlikely that Fawcett, a cartographer and experienced explorer, would make this kind of mistake. Some believe he did it to discourage rescue efforts should he not return. Why would you want to discourage rescue efforts? This would be Fawcett's 8th trip into the jungle, so he came prepared. The party carried canned food, powdered milk, guns, flares, a sextant, and a chronometer. Fawcett also chose his travel companions with care. Both his son and Rimmel were young, healthy, and most importantly, loyal. Fawcett decided to travel light and with a smaller group, partly because of his concern about a rival claiming his city, and partly to move faster and be less noticeable to native tribes. Many of the local tribes were still, understandably, hostile to Europeans. Fawcett described his 2 companions as strong as horses and keen as mustard. Keen as mustard. That's a phrase I've never heard before, but could not sound more like old school British if it tried. While they might have had the necessary enthusiasm and youth for the journey ahead, they were inexperienced in the ways of the jungle, which according to some sources might have been fatal. As for Fawcett, he was fit and healthy, but he was already 57 when he left on his final expedition, and while his last letter was optimistic, there are some suggestions that Fawcett himself realized that he might not be in the best possible condition for such a grueling expedition. Fawcett left very clear instructions stating that he didn't want anyone to come looking for them. Okay, let's find out why. Is this because he thinks people will die? Like, he's like, yo, if I go into the jungle and I don't come back, sending people into the jungle after me is only going to make things worse. It's probably what he's thinking, right?
Now that's a bright idea.
He figured that if something happened to him, others who had less experience in the jungle would have no chance and most likely would get themselves into trouble. Okay, there we go. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry, my best friend and son. No one's coming to rescue us. My best friend and son. However, human beings are incapable of following good advice, so a great many people went looking for the Fawcett party over the years. Many of those people died or disappeared in the jungles themselves, never to be seen again. Current estimates are around 100 people total died. So Fawcett was definitely onto something. He just didn't do a good enough job. Don't come looking for me. Oh, Percy, you would say that. Let's go find you. And then 100 people die, and no one finds him. And, you know, what really would just be his bones at that point, right? And the bones of his son and his best friend. Fawcett expected the expedition to take a couple of months at the minimum, but up to a year or even more. However, when there was still no word by 1927, people started to get worried, and searches for the lost trio commenced. The first of many set off in either late 1927 or 1928. Sources can't seem to agree on this, under the leadership of Commander George M. Doit. The search party followed Fawcett's trail to a village of the Naukwa tribe where they discovered a small brass plate marked with W.S. Silver & Company, a London firm that supplied Fawcett with some airtight metal cases. While this initially was cause for celebration, it later turned out that the cases had belonged to an earlier expedition and was most likely a gift to the local tribes. According to Dart's report, the Fawcett party travelled to the Upper Colleen River, the territory of the Kalapalo tribe. They were going slowly because one of the younger men, possibly Rimmel, was lame and exhausted. The Kalapalo claims that the party left and they saw smoke from the party's campfires for 5 days, but there was no smoke on the 6th day, so they assumed the party had been killed. Dart believed the Naukwa to be the killers, but the Kalapalo claimed it was a fierce group known as the Suya. Dart also stated that he met with Alioki, the chief of the Anakuhukawa, and in his opinion, the person most likely responsible for the deaths of the Fawcett expedition. Okay, well, mystery solved, isn't it? They were killed by tribes. Done. Boom. Done and dusted. Doesn't matter which tribe, no.
Fairy tale's over.
It seems that everyone's like, yeah, tribe did it. Tribe killed them. Mystery solved. Right? In 1931, the Penn Museum sent their own expedition into the Mato Grosso region. Why? He was killed by tribes. The expedition had no interest in finding the Fawcett party. Okay, they just wanted to make a documentary. However, it is impossible to go to the Mato Grosso and not run into the Fawcett mystery. Vincenzo Petrullo, the ethnologist of the expedition, also met Alioki while exploring further north towards the Xingu River. As it turns out, these folk had seen Fawcett and his companions 6 years prior. According to Petrullo, he inadvertently followed the same trail that Fawcett himself had taken and thus met the same native people who Fawcett ran into. Like the Dart expedition before him, he reached the Kalapalo village on the Kuluine River. 2 of the villagers told him the story of 3 white men visiting their village a couple of years before. Since it was only their second meeting with the outsiders, the visit was memorable for the villagers. The white men arrived in Kalapalo village in the company of some Anuhukua tribesmen who had acted as guides from their own village on the Kulusu about 4 days away. The white men had packs and arms, but no gifts. The Kalapalo provided the party with food and tried to convince the men not to continue. The younger men were both ill and reluctant, but their leader, presumably Fawcett, insisted, so they ferried the men across the Kuluine River. From there, the story is the same as the version of events reported by Dart. For 5 days after their departure, the Kalapalo saw the smoke as the group lit campfires. However, on the 6th day, There was nothing. The tribe assumed the travelers had reached the forest to the east. Later traces of their camps were found, but the men themselves were never seen again. Petrullo believed that Fawcett and his party most likely died of hunger, dehydration, or disease, or perhaps all of the above, somewhere in the dense jungles to the east of the Kuluin River. Petrullo pointed out quite logically that white men were not exactly a common sight in the Amazon jungle, so if they had been seen alive, someone would most likely have known about it. However, in the 1950s, another version of events surfaced. According to Orlando Villas-Boas, a Brazilian indigenous rights activist who worked among the native tribes in the Amazon jungles of Brazil, he got the truth in 1951 straight from one of Fawcett's killers, a member of the Kalapalo tribe. According to Villas-Boas, 3 things happened. Firstly, Jack urinated in the river upstream from the village. This is where the tribe's drinking water came from, and it was considered an affront to the tribe. Secondly, one of the party members shot an animal and brought it to the village. Among the Kalapalo, food is shared, but when one villager approached to cut some meat, he was pushed away. However, the biggest insult was when one of the party members struck a child playing with their gear. The tribe allowed the party to leave the next morning and killed them after they traveled some distance away from the village. Oh my god, it's like, you better leave. And you're like, okay, we'll leave, sorry. And then they're like, and then we'll go into the jungle and kill you. Oh my god. Don't strike people's children. There's a lesson there, isn't there? In the 1960s, Danish explorer Arne Falk Ron traveled to the Mato Grosso region looking for the explorer, and in 1991 he wrote a book about what he learned from Orlando Villas-Boas. In his book, Villas-Boas said that Fawcett and his companions had a mishap on the river and lost most of the gifts they'd brought along for the native tribes they'd meet along the way. Arriving without gifts would have been a breach of protocol, and by this time most members of the expedition, 2 out of 3, were seriously ill, which made them a danger to the tribe. Once again, the story ends with the death of the 3 men. Jack Fawcett and Raleigh Rimmel were thrown into the river, but Colonel Fawcett was given a proper burial since he was an old man and therefore distinguished. In yet another version of events, also from Villas-Boas, the men were killed after Jack Fawcett either raped or seduced one of the chieftain's wives. Percy Fawcett then demanded porters and crews and slapped the chieftain when he refused. However, based on what we know about Fawcett, and his son for that matter, this is completely out of character. If Fawcett had behaved this way on earlier expeditions, he would have been killed very early on. Yeah, that doesn't seem very likely. It doesn't seem like that's not what he was about. It seems he was like just looking for, yeah, just sound made up. Orlando Villas-Boas claimed to have found Fawcett's remains after the tribe told him where to dig. Apparently, he had asked what the tribe had done with the bodies, but the person he talked to couldn't remember, only that the bodies had been buried. Eventually, another tribe member told Villas-Boas where to dig, and that's when he found the remains of one person. He claimed that the remains he found were wearing European clothes, but I've been unable to verify that. He wasn't sure whether the bones were Fawcett specifically, but he was confident that the bones belonged to at least one member of the Fawcett party. Of course, this was well before DNA became a thing. He sent some of the bones to England for examination, but was informed that they couldn't have been Fawcett due to the length of the tibia not corresponding to Fawcett's height, and the bones were returned to him. Apparently, the remains are currently in the Forensic Medicine Institute of the University of Sao Paulo. Villas-Boas wasn't convinced by the findings of the forensic anthropologist in the UK because he believed the British had a bit of hero worship of Fawcett, and let's be honest, he was not wrong. Villas-Boas felt the British public wouldn't like to admit their hero was killed for disrespecting the locals. As for the bones, according to anthropologist Benedict Allen, who undertook a one-man expedition to find out what happened to Fawcett in 1998, the skeleton found by Villas-Boas had in fact been that of the chief's grandfather. Now, before we start blaming Villas-Boas for spreading false rumors, it's important to note that he was genuinely concerned about the Amazon's natives' rights and worked his entire life to protect those rights. He also received several awards and was even nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Holy shit. However, Villas-Boas was most likely biased in favor of the tribe and his friends within the tribe, and if they had indeed killed Fawcett, he would have been more likely to believe a story where Fawcett is painted as a typical colonial abuser. Of course, it's equally possible that the story Villas-Boas was told was partially or wholly fabricated by whoever told it to him. The fact that there are so many different stories coming from this one tribe makes me wonder if perhaps even the tribe themselves aren't quite sure what happened. Villas-Boas was probably also more invested in painting European encounters with natives in a negative and destructive light, while painting the native tribes as unaggressive and innocent, simply protecting themselves, which probably isn't entirely accurate either. It does make him a somewhat unreliable narrator, but could there be some truth to the tale? Fawcett was an experienced explorer, and he would have known that being disrespectful could get you killed. While every tribe certainly had their own little customs, Fawcett had survived his encounters with native tribes for 7 prior expeditions, so he was probably adept at quickly picking up what was completely unacceptable. His travel companions, however, were not as experienced. Fawcett most certainly gave them a good rundown of what to expect in the jungle and how to behave, but the younger men were sick, so probably not thinking clearly, and Fawcett was perhaps either sick himself or simply not able to supervise the younger men 24/7. He was looking for a lost city, so he was most likely talking to chiefs and scouts and hunters trying to plot his next move. However, even if you take all of these factors into consideration, I find it unlikely that any member of the party would have made a blunder big enough to get them all killed. There is simply no physical proof of what happened either way, so we'll never know. Yeah, okay. I'm like, they either like just died because they're in the jungle. They're all sick. Like, they could have had some terrible disease, or they were killed by tribes. That's it. It's like 2 options. Both depressing. They're not still out there. It's 100 years ago. There have been many sightings over the years. In 1932, a Swiss trapper, Stephen Ratin, claimed to have seen Fawcett wearing animal skins and being held captive by local natives. According to Ratin, he had met a white man with a long beard held captive while traveling along the Rio Arinos River. According to some versions of events, the man gave Ratin his signet ring, and Fawcett's wife, Nina, recognized the description of the signet ring. However, the sighting took place hundreds of miles away from where the party disappeared. One of the many explorers of the jungle also pointed out that the natives don't wear animal skins, it's simply too hot. For the most part, the native people go around naked. In the 1950s, a tale of Fawcett's shrunken head spotted in a village in the Upper Xingu did the rounds. However, it's generally accepted that the shrunken head is just a piece of deeply disturbing fiction. In 1979, a gold signet ring belonging to Fawcett was discovered in the back room of a shop in Kiaba. It was engraved with the family motto, Nec aspera terrent, hardships hold no fear. One theory suggests that the party had been mugged and then killed by soldiers who were hiding in the jungles after a revolution. Latin America had several revolutions in the 1900s, but the only one I'm aware of in 1925 was a revolution in Ecuador, which was on the other side of the continent. In 1910, there was a revolution in Mexico, but that's even further away. A far more likely explanation, in my humble opinion, is that Fawcett used the ring as a gift or to barter for supplies. The ring eventually made it to Kiaba, possibly in the possession of hobbits, because, as we all know, rings tend to travel. It's a Lord of the Rings joke that I sort of get. I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie, never read the books, don't really like it. Then we have the more fantastical theories. One theory states that Fawcett remained in the jungle voluntarily to become the chief of a tribe of cannibals. Okay. Yeah, fantastical. Another theory claims that Fawcett just was like went into the jungle. It's like, I got the taste for flesh. Another theory claims that Fawcett had hoped to set up a community in the jungle that would be based on the tenets of theosophy and worship of his son, Jack. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous. This is more ridiculous than the shrunken head thing. In fact, quite a few of Fawcett's associates had planned to go and join Fawcett, presumably after he established this commune to live a new free life. Apparently, much of the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Fawcett is his family trying to protect their father's reputation. One psychic claimed to have had contact with Fawcett until 1948 when he reported his own death. Fawcett's wife Nina apparently also claimed to have been on the receiving end of telepathic messages. No, none of these people were, because they're not real. A medium asked to analyze the colonel's scarf and had a more gruesome tale. In a trance, the medium saw Fawcett and his companions murdered and dumped in a lake. We'll take that seriously. Fanciful tales aside, we'll never know what happened to the Fawcett party. It's unlikely the jungle is going to give up those secrets anytime soon. Who knows, perhaps Fawcett found his beloved Zed and decided to remain there for the rest of his life. Please. Did we decode the mysteries? I believe Percy Fawcett and his young companions died in the jungles of the Mato Grosso region in 1925. What exactly killed them will remain a mystery. I agree 100%, Ilza.
Yeah, totally.
One of the party was getting older, 2 were inexperienced and already sick and exhausted, and they were going into unexplored territory. They could have been killed by hostile natives, or they could have died of malnutrition, disease, or dehydration. Personally, I don't believe the Kalapalo tribe killed them. If they died at the hands of Kalapalo natives, it was most likely individuals acting alone and not the decision of the tribe. As for the lost city of Zed that Fawcett went looking for, that might not be a myth. The ruins described in manuscript 512 and Fawcett's vision of Zed most definitely never existed. However, several sites theorized to be the ruins of great settlements have been discovered in the Amazon jungle, suggesting that ancient civilizations in the jungle are not that far-fetched. One of these, Kuakugu, might be the very settlement that Fawcett went looking for. In fact, he might even have found it. Unfortunately, he probably walked right through it without recognizing the site for what it was. After all, Fawcett was looking for the stone ruins of an Atlantean-type civilization. Conclusion. Today, Fawcett's probably best known for the obsession that eventually cost him his life. But before all of that, he was a cartographer. A good one, who showed more respect for local people and cultures than was common for the era. Some theorize that Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost Worlds and even the character of Indiana Jones are based on Percy Fawcett. Was he a British hero or a colonial oppressor? Well, that depends on your perspective. Either way, he was an interesting figure. As for his beloved city of Zed, it's unlikely that he ever found it in life, but the writer in me hopes that he found it in death. What a nice ending, Ilza. And this has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown, relatively short one today. Thank you for being here. If you enjoyed the show, please do leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.